Happy Tuesday morning, all. We are the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026. Brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity lender. Got a four-man junk show this Tuesday. I'm Cakes, and I'm joined by Jason Bishop.
Johnny, what's up?
What's up? I'm joined by John Paul Flame.
What's up, Cakesy?
Hello, good morning to you. And by Eric Bickle.
Good morning. How are you, Ricky?
I'm good. I would have been better if Roger hadn't come up and jiggled the bathroom door when I was conducting my personal business at about 5:30.
Oh, it's very unlike you.
5:30 this morning.
Oh, he scared you.
Well, I mean, first of all,
You don't usually go in there at 5:30.
It was Nirvana at the outset because
nobody here.
Well, I opened the door and then I know that it's going to be empty if when I open the door, then the lights come on.
Right.
Because if the lights are already on, that means some monster's already in the bathroom.
Or has been in there in the last 5 minutes.
Or has been there.
Yeah, right.
So I'm like, okay, I've got a wide open runway. Go right to the stall at the end, doing my business. I'm doom scrolling Twitter, doing what I have to do, and I hear the door open. Like, okay, somebody's come in to do whatever. He comes. I see the Chucks.
Are you in the first?
No, I'm all the way at the end. I'm in the last
still
stall.
Doesn't notice feet?
Because he loves the last stall.
Yeah, he does.
If you know anything about Roger?
Yeah, I've always seen him in there.
He loves the last stall.
I got it.
So he comes up.
But why does he look for feet? That's the first thing a human
I don't think
does.
he thinks about that. He doesn't think about that.
Exactly. You don't even have to touch the door. All you need to do is see the feet. My feet are clearly there.
I think most males, I don't know if females are this way, at least most normal males, as soon as you walk in the bath, first thing you do, look for feet.
That's
See if anybody's pooping.
Yeah.
First thing you do.
Of course.
Cakes needs to change his go-to stall because that thing just gets
You got to be
pummeled.
flexible.
Gets used a lot.
Yeah.
I
That thing gets
understand.
pummeled by everybody.
I get
That's
it.
everybody's number one pick.
That's true.
Exactly.
You got cheek on cheek all the time.
I agree. I think the meta game
It's
is
the bell of the ball.
the second or the third, one in the
I mean,
middle.
you're probably right.
Yeah.
I just didn't think I was going to nearly have the door open
So
on me
when
by
he-
Roger.
I mean,
the
that
engineer.
thing's getting. Cakes is probably like the
Right.
third person to put cheek on that this morning.
You think?
Roger, Chepe, Cakes.
At 5:30?
Yes.
5:30, I think I'm pretty good.
Chepe's probably been in there.
By now?
Well, he has irritable bowel.
Well,
He
I
has
don't know what
to.
time. He doesn't get
I
in
mean,
until about a
I
quarter
walked
to 6.
into that stall and it was pristine.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
Well, you could tell when the cleaners have been in.
Yeah.
And then has it been, roughed up?
Right,
You know,
exactly.
Like B-Bitch
it
hasn't
looked-
been
it
in there in a
looked
while.
like it
or
had been
something.
untouched overnight.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, I'm good to go.
Yeah.
And then my sanctity and then my sanctuary was nearly invaded
and
by Roger.
People need to understand that Cakes is particularly vulnerable because he's butt-ass naked in there.
Yeah.
Cakes takes his...
Shirtless.
He takes
Topless.
So if he's wearing two things, he's wearing two things. He's wearing a T-shirt
Yeah.
and a pullover.
Yeah.
Both of those things are on his hanger.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right. So it's one thing. Listen, if someone opens a door, but at least you got your shirt
Hanging
on.
around.
It's all right. You say, oh, dude, sorry, I'm dropping one.
Yeah.
Cakes butt ass naked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm especially
There's
vulnerable.
nothing to hide. I mean,
Did Roger say anything?
No,
after
he didn't say a
apo-
word. No, he said nothing. There were no words exchanged. He just tucked his tail and went two stalls
at
down.
least he did that.
Yeah, what is he going to? Is he going to jiggle the door until I get up?
No, he could have gone in the stall next to you if he would. And you
True.
don't know how plugged in he is.
Yeah,
like we never
yeah.
kind of know where
Well, at
he
least-
is on that.
yeah, at least he has-
He could be the kind of guy, the serial killer,
Yeah.
that would pick the stall right next to you when there are open ones away from it.
At least he's that much socially aware.
Roger the Dodger is one of a kind.
He is one of a kind.
Remember I told you yesterday that I can't go into the bathroom
Yes.
when there's people in there. Well,
Yeah.
I had
Same
to,
thing,
I
yeah.
had to go so bad yesterday, and there was two people in there. And one of them was Roger the Dodger.
Yeah.
And he was in that stall, his favorite stall. I swear he must have flushed it 17 times.
Really?
I think that's nice. He's doing that as a courtesy to you. He doesn't want you to hear all the sounds.
You think that's what it is?
I think it's
I don't
part
think
of
he
it.
really cares about me. I think he's just strange.
Well, I know
That's
he's
a fact.
strange.
17-time flusher.
I know he's strange.
Odyssey's
I mean-
water bill out of control. I mean, just big water
He
bill.
also could be nervous about, my situation, plugging a toilet, and he just didn't want to do that. He could be anxious about that. Maybe
It
he
only
has
takes one.
PTSD.
Those things are like powerful.
Those are pretty powerful.
Did
I
you
agree.
It just
resolve the
takes one
situation?
flush.
Oh yeah. I put it out on my Twitter. I got the auger, and I went in there like a real man and just
How much
knocked
did
it
you have
out.
to pay for that?
$20.
$20 for a snake?
Best $20 I ever spent. Now I will say this: I didn't want you to. I didn't really know how to use the damn thing. I had no idea what I was
How
doing.
would you know?
Yeah, but I mean, because it's such a simple gizmo
Yeah.
that you think, So I just shoved the thing in there. First off, I pull it all out, shove it in there. I'm doing 19 different things before it. And then, you think maybe you got to hold the bottom part and turn the thing, but that doesn't really work. You got to kind of hold it up here to get any leverage to finally see that it's a little bit
How
complicated.
long is it?
Well, they say 3 feet, so maybe in total it's like 6, maybe like
Okay.
3 feet of coil and other. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I will say this: it needed every inch of it. It
I
wasn't
inherited
until
one.
the very end that I got relief.
I inherited one when I moved into the house. Somebody left one in the garage. I've never used it.
Well, it's incredibly gross when you think about it. Like,
Yeah, is it a one-time use thing, or do you store it,
no, I washed it outside and I put it in a bucket.
hose it down
I
in a
hosed
bucket?
it down. I put it in a bucket with the plunger. I mean, the plunger thing's so gross, right? I mean, plungers are ridiculous.
I mean, they serve a purpose, though.
Oh, you need them.
Yeah, they're a
But
necessity.
I mean, I know what you guys do. Some people, you're a monster if you just have a plunger on the bathroom floor. That's like
sitting
a
behind the
monster.
toilet.
Yeah, that's just like a monster. You have to have it in a bucket or
You can
something.
have one like we have one that's kind of dressed up that has like a little
container.
case.
Yeah. That's for a dignified person.
Yeah, well, I couldn't believe how many times he flushed.
I do that because I don't want people to hear the sounds.
He's
Yeah,
talking
but
about Roger.
I'm talking about Roger.
I
yeah.
know. I'm saying why he might do that. I know that he's a different human being, but I'm giving him maybe that
if
out.
you-
No, because he was standing up. I mean, he was already done.
Oh, maybe he was.
He
then
wasn't sitting on the toilet.
Oh, okay. Maybe he was in engineer mode and he didn't
He
like
was-
the way it was.
He was standing
Well,
up.
No, there's the skids.
if Roger
Yes.
if he had walked in 2 minutes earlier,
He's trying to get the skids off.
if he had
That
walked in
could
2
be.
minutes earlier today, he would have heard a lot of sounds.
He would have.
Yeah, because I mean, there's nobody in there. There's no reason for me to cover up the sounds.
Yeah, right. Of course.
And
By the way-
also, you can just be a man and make sounds in a
Well, that's what
bathroom.
Elvis
I mean,
just likes
that,
to do.
that's my
That's
that's
like
yeah.
what you do.
It's
I know, but I
natural.
don't like
You're
it.
a guy.
But I
I
know
mean, you're
it's
going to
like-
make sounds. It's going to be smelly.
Yeah. I
There's
know, I
nothing
don't
pleasant
like it.
about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, try to dignify it up a little bit.
By the way, Cakes didn't
Yeah.
bring this up yesterday. You've gone with a new look. A little bit of a different look with your mustache and
Yeah,
beard.
my guy, I was
He
away
had-
from my
experimenting. You
No,
can't
no,
tell.
Notice
I was
something on
away-
another human?
Look at his
Let me
mustache.
see. Oh, it's a little
It's
thinner.
a thinner, yeah. I was
What is
away
that?
from my guy Jonathan for
Right.
months,
Right.
And I was like, you know what? I haven't seen Jonathan in a while. I'm
It's
gonna
a
go
little
let
like-
a professional take care of the beard and,
It's a
and the
little
hair.
metro for you, right?
And as soon as I got home, I saw that I basically looked like Pitbull. Like when if Pitbull,
What does Pitbull look like?
He's just got like a thinner mustache. You know, like
He's trying to thin you out a little bit,
Yeah.
thin your face out.
I don't know what the move was, but I
So he
noticed it
shaved
immediately.
He shaved kind of from your nose
Yeah.
halfway
How'd
to
you
the lip.
maintain-
He's got a mustache like Vincent Price.
It's only going to look like this for such an old reference. It's only, that's a great reference, though. It's only going to look like this for like 3 or 4 more days because eventually,
Yeah,
like,
because
it'll
how
all
can
just
you-
It all just grow in.
How on the earth could you maintain that space if you wanted
I mean,
to?
I could
How?
if I used like just a razor, I could, but
How? I don't understand
What
how
do you
you
mean
did
how?
it. How
You
could
just stop
delicately-
halfway.
I know, but you know how hard it is to
I know.
nail that and then have a straight line.
it's
I
tough
think
to
it'd be
thread.
very.
It's tough to thread that needle.
Yeah.
And trust me, I'm not going to try to do it.
Yeah.
This was not the look that I was envisioning, but
Yeah.
it's okay. It's all
What's
good.
so funny
the next
is
time
I never
go,
noticed
The
it.
next time I go see Jonathan, I'm going to say, "Hey, just leave the mustache all one length. Don't have."
He cut it halfway down.
Yeah,
Yes.
he chopped it in half, basically.
I see a lot
But I
of.
actually,
I see a lot of black guys
I
do
think it
that.
looks good.
It's
Here's
okay.
me giving you a rare compliment. I think it looks
looks
good.
bad. I
Thank
think it
you,
does,
thank
too.
you. It's
I
fine.
think it looks good.
It's whatever. You know,
Yeah. I didn't notice before, but
you
now that
deal with
JP
it.
notices, yeah, I think
Well,
it's good.
because you don't really I face him when he's talking. I'm looking right at him.
Guys, foot away from me. I just don't notice. I don't notice
Yeah.
anything about you. I don't know if anything's different. I mean, if you've done anything different in 20 years.
No.
Yeah, I don't.
Probably not.
I don't know.
I mean, I've gotten
noticed.
grayer.
I've noticed that. It looks like relative to you, you might need a haircut.
Yeah, so I'm.
In other words, I don't think you do, but I know you like to keep it tight.
He like to keep it real
Well,
short.
once a monther.
Yeah.
I'm in my
Yeah, I got a
metros. I'm in my
week or two.
metrosexual phase. You guys just have to. You guys have to roll with it.
Right.
I'm looks maxing.
Yeah.
I'm the new clavicular of the show.
Yeah.
apparently.
I think it looks good.
Testicular.
I hate that.
Cake slicker alert?
I know that person's name.
By the way,
I should be
I
ashamed
had
of
an
myself.
awful night's sleep, so I'll probably be all over the place with my thoughts and words today.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
what was
good.
going
That
on?
could be a good.
I just
What
had
kind
an
of
awful-
stress you got
Yeah,
going
my
on?
dog. My dog is just my wife is with her mom because her mom's having some medical stuff going on, and so she's in Annapolis. So it's just me.
Yeah.
And my dog likes to sleep in my bed,
Yeah.
but she doesn't like to come up the stairs. She doesn't like to climb the stairs.
Okay.
She's got to be forced up the stairs.
Yeah. Or
Because
you could carry her.
That's what I did at 1:30. Actually, it was 118.
How much does Luca weigh?
65 pounds.
That's
70 pounds.
Good workout
in the middle
for
of the
you.
night. That's not easy.
But she was barking all night, and I would fall asleep for an hour, and then she would bark.
Yeah.
Are you,
bark,
are
bark,
you
bark.
actually bitter when you're walking her up? Are you talking trash?
I'm trying
her?
to get her up. I just wanted to get her up as quick as possible.
So you're still being like a sweet dog.
I was
on her,
hoping
or you're
she
being
would just
mean
go
to her?
into her bed and just sleep
Yeah.
downstairs, but she
Yeah.
doesn't do that. She wants
Yeah.
to come upstairs, but she's got bad hips and legs.
Okay,
and
yeah.
So she's
Sounds like me.
It's just impossible for her to. You have to kind of force her up.
Yeah.
So at 118, I had to go down there and pick her, and I couldn't fall asleep after
That's
that.
rough.
It was the worst night's sleep ever.
Now that's a rough night. But
telling you.
You had a better night than the owner of the football team that you root for.
Yorkie?
So we'll talk about Jed York and what he got
What a
himself
dum-dum.
into. We'll
Okay.
do that next here on the Fan.
Okay.
All right, guys. The Junkies are brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, big hits get even bigger with Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel. Customers choose their own reward every Tuesday to use on home run bets. How will you play your game? Option 1, the bet reset. Use this on your wager and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. Option 2, a 50% profit boost. Make your bet, activate the profit boost, and if it hits, that's extra winnings at no extra cost. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use on your next home run bet. Maybe you can throw some cash at Jacob Young, maybe K-Bear Ruiz. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for home run bets every Dinger Tuesday. Play ball with the home for home runs on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 and over. Present Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So Jed York, the owner of the San Francisco 49ers, he didn't have a great day. He was arrested in I think it's Palestine, Ohio. I'm not sure if it's East Palestine or Palestine, Ohio. Now it got knocked down to a lesser charge, disorderly conduct.
I think he got rid of it all already, right? It's all kind of behind him, right?
Yeah, but
I think so.
But you know what's not behind him?
The story.
The mugshot and the story that's going to live in perpetuity.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's going to get joned on for trying to have sex with a prostitute in a trailer park in the middle of
East Palestine.
God knows where, Ohio.
So I don't know much
For
about
$140.
Yeah.
For $140, that prostitute probably looked like Jed York.
So supposedly he recently got separated or filed for divorce. I don't know what.
He
Something,
filed
right?
for divorce, yeah.
And I guess he responded to an ad
Yeah,
somewhere online.
Online.
Like a
does
sting
that?
operation.
And that's the easiest way to get trapped by the popo is to answer a prostitution
Right.
ad on your computer.
What are you doing?
Can you imagine?
And the guy's what? Is he a
On his
legit
phone.
billionaire? Is he,
Oh, yeah.
He is.
He's worth. It says he's worth $500 million.
Okay.
but his
Enough.
his
I mean,
wealth
the team
tied
is
into the team.
The team's
which
probably
is
worth, I don't know, $12 billion.
Yeah.
I would assume.
Yeah.
I mean, that got to be
Somewhere in
one of
that-
the top 7 most valuable franchises.
Yeah, and then the Seahawks just sold for what, $9+ billion.
That's probably
so it's
worth.
north of that number.
Yes.
Whatever
Yeah.
that number is, it's more than that.
Well, what
If
are you
you're
gonna
worth
do?
that much, though, why the trailer park? Can he find
Well, he didn't know she was in a
higher
trailer park.
class?
I mean,
He didn't know
value,
until he
prostitute.
got there, probably.
Well, what about the price?
One
was
Value
looking for
summed
cheap.
it up-
140.
He didn't
Value
want it.
summed it up
Well, no,
perfectly.
he's
still a
I
bargain hunter?
No, I guarantee he's done it before.
He's horny.
That's
He's
why.
horny.
That's why he did it.
He got overtaken by the horniness.
Yeah.
He couldn't help himself.
So maybe it's just something he did before. I mean, he's probably already been
I'm going
wealthy,
to guess this
right?
is not his first rodeo.
No,
I'm
he's-
just guessing that. I don't know that.
So it's a way you could do it under the radar. You know, $150 or whatever. He's got in cash.
I mean,
Pay
here's-
off-
look,
He answered some of her.
I'm not advocating for prostitution. It's a little like the last thing I would do. But if you're Jed York, you're a man of means. Like,
You filed. You're divorced or filed for divorce.
Go book-
out and
go
have
book a
nice-
penthouse suite in the
Yeah.
nicest hotel in Ohio. I don't know what that is or where that is. Probably in Cleveland or
What
Cincinnati.
was he doing?
I don't know.
What was he doing in East Palestine, Ohio?
Bring in a high level escort, and don't
Yeah.
answer an ad on the internet.
Dumb.
I mean, dumbest guy ever.
It's embarrassing.
Now his name is just going to be
Al, every
dragged
time you
through the mud
every time you
forever.
see Jed York's face or hear his name, that's all you think
He's a
about.
punching
Do you
bag.
think he
Robert
had...
Kraft couldn't be happier that his name is
Yeah.
that he's off the hook now.
Right. Do you think he
Right,
had to
exactly.
be like hammered and it's something or under the influence of something? Like this is the kind of thing he does when he's drunk.
Good question.
You know what I mean? Or
I don't know.
Is he just sober and horny?
Could be both. I don't know.
I'm going to say
who knows?
sober and horny. Probably
I'm gonna
doesn't have to be
guess-
under the influence.
I'm gonna guess maybe under the influence.
What time of the day did it happen? Does it say?
I don't
I
know.
don't
if
think
I
it said the time of day.
time.
Okay.
His ex-wife or his still wife separated, very attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's never about that. Yeah, it's not that he thinks his wife's
No, I'm just saying he's lonely, lost his
He wanted
lost his wife.
He wanted strange.
strange.
he fell into the strange trap.
He fell into it
Yeah.
and he found a
brutal.
stranger. Problem is, there was cops in the whatever room he
Can
was
you
going
imagine the joning at the owners' meetings?
Oh yeah.
Now, not directly to his face, but when like the other owners are hanging out at the bar,
Right.
or whatever, I mean, there's going to be high level joning
Yeah.
on Jed
What's
York.
Bisciotti going to say about him or to his face?
I don't know.
I can't think honestly. I don't know why it bothers
Hey
me
Matt,
so much.
Bisciotti just seems like the type of guy that would just grill him right in face
Oh,
to
yeah.
face.
Yeah, probably.
Just Joan on him.
Yeah, Bisciotti probably has his hookers on his boat.
Probably.
I don't know why it bothers me so much, but the idea that you're paying for somebody that, you know, an hour later is going to be with somebody else, you know, presumably if they're a busy person, or
Yeah.
an hour earlier was just with someone else.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
It's a gross thought.
It honestly makes me want to
just
puke.
You're just desperate. They're just desperate.
So
I
he
guess they don't
pleaded,
think about it.
He pleaded no contest to 2 misdemeanor charges: disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools.
That's a
I don't-
phone. Criminal tool is a phone.
Criminal
I thought
tools.
the criminal tool was his slinky.
No, what, right. So he possessed multiple criminal tools.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, the criminal tool in this case is the phone because that's what he used to book the girl.
Okay. All right. Now that makes more sense.
But he's done this before, 100%.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
But what's he doing in East Palestine, Ohio.
Well, that's like he's from there.
I know he's from
From
Ohio.
like
but
Youngstown, right? Which
He's from
assuming is
Youngstown.
I don't know
close.
anything about East Palestine, but I mean, if it has a trailer park, it's probably not the best town. I don't know anything about it.
I don't know anything about it either.
Yeah.
I haven't been to Ohio.
Okay, so it's near his home. It's near where he's from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess he's got
He's
some.
just familiar.
He's got some palace there.
And it's near, I think, near Pittsburgh too. So he could be in Pittsburgh for business and then drive over there like 20 minutes away, 30 minutes away.
So you could say the reason why Cakes, why he didn't, why if you're Jed York, did he not just get a nice room and go to a nice, or just find a high class girl for a date? You know, you get one for a date for $3,000 or something.
Mm-hmm.
He probably just didn't want to deal with it.
Right.
He just wanted to knock it out in
just
20
wanted-
minutes. You know.
He just wanted a quickie.
Yeah.
Maybe he did.
Yeah. Just wanted to knock
He
it out.
wanted the convenience and the
Yeah,
immediacy
just
of
knock
it.
this out. This is ridiculous. Let me knock this out and then get back to my work.
Now I'm googling nicest hotel in Youngstown, Ohio.
What was it? Comfort Inn?
I mean, they've got a DoubleTree by Hilton downtown from $125 a night.
Oh, there you go.
I mean,
It's probably a palace there.
I mean, is a $140 hooker better than your silly hand?
That's such a gross question.
I bet you.
and-
I bet you the hand
you know
looks
what?
better.
You know,
Better.
you're not going to get arrested
Yeah.
for a date with your hand.
Yeah.
I don't know
mean,
if I can say that.
It's such an
A date with- you can say
explicit
that.
question that you're
I
saying.
I mean, for $140, she can't be.
She's a 2.
And yeah,
She's in Ohio too.
She's
which
in
is
Ohio, too,
Less,
yeah.
do you
less than
think, do you
a
think
two.
he got something like she showed a picture and then or did he do it sight unseen? He had to. I don't know how these things work. So you probably saw
I
a
don't know.
picture and
yeah.
then,
There's probably a picture in the
probably a
probably a
picture.
Then you
fake,
go
probably a
there,
fake
it's probably
Probably
picture.
an AI picture.
Yeah,
Some
then you go
catfish
there,
picture
it's
on the
such
ad.
disappointment.
Yeah, it's a bait
Yeah.
and switch.
And the girl looks like a 9.
Right? It has to always be a bait and switch. Has the person ever looked better than the picture?
I mean, that's way
Does that
different-
ever happen?
That's way different than bait and switch
No.
in Circuit City back in the
no.
day.
Yeah.
You're way more disappointed at that bait and switch.
Yeah.
At the trailer park.
What is Jed York doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's
man.
the NFL going to do?
He might just
Gotta
be in a
just-
self-destructive phase of his life.
Hey,
That's what I'm
Valdez,
saying. It could be
Valdez
drug
did
abuse.
bring up that maybe that electrical substation that's affecting all the players
affected his brain?
or his dong.
Yeah.
Like supercharged his dong.
Yeah.
Like couldn't help himself.
A radiation zap to his horniness.
Just blame everything in California on the substation.
Pretty much, yeah.
Outside the 49ers
You can
practice
blame
facility.
Christian McCaffrey's tightness.
Yeah.
Mike Evans limps off the field every day.
Yeah.
I'm sure Debo's going to get injured.
Yeah.
I mean, just the substation.
It's embarrassing. But I think ultimately, I mean, there's only so much the league can do. The owners are in charge. Like,
Yep.
you know what I mean? It's all a ruse.
Yeah,
like,
they might
like
give him a slap,
Goodell
little slap
works
on the
for
wrist.
the owners.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, they'll slap on the wrist. They'll do something public, whatever, reprimand.
He'll get a fine. He'll get some sort of fine.
It's
Probably.
just
Maybe he has to watch a game from home.
it's just unbecoming.
He should just
You
sell
know,
the
like
team.
you're
What
like
can they do?
that guy's a pillar of the business industry. He owns one of 32 crown jewels NFL franchises.
Yeah, but how
and
do you
he's
do that?
slumming around like trying to book a hooker in a trailer
All right,
park.
here's the question. So you're in his crisis response team, right? You're his.
Oh,
like,
I'm
so
his
this
PR
has hap-
guy. I'm his point.
Well, this has
point guy.
happened, and now you got to talk. You got a whole team of guys. Do you issue a statement and you say, "Listen, I apologize. It was in a bad way. I made some bad decisions. I'm 100% responsible. I'm going to try to better myself," and like, really try to take it head on, or you just act like it never happened?
I try to sweep it under the rug. as
Act
much
like
as I
it never
can.
happened?
Yeah, I mean,
But
Did Kraft ever talk about it?
Not really.
I don't think so.
Not really.
I mean,
Yeah.
if it gets addressed, you
I mean, eventually it'll just go away. But in the meantime,
Well, the thing is, it will
That's
go
all people
away.
are gonna talk
It'll-
about.
We'll go away. So, like, this is a 24-hour news story. But then, of course, when you say the name, you'll
Yeah.
think about it.
yeah.
and when the Niners go on the road and play against like the Rams, you think fans aren't going to sneak in posters of his mugshot?
Yeah.
and hold them up
Yeah, so that'll go
during
on.
the game.
Well, he
That's-
shouldn't go. He shouldn't go
That'll
to
go
the
on
game.
I wouldn't
forever.
go.
But I just wonder, like, as a human being, how you can show your face if you don't address it. I feel like if it was me, I think I would address it because
Because the embarrassment
you know
is
they're
too
whispering
much.
about it
Yeah.
anyway. Everyone's whispering about it.
That's
At least
probably the best way to handle it.
I think I would address it.
But if I'm his PR guy, I might just say, let's sweep
Keep it
this,
to a dull roar.
Let's sweep this under the rug as much as we can.
Because it's not like, I mean, I don't know. Obviously, I know the York name because that family has owned the team
Yeah.
for quite a while or been a part of that team for a long, long time. I have no idea is he super visible? Is he one of those guys that's like omnipresent
I don't
in that
know. I don't
area?
think
Or
so.
is he a down low guy to begin with?
Maybe-
Like, you know what I mean?
maybe-
I don't mean down low in that way. I mean just like he keeps it, quiet, keeps things
I don't
quiet.
think he's a
I
super
don't know.
high profile.
He's not a
owner.
super high profile guy. He might be
I think maybe
fine
the
to just
middle
keep
ground is you acknowledge it and maybe you donate $100,000 to like sex trafficking,
it. I mean, I guess you could do that.
like preventing sex trafficking or minors being trafficked.
You could do that,
as a
but
good
you would-
PR move.
Yeah, I guess it would be a PR move. Yeah, I guess it would be a good move. But
mean,
some people will look at it as disingenuous. He's just trying to pay it off.
Sure,
to
of course.
Make it
but
look.
at least you're doing something good. Like you're taking something good out of a bad situation.
Yeah.
You're trying to make good
Well,
out of it.
doesn't it look like you're kind of paying your way out of the humiliation?
What?
I think
just-
you got to stand up there and you got to take. You got to
take the slings and arrows.
You
and
got to
just
acknowledge
eat
it. You got to eat it.
I guess.
Well,
And then you could hold your head a little higher that you at least you understand you did something
Well,
wrong.
Let me just say this.
But you didn't want Jaden to do that.
I don't know that he necessarily did anything wrong.
But you didn't want
think he did
Jaden
something
really
wrong.
to talk about it.
Well, that's
I
why
don't think because I don't think it's a stain
can't
on it. I
equate,
mean, that's
like,
totally different.
You also can't equate, getting busted for prostitution.
Yeah,
and the
this
whole
is totally
NIL thing
different.
is different.
Yes, but it's having an issue and addressing it
Yeah.
head first.
Right, but it's a different situation because Jaden's going to be in front of the media every day.
But
You're
see,
just creating a firestorm.
and also, Jaden maybe was told by his team, either his mom or whoever's running that, to not to talk about it. His team should have said,
yeah, I don't think
go out
I
and
don't
talk
think-
about it and address it. But they probably said,
The
don't.
reason why I'm saying Jed should address it because I think there's real shame involved in it, and it's a real issue.
Well, imagine how embarrassing it is. He's got 2 kids.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's super embarrassing.
How
And
embarrassed he
I think the
is. from
Jaden
his
thing
kids.
is trivial, and you're making it bigger. The Jaden thing couldn't be more trivial.
just know this. I love you guys. Been friends forever. Worked
Yeah.
together for 30 plus years. But if one of us, and this includes me,
yeah,
gets busted
yeah,
going to a
For a
hooker,
hooker?
Yeah.
okay, it's a
Yeah.
high profile bust,
Yeah.
you're going to get Joaned on. There
Oh,
will be joning.
Of course.
There will be
Oh, yeah.
so much
Everlasting.
joning. It's that's you'll wear
Until
that
you die.
You will
Yeah.
wear that as long as we do the show, and probably
right.
further past that.
Well, first of all, we'll get fired. Whoever it happens to will get fired.
I don't know.
No, not if it brings in more
I mean, it's
listeners.
radio.
You
It's a
think
Wild
CK is
West.
not going to fire you if you get caught with a hooker?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
We
it's
may
a-
never see you
We
again.
might fire you.
It's a possibility, but I'm not going to say it's a certainty. But what is a certainty is if Jason Bishop gets busted with a hooker, you're going to get Joaned on. Just know that.
Well, you'll never see me again if I get because there's no chance I'm coming into
Well,
this room
that's
ever
true.
again.
Even if we didn't see you again, there would be
Yes,
joning.
there will be everlasting joning.
Behind your back, constant.
No, there'd be on-air joning. I would
yeah.
point to the empty seat and say, he's not in that seat because he got busted with a cheap hooker.
Right.
What if it was a high class hooker, like an Elliot Spitzer?
I have a little
Is
more
that the
respect.
guy's name?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's a good old school poll. I'd have a little more respect for that, but there'd still be joning.
Rachel, you could tell.
Yeah,
But-
right.
just know that. Just keep
Oh.
that in
Was
the
She
back of your
actually, she
brain.
wasn't actually.
No,
She
I don't
wasn't
know.
Actually, was he? She wasn't actually an escort, right? She was just a high society girl, right? Or like
I thought she arranged girls for other people.
dates.
Like a madam?
I thought
I
that, I
don't
thought that
think-
maybe
No,
she got
wasn't
involved
the,
in that.
I don't think she was the
If you're-
madam.
If that's true, I've forgotten that detail. I don't think that
I could be
that's
wrong.
true.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Wasn't she dating like a former guest that we had?
Yeah.
Like a guest that we had like last year on the
Yeah.
show.
Who was
Yes. Dating or married to.
He was like a security expert, I
Yeah.
think.
Yes.
I can't remember his name.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
That's a weird. It's just
Because
residue in my brain.
Because I think Drab talked to her to set up the interview.
I think you're
Yes,
right.
because not only is she partners with that person, but she does like the
She was
the-
like PR or
the
something.
PR media stuff with for him.
She's been through the
yeah,
ringer.
Yeah, she knows.
She knows how to navigate it.
How to handle crisis. She's
At least she's been there.
yeah,
she's got experience.
Yeah, she's been there.
Yeah.
So Jed York, you don't want to be Jed York.
Do you know? Here, can I ask you this without?
You want,
would
his
you?
dollars.
Yeah.
I want to support
But you don't
Julio.
want to be Jed York.
I want to own the Niners. but
I would take the joning and Riddick
For all the
to,
money?
to own the San Francisco 49ers.
I'd sell that team so
Hey,
quick.
without honestly, would never want you to out someone. But do you have anybody in your personal life that's been arrested for a prostitution type thing? Honestly,
Nope.
Arrested for it?
like
No,
do you have
I'd
anybody
tell
in your
you.
personal life?
No, I don't know anybody's been
I'm trying to
arrested for that.
think.
I don't think so.
I mean, obviously, we have friends that have been arrested, through
For other stuff,
over
yeah.
50 years of living.
Yeah.
I was arrested.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but you were arrested for something really dumb. Oh, wait. I think it's something else.
Oh, geez. What are you thinking
I thought
of?
like public urination or something. Like,
What? No,
No, he just does
driving
that.
under the
oh,
influence.
that's right. That's right.
I've talked
Is that
about
even
that.
still on your record?
No,
Yeah,
it
scrub
disappears
clean.
after 7
You
years.
know what?
Yeah, that
I
thing's
was
still there. They
21.
pull
I would
that
act
thing
like
up,
it
it's
never
there.
even happened. I
21.
would tell people it never happened.
I've
It
never
was-
been arrested for public urination.
What's,
I mean, come on.
is that embarrassing, though, if you've been arrested for public urination?
I'd
It's
rather
kinda
be arrested
normal.
for that than for a Dewey.
Yeah, because
It's
the
definitely
Dewey's
less
more
serious.
dangerous.
Yeah.
Dewey's
That's
more
just a dumb thing you do coming out of a bar and you can't find a bathroom.
Right.
Right.
And that, believe me, I've done that plenty of times.
I've
Yeah.
done it 100 times.
Were you almost arrested for public urination? I feel
No.
like you've told a
No, no.
story where you were doing
I
that and a
think-
cop came by.
I think my roommate Eric might have been busted for public urination. Like he was so dumb he got caught. I love him. He was a great roommate, but
Hey,
he
you
just
got to go. You got to go.
gotta go.
Yeah.
Downtown Baltimore, arrested.
When a cop pulls you over and you say, "Sorry, I was speeding because and it's real. Like I was speeding because I really have to use the bathroom."
Mm-hmm.
What do they say? Just go in your pants?
I think they give you no
I'm
slack for that.
I'm not expecting them to
Yeah.
really give you slack, but how do they honestly handle that? They just say,
I don't
"Well,
know.
I don't think they care. Remember, we played that audio from some police department in Florida saying, like, if you got to go, oh well.
yeah." So you're just gonna have to go in your
My
pants.
guess is they
You
hear
pull
it all
Big
the
John.
time.
You piss- you do-
Is that even if you do have to go, they don't
Yeah.
care.
Right.
Because I gotta imagine sometimes that's true.
I mean, there's just a loop of people getting pulled over and rolling their window down, and they're like, "I got to poop," and the cop's like, "I don't care."
Yeah.
I'm gonna
So you got to pull a
I'm gonna
Big
write
John.
you-
Like if you genuinely have to poop, you have to pull a Big John.
I guess. Wow. Just make a big scene.
Thank God that's never happened. That could happen to me.
That could definitely happen to you.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
You're the most likely for that to happen
That
to
would
in
be
this room.
that could happen. Get pulled over and I was racing home to poop. Yeah. And it's just like uncontrollable.
Mm-hmm.
Start your leg shaking and everything. That could happen.
Definitely could happen to you.
I don't think if anybody got busted for
I don't have anybody
I don't think I had
that I know
anybody,
that.
no.
Not for that.
Right. Like pulling the cakes, pulling over on the highway because you got titillated by Playboy Radio.
Now, that would have been that. You guys could have joined on me for
That-
if I got busted
that-
for that.
you're pretty
I would
vulnerable there.
Well, I would
You
just be-
dodged one
I'd be
there.
asking for it.
Yeah.
We still
I'm like-
joan on you and you weren't busted.
Yeah, I was asking for just to be goofed on for 20 years. if I get arrested for that at a rest stop. It's an arrest stop, not a rest stop.
Right.
You big dummy.
Right.
Keep it in your pants. All right, when we come back, we'll do the Junkie Sports page. We'll tell you who Cleveland named as their starting quarterback in case you missed that yesterday and more. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
All right, guys, thinking about selling your home? Then you're probably wondering, how do I get the most money possible when I sell? Well, let me tell you a story about Gary. Gary was relocating out of the country, and while timing mattered, he didn't want a quick sale at the expense of his equity. He wanted top dollar for his home. Why wouldn't he? So Gary called the superstars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. They put a strategic pricing and marketing plan behind Gary's home, designed to create strong buyer interest and put him in the best position for a great sale. The result? Gary's home sold for $23,000 over the asking price and went under contract in just 6 days. Your situation might be completely different from Gary's. But if you're going to sell one of your biggest financial assets, shouldn't you have a strategy designed to get you the most money possible? So sell with certainty, people. Your home sold guaranteed. Use the winning strategy to get your home sold. Call Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team now. Memorize this number, 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
All right, I've been neglecting the fact that we have a big, actual, real show announcement coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. So in an hour and 15 minutes, a real, legitimate Junkie Show announcement. Not a bit, not a joke, not rolling out Bruce the Hugger to make an announcement. It's a real, full-fledged announcement at 8 a.m. this morning.
I saw
So you wanna
people were
keep
doing
listening.
shtick because Cakes on Twitter posted big announcement
Yeah.
at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
It was almost like it was his own announcement, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I
put
saw
at
some
Junks
people.
Radio in the. I mean, people just can't read. Or just don't-
I know, but you said big announcement.
yeah.
Did you say
At
big
8.
at Junks Radio announcement?
Yeah.
No, he did not. He wrote big announcement at 8 a.m. tomorrow on Junks Radio. So a lot of
Okay.
people thought it was a Cakes announcement,
Okay.
like
Yeah.
big tree update.
Maybe it is.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, we have no
We
idea.
don't. We don't know.
Oh.
I don't know what
Maybe
the
it is.
announcement is.
Maybe it's very
I know.
possible.
Here's another one.
Yeah.
Cakes is going to be a grandpa.
I mean,
Ah, yeah.
eventually I will be. I don't.
That
I don't-
could be a-
I
that's a big announcement.
Unless I haven't heard that sort of news overnight, that's not what the announcement is.
That's imminent, though.
I can cross that one off the list.
Yeah.
Well, 8 a.m.
8
We'll-
a.m.
We'll drop it at 8.
So keep listening.
Hey, I saw this yesterday and I thought of you, Cakes,
Mm-hmm.
because you are the biggest into fantasy guy on the show.
Yeah.
This is how big fantasy football's become.
Valdez is right there too. He's looking through his roster right now, trying to figure out who his keepers are and who he's throwing back into the.
Yeah, but I don't
player
feel like
pool.
he's got the volume of teams that you've had
Okay,
over the years.
That's probably true.
I don't think he spends the hours
Yeah.
of research that you spend.
Mm-hmm.
He's never had a composition book to do mock drafts.
That's true. Now that was me like 20 plus years ago.
Okay. But you've been in the game for a long
I've
time.
been in the fantasy streets for a long time.
By the way, I think we're going to talk to Dave Richard this week.
Well, we are
Nice.
good.
I've
Yes,
got a
good
draft
news.
on Friday night.
Well, then you definitely need to talk to
It
Dave.
still seems a little early, right?
It's a little early, but
But I guess maybe not because the starters are pretty much have
yeah, I
played.
mean,
Yeah,
all
So
the
it's probably-
preseason games.
you
outside
get
and it
a
was
of
the only day
practice.
that kind of worked for everybody. So
Yeah. Yeah.
So ESPN Fantasy Football
Yeah.
inducted its first two players into their Hall of Fame.
The fantasy. So these are.
The Fantasy Football
so
Hall
these
of
are
Fame.
like the regular Joes that get to go
They
in.
have two wings. No, these are real players who've
Okay.
been fantasy stalwarts.
Oh, so
Okay.
they put up the most points.
They have a player's wing
Okay.
and a moment's wing.
All right.
All right, hold on.
So the player's wing, I will tell you, is a Hall of Fame wide receiver who, see, they have how many ESPN fantasy points they put up in their
Yeah.
career.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the guy had 157 total touchdowns.
Randy Moss.
Randy Moss.
Yeah. I mean, that's very.
That's the first player
that makes
inducted
sense.
into their player's wing. Then the moment's wing is somebody just puts up. Now
An
he was a very
outlier,
good
had like
player,
50
but
points a
he was
game.
not a Hall of Fame player.
Is it Alvin Kamara when he put up like 5 touchdowns in the
yeah, it was-
championship
that was,
weekend?
Yeah, that was late. It was either 5 or 6 touchdowns.
It's
Yeah.
similar.
Yeah.
It's similar. It's Jamal Charles,
Okay.
who
Jeez.
in one game,
The Chiefs,
he only had 20 rushing yards, but he had 195 receiving yards
Oh,
as a
well,
running back
horny.
with 5 total
I'll
touchdowns,
be
including
Jed
4
York
receptions.
Level, Jed York level horny for that sort of performance.
Yeah, trailer park
Oh,
buns.
yeah, pants down,
Yeah.
pants on the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, if your running back gives you 195 receiving yards, lock it up, you win the week.
All right, so hold on.
Probably
So
win the
who's-
weekly pot.
I
too.
like it. Who's putting on the Hall of Fame? Who's sponsoring the Hall of Fame? Who's doing this?
I think
It's a
just
good
an
question. I'm
ESPN
not
thing.
sure. It's just, yeah,
it's an
ESPN. I don't know.
Oh, it's an ESPN bit.
I mean, that's what it sounds like.
Is
to me.
Andrew Barry still with
No.
ESPN? I
No,
think he
he's-
splintered off.
He's got his own deal now.
he used to be the main guy
Yeah, I know
for
who that guy
ESPN Fantasy Football.
Yeah.
but
There's
he has-
actually no author in the byline.
I think his site is fantasylife.com, and he's
you're right.
also featured on Sunday Night Football. Like he's a star. Like he's a star in that space.
Yeah.
I guess it was
That's a bunch-
compiled because the byline here just says ESPN Fantasy.
Maybe he has some sort of affiliation with them. I know he used to work for them, but I thought he's off on his own now.
That could
I know
be-
this. If I had my college fantasy football Hall of Fame,
Yeah.
it was the year that I did not draft Joe Burrow, but I ended up with Joe Burrow. I don't think I drafted Jamar Chase, but I had Jamar Chase and I
you
had
had
Justin
Justin.
Jefferson.
I mean, how did you get?
I hope you won that league.
All those guys
I think I
fell
lost in
into
the
your lap.
finals because some of those guys sat. The way college football fantasy used to end, a lot of times it would end and your team would or your top players might be off.
I'll be honest. I like playing college fantasy. I like it. I don't love it. That's why I let the computer draft my team
you
this
still
year.
I love it.
Which I
But you
usually
got
don't do.
You got to stay on top of it week to week.
I'm the king of the waiver wire.
Yeah.
I'll make a billion moves. I just know that the computer, at least for week 1, knows way more about college football than me. So I'll let it draft, and then I will tinker throughout
Do
the
you
season.
still do weekly, like the weekly stuff? The whatever they call that, daily, you know what I'm saying? The weekly
daily-
lineups.
daily
like for
fantasy?
football.
DF.
I do, but the fervor has died down.
Why
bit.
is that still popular, or have people moved on to something else?
But people have moved on to just more random, like sports gambling.
So
The proliferation of
so
DraftKings
that's not nearly
and
as popular
FanDuel,
as it was 3 or 4 years
I
ago.
think it's faded a lot in popularity.
because I don't hear people
with
talk
the
about it.
explosion of.
I
just
think also people realize
online
all
gambling.
the poker sharks are winning all those DFS.
There's a lot of that too.
Yeah,
sweats.
Like how is my one paltry entry
Right.
going to compete with 150 from a conglomerate that's entering that amount every week? It's
So
tough.
you know how they're like random Twitter accounts, and it'll be like this day in history, or just random stuff, or historic videos, or random guy stuff, whatever it is.
Yeah.
There was a video that popped up. I can't verify it, but it looked like it was probably true. That in like 1986 or something, or 1996 or something, some guy got banned from all these casinos for card counting. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Happens all over the world. And then he went. I can't remember what country he
I
went
saw
to.
this story too.
Yeah,
He went to
another.
like China or somewhere in Asia, and he found a way to angle when it came to horse racing.
He figured out exactly that he gave his computer the basic program to try to determine if he was getting value or not, and then just simply bet on horses that you're getting more value on. If you weren't getting good value for it, based on a projection, you never know, but based on a projection, it was a good value. And they say he made $900 million.
Wow.
His name is Bill Benter.
Yeah.
Former blackjack player, quantitative bettor.
Yeah.
He's brilliant.
He just found an edge, or he had a program that gave him what he thought was, okay, this is undervalued or that's overvalued. And he bet all the undervalues just strictly, and he'll win like a 51-49 edge type thing, just like blackjack, and turned it into $900 million.
Uncle Kenny needs to get in on that system.
Valdez, we gotta get that secret algo.
Yeah, said his idea was simple. If his model gave a horse a 20% chance, but the market priced it closer to 10%, there was a potential edge. He didn't need to predict every winner. He needed to find small gaps between probability and price, size the bets correctly, and repeat. Building the operation took roughly 5 man-years to assemble the data and develop the model, then another 5 to turn that edge into a profitable system.
A 10-year project.
Wow. Can you
Worth
imagine?
it for him.
Can you imagine how many wagers he placed?
This is amazing. His operation generated 51,381 combinations for, I guess, this huge race in Hong Kong. One correctly identified the required 9 horses, hitting a jackpot worth nearly $16 million. So he plugged the numbers in and spit it out, and he won $16 million. Just on one
incredible.
day.
Just crazy. God, I wish I was smart.
Meanwhile, I'm just feeding dumb DFS lineups in. Thinking,
And just
With
hoping.
no, with no
I think
edge.
Jameer Gibbs is going to have a big day today.
100% tingle. 100% tingle.
tingle
play.
And Cakes, the
no
big
statistics.
the big thing about college fantasy, it's 136 teams.
Yeah.
But it's all about matchups. It really is
Totally.
based on matchups.
Yeah.
As opposed to the NFL where there's a lot less teams and less games, so you just have to start your best players.
Right.
But it is a pickups league because I'm with you, Cakes.
big pickups
I quit
league.
drafting in that 2 years ago.
like-
Plus, Bodie does. It's an open-ended draft. It's not a time draft. So it lasts a week.
Yeah.
Here's my edge in this league, at least. Like the computer drafted Notre Dame's defense. You're like, okay, Notre Dame, great team. I think they're ranked preseason number 4.
Yep.
But they open with
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Okay, now Wisconsin's not great, but they're like ranked 50th or 55th in the country, somewhere in that range.
Yeah. They're not going to shut Wisconsin out.
Yeah. So I said, I'm not using them. I cut them. I picked up Rutgers defense. And you might laugh. Well, Rutgers generally terrible. They're playing
probably
UMass.
They're probably a 40-point favorite.
They're playing UMass in their, in
No,
their
that's
opening
smart.
matchup.
That's
and
smart.
UMass is one of the worst teams ever assembled in human history. So I'll take that matchup.
That's what I'm
over
saying.
Notre Dame.
It's all about matchups, weekly
totally
matchups.
matchup based.
Yeah.
See, I've already started tinkering. Haven't even started playing games yet.
Surprised you didn't take the Terps as they take on Hampton in their opener.
I did pick up one of the Terps running backs because the computer drafted me 18 quarterbacks.
Who'd you pick up?
His name's Dewan Williams.
Okay.
Because the site recommended him as a sleeper. And I said,
course.
I'll take that advice. I'll take that to heart. All right, don't forget, coming up in just about an hour, we have a big Junkies show announcement that's coming up at 8 o'clock here.
Let's do what Jed York did next.
Let's do what Jed York did.
Go get a bunch of hookers.
Hit the Skins.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. All right, we'll hit the Skins, give you the latest from the Commanders. They actually had an extra practice built in yesterday before the joint practices with the Ravens and their final preseason game. We'll hit the Skins next.
Baseball season, it's in full swing. Postseason around the corner. Well, there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. LA trading at 33.9% right now to win it all. That means a $100 trade pays out $280.13 if LA can win it all. How about looking at tonight's slate? Washington at 58%. They're trading right now at 58% to win. To beat Colorado, that means $100 is going to turn into $167.08 if Washington can get the win. On Kalshi, it's a lot of fun. You get to trade against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app. Use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Then contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Well, big night for the Nationals. Boy, did they need it. They got back home and got back to their winning ways. Nats open up a 10-game homestand with a 13-3 win over the Colorado Rockies. It wasn't easy. They were down 2-0 early. Nats are actually being no-hit through 4 innings, but then break it open with a 5-run 5th inning. C.J. Abrams as a DH last night had the go-ahead RBI double. Dale and Lyle 3-run homer, 5 RBI to support Cade Cavalli, who fanned 7, getting his 4th straight win and 7th since the All-Star break, most of any NL pitcher. Another one against the Rockies tonight, 6:45 for Nats baseball here on The Fan. Final week of the preseason, busy one for the Commanders. Joint practice with the Ravens in Baltimore Wednesday before the preseason finale Friday night at 6 p.m. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Don't forget, in just about an hour from now, we will have a big Junkie Show announcement. That is at 8 a.m. So stay tuned. We're going to give that to you in just about an hour. Right now, it's time to hit the skins. Brought to you by Don't Sleep Energy. Shot for right now. 12-ounce can for all day. Don'tSleepEnergy.com. Use the code Junkies. You get 10% off. Don't Sleep makes you great.
All right, guys. Still kind of reeling somewhat from that preseason game against the Lions. I only say that not because we lost, but just because even Dan kind of talked about kind of unsettled and just wasn't super happy with the way they ended some of their drives.
I think he said he said it was a performance in disarray.
Disarray was the word that he used.
It's not a great word.
He changed Monday's schedule yesterday from a planned walkthrough to a full
practice,
although relatively short, approximately an hour practice with some limited 11-on-11 work. He described it as a chance to get 3 good days in a row now leading into the Ravens joint practice, evaluate the roster more thoroughly, and give extra reps to players that are kind of moving around different positions, etc. I think specifically he talked about Gulbin? Was it Gulbin that he played some at guard, but they're just going to keep him at center for now? So I've seen him at guard. Now they keep him at center. Still, that position is something that they're keeping an eye on. He is trying to say it's not just purely a knee-jerk reaction to the Lions game, but he was dissatisfied with their performance. And the quote was that wasn't us. So, reportedly, starters received significant reps. That will continue as a theme this week. Jaden Daniels is expected to get substantially more work in Wednesday's practice than the 3 plays he got in the scrimmage against the Lions. So that joint practice with the Ravens, I have all the dates. I'll give you that to you in a little bit. Reportedly, highlights included Stephon Diggs making a big catch from Daniels, some big runs from Robert Henry Jr., Katron Allen in practice. Amik Robertson is continuing to pop. Fabian Moreau made a play, breaking up a pass to Terry McLaurin. Some of that stuff was noted. Quan Martin, apparently, is continuing to pop. So injuries still an issue. You got, obviously, your long-term guys, you don't even need to keep bringing up Tunsil, although I think I saw a report that Tunsil ordered a food truck. He came back to the park yesterday to be with the guys, had a food truck, and it was on him, and everybody could just grab food after practice or whatever.
Nice move by him.
Barbecue everywhere.
So that's nice. And remember, he had said there was some concern that, not concern, but just, wow, what a loss having this veteran leader go back home or wherever he wants and do his own rehab. No, he's going to stay around here largely and rehab around here so he could still have an impact on the young guys and on that offensive
Can you imagine
line.
how much barbecue Laramie Tunsil could sit down and eat in one sitting?
I can't
Just
fathom.
he could eat it all.
I mean, Mark, can you tell people what you had this week? I can't remember where you were. You told me your order.
Yeah, so on Sunday, I mean, there's a restaurant, popular chain, that just religiously gets destroyed online, specifically on social media. People just crush it
Go
and
ahead. I'm
kill
going to
it.
give a free plug.
Arby's.
okay.
Arby's is still swinging a hot bat.
I love Arby's.
I hadn't been there in a year. I got the #1 beef and cheddar, curly fries, white cheddar, mac and cheese, buffalo chicken slider. Pummeled it Sunday
Dude, that's
morning.
a lot of
Pummeled.
food.
It is a lot.
It was so
Can you say
damn.
that again? You got the beef and cheddar. That's a standard.
That's the number
That's a
one.
pretty good size.
That's the number one
sandwich,
for a
though.
reason
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
I mean, you
And
look
then
at the menu top left,
Yeah.
#1 beef and
No,
cheddar right
it's
there.
very good.
And you get that Mike's way. You don't make any alterations to it. You
Right.
get all the fixings on it.
Right.
And then the white cheddar mac and cheese, that's new. I saw that on the billboard outside when I was walking in.
Yeah.
Buffalo
They got
chicken.
ya.
Yeah, buffalo chicken slider. And then I was gonna get the cheesesteak.
And curly
How do you
fries,
get
did
all
you
that?
say?
How do you eat a buffalo chicken slider? Hold on. What is it?
We have the meat.
So a buffalo chicken slider is in a smaller little burger.
Yeah, it's pretty nubs. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like 4 or 5 bites.
Yeah.
You can pummel
Okay.
it pretty easily.
Yeah.
But and then I was gonna get the cheesesteak, but that was just way too much.
I mean, that's just gluttony.
Yeah.
No
No
At
shake?
that point.
No shake. Dr. Pepper. Wash it down. And then on the way back, I
Curly
cleaned out
fries.
curly fries, of course.
Delicious.
Cakes.
Seasoned curly fries.
Dude,
too.
that's a lot of food.
It
That's
is.
probably about 19,000 calories.
Yeah, and it was like $20, or a little more than $20.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting it to be that much, but it's so worth it, man. But online, it just gets destroyed. So when I told you yesterday, I was
love
expecting
Arby's.
you to crush it as well. and
There's
be
an
like,
Arby's.
Me
taking over.
go there?
I've never seen
Yeah.
this before.
They're hard to find.
A McDonald's shutting down and an Arby's taking its place.
Oh, I know what you're talking
in
about.
Durwood,
Yeah.
Oh, that's huge.
close to my hood.
I could
Really?
actually
Yes.
is it open now?
I don't think it's open
'Cause
yet.
I
but
was-
Oh, it's on like the intersection of
Yes.
Muncaster.
yes.
Yeah,
I
that's
drove
huge.
by there. I put it in my thing. I wanted McDonald's. I can't remember whatever it was. I put it in my thing. Drove up. Thing was shuttered.
Dead.
Yeah.
It was,
really?
but on my GPS, it
How
had-
is that possible?
There's another McDonald's within about 8 or 10 minutes, so maybe they're just like it's cannibalizing sales. I don't know. I don't.
It's hard to fathom.
I
was the-
that they would
McDonald's
shut
going
down.
down and Arby's taking its place. That's big news. That's a big
But
one.
you know what? I'm glad you reminded me because can you tell me when that opens? Like the day of, so we can go to the grand
I don't
opening.
know if I can give you the day of, but I'll try to keep you abreast of it.
I love Arby's, and when they shut down the Arby's on Rockville Pike, that hurt.
It was a
that,
dark
that
day.
hurt. That was like
Stung.
that was like a day of mourning.
I agree.
Yeah,
I was the
That
only
actually
person
went to
in there.
McDonald's now.
yeah.
It was deserted, man. Not a soul in there besides me and my buddy. And then I was just keeping tabs on the drive-through. Within 40 minutes, not a single car.
Really?
Really?
Why do
That's
people,
not good for
why do
business.
people sleep?
There's a lot of sleeping going
It's
on.
such
at
a
Arby's.
great menu. So many different things. Maybe it's too much for people.
No, it's stacked, dude. That menu is sweet. Like, there was a lot of stuff that I was looking at, like the cheesesteak and some other stuff that I didn't get that I'm like, yeah, I might
Maybe
have to
they've
come back
lost
around.
their identity a bit because it was used to be all beef and cheddar, and now they're going off a little bit with sliders and all this other stuff you're getting.
Maybe they just need a good spokesperson, spokeswoman, you could say. Maybe a Hope Solo or someone, with some roast
Hope
beef tied to
Solo.
her. If you know,
Doing
you
a roast,
know.
yeah.
There's a good zing
Oh,
somewhere
I
there.
understand. I know where it's going with
that
that.
didn't come
yeah.
off the top of your dome, did it? Or you've been sitting on that one?
I've been sitting on it for like 30 seconds. Like while you were talking, I was like, how can they come back to prominence? And then
Pretty
I
good.
found the Hope Solo one.
Pretty good. Is there any other legendary Arby's lovers?
Well, I know Sophie
I remember-
Cunningham said something like a month ago.
No
Not saying
way.
she.
I don't
no,
believe
she
that.
said something. She said, yeah, didn't she, Valdez? I don't know the exact quote, but
no
it was
way.
it was something like hot girls love Arby's or something like that.
I've got an Arby's Hall of Famer. This is an old school name, but you're going to recognize it.
Go ahead.
Jody Arias.
Yeah.
And look,
Jody.
Played
She's
about
like the guy
5
that
people.
slaughtered her boyfriend
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
shower.
Yeah. Hey, yeah. Sophie Cunningham is an official spokesperson for Arby's.
oh, very good.
Right.
Good for her.
Okay, so officials for like the restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I refuse to acknowledge that Sophie.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. She had a custom T-shirt that said "Hot Girls Eat Arby's."
Nice.
She's all over the place.
Dude, I like
Man,
her.
this Arby's menu it majors in roast beef, but they've got like crispy
That's the thing.
chicken. They've got chicken tenders.
They got everything. I
Corned
love
beef
it.
It might not be an Arby's problem. It might be a roast beef problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, roast beef
Roast
just has
beef
this
has
like
a bad connotation. right
Maybe
now.
like fast food roast beef, people kind of thumb their nose at.
Why?
Yeah.
It's so
Why?
good. You
I
had
don't know.
beef and cheddar?
I love
The beef and
Arby's
che- Will you get one? I'll break my fast for it. Will you get some beef and cheddar?
with
Let's do
horsey
it.
sauce.
Yeah.
What
I think
today?
it's that location because I've gone to many Arby's in the last year,
And?
they're usually
Packed.
pretty productive. I don't know if they're packed, but they're doing all right.
I don't know.
I never go to Arby's.
We
saw
stop at
one.
Arby's. I think my wife gets like the number 13.
Also-
Some
Maybe
sort
it's
of
just
turkey
a drive-through
sandwich.
spot.
If you
Again,
if you go to the Arby's menu, and if your girlfriend or wife, now work with me here,
Yeah.
orders the half-pound roast beef meal, you better run for the head to the hills, my
that thing
friends.
is enormous.
I mean, that's the biggest sandwich I've ever seen. I can't believe Mike Marr didn't order that.
yeah, that's like something Shaq.
I
would
mean, look
eat.
at that thing.
You can't even open your mouth.
That thing's gigantic.
And they occasionally have brisket there too.
There's no way they sell that. Like, I mean, there's no way
it's
it actually.
half-pound roast beef
I know,
meal.
there's
It's
no
right
way
here on the
anybody.
menu.
I know, but
Yeah.
my point is nobody buys it.
you'd be surprised, man. Some big girls can put it down at Arby's. That half pounder might not be too hard for them.
I don't know how I'm supposed to be hitting the skins. Now we're just hitting the fast food joints.
Well, you brought up the barbecue.
You're
You're
hitting
food
the
truck.
beef. You're hitting the beef.
Sorry. All right, so get back to hit the skins. The injuries. Let me see here. Tim Settle and Rashad White limited on the field.
Limited.
There's still some key guys that are expected to be out. They're targeting next week for potential availability. Those guys are Adafe Owe with the calf, K'Lavon Chason with the knee, Allegretti with the calf. They all, at this point anyway, appear unlikely for the joint practice.
Allegretti better get back before the opener because I don't love the chances of Matt Golban having time against
Jordan
Jalen Carter
Davis
and Jordan
Jalen-
Davis.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Because that'll be
There's
bad
DT
news.
Well, also second week against Dallas, they got some stud DTs.
Yeah.
Now, there are some sites that are starting to put out there, SI.com, their local guy, Philip Hughes, he put out, I'm going to give him credit, he put out a list of 5 or 6 guys that are kind of making a name for themselves, working themselves on the roster. A couple of them I think were no-brainers anyway, but one in particular I want to evaluate with you. Do you think that this player has done enough that if they cut him, someone might pick him up?
Okay.
AK. Has he shown enough potential?
Oh, I think there's less than a 0% chance that they would cut
I don't think they
AK-16.
will.
Well, there's been a lot of thought. All thought has been that they're only going to keep 2, and the other spots would be on the practice squad. That's what everyone has kind of assumed because the trend around the league is 2 quarterbacks.
I don't think anybody picks him up.
So you think they could expose him, cut
Yes.
him, and bring him as the number 3?
Oh, I don't know. I think he's
Especially
he
with
might-
Mariota being still dinged
Yeah,
up.
because Mariota's hurt.
He
You don't
might
want
think
to
they
risk
would
that.
do that?
He's shown enough, I think, to be kept on the active
I
roster.
think it's a real question. I think Hartman, he's at least going to be cut. Everybody knows that.
He's the most gone.
If they bring him back to practice squad, clearly that's just like
I think
a weird
AK
mentor
stays.
thing.
I think he stays, and they
And
keep
that's
him on
53.
the yeah.
So they're keeping 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah, just because now with Jaden getting hurt last year, Mariota hurt this year in the preseason.
And they like him. They don't want to risk him.
I think it's too risky.
I mean, because for sure they're bringing him back on a practice squad if they expose him and he stays there. For sure they're bringing him back. Here's the thing. They're going to get a waiver at least for a week or so for Dorrance Armstrong because of the suspension. There's some talk. I heard Standig talking about this with Kim Sheehan. There's some talk that they could put McNichols on some sort of injured list, bring him back, right? Like so with a designation to bring him back, that could maybe save you a spot. I know there's been talk and people kind of mock it, but maybe there's a market somewhere for like a Luke McCaffrey and they could unload a receiver. And then,
Okay. I mean, if you can-
because they don't have a lot of spots. There's not a lot of flexibility on this roster.
If you can move McCaffrey for some offensive line depth, I'd be looking into that right now.
I think that
as we speak.
I'm certain that they are.
Yeah.
but I'm not sure that you could. Has
Yeah, I mean-
McCaffrey done enough that someone's going to give up somebody that you think could actually play and help you, like in your interior part of your line?
It's a good question.
I
mean,
don't know.
Is he that good of a kick returner where a
He had
team
a good
would
year
want him?
last year, but it's 1 year.
It's 1
or
year.
10 games or whatever.
I mean,
before
it
he
could
got
be
hurt.
like the Niners and the Saints.
Yeah, they just did a deal.
Yeah, they dealt a linebacker for Zamir White,
Zamir
a running
White.
back.
Because the Saints needed a running back,
Yeah,
so they said, let's go out and get
You could
somebody.
see something like that happening maybe with Luke.
Right. So my point is, there's a glut of receivers. You got to figure they're going to err on the side of caution and have maybe an extra O lineman or two. There's been a lot of injuries on the D line. So, how many guys are actually going to be able to weasel their way on, including a third quarterback, which is generally a luxury.
Yeah, but I think he's shown too much through the first 2 preseason games.
Hey,
might
Matt.
Expose him.
Matt,
He
I saw
looks
the
part.
Ravens are having an issue at center too.
Well, yeah, they the center that they signed got hurt,
Right.
so now they're on to their backup center.
Right.
And keep in mind they lost Linderbaum to free agency, so the center position for the Ravens
it
is very
Pinter?
thin.
So is it Pochich got
Yeah.
hurt? He got hurt?
Yeah,
He's banged up?
yeah.
Okay.
So now there's kind of a fight between the
Between
second and
second and
third
third.
string to see who's going to get the snaps. So it's a whole ordeal.
They're having issues too.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah.
if you're kind of you're trying to plot out your week, make sure you have Wednesday in mind. That's the joint practice with the Ravens, and that's going to be out in Owings Mills, Maryland. I don't know if we'll get any sneak peeks on NFL Network or if some YouTuber or somebody's going to have something. I don't know. Then, of course, Friday, that's the final preseason game. Yes, the final preseason week is here,
Thankfully,
Cakes.
it's here. We
That's
made it.
6 p.m. M&T Bank Stadium. That's going to be broadcast locally again on WUSA 9 and nationally on the NFL Network. Then you have your roster deadlines. Got to start thinking shortly after that, right? So the game's on Friday. Saturday, it's a big weekend for Adam Peters and DQ and all those guys. They're all going to be in there crunching the roster. Sunday, August 30th, 6 p.m., 53-man roster cut down deadline. They go from 90. It's a big one, man. 47 guys on some level. Is that right? 47? Or 37. 37 guys get their dreams kind of dashed. Now, they're going to bring back 14, 15, whatever the number is for practice squad. They'll bring back some guys. But that's a tough day for guys. And that when they bring back people, the waiver claim deadline, that's August 31st on Monday at 1 p.m. That's when you can start putting together your practice squad. Then, of course, the regular season starts. Now you got a 2-week break that Kate always talks about how brutal that is.
Oh, it sucks.
That's Sunday, September 13th.
You've got college football.
I know,
but
but
it's
not
good.
the
But if
On
you're-
Labor Day weekend.
Some of us like NFL more than college. We like college.
Clearly you do.
I like college
But I mean,
football.
at
Don't
least,
get
at
it
least
crazy.
it's something to watch.
It's something, but not necessarily on Sunday. So college is great on Saturday, but it's not necessarily a Sunday thing.
There's games on Sunday on Labor Day
Okay.
weekend every year.
Okay, but it's not like the NFL.
Look, I know why. I'm just saying it's not like there's nothing going on Labor Day weekend.
I'm
You
not
got,
saying- I
you
never
got
said there's
something to
nothing.
watch.
But if you're a football guy, if you're an NFL guy,
NFL guy, you got to wait.
yeah,
Yeah.
425.
By
kick.
the way, I was at Harris Teeter yesterday, and a guy walked in, and he was 6. He had to have been 6'5" to 6'7".
Okay.
Big dude, black guy.
Yep.
I mean, he was a player, but I didn't recognize him. I mean, how many guys are 6'7",
Not a lot.
6'5" to 6'7" on NFL? Unless he was just a
Was he an
big
older
dude.
guy?
No, you look like he was late 20s.
Kind of disappointed you couldn't pick out
I couldn't
who it
pu-
was.
I couldn't
Isn't
pull his
Dietrich
face.
Wise a huge guy?
Is it Dietrich Wise?
Wow. You know what?
He's a tall dude.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. He's 6'5". It could have been him.
He's a big fella.
Yeah.
You know what? I think it might have been Dietrich Wise.
Yeah. I think.
Man, that is a
Now,
celebrity.
somebody said they
Kinda
haven't
looks
seen him
like
a lot
him.
lately, so they were kind of insinuating he might be done. I don't know.
Okay, all right. But this guy looked younger than. How old is
Yeah.
Wise?
He's probably 27 or
gotta be
28.
Okay, so maybe it was him.
I think
you might have
maybe he's
pulled
in
it.
his 30s.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's what I do know. Coming up at 8 o'clock, we have a big Junkies show announcement. You want to stay tuned. That's coming up in just about 40 minutes here on The Fan. Behind every strong team is a setup that helps them perform every day. That's where PVI Office Furniture stands apart. At PVI, businesses find new and used office furniture solutions that fit every budget, from one chair to a complete office setup. Their expert furniture consultants help you choose what works for your space, your team, and the way you do business. Then PVI's own team handles fast delivery and professional installation from start to finish. That's the PVI difference. Real selection, real service, and a massive Frederick showroom where you can see it all in person. Visit PVIPVI.com or come experience the PVI difference today. Big Junks show announcement coming up in 35 minutes. That's at 8 a.m. So
Pretty big deal.
don't miss it. Ricky's.
Yes, Richie.
All right, so I just wanted to bring something up with you guys. Valdez, you can help me with the details on this, or just you can help flesh this out, okay? I know you guys aren't into YouTube golf. I wouldn't expect you to be. This is not really about YouTube golf. But the good guys are one of the most popular YouTube golf guys out there, content creators. There's a bunch of young guys. One of the guys started it. He played in college, was putting YouTube content up there. Got to the point where he was making so much money and revenue off his YouTube that they forced him to quit his college team. And then he started this brand. The brand is so big that they have a deal with Callaway. They have their own tournament. I think it's a sanctioned PGA Tour event is being sponsored by Good Golf. Like, these guys have blown up. They're making millions. Hand over fist, okay? Crazy money.
How many guys are in Good?
I don't know. It depends. They have the good girls, good guys, and they're just young guys in their 20s.
Yeah.
They have good personalities, and they're good golfers. They're not elite golfers, but they're like scratch.
Were they college players?
Yes, most of them.
Yeah.
Okay, they're good players, but they're not elite. That's the setting. Okay. I don't like to. I don't mind people being like. I like to. Sometimes I kind of like to offend people because I think it's silly. It's okay. You can offend someone. It doesn't matter, right? You just, it's okay. If your feelings are hurt, no big deal. Get over it. Don't like to bow to the crowd either and apologize, because if you bend the knee once, they just keep coming to you and you'll just never stop. You just be apologizing for the rest of your life. So I'm okay with being politically incorrect. I actually kind of like it, to be honest with you. They did something, though, so stupid that it was such a miss that they're being forced to apologize. It's going crazy over the top of the apologies. They filmed a commercial for a new Callaway driver.
Okay, I've
this
seen
is
this.
such a miss that I can't believe Callaway let this. I can understand some 20-year-old guys being stupid and not quite thinking, but these guys are so savvy. They've been out in public. They don't like curse on camera. Like they're very PR conscious, They to promote a new driver, and I only saw 2 seconds of it, but I just read about it. Essentially, the gist of it is, some girl's about to go, grabs the guy's new driver, and he sprints after her and he pushes her away on the ground and says, "Don't ever touch my driver." Right? Kind of a weird joke, but it's like, this is so important. It's so hot. It's so fresh. It's so new. Don't touch my new driver. How dare you? Right? No one can touch it. But, unfortunately, they used a girl. I don't know why they did that. So it looks like it's kind of it's insensitive to the idea of men, being abusive to women. I know they didn't.
Women.
I know they didn't.
What it is.
I know they didn't mean that,
but
though.
why
did you do it with a girl? Just do it with one of the dumb guys. It's such an obvious miss.
What, they just wanted to put a hot girl in the commercial?
Well, they do have the good girls. So maybe it was one of the good girls, and it was a way to incorporate both.
Yeah.
I don't really know the logic. So of course it was a whole production. Like a whole production. They put a video out. These videos are high caliber produced videos that get millions of views. They put it out, and then 24 hours later, after the backlash, they have to say, "Oh yeah, this doesn't represent our company." But meanwhile, they knew what they were putting out. How did they miss it? How does Callaway miss it?
I don't know how.
How does everybody miss that?
Once somebody looks at it before it gets disseminated, like, how do they look at that and say, "Well, yeah, this is something. Something we're going to put out."
You probably shouldn't
YouTube
shove the girl. Like, I just don't really see it. And again, I don't
so the
like
girl is a professional golfer named Alexis Mystowski.
She's probably in their good girls.
She's on the Epson tour.
Or she's probably sponsored by Callaway.
Or she's by Callaway. And again, I don't mind being offensive, saying something, but I do think you probably crossed the line, like, in a significant way, if you push a girl on video, even though it's just in good fun. That's a little bit even much for me.
And by the way, this is a company made this commercial. It's not like some
this kid
idiot
sitting in a basement.
Yes, that's some idiot who shot it. Callaway, who has a marketing team.
Like $1 billion.
And it has to go through different channels to be approved to see the light of day.
They also have a PR team.
Yeah,
like, how did the PR person look at this and say,
Yeah, they all thought it was funny?
Well, it tells me that the PR person didn't see it.
How did they
that
all?
it just circumnavigated around the PR person.
I think they did. I think they didn't thought it was funny. Because, again, this is such a big thing, Cakes. They are such a big like Good is massive in the world. You can't go to Dick's or anywhere, any golf store, and not see Good gear. It's all over the place. It's ubiquitous. They are a massive corporation. They have their own team. Callaway has their own team. And again, I hate being politically correct, but that's beyond politically correct. I just don't think in good fun you push a girl on camera
it's a
and make
huge
fun
miss
of it.
by them.
I think
I don't know if it's by Callaway
they got
or
they got
Goodgood or
locked
all of
in.
them.
They got locked in on their brains thinking,
About the hot driver.
yeah, about because you know, if you play golf, if someone, you don't want to lend your driver out to someone to use because it's an expensive piece of equipment that could break or that could snap or that could get messed up.
No, I get that part.
Yeah.
But is it because they're using?
They got locked in. They got locked in on that.
Is she
Is
what?
a girl attractive? In other words, is it like a hot girl and hot driver shtick they're doing? I don't even understand. I don't even know.
She's cute.
reasonably attractive.
But it's not like she's overly. It's not like a
No, she's not like Paige.
Right. Okay.
They got locked in on that message that you don't lend your driver out to anybody, especially one as hot as the new Callaway one.
So I saw this, and it just makes me sad because I like the good guys. I know they're good guys. I watch them. I watch YouTube. I watch YouTube golf. I like these guys. Why'd they put themselves in this position? They are good guys. They didn't mean anything by it.
Yeah.
But why'd they do that?
They're not.
Why is
They're just not.
They're not
They're not
PR
thinking.
savvy.
They're
They're
young.
They
PR
generally
savvy.
are. They just
Well, in
it's
this
a
case-
major
Well,
miss.
it's not even on Good. It should be on Callaway.
Even
Yeah.
more so Callaway.
Yeah, Callaway's the I know Good's a major corporation, but
Callaway's
Callaway
even bigger, of course.
Callaway's even bigger.
Yes.
Who has multiple channels that has to go through this.
But obviously to reinforce the idea, you can't go into any store that sells golf gear, any store, and not find good hats or good head covers or what. They're everywhere.
God, I haven't seen the good.
Well, may have
They
just-
probably do
they
have
may
it
have
at
just
golf.
shot
tournament.
themselves in the foot big time.
It's a
clearly,
big time.
So,
It's a big time. And
like, if you're
I'm
Dick's,
not-
like, can you still carry their gear?
I think you
Like,
can.
I don't know.
I think you can. Everything blows over. It's a myth. I'm not. And again, I'm very much against cancel culture and all that. I'm not saying cancel them. I'm just saying, my God, boys, you really
You
messed
whiffed.
this one.
You
up.
whiffed.
Yeah, I'm 100% against cancel culture. I just, guys.
Well, I
this
wonder
is-
whose
they-
idea it was.
It was a creative thing between the two. It was
But
Callaway's
I wonder if the
driver.
good guy said, "Hey, we want to do this for the girls going out," or if it was the PR team going, "Yeah, this would be funny," kind of like a horror thing.
I'm assuming it was a joint thing, but I'm
Yeah.
just assuming. I don't know. A joint.
I
creative
haven't
thing.
listened to it. I'm just watching it.
It's just such.
What does he
an
say?
obvious
What does he say
miss.
to the girl when she's on the ground?
Something like, "Don't ever touch my driver."
Oh, just okay.
Just something stupid, and it's such a.
So they
dumb,
took it
It's not
down,
even
so-
funny. It's just dumb.
Didn't look funny.
And I'm not mad at the guys. I just think, guys, what a whiff! What a self-inflicted wound.
It's a big time.
Chris
miss
had a
by them.
suggestion that if it was reversed and the girl pushed the guy down, that could be funny. That could
Yeah,
work.
I think that's
that could
acceptable.
work. That would be acceptable.
I think it's acceptable. Sure, let the guy
Just
just push
revert-
the guy down.
Yeah, reverse the roles.
Push heavy metal Chris down. Right? No one's going to be upset about that. The big bully. I mean, what an obvious miss. And it's
Hey,
it's
it's happened
a big
before.
deal.
It'll happen again.
I guess it's a
You know,
big
these-
deal. I mean, you should see the statement Callaway put out this morning. I mean, it's like 6 or 7
What,
paragraphs.
we apologize.
Big major sta- Oh
Yeah.
yeah, and it's embarrassing. And the thing is, these apologies are always embarrassing because the only reason why they're doing it is because they're being pressured. And I'm sure they realize they probably shouldn't have done it, but the just reading that makes me cringe.
I don't know if Good came up with the idea because you think about it, because
Callaway's so big.
it's so big. It's
Maybe they just went along with it.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Because if
That's
Good
possible.
It's gotta be
suggested it,
Callaway's
Callaway
PR
could
marketing
easily Callaway's marketing team could easily say let's go back to the drawing
Just
board.
trust us here, guys.
But if you're sponsored by Callaway and Callaway comes to you with the idea, and
you
then,
think Callaway's a big enough company that they think it's okay? It must be okay.
yeah. And plus, they're
Yeah.
your sponsor. I
Yeah.
understand how much money you make, but they're a sponsor of yours, and you just want to make them happy. And they came to
Yeah.
you with the idea, and you go ahead and shoot it.
Is that a commercial that would only be seen on YouTube, or would that be seen on
I don't
regular
know.
TV during
I
golf
don't know.
events?
I don't know. Good is sponsoring. Pretty sure they're sponsoring a PGA Tour event this year. It's going to be called the Good Classic or whatever. I mean, they're freaking
Really?
massive.
Let me
All
look
right, let's
at
go
that.
to Tim in Warrenton. Tim, what's up? You're on with the
What's up,
Junks.
fellas?
Hey,
Tim.
buddy.
Hey, fellas. Hey, Evie, you're exactly right, but you're missing one point. So it's also a domestic violence type situation because,
Yeah.
and I saw it just for a second, but that's Marissa. I think that's Garrett's. It's either his wife or his fiance.
You're
So
kidding.
it's not just some hot
Right,
girl.
so that's
Yeah,
why he
she's a-
thinks it's okay. Somebody said it was an
Right.
Epson Tour golfer. No, that's wrong.
In the commercial,
Yeah, in the commercial, I saw it just for a second. I think it's Marissa. She was a former college golfer at the University of Kentucky. She played on some LPGA events, and it's Garrett's wife or fiance.
Jason
or
says
girlfriend,
it's
I don't know,
not.
whatever.
the story says her name is Alexis Miskowski.
That's what I saw.
Yeah, I think you
Oh,
might be
okay.
wrong here, Tim.
I think she
I'm
played
sorry.
She played at Indiana, and she's a tour player. I'm not sure what tour. Was you say Epson tour?
Yes. That's what
I don't,
I'm
I don't
sorry,
think it's. I don't
I'm
think it's the
mistaken
girlfriend of one of the guys.
and again,
By the way, you're right. November 12th through the 15th, good championship. We played in Austin, Texas.
that's how big they are.
That's big.
It's
PGA Tour event.
I just feel what a stupid, self-inflicted, dumb mistake.
Hey, they botched it. They
botched it.
apologized.
Yeah, I don't think it's the end of the
I'd blame
world.
Callaway more than the good guys, even
Yeah.
though
I'm not gonna
that's where you're seeing it.
not use Callaway or not watch them. I mean,
Right,
they're
right.
still good guys. They just made a stupid mistake.
Well, now if you're the PGA, you might have to rethink taking their sponsorship
See,
money.
again, I don't like that stuff, Cake. So I don't endorse that.
Well, it doesn't matter whether you like it or not. Like the
Well, I think-
PGA might have to.
They might-
They're
Well, I
going to
think
have a
as a
meeting and
culture-
say, "Are we going to still have this event sponsored by these guys that were dumb enough to put this ad?"
Well, I
out?"
think as a culture, we need to get away from that. So I don't endorse that at all.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't
I'm just-
endorse that at all.
You
And
may
I
not
think I'm-
endorse it, but I'm telling you, the PGA, they're going
Yeah,
to
but
have
I
a
think
meeting.
some companies
they're
are
gonna
getting
have a
away from
meeting
that.
about it.
They are, but
I'm
I
sure
tell
they'll talk about it.
But I'm telling
I'm
you,
sure they'll
Cakes, I
talk
don't
about
think that's going to be the way of the world forever. That
Probably
we're not
not.
just going to cancel people because we disagree with a mistake.
Hmm.
Like that was a moment in time. We're getting away from that. That's
wants to
stupid.
Cancel.
Cancel. He wants to cancel everybody.
I mean,
We're going to cancel him.
I didn't say I was.
I know.
the one
You-
that's going to pull
I
the
know,
trigger.
I know.
on
You
it.
are- you're saying that's what they are
You don't have to
gonna
get the
consider.
face.
I know.
You're correct. The PGA will talk
They'll
about
talk
it.
course
about
they'll
it.
talk
But let's,
about it.
But
let's
they
hope
may
that
not.
they don't.
They may not. Yeah.
Because I think cancel culture is the worst thing. It's so bad.
Anyway, that's interesting.
But what a self-inflicted wound where they open themselves up to that
Yeah.
possibility. God.
But no one's
Well-
going to go trade in their Callaway clubs that golfed them today.
No one's going to trade in their
Right.
Callaways. No. But it's just such bad press that's just unnecessary. I don't know how
Bad
they couldn't.
PR.
I don't know how they couldn't see it.
They might be on discount.
Although, we did something for the Washington Post. It's not bad. It wasn't like that, but like where we took that picture where I'm Jason's giving me a wedgie, or I'm giving I don't even know what's happening there. Somebody's giving somebody a wedgie. It's the worst picture in the country, and we were just like, yeah, whatever. Just we want to get out of here. Just what do you want? You want me to give him a wedgie? That picture now lives in infamy.
Terrible idea. We should
Right?
have said no.
I think
this
I'm
is a
shoving
We said
on
yes to
JP.
everything, yeah.
Whose underwear you pulling up? Cakes? or
Cakes,
something?
I think it's
maybe, or-
mine.
Yeah.
So dumb.
Terrible
And
boxers.
so I can
It was a
see.
terrible picture.
We didn't care. We're like, yeah. What do you want to do? Okay, sure, I'll do that. You want me to shove JP in the face? All right, you happy? Can I go home now? And then you end up that picture's there.
Should have had more creative control.
Right. That could be the situation the good guys are in. It's possible. Anyway, I don't mean to jump down your throat, Cakes. I just
all good.
I just don't like.
Man, you gave him the face.
I just don't like cancel culture.
All right, in 20 minutes, we're going to have a big Junkie Show announcement coming up at 8 o'clock. You don't want to miss that. It's coming up at 8 o'clock here on The Fan. Got a big show announcement coming up in 15 minutes at 8 a.m., so you don't want to miss that, my friends.
I want to give important context and fairness. A couple people hit me up on Twitter, and my buddy Jonathan, who's a big-time photographer. Remember, he took photos of us about a decade or so ago, probably more than that, 15 years ago. Anyway, he's a big golf guy. He says the context is you need to see the full 1-minute ad, which admittedly I didn't. I think I said that from the beginning. It's not that it was a hot driver, is that the bit is that it's a cursed driver. And so I guess how they rationalized it in their brain is they were trying to save her from touching the driver. Don't touch my driver. I guess maybe it wasn't well explained, right? Don't touch my driver. It's cursed.
You've been
and then
warned.
she picks it up, and they're trying to save her. That's why he pushes her away. So I can maybe see how they get lost in that a little bit. I still think overall the idea. It probably should have gone to another idea, or just let
I'm just
heavy
saying,
metal
it's
Chris
still,
hit it.
it's still a
You're
controversial story.
you're still shoving a girl, which doesn't look good.
Probably want to workshop that one a little bit more.
Exactly, I agree, Kicks. Anyway, I thought that was important context. In fairness, great.
All right, let's get into the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Upgrade your backyard for game day with outdoor furniture, hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and more. Shop Offenbachers.com or visit one of their 4 locations.
All right, so Tuesday, True False Tuesday. We learned yesterday that Deshaun Watson will be the starter for the Cleveland Browns over Shedeur Sanders.
I think you get credit for that.
His lackluster performance in the second preseason game, despite his terrible press conference where he says he has no regrets in life. No regrets in life.
Well, beyond that, I think that was what jumped out at us. But I think what just angers Cleveland fans is that he's still really sour at them for booing him at all times.
Maybe he's the creative director at Good, and we don't know that.
He could
True
be.
or
He's got a
false?
side gig.
It could be.
Deshaun Watson will still be the starter for the Cleveland Browns when they play their first home game in Week 3.
It just depends on how he plays. If he plays well,
That's why
say-
we're playing True False.
I'll say
I know.
true. I mean, it's 50-50.
I'm
It's
going to
true.
say false.
I'll say false. I think
they're setting him up to fail.
No, I think
I don't think if you're going to name him your week 1 starter, why would you do that and pull him after 2 weeks?
I think that he'll still be starting.
That doesn't make sense.
I think he'll still be starting. It might take 5 or 6 weeks before eventually you just go, look, he just doesn't have
unless
anything.
he's absolutely brutal and throws 4 picks.
I think he's going to be a circus. I think he's going to be a circus in the first 2 weeks. I think Jacksonville has a tough defense. That's where he has to open. Then he has to go to Tampa Bay in week 2. I think he's going to be bad enough in at least one of those games where Monken just says, you know what, I've seen enough. I've placated the owner by starting Deshaun Watson, who we can't cut because we'd suffer a massive cap hit. They can't get rid of him, so they feel like they have to play him and see what they have. I think he'll be benched by week 3.
I saw Daniel Jeremiah, who's been on this show, who we all like, and he's been following this closely. And in his opinion, the quarterback battle, and you could say, well, that's because it shows because it sucks. Okay. He said it was basically even, he thought, between the two. But he actually thought, because of Deshaun's statements, that it was a self-inflicted thing and he just took himself out of the running. He's kind of surprised that Monken is going with him, which is kind of like the conventional wisdom. But he didn't act like Deshaun had been horrible. He said, they were basically even. He thinks he went with him ultimately because he's a vet. Maybe Shedeur doesn't know all the changes at the line of scrimmage, all the calls, just from only being in the league for a year. He just may not be as comfortable in game situations. But I think it would be pretty quick to pull the plug after 2 weeks.
All right, there's a split. All right, let's get to the next topic, and it's something that you didn't get to in this Hit the Skins. It is the center position for the Washington Commanders. Here's Dan Quinn talking about the position.
We do, but we still have work to do there, Nikki, honestly, and so want to see where Matt is, get him some more snaps. He played a little bit of guard this week, and we worked him some there in the game. I'm sure you saw that, and we'll work him back to exclusively, at center into this game, in this practice this week. We're still working with Nick. He's not there yet, coming back from his injury. But between the three of them, we're still in the process of evaluating, what's the best way for us to go. So that'd be one of the spots that I'm still digging in on and still looking.
So Dan Quinn was asked if they have enough talent at the center position. He did say, we do. True or false, the Commanders will go out and sign another center because they do not have enough depth at the position.
I think they're looking,
I think they
or possibly
I think
trade
they
for.
very likely will.
I
More
think
likely
it's
than
true.
not. I think
True.
more likely than not.
It's true. Once
I'm-
touchdowns happen, there's going to be a bunch of
Although I'll
guys
say
walking
this.
the streets.
I think if Allegretti could stay healthy, and I don't know why you would think that. He's already been banged up. If he could stay healthy, I think he would be fine.
But it sounds like their emergency plan for week 1 is for Golban to step in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's going to
Julian
get more
Good-Jones.
work this week. He's going to
Yeah.
get work during the joint practices. And if Allegretti can't go, which cross your fingers he can,
It's going to be the Rook.
that Golban is going to be stepping in against the Eagles in week 1.
They're out on JGJ.
He just is not really
Yeah.
impressed them.
Well, did you see him doing his
I mean-
best turnstile impression against the Lions?
Yeah.
You'd be out on him too.
I think I have this correct. Like guys like our buddy Mitch, who's big into offensive line. Mitch Tischler, who does the pod with JP Finley and works for Monumental. He's big into like line play.
Mm-hmm.
I think his perception is, and it's kind of the general consensus. I think I have this right. That he's better in protection, pass protection, not as great in run blocking and getting to the next level. Like that's Golban's kind of MO. So take that for what it's worth.
Well, that's bad news for Bill and Rashad White.
Yeah.
Come week 1 if he's in there.
But it might protect Jaden
Well,
a
that's-
little bit more in a passing situation. So
Yeah.
maybe you would defer to that. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's not great. You want to be able to freaking pound the football.
Looks like Malik Neighbors, who's recovering from a torn ACL, is trending towards playing in week 1. True or false, Malik Neighbors is the 3rd best receiver in the NFC East.
False.
3rd best. So you got CeeDee Lamb, Pickens, you got McLaurin, you
If
got
Neighbors-
Devontae Smith.
Neighbors is healthy. I would
False.
say. You said 3rd?
I'm going to say false because
say
I don't
true.
think he's healthy. I'm going to say false because I don't think he's healthy. I think he's had a pretty
I
traumatic
mean, right
injury.
now,
I mean, his-
I would rank CeeDee Lamb, Pickens, and Terry McLaurin over Malik Neighbors.
I don't think Terry's ever had a year with 100 catches like Malik Neighbors had.
It's true.
Yeah, I'm not sure Malik Neighbors ever will, though. That's my point.
What do you mean
Again.
ever will?
Again.
If you put Neighbors in Dallas's offense and you have Dak throwing to him, he's going to put up
He's
stupid
had a lot
numbers.
of issues with
I
this.
could
It's
say
been
the
a
same
long
for
time.
Terry McLaurin.
Yeah, but
I feel like.
But Neighbors put up, how many catches did he have his rookie year?
It was over 100. I want to say 107, but let me double check.
If Malik Neighbors was 100% like he was coming in the league, I'm with you.
So his rookie season,
I think he's damaged goods.
He finished with 109 catches. He was targeted 170 times in 15 games.
Yeah.
Yep.
1,200 yards, 7 touchdowns.
That's the sort of treatment Terry's allegedly going to get from David Blau in this offense.
I think
See what
Neighbors
sort of
is, I
numbers
think
he
Neighbors
puts
is
up.
really good.
I think he's really good when he's healthy.
Yep.
I'm scared he's not healthy.
True
For
or
him-
false?
for him.
J.J. McCarthy, a complete whiff by the Minnesota Vikings. Apparently, he's in a battle for the second string job with Carson Wentz.
Yeah, my quarterback flag plants of late have been terrible. Trey Lance and J.J. McCarthy. I think I have to stop waving the flag for J.J. McCarthy. If you're battling with Carson Wentz at this point in his career, just for the number 2 gig, things aren't looking great for you, for your future prospect.
A former player, current analyst, linebacker, said that when McCarthy drops back in the offense, it looks like he's in panic mode. And that when Wentz drops back, the operation looks much smoother.
Right. I mean, people can hate Wentz, but he's been in the league for a long time. There's nothing he hasn't seen.
Look, the knock coming out from McCarthy was he handed off the ball a ton, and he was carried by a great defense at Michigan. And you're kind of seeing that early in his pro career.
I used to say that it wasn't enough time to grade him, but it's the more he plays, I think that it's leaning towards whiff.
I think he's going to need.
leaning that
he's going to
way.
need. I don't think he's going to blossom in Minnesota. Somebody will give him another shot, and let's see how that goes. I'm not willing to write him off completely, but I do agree it's probably not going to work in Minnesota. He needs a new coordinator, needs a new quarterback whisperer, maybe needs a new offense.
I mean, he's
something.
got supposedly one of the best quarterback whisperers out there.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work. Sometimes,
Career journeyman is kind of the way I see him.
That's what he
at this
feels
point.
like. He
Could
feels
be.
like he's going to be a Case Keenum.
Yeah.
Could be,
Well,
but you would.
he he'd kill for Case Keenum's career at this point.
All right.
Yeah.
Right now. All right, when we come back, we got a big Junkie Show announcement. You don't want to miss it. Big announcement coming up next here on The Fan.
The Commanders practiced on Monday. They have another practice today before joint practice with the Ravens in Baltimore tomorrow. Dan Quinn said yesterday he wasn't happy with what he saw Saturday in Detroit.
A lot of that, what I saw, that wasn't us, and that bothered me. And so I took a long time. I went through a lot of plays, and I didn't feel like we played complementary football. I said that felt in disarray.
Defensive tackle Tim Settle returned to practice for the Commanders Monday, while running back Rachaad White did some individual drills. Running back Bill Krosky-Merritt won't take part in the joint practice tomorrow or the preseason game Saturday. Center Nick Allegretti also likely to miss another week of work due to his calf injury. Baseball, the Nats busted out the whooping sticks last night, score 5 in the 5th to rout the Colorado Rockies 13-3. Dalen Lyle had a 3-run shot, 5 RBI. The Nats end a 4-game skid. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scomerol Forsey on the Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team right there in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. All right, we've been teasing the fact that we had a big show-related announcement. We're going to get right to it. Every Friday at 8 a.m., Washington Commanders general manager Adam Peters is going to join the Junkies starting after the Week 1 opener against the Philadelphia Eagles.
Wow.
So Adam Peters will
How
be
about
a
that?
weekly guest during the NFL season. You will get to hear everything, all the reactions from Adam Peters right here on the Junks every Friday, 8 a.m.
And he will not be bumped. This is a Radio Insider, but when we were at training camp, we stayed after the show. We taped 4 or 5 interviews.
Right.
Yeah. And Adam Peters came over and he said hello, and he said he was excited to be part of the show, and he was coming on. We're doing small talk. And then Terry McLaurin sat down, and we're like, sorry. Gotta talk
But
to
you know
Terry.
what? He was actually very cool about
He
it.
was.
He was very cool.
He knows where he stands on the pecking order.
And Cakes,
he knows Terry
didn't
brings
you
in
think
more eyeballs
he was very
than him.
different then when we saw him at camp as opposed to when we went to these media happy
you know
hours?
what the difference is? He was kind of in our environment.
Yeah, maybe that's
the
what it
difference.
was. But
That
he was
the
dapping
difference.
us up and saying what's going on.
He was more comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
He seemed like
little
very
more
in the
relaxed.
media
easygoing.
happy hours, he talks to people, but he
Yeah.
doesn't go and hug guys and dap them up.
Yeah.
It's a little
Yeah.
forced at those media happy
Yeah,
hours.
that's true. It's got the same
I
guys
think
he's
it's
talking to.
also a little differential, but it's not his milieu. That's not his spot. Like
Right.
that's our world, right? When we're in their
Yeah.
world, we're a little uncomfortable. We don't want to be where we're not supposed to
Sure.
be. You know what
Yeah,
I
I
mean?
mean, he's out of
step on
camp with all his
toes.
boys and those coaches and players. and
yeah. That's his
He
environment.
was just a lot different than,
But we're-
and I think he's going to be really good.
That it's great because we've had a relationship with the team obviously for years with various players or whatever, but it's been rocky at times. But with new ownership, it's been great.
Yeah.
But this is really the first time we've had like a coach or well, I guess we had Ron. That's true. I was thinking back to Charlie. Certainly a general manager since when we were doing the Monday night deals with Charlie.
Yeah, because
Fridays.
to be honest, like while Dan Snyder was here, they didn't have a real true like football general manager. I mean, they had Bruce Allen like as his right hand man.
they had
and
Vinny.
Vinny Serrato, but
I always thought Vinny was good radio, but he never really came on with us much.
right.
And he's still doing radio.
Yeah.
As far as I know in Baltimore.
Yeah. So I think it's fantastic. It's going to be every Monday, right?
No, every Friday.
every Friday. I'm sorry.
Every Friday at 8 a.m.
Right.
Well,
You say after
listen
week one,
Monday
but it's-
too. Listen Monday too.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of okay. Friday's interesting to me. That's different. So it's going to be post, but it's also going to be a look ahead.
Yeah.
No, but you'll be able to get some injury insight into the games coming up on the weekends and some insight into the moves that they may or may not be making. I think Friday's an interesting spot to have the
That
GM
is
on.
an interesting time. That's actually news to me. I'm sure somebody said it, but it didn't register with me. Friday's different. Yeah.
So Fridays at 8 a.m., Adam Peters, our weekly guest during Commander season after they play the Eagles.
After
he will
the Eagles.
start.
Very cool.
That's
and
very
for
good.
at least a couple weeks, we're going to have 2 GMs on the show a week because we'll have Paul Taboni on Wednesdays and Adam Peters on Fridays.
I get sized when we get heavy hitters on the show.
Sure.
I get sized.
Big newsmakers.
Hey, one of our
Important
first
people.
ever guests, if not our first ever guest in the history of the show, was a former GM, Bob Ferry.
That's
Bob
true.
Ferry was
right.
my guy. May R.I.P. Bob was awesome.
He came to our studios
to
in
the studio.
Bowie, sat down with us, and had fun.
Oh yeah, totally. And then we did.
He was a
something-
good guy.
Remember, we did something when we did a little interview with John Nash when he was the Sixers.
Yeah, but we
GM.
went out to like
We had
interview
to go
him
out
there.
there, but
Yeah,
still
yeah,
get to know him a little bit. Felt a
Little
little
bit.
vibe with him.
yeah.
And then Riz.
Of course, we had a great relationship with Riz. Looks like we're building a good one with Taboni.
Yep. I'm just glad the Nats got a win. Got to 62. I need 5 more wins.
You're going to get there.
Dalen Lyle had a big game.
He did.
I think he had
But
5 ripsters.
but the
And
Rockies-
Cavalli is, I mean, if he did this in the first 2 months, he's a Cy Young winner.
He's definitely up there.
Cavalli's a stud.
He's got his 12th win. He was awesome last night. And then the Rockies are the worst team in baseball, so you have to beat the Rockies. So I'm hoping they win a couple more and take the pressure off. I need to get that 67.
Who are the Nats playing when we are heading out to the game on Thursday?
Colorado.
Colorado.
It's a 4-game
Okay.
series.
All right. Very good.
Do you think Adam Peters will be good at like ball busting? Meaning, like, let's say week 1 doesn't go well and the center position's terrible.
No.
Will
I
we
don't
be
think he's
able to
gonna-
be
I
like,
don't think he's going to be critical.
did
of
you
his
spend
own guys.
20 hours looking for centers this week?
No. I don't. No. We're gonna have to get to know him really, really well before that. I could just tell by. I could just tell. No. Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know him very well. I know I think
Yeah,
he
but we
has-
didn't know Carberry very well, but we can bust balls with him and have fun with him.
After
It takes a little while,
It takes
right?
a while. I mean, maybe eventually once he gets to know us. Remember, this is the straight up truth in my perception. Mike Rizzo hated us at first. He hated us because I remember in particular he hated me. I know that for a fact because I was hammering him on the Strasburg thing and whether or not Strasburg, wanted the ball, didn't want the whole thing because he was still new to it, and I was upset about the whole thing. But then I think once he saw that ultimately we're fans and we're not trying to get you thing, like we just wanted to know, like we didn't mean any harm. We just want questions answered, and we're fans. He grew to love us. Like literally, I believe in my heart that Mike Rizzo loves the Junkies.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something. I know for a fact he hated at least me at the beginning.
I think Peters listens to the show.
I
I've
don't
heard
think
through the
that.
grapevine that he listens.
I don't think that. But if you think that,
He might only listen 10 minutes on a commute.
Was
but
it a reliable source?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, maybe.
Then I believe it.
I think these guys are so locked in that I don't know. I just don't feel like
I mean, he's a sports guy.
I know.
Drives
I
to
know-
work and puts on a sports
Yeah, but
station.
he's probably has like a 5-minute commute to work.
Yeah.
10-minute commute to work. But hey, if he listens for 5 or 10 minutes, we'll take it.
I know historically guys would listen. Like I know Ron would monitor everything. I think Ron listened more than he worked. Like I know Ron listened.
Yeah.
And monitored what the media was saying.
Yeah, but Ron would try and bring up something on the show that he was fed by like a PR guy.
For sure.
I think this guy, Adam Peters, legitimately listens.
Well, here's how I know he doesn't. There's no way Adam Peters knows you're JP. If
No, he
you're a
doesn't know
true
the names.
listener, you know who's who. In my opinion, that
He
that
might have
delineates.
learned by now.
I bet my house.
No, I wouldn't bet my house.
Yeah, if you lined us up and said, who's who, I'm going to guess he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
Now, he might by the time, we have him on for 8 or 10 weeks and he gets to know us somewhat.
I think he's going to be great. I
think he's gonna be really
I think he's
good.
going to be entertaining. I think he'll be forthright. I think he'll be good.
You know the memory that an NFL GM must have? I mean, you've got a roster in training camp like 100 guys,
Yeah.
right? And then you need to know the league.
Yep.
So that's 100 guys times 30.
Well, that's also
Well, yeah, they've
his
got-
underlings.
I look
His underlings
sometimes
do a
at
lot
my
of that.
contact
He's got a
list.
team. He's got a team.
I look at my contact list of people that I allegedly know and were friends with at some point. And
Yeah.
sometimes I'll look at it and go, who is this guy?
I probably need to thin out my
And I'll
contact
st-
list, to be honest. If
I
went through
knocked
it,
out a couple
I could
recently.
probably trim it by about 70%.
How about, what do you think of this? What do you think if the first time or two or the next time we can see him, if we get let's kind of like an oath here, like a trust, like let's build the trust here. So in other words, Charlie let us into the inter sanctum. Okay, we would go. First of all, it was partly because we would go out to Redskins Park every week, and we'd interview them, right? We'd usually meet by a table or something, sit around the four of us with like old school with a DAT recorder and 4 mics. Probably,
the Junks are back, see?
probably
It's good
2
to see you
mics
guys.
that we were sharing for 5 people, but we had the thing. And then he would take us back in his office, and we could see, he trusted us. We could see his board, his FUBAR list, the free agents. You know what I'm saying? Will Adam treat the boys the same way?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I hope
would he
so.
let us into the
Probably not.
inner
I think he'll be
sanctum?
more guarded than that, but I think
I
like
know
to be
I
let in.
know he's more guarded.
I think it's.
But let's cross that line. Let's kiss. Let's make out in the. You know what I'm saying? Proverbially.
I mean, he can always say no. We'll just ask.
Let's.
You want to make out in the back seat with that
Yes.
Adam Peters?
Let's get
like
this.
we're
let's get
17 years old.
Let's get an intimate relationship
I
here.
think we'll get there
Trust
eventually.
Trust the boys.
I think we'll get there eventually.
I mean, I'd
but
love
will
to-
we be able to eventually like bust his balls on drafting Trey Lance?
No.
No,
No.
he's
Are
not.
you-
Are you insane?
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to
You're
be a
trying
big
to
fan of
nuke
that.
the deal in the week 1. Don't bring up Trey
And
Lance.
that's a previous team. Like,
I
I feel
understand.
Like that's
I know. That's the kind of thing
That's-
you would
I'm-
do. That's the kind of thing you would do.
I'm just saying you want to get to that point
if you
where
want to make it
we're at
awkward
with
and
Carter.
ask about Trey Lance,
hey,
you go right
hey,
ahead.
on the week I'm on
Adam
vacation.
Hey, Adam Peters, JP here. Did Jed York get any hookers
Yeah, when you were working
when
there?
you were working there?
That's not what we're doing.
There are red flags there with
This
Jeff
is
York.
that's not what
Jed
we're
ever
doing.
asked to borrow 140 cash from
I'm
you?
making a larger point of being able to have a good joking relationship. Like he seems like a very serious guy.
Correct, and I think that you're correct. He's very serious. I don't think he laughs much.
He was laughing a lot last Tuesday
Where?
at
In the
at
tent.
Tampa. Yeah,
He
the
was,
tent.
he was
Yeah.
chopping it up for a little bit.
Oh, I
thought
didn't.
so.
I didn't talk to him that much.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
shook
he
his
was.
hand. I said
He was laughing and joking around. Yeah,
Well, I
he was-
didn't.
he was
I
being
think it
cool.
was fake. I don't think he's a joker.
You think that was fake, or you think he was putting on airs there?
I don't think he's a big yuck guy.
He doesn't seem. He seems introverted.
I'm going to
but-
guess. If
Yeah,
you went out
I
for-
think he's introverted.
But
That's
he-
the thing.
but he
if
might-
You, if you went out for
if you
drinks
really
with him,
know him, he might be
probably
like
is a
that.
good
That's
dude.
different.
Yeah.
That's different.
No, we don't really know.
Right.
I
I'm
don't
saying
know him.
I want to cross over to really know him. Let's go. Let's get drunk together. Well, Adam Peters and the Junks. Let's get drunk together.
Come out to Ashburn for happy
So
hour.
we can build the trust.
I hope so.
Let's get freaking hammered. Let's do shots. Let's do mind erasers.
Shots.
That's
We'll
he's
do
not gonna
shots
do that.
in mid-50s.
He might-
It'd be worth it. I
when
would
he-
do it.
What does he?
I would do
Fireball
it.
shots.
I would do it. I don't like Fireball. That's so. That Fireball, I don't even think has real liquor, right? They sell that in like
I have no idea.
toy stores.
Some
Here's
of
the
it does,
true
some of it
test of a relationship. Will Jason get his number to text him?
Yes.
I'm
at
going
some
to try.
point. Yes.
I'm going to try.
You don't have Tabonis yet, right?
I should have. I don't have Tabonis. I should
mean-
have DQs, but I don't
I mean,
have
you
it.
know a good amount of the PR people for the Commanders. I'm shocked you don't have Adam's number already.
They're not going to get
He's
it.
not
You're
gonna-
only going to get
Yeah.
it from.
He's not gonna
You're
give
only
him-
going to get it from him. And he's not going to give it. To you.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's exciting news. Starting the Friday after week 1, every Friday at 8 o'clock, we'll talk to the Commanders GM.
And by the way, we'll ask the questions that need to be asked, but we're not just going to hammer them every week, guys. Right? We're not just going to hammer them. You got to ask what needs to be asked, but you also got to have fun with them, as JP's trying to allude to.
It'd be nice if they pulled the upset in week 1, got the dub in Philadelphia. It would make for a better first appearance.
make it for a better show in general.
Yeah. I think
Oh, that would be massive.
I heard Sheehan. I was listening to one of his segments. I was driving in. I'm constantly just listening to as much content as I can regarding the Commanders, and he was on tilt like we all are because somebody accused him of being I don't know, like being
Critical.
anti the team, and that's what our local media is so bad because we have an agenda. They didn't
Right.
say us junkies, but the local media has an agenda to be anti the team. And he was losing his mind trying to explain to people that when the team does well, we all do better. All of us want is them to be Super Bowl champs every single year.
Been
That's
saying
all-
that our entire career.
I know, but I got a kick out of it because he was losing his mind.
They don't understand
I've learned
that.
to ignore
People
the,
don't understand
the
that.
HTTC hive. Like, they're maniacs. And the fact that they think that we actively root against the team is
It's
laughable.
so
It's a
dumb.
laughable premise.
It's so
and if you
dumb.
think that,
Look, we've
You're
defied
an
the
idiot.
odds as a radio show because for the most part, our entire career, all of the teams have sucked. okay, we got to, the Caps were perennial contenders, but outside of 1 year, they were playoff flops.
We got that Stanley though.
They never even made it to the Eastern Conference Finals. They were constantly flaming out. Okay, I guess I forget the year, 99. What year did they go to the Stanley Cup Finals?
97, I think.
Yeah, that was.
But that was the best of the 4.
98.
Yeah.
Commanders/Redskins pretty much sucked our entire career. Nationals had a nice little playoff run, but they were disappointing until the World Series year.
Yeah.
And then the Zards/Bullets, just terrible.
Literally, we should have multiple millions and millions of dollars
Just
amongst the four of us.
in bonuses.
If the teams were actually even half decent to good. I'm not even talking about like Boston level.
Some
like,
guy was coming at us on Twitter yesterday about us talking about the Nationals. And what I'd like to point out is just take a look at the ballpark.
What was he saying?
Well, why we're not talking more about Vivas and like, come on.
I'm glad you didn't mention whatever his dumb Twitter handle is. Don't give him any oxygen.
Yeah, but I'm like pointing towards this imaginary stadium right down the street. Like when we're going on Thursday.
Yeah.
But the reality is there are less and less people going because they waved the white flag.
Of course.
We were talking about them when they were knocking on the door for wild card.
You get the winner gets the spoils.
Yeah.
When you win, you become interesting. Nobody wants to talk about a freaking loser.
And he's all upset that we're talking Commanders and not breaking down, the second base position. By the way, C.J. Abrams still hasn't played second base. DH yesterday.
Yeah. You think there's not friction
he's
there?
refusing to play second base.
I don't know. There's something going on there.
you think
We could ask Paul
I
tomorrow.
have a bet till Friday.
You think he's not packing his bags
Okay.
already to get out of DC?
I have a bet that he will play
So
by
we'll
Friday.
talk about things like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we're not going to break down the minutia of every game when the team itself, without saying so, gave up on the season.
Essential.
Who cares about that guy?
Yeah, I tell him, shh.
No one cares about him.
Give him the shh.
Peters is going to be
Don't
great.
need to hear from him.
And what I also would say to him is, if you take the Commanders, let's not go with the first game, the second game, and let's just take a look at total viewers and then do that with the Nats game. It's night and day. Like, we're not idiots. Like, what would you do? Us do a 4-hour national show? Then we'd be out of the business.
Yeah, we'd officially be
all right.
looking for new.
Hey, we
bucks.
gave the Nats. gave the Nats plenty of run when they were in
we
the
love,
hunt.
We love the Nats.
Of course.
You just got to win to get more talk.
Of course.
But can I just say this?
It's football season.
We are going to the game on Thursday. I wasn't here when the guy. So we've been invited to go to the Nats with their PR guy. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Or,
No,
No.
He's business.
Think of Jim Van Stone
Yeah.
with the Wizards and Caps. Jason is that for the Nationals.
okay, so they're big silly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
He's a big Willie.
What can I get from him? Can I get tickets to stuff from him?
Sure.
You can ask him when you're there on Thursday.
Yeah. All right.
You can pick his brain.
So we're his guests.
Yes.
That mean we're going to sit with Taboni and all those guys in that suite, or is
I
it a
don't think
different
so.
suite? It's a
Different
different suite. Okay. All right.
keep the baseball and the business separate.
Okay. What's the weather?
Plus, we're going at 1.
Is the weather supposed to be okay on
Possibility
Thursday?
of rain.
On Thursday, possibly.
Possible.
Yeah.
Showers and maybe some thunder boomers at some point.
Right. Okay.
But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
But
Bottom
Adam
line, though,
Peters
yes.
on the show Fridays at 8 o'clock.
Yes, he will be our
if
special
their
guest.
people are listening, Junks want to do shots
Hey,
with
you know
Adam
what?
Peters.
If
get drunk.
Hey, if Adam Peters listens, like you're saying he listens, and he's listening right now, he's welcome to give us a call.
Valdez, I have a
right
challenge
now.
for you. This is a challenge. And you're the official show archivist, and there will never be anyone alive as good as you at this.
Look at that. Look at those props.
How about that? I swear to you, Charlie Casserly was close to letting us make the seventh round pick years ago. I swear to God, he considered it. If you could find that audio to prove me right, we almost had him convinced. I don't know what to get you, but it would just prove to you that you're the official, the
Hey, if
greatest
that's
show
the case
archivist
here,
in history.
if Adam Peters lets us do that, we're going to pick the next Bill or AK-16.
I'm telling
we're
you,
going to pick a cylinder.
I remember it vividly. Like, he was considering it. We almost pulled the okie doke.
Yeah, I might like to make the 7th pick, see?
Yeah,
Fellas, get in my war room.
It might have been when they had the last pick of the whole thing. I don't know. Or the seventh round, whatever
Mr.
it was.
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
All right, so in case you missed it at the beginning of the segment, every Friday at 8 a.m., Washington Commanders general manager Adam Peters is going to join the Junks starting after the Week 1 opener against the Eagles. We're going to be able to pick his brain throughout the NFL season. Adam Peters, special guest on the Junks weekly, Fridays at 8 a.m. We'll be right back. When it comes to your money, what's more valuable than peace of mind? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors know that your financial journey is personal. Whether you're looking for a second opinion on your portfolio or you want to build a plan for steady income in retirement, Trajan Wealth has got you covered. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps vet who knows the meaning of true independence, founded Trajan Wealth so their advisors could always put your interests first. Turn to the pros at Trajan Wealth for a custom-tailored plan to reach your goals on your timeline. Schedule your complimentary introductory meeting today at TRAJANwealth.com and start working toward the retirement you've always imagined. That's TRAJANwealth.com. You owe it to yourself to get a second opinion on your financial future. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Trajan Wealth today. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1 or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Training camp coverage is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Let's get into the audio of Commanders head coach Dan Quinn talking about what he saw in the Lions preseason game. He had some pretty jarring words for the performance.
What I told the team was, I said, a lot of that, what I saw, that wasn't us, and that bothered me. And so today is our time to get to the truth, why. So I took a long time. I went through a lot of plays, and I didn't feel like we played complementary football. I said that felt in disarray. Just a week ago, I loved how we finished a 2-minute at the end of the half and a 4-minute to finish the game. And in this particular game, we had a chance for a 2-minute at the end of the half. We had a tackle for loss, a completion, and a sack. And then in a 4-minute, we had our chances to stop, and they converted on a 4th down. And so, like, those were the part, like you said, the penalties were on the return game. The field position was tough. So that's where I felt in disarray. I loved how we started with 2 takeaways, and then to not capitalize and get points off the second one. Those were the things that I wanted to, like, really highlight into it. So that's, what I want to get cleaned up.
I think one contributing factor to disarray is you had your first team offense and your starting quarterback out there for 3 plays. How about you get a rhythm?
Yeah, well, maybe
I think there's no point. Why did they even put him out there for 3 plays? There really was no point in that.
Well,
if you wanted
but
to have
that's what he was probably describing, is he expected a lot more from the first team offense. Than just
so put him out there for a second series.
I know. I'm with you.
Like, if the series was 10 plays, and I'm sure they scripted it,
yeah,
then Jaden would have been out there for 10 plays. You would have seen the offense catch a rhythm, and it would have looked less in disarray. Now, he's talking about complementary football and the defense and thing. I'm focusing just on the offense.
I'm going to give you the answer.
Put him out there for a second series so that you see a couple of play action passes.
He might have. I know he said the plan all along was 1 series. He might have done that if they weren't being overwhelmed at the line of scrimmage in the first 2 plays.
If there's protection.
And so he's like, you know what? Again, as I've maintained all along now, the preseason's become a joke. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. And there is an attrition rate in football that's unavoidable. It's undeniable. And I'm going to stick with this. This is my theory. They know they're going to lose X amount of players every single game. Every single game is going to stand up at the podium and go, here's our injury list. Boom, 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 boom. And you're just crossing your fingers that it's not one of your superstars. And you definitely are crossing your fingers it's not one of your superstars in a preseason. And so it was too scary. Offensive line got overwhelmed. He probably would have, if it was they got protection and it was just bad and 3 overthrows or something, get him back out there. Let's do better. But he got sacked.
It's interesting.
Wasn't there a missed assignment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So eventually, you need to figure those things out. You want to figure it out in week 1 against the Eagles, arguably a better defense than the Lions, because you're basically saying they waved the white flag.
That's what the joint practice is
joint
for.
practice is
That's
for
what
that
the joint
too. It's very
practice with the
similar.
Ravens this week is for.
JP,
But the joint scrimmage, he's not going to get touched. The quarterbacks don't get touched in
That's
joint
true.
scrimmages.
Right. And he doesn't want them to.
So it's fake.
Hopefully, you're able to tidy up some of the offensive line issues.
It's like what John Keim said, where the crowd gets all fired up for a touchdown, and then it should have been a sack.
It's interesting he said that because of the way they started. I mean, the defense started by causing a turnover and scoring a touchdown. I mean, they were all jacked up.
Sure.
Now
That's exactly what you want to see.
Now the next series they allowed the quarter QB option and Dobbs runs for the touchdown.
That was some disarray. I can
Yes,
understand
that was
why
disarray.
he used that descriptor
and he was
there.
pissed. And obviously the offensive the first series for the first team offense sucked. But it's kind of interesting he said that after the way they started, because they started off hot.
I feel like it's almost a cross your fingers approach. I get the logic that you're throwing out there, and it's logical that assuming the guys are going to get hurt, you'd rather them get hurt during regular season games than preseason games.
You're always going to lose guys. Every game you play a football.
I would say it's a cross your fingers approach because you haven't seen anything against real competition. So you're just hoping, when we get these guys back, we're giving them rest days, we're not putting them on the field, that they're going to produce.
And also,
you're just hoping.
It's also alarming that Allegretti misses 2 weeks, comes back, practices once or twice.
Yep.
I think it was once. Re-aggravates his calf. Re-aggravates his calf during a training camp practice. That's not like a real game. What's going to happen in the real game if he's back in time for week 1?
I don't feel great about that.
Calves are very tricky.
You can't feel great about it.
I don't feel great about him playing in week 1.
Hopefully we're not talking to Adam Peters the Friday after the Eagles game about the 5 sacks that were allowed in the Eagles game. Like, let's hope that's not the case, but I'm kind of bracing myself for that sort of performance.
EB, will you be able to ask Adam Peters if you can massage Allegretti's calf?
I could do that.
We should all offer to do that.
I could do that. I could do sticky things with him in the spirit of fun.
If we can make Allegretti's calf better
right.
by massaging it or doing whatever, we should offer up anything we can.
My own wife has told me I'm a bad masseuse.
We can do acupuncture, anything. By the way, I don't think Allegretti's great, even if he's at 100%. I think it's kind of they like his communication, I guess, better than Biotic. That's why Biotic.
I think he'll be
sent packing.
I think he'll be fine if he's healthy.
Look, there's merit.
That's where we differ, maybe.
There's merit to what Quinn is saying, that you want to see the disarray now, but part of the disarray is on you. Like, the reason that there's some disarray is because of the coaching and the players. Like, they got to get it together.
Do you agree with this?
Now, you'd rather have the disarray in the preseason,
What about,
and you're crossing your fingers hoping that it's going to work out come the regular
crossing
season.
Your fingers hoping something happens is a terrible business.
Well, that's what this approach it feels like to me, because that's what I want to see, and maybe that's a selfish thing as a fan.
I think it's selfish.
I want to see a rhythm in the preseason.
But you got to understand, he is seeing that in practice, in the joint scrimmages. It's not wholly different. It's you're going to get blitzes and stuff you don't see, but you don't really see that in the preseason. Everything's
There's
vanilla.
no hitting.
No.
There's no hitting. That's
fine.
We watched the practice. No hitting.
Yeah.
The preseason is a complete farce now.
Exactly. That's the point.
I mean,
the preseason.
I'm shocked
farce.
that some teams, like the Packers, played Jordan Love twice. I'm shocked by that.
Right.
I respect it, but I'm shocked.
Right. That's the point. The preseason.
But the preseason is a joke.
I agree.
But you can see why he's pissed after looking that bad after the first drive.
Yeah.
They look bad.
If I'm Dan Quinn, I would be concerned with the way
and if they got to play
protection
Golbin to start against Walker and Davis on the road, those guys are going to mutilate him.
Carter and Davis will have a field day.
I'm sorry, Carter and Davis.
On
what
the
did I say?
interior of that
I said
line.
Walker. He's going to get crushed. So I hope they have a game plan where they've got an extra backer or extra running back or a tight end helping out Golbin.
I know that Rashad White, he's been hyped up as a guy who's really good in pass pro.
Yeah,
he's been doing a lot of pass pro in week one. If I had to guess,
but I do think again, it's a problem. There's no doubt about it. These guys are pros. They're the best in the world. All of these guys in the NFL, they will be able to scheme around it to an extent. To an extent.
We were semi-balking at the PFF grade that they gave for the offensive line post Laramie Tunsil injury at 32nd out of 32 teams.
Yeah.
Well, it might not have been far off.
Well, let's see. Let's see what happens come the real games.
That's true.
Where both teams are really strategizing.
I'm willing to let it play out.
Let's
see what happens.
I don't think it's a strength of the team. Where I did before.
Nobody would say
pre-injury,
the offensive line is the strength of the team currently.
Yeah, pre-injury, I actually did think it was one of the strengths. Now, let me throw this out there. Hold on. It's along the same lines. And I've heard a lot of people criticize DQ for this. They have 4th and whatever. You got an opportunity for your rookie kicker to take some 60-yard shots. Why are you just punting? Now, I can actually answer that. Personally, I could get that. So people say, why would you let the rookie out there, give him a look at a 60-yarder under pressure and see if he can nail one?
Didn't somebody hit a 69-yarder in preseason this week?
Yes.
I'm already forgetting who it was because it was...
Yes. Chiefs kicker.
Yeah, Butker, yeah.
Yeah, Chiefs kicker at a 69-yarder. So, yes.
That's surprising.
Here's what I think DQ's doing. I think he's protecting the kid. He doesn't want to get any negative mojo in his head, missing kicks. And so I'm not going to stretch him out. I know he can hit 60-yarders, and we'll just cross our fingers that he hits a couple of them. But I don't want to get
cross your fingers approach. I'm
telling
telling you.
That's
what it's starting to feel like.
It's a lot of fingers being crossed.
Well, I think a little bit, and I actually think it's okay. Put it this way. All right, who's the golfer, Valdez? I'm going to give an analogy. The golfer that's known for wearing the sweaters and being really Mitchell. What's the guy's name?
Keith Mitchell.
Keith Mitchell. Keith Mitchell says in his practice days, work with me, that on his practice days, when he hits his putts, he doesn't practice this. There's no bogeys in practice rounds. So he hits his putt, right? So assuming he hits the green in regulation, he hits his putt, and if he hits it to 3 feet, scoops it up,
Walks
goes
off.
up. Yes. Now he works on 3-footers on the practice green.
Right. He doesn't want to miss that and
He
have
doesn't
that in
want
his
to have
head.
bogeys in his head
Yeah.
on his practice rounds. So I think I equate that kind of a similar deal, that he kicks 60-yarders in practice all the time, but why am I going to put undue pressure on a kid? Obviously, you're going to get in his head he missed a 63-yarder just because the fans want to see him kick a 63-yarder?
That may be the case. I'm just telling you, I'm getting an overall
It
vibe.
could go both ways, though, because if he makes that 60-yarder now that he's pumped and in a big pressure moment, I can make this.
I'm getting an overall vibe beyond the kicker that, we didn't see Oweh. That it was supposed to be a different training camp, and I'll respect him for apparently ratcheting up the practice after seeing the team in disarray. But there's so many guys that seem to not be practicing
Well,
on
it's
the
not-
regular
It's not DQ's fault.
that have minor injuries, and they're just hoping they're all going to be back week one. Allegretti's one of them.
Yeah.
Have we seen Oweh even for a snap in the preseason? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think
Chase on.
But I don't think. But again,
I mean, you could say
if
it's
those guys are healthy, they're somewhat proven commodities. They're somewhat proven.
I don't know if they're
commodities.
proven here.
They're not proven here, but they're NFL guys. Like,
Well,
we're
you
not too
can't,
worried.
You can't play them if they're banged up.
Yeah. What do you want?
Do you want them to play hurt?
Well, I think that a lot of them are in situations where, if it was the regular season, they would be playing.
Okay,
I
but
don't
why?
know, but
Again,
the
JP,
preseason
It's
is
the
meaningless.
preseason. You're putting way
I
too
know,
much
but
stock
you're
in the
not-
preseason just because you want to see it.
Well,
Look, if
he's
they
the
get,
one who said they were in disarray.
JP,
Wasn't me who said they were in
JP,
disarray.
if they get blown out,
there's a lot of factors.
if they get blown out the first 2 weeks, we can come back and say, you know what? The preseason should have meant more
I
to
don't
Dan
think
Quinn.
it means anything either way. They could win or lose. I think it's been proven.
Well, it could be because of the injuries, but
I think it's been proven there's zero correlation between preseason and regular season.
It's gonna-
I think that's already been proven.
it's going to be interesting to see how they fare against a ridiculous defensive line
You know how they're
with
gonna
an
fare?
inexperienced
Quite a test
with
in
an
week one.
inexperienced center.
They're going to be massive underdogs.
Well,
they're 4.5 or
4.5
5.5.
is not a massive underdog.
Well, they're probably wrong. They're going to be big underdogs.
they might, but I'm saying they're not a massive underdog now.
All right, coming up next, why insurance companies might want to stay away from the Great Eight. We'll tell you the details next. And why did the caller who was going to walk back a bet with me and pay me early, why did he bail? What is going on?
Why
here?
didn't you go to him? Somebody was going to pay you money?
This is an outrage.
You should have punched him up immediately.
I mean, call back immediately. Call
I
back 5
guarantee if that
minutes
guy
ago.
owed EB money, he would have punched it
Yeah,
up.
I mean, but it was cake skits owed
hoards
money.
you.
I had nothing.
He hoards you. By the way,
All right.
sorry for being late every second. It's so much colder in the studio. I just
it
like to
feels
go out
good.
there. It's like 10 degrees warmer.
Keeps you nice and frosty. Keeps you on edge. in
Say
here.
less. I mean, we're in the last hour, but I'm happy to crank up the heat.
You can crank it up.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Kik?
Hockey coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. This is from our friends at RussiaMachineNeverBreaks.com. Report: Alex Ovechkin racked up 33 fines for traffic violations during his off-season in Russia. Now, we all know that Ovi, once the season's over, he packs up his family, packs up so much luggage and flies back to Russia, spends his summer there. I believe he's supposed to come back on September 10th for training camp here with the Caps. But according to Russian outlet Mash on Sport, the Washington Capitals captain racked up 33 separate fines for traffic violations just this summer. Now, the fines totaled 82,000 rubles, which is approximately $1,000 US, and covered a variety of violations, including speeding, driving on toll roads, failing to pay parking fees.
He didn't have his Easy Pass
and,
with him?
and stopping or parking in the wrong place. Now, to defend Ovi, as of the report's release, he had already paid all but one ticket. So he has one outstanding ticket worth 4,500 rubles, 54 US.
Okay.
So he's up to date on most of the violations, but it tells you that Ovi's got a lead foot, and he's driving fast, and he doesn't
I wonder
care.
Yeah, but some of them are parking violations.
Understood.
And,
I wonder
and then
if,
the
I wonder if
Easy
he's had
Pass
that many
violations.
violations here.
Oh, I don't know. I'm
sure he has.
If he's racked up 33 in
Over
Russia,
there?
he's only been there since when's the Cap season end? In
I don't know,
sadly, it
May?
ended in like April or probably April.
Yeah.
So he probably flies over to Russia. He's there for 3 or 4 months. He's racking up like 8 or 9 violations per month.
Right.
He's like pretty
He
consistent.
probably does the same thing here.
And it is funny too. Like there's a story embedded where he was given a key to the city here in DC back in 2008. His quote was, "Today's a big day. I have a key for the city, and I'm the president this day in the city. So everybody have fun and no speed limit." That was back in 2008. Right. So Ovi likes to go fast on the ice and in his car, and he's just racking up violations left and right.
He does not care.
Doesn't care. Gives 0 Fs, especially when he's back in Russia.
Isn't it? Listen, I love Ovi.
Love him too.
I love him.
Love that guy.
But like when let's say you're the college, let's say, especially now in today's day of NIL, all right? So let's say you're in this, just to use random quarterback X, and you're making $5 million to be quarterback, right? Isn't it not cool though when that quarterback parks in the handicap spot?
Of course it's not cool.
Yeah, it's not great.
I mean, nothing against handy. I mean, I'm not trying to make it like that, but I mean, just parks where he's not supposed to park just because he knows he can pay it off. Let's
Right,
say
they're
not take
entitled.
handicapped out of it. Let's just take it's a reserved spot for the president of the university, but he just parks there because it's closest to the gym,
And he thinks he can park anywhere.
yeah, he doesn't care. The fine doesn't mean anything to him. Isn't that kind of it's not great?
I mean, honestly, some of the most entitled people are at any random shopping plaza or strip plaza in any city that are too lazy to park in a parking spot, and they just pull up outside of, it's Pupatella, and they put their flashers on, and they go in and pay, and then they come out. That's just, you should get a ticket for that. You're just being lazy, and you're impeding the flow of traffic, in my opinion.
I never park where I'm not supposed to park, but I got to tell you, in some parking lots, it's getting out of control how many spaces they're giving. Now, like at a lot of grocery stores, there'll be 5 or 6 parking spaces, which are supposedly just for people picking up groceries, right? Then there's expectant moms. Then there's veterans.
Yeah.
It's just so many signs. Oh, and I forgot
And you know what, though?
handicapped.
Look, I mean, I respect our veterans. If you want to set aside a spot for a veteran who served the country that's closer to the Harris Teeter, Please
it.
go right ahead. Or expectant mother, it's fine. I mean, it shouldn't be 20 spots, but if you want to
I know, it's just
a spot or two.
I don't remember growing up with that many spots.
Just
for
get
all
your
these
lazy
things.
ass out of the car and walk.
I do. I
park-
never park in those
just park
spots.
further away.
This is how many signs do they have to have?
There aren't that many.
Kind of depends on where you are.
Yeah.
But I wonder why they even make Ovi pay all those violations. He's like the freaking president over there.
I know.
He and Putin are boys. Pooty Poot.
I mean, he's got a fancy ride too. Apparently, he received all the tickets while he's in his Aurus AURUS Arsenal minivan, a luxury vehicle produced by Aurus Motors in Moscow. The minivan, which is not available for public purchase, is also used by many Russian government officials because it has an armored body style.
So silly.
So he's just flying around like he's a dignitary because basically he is.
He is.
I mean, he's probably the most popular athlete in all of Russia, I would guess.
Yeah, I would agree.
We haven't seen any volleyball pictures where he looks out of shape.
No,
I haven't seen
haven't. But if I did, I would say kudos. Enjoy your off season because you're going to come back here and you're going to score 30 goals, even if you've got 10 extra pounds on you.
When does camp start?
I think it starts
couple
after
weeks.
September 10th because that's when he's flying back, according to reports.
All right, so basically the same,
think
maybe
it
the same
starts like-
week
I wanna
as week one of the NFL.
I'm going to say it starts like 15th through the 17th, somewhere around there.
Yeah,
It's quick.
it's here.
It might be like the 13th because the first game is like the first week of October. Like it's with the quickness.
Right, and they added 2 games to the schedule.
Yeah.
It's an 84 game schedule now.
See, Caps training camp. When are we hanging out with old Coach Carbs in Arlington? It's going to be sooner than you think.
Oh man, I can't believe how quickly all this is coming. College football basically starts this weekend.
What are the best ones this weekend? College
When do we
football
get
ones.
to see Bill Belichick's team demolished by TCU? What time is that on TV?
That's a noon game because
Okay.
they're playing in Ireland.
Right.
I mean, you probably don't care about the NC State Virginia game, but it's an ACC matchup right out of the gate.
By the way, getting back to Belichick for a second,
Yep.
has the fervor about his girlfriend died down? I haven't heard much on that front of late.
It's died down.
I haven't heard much.
They still a thing?
Yep.
They still
I
together?
would assume.
As far as I know.
I haven't heard a peep about them in months. Been pretty quiet on that front.
Nobody cares about his
I
girlfriend.
mean, eventually you get tired of it.
Yeah.
He's in a relationship.
You know who's probably tired of it? The brass at UNC. They're probably way over.
So weird that it died down, though, right?
I think he goes to Sup Dogs on the regular.
Oh, he does?
Probably because he's just out of practice all the time. He's just so busy, as opposed to the off season when he's out there hanging out with her.
Didn't
And
Vinatieri
everyone's taking
crush
pictures.
him in his Hall of Fame speech? Something about like judging his girlfriend's cheer competition.
Yeah, he's not here, but he couldn't make it. He had to. Yeah, he was offended.
It's a pretty good burn.
He was offended that he didn't
Pretty
get.
funny.
Now I would say if you're Bill, like you're preparing for college football, but you could spare a couple hours to fly out there. I will say this: you want an interesting anecdote? I think Brett would be okay with me sharing this because I don't think it's a big deal. He told me that when Bill was over there, and Bill I guess comes by frequently. Since the first time he was there, I guess Brett was alerted to it. Went up, talked to him, tried to get him a seat, whatever. He enjoyed the thing, and Brett, being a savvy businessman, asked him if he would mind if he just took a picture, and just very cool. It wasn't. He just said, "No, I'm good, thank you."
Yep.
And Brett didn't take it personally, to his credit, but like he didn't want his picture taken.
Yeah,
and he still comes, and it wasn't a personal thing, but like he was like, "No, I'm good."
I think the interesting too is that he showed up, and the hostess didn't recognize him.
Right,
and then I think Brett got word and went over there, and Belichick left for a while. And then came back like 20 or 30 minutes later.
Right, and complimented him, said how much he liked it, and I think he's been there several times.
Yeah.
But it was interesting because
and I think he said that to be fair, he said that the girlfriend was super nice.
Yeah, totally. That if you're a restaurant owner like Brett and you get Bill Belichick, of course you want your picture with him in the restaurant. You put it on the freaking wall. Right?
And you put it all over social media.
Literally every restaurant owner in the world would say, hey, and Bill understands that, and he still said, no, I'm good. I'm good. So, interesting. it still wants to be, I guess, somewhat private. I guess as much as you can be on campus. Anyway, I thought it was interesting.
Wants to try to blend in as much as
All right,
possible.
we come back. Are we up for EP? Is that
Yeah,
what we're
let's
doing?
do it.
Okay.
Do EB's entertainment page. He will entertain the masses.
What's your CJ?
My
Next.
CJ, you know what? There was a brawl in the middle of a major media company. A brawl.
Is it on YouTube? Can I watch it?
You can watch it, but I'm not going to tell you about it yet.
All right.
The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. It's awesome. And Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drink flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and my favorite, blue chill. Perfect to enjoy after the game, if you're golfing, or during a barbecue with your buddies. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly.
Home sweet home for the Nationals. They had lost 4 in a row and 8 of 9, but get back to D.C. to start a 10-game homestand last night with a 13-3 win over the Colorado Rockies. Nats were no hit through 4 innings, but then broke it open with a 5-run 5th inning. C.J. Abrams back after missing 4 games with a sprained ankle, was a DH last night, had the go-ahead RBI double. Dale and Lyle, 3-run homer, 5 RBI, and Cade Cavalli fan 7 for his 7th win since the All-Star break. Football busy week for the Commanders. Practice again today in Ashburn, then a joint practice with the Ravens up in Owings Mills, and then the preseason finale Friday night, 6 p.m. in Baltimore. An injury note, defensive tackle Tim Settle did return to practice Monday. He'll take part in that joint practice on Wednesday. And one other note, former Commanders wide receiver Noah Brown waived Monday by the Las Vegas Raiders. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scomeril Forsey on the Fan.
Commanders announced roster moves about 15 minutes ago on their Twitter. They released safety Will Harris, as well as safety Malik Spencer, but the headlining name there is Will Harris released by the Washington Commanders. That happened about 15 minutes ago. They also placed outside linebacker Drake Jackson on the reserve/injured list. But the big news there, Will Harris released by the Washington Commanders. So they're now down a safety body in that room.
In a couple weeks, we're going to have Adam Peters on the show every Friday at 8 a.m. We'd be able to ask him about that personnel move.
Absolutely. He'll join us Fridays, 8 a.m.
Man,
starting after the Eagles game, week 1.
Drake Jackson just could not stay healthy for his entire career. I mean, he was a 2022 second-round pick.
By your Niners,
By the
correct?
Niners.
Yeah.
Couldn't stay healthy. He's on his second team. Can't stay healthy. Released again. Was he released, you said? Or
He was on the reserve injured list.
Reserve injured list, yeah. He just can't stay healthy.
Positive news, though. Rashad
Been
White.
4 years.
Running back Rashad White going through drills today,
Good.
according to John Keim. He tweeted that 10 minutes ago. So those are some Commanders tidbits for you
Making
there.
moves. And again, we went through the deadline. The flurry will be that Monday after the preseason game.
I thought it was Sunday.
When's the preseason game?
The preseason game is Friday.
Yeah, it'll be Sunday.
Yeah.
I think it's Sunday.
Because
that's right.
There's most of the preseason games this week are on Friday. There's 2 on Saturday, and there's none on Sunday.
That's right. You're correct.
Adam and his staff will be very busy after that Ravens game.
The Will Harris thing is somewhat surprising because I know they liked him last year, but Quan Martin just flat out won the job.
Yep.
And then they brought in Nick
Picks in
Cross.
back-to-back preseason games.
Everybody likes Nick.
Yep.
And what he brings. So not surprising. And it gives him a chance by releasing him now. That's respect to a veteran.
Yeah.
Do you think it's gotten back to Nick Cross that you're infatuated with his teeth?
No.
No.
He does have good pearly whites.
No.
They
You
are
don't think somebody
impressive.
told him, hey, the junkies were talking about your teeth?
No, but if anybody sees him and just say, hey, you can say that.
Nice choppers.
You could say EB was mesmerized by your beautiful teeth. He's got the best teeth in football.
In the
And
NFL.
Jason was mesmerized by Dan Quinn's shoulders.
Yeah, Jason was petting Dan Quinn. I don't know.
I was petting everybody.
I know.
It wasn't just DQ.
Yeah, I know.
I pet Klaus, Nick.
No, when we do live
Terry.
shows
Yeah.
and Jason sits next to the guest, and I know Jason very well. We all do. He's just trying to make him feel comfortable.
Sure.
So he's just,
But it's the natural jock sniffer in him.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. He gets so excited. If there's athletes around,
He gets very
the
uncomfortable on
guy
the air.
launches out of his seat to go say hi to him. He loves it.
That's the way I am. That's the way I was built.
He also launches himself out of his seat for the entertainment page. He gets very excited when you regale him
What's
with,
your Ricky?
with EP
already
stories.
gave you my
CJ, a CJ.
Oh, that's right. CJ, that's right.
It's our
entertainment
Nationals
page,
talk.
That's true.
Driven by BMW
Ricky
Fairfax,
sounds better.
DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience and your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax, people. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right, so I saw this, the story yesterday on the social media. It's kind of crazy. This is like, it's kind of unbelievable. I don't know the backstory to it, but apparently there was like an Uber Eats person or some sort of delivery person that was at Barstool, and maybe there was like some sort of argument going on with one of the girls. Gia, I think was the girl's name, and somebody intervened, and next thing you know, they're full blown punching each other. Like the Uber delivery, whoever the guy is,
And
looks
who?
like he delivers pizzas or food or something. And
Looked like he had a helmet on.
guard. I think it was actually a security guard. Yeah,
Is
'cause he's probably
Gia the
riding a
same
bike or
girl?
motorcycle.
Is Gia the Will Levis's ex-girlfriend?
I don't think so.
Or not
And
that
maybe
Gia?
you might.
I think
I don't
it's
think
somebody
so.
different.
I think that Gia is now with the Bengals receiver.
I don't
The
think
one with
it's
the
that,
weird
but I
name,
don't know,
Ayasavis.
Jason.
or-
Yoshi Voss.
Yoshi
Yeah,
Voss,
that's
yeah,
who
yeah.
she's dating. I saw that.
But I think
shouldn't know that. But
I know.
I do know it.
I do know it. Gia Duddy.
Yeah,
Duddy.
I feel like a jerk for knowing it.
Yes.
I shouldn't know these.
Right there with you.
Yeah.
Let me get my readers out so I can
She's
really
a PA
read,
girl.
read the story.
Did you see the video of the Uber driver?
Well, hold on, and then finish this story yet.
Oh, okay.
The
Well, you were
Uber-
taking your time.
All right, but the Uber Eats guy or whatever he is
I'm not gonna
starts
talk
punching.
anymore.
No, I want you to talk.
I'm kidding. Go ahead.
They starts fighting the security guy, and then the Uber Eats guy is kind of handling him when a bunch of the other Barstool guys apparently swoop in, and then they get the situation settled. But can you imagine if you're just walking in the hallway and an Uber Eats guy is giving, I don't know, the girl from PGC.
Fresh.
Yeah, I was going to say Fresh. The girl from
Katrina.
Give Katrina
And the way-
some noodles.
Like I said, Karina.
Yeah, some noodles.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, they're arguing, and the security guy, Carlos,
Right.
starts getting beat
Carlito.
down. And then
Probably
we have
never
to
gonna see him again.
What would you do? Would you definitely jump in there and pummel a guy?
Oh, I don't know if I'm definitely jumping in.
I think I would.
I might
For
pull.
an Uber Eats
I-
guy,
I would
I wouldn't
pull.
be worried that he was going to pull a knife out. Now,
You
if it was
would-
a
you would
stranger,
come
I
in-
might
You never
be
know, bro.
nervous.
Hold up, you'd come in throwing punches, or you'd come to pull him
Pull
away?
him out.
I think
Oh,
I'd
I think I
pull him
would
away.
tackle and pull him away.
Yeah.
But if he's throwing punches, I think I got to throw punches back.
Yeah, except the guy was wearing a helmet. So you're not punching him in the face.
You know what?
Gotta get in the
There's a
body
million
shots.
places you can punch.
Yeah.
I don't want to punch only
Punch
in
him in the bowl.
The theory is that he went up to the building and was going to take a picture of it, and then like
They didn't want him to?
No, like dash with the food, because that's what a lot of Uber Eats drivers
All right.
do.
They're supposed to, right?
Well, no. Like take the food and leave. Like go take the picture, like it's sent, and then just take the food and take it yourself.
Well, I mean that's
So
how
and then
long can
and
you
then
be an Uber Eats driver if you're pulling that scale.
and then Gia like confronted him, and then the guy threw a soda at her or whatever, and then they're screaming in mayhem, and then that's when the security guard.
I mean, if you get a soda thrown on you, the fight's on. It's on, right? Somebody throws like a Coke Zero at your head. Them's fighting words, right? Don't you think?
I think so. I
And
just,
you're wasting a perfectly good Coke Zero.
I just,
mean, why would you do such a
I
thing?
agree with your larger point. Like if you're an Uber Eats guy or whatever, Amazon delivery guy, you can pull that scam once. As soon as the second time it happens, you're done.
Yeah, you get reported, and then you're no longer allowed to
Like it could happen once.
deliver.
But as soon
It's
as
a
you become a
it's-
serial stealer of the stuff,
Yeah.
you're busted. It's
It's
over.
a common. I think it's a common occurrence. Chris was just saying like he ordered a steak once, and the guy got butt size for his medium rare.
Yeah, it just never got delivered. They were like, it was picked up from the restaurant. Like an hour later, you're like, yo, and like guy just drove off.
Wow. How? Let me ask you this, because this is something that's kind of I never really paid attention to. How observant are you guys of your Uber rating? Is that something?
Nah,
that,
couldn't care less about
I don't
it.
have one.
I don't know if I have one, but I don't
I think
know.
I've maybe
Everyone
used
has
Uber
one.
everyone
twice
has
in my
one.
life.
When you use it, the driver will rate you as a
really?
customer,
I don't actually.
right? So Uber drivers have ratings.
Yeah.
And so it's not something I care about either. I use Uber. I probably use it, I don't know, 50 times a year. I bet no, it's not like I use it every day. Maybe once a week or something. I don't know. I use Uber.
I mean, mine should be a 5. If 5 is the top score,
Right.
mine should be a 5 out
That's
of 5.
what I thought.
Because all I do is I get in. I don't really say anything unless I'm talked to first.
Right.
I get to my destination. I leave. I
would-
don't leave a mess in the car. Like I should be a 5 out of 5.
Me too. I feel like I'm the perfect
I'm
customer.
there. I'm ready for pickup.
Do you tip?
a tip? Yeah,
Of course. But it's not based on tipping. I asked the guy. So the driver.
Where
and
do you
the
see a rating?
I'm gonna go to mine right now. because mine apparently is not a 5.0 either. And my wife and I'm a 4.89. That feels like nubs.
You got work to do.
That's
you need
a-
that point.
Someone didn't like you.
I'm a 4.89, and I've
didn't
used
tip.
it for a long
Maybe you
time.
didn't
Let's
tip.
go around and see what everybody's Uber rating is. And
don't
this
even-
is you as a customer.
I don't have it.
Cakes, cough it up.
He's
Where
not
do
a-
you find it?
He's not a 5.
I have a newer phone. I don't even have Uber on my phone yet.
All right,
Literally
download
just
it.
got
Can you
this
just
phone.
Can you just download it real quick?
It's going to take a minute.
All right.
I'm a 4.9.
You got me by 1/100th. I'm a 4.89.
Mar says he's a 5.
You're a 5?
I'm a clean 5.
How many? Dude, I can't believe I'm a 4.89. I had a long conversation with you. I was like, what? Now, it could be my kids over time using my account.
Oh, that's
I blame
probably
it on the
it.
kids.
That could be because I'm freaking perfect.
The kids are being too loud in the
too
car.
loud. Maybe my kids had a bunch of kids, 6 kids get in the car.
That's probably what dropped
you know what
your
I'm
rating.
saying? That
Yeah.
could
Oh,
be.
yeah, everyone piles in. Someone's
Yeah.
sitting on someone's lap, not
Yeah.
supposed to be.
Yeah.
Someone drunkenly wants the aux.
Yeah, 100%. 100% that's alcohol related.
Shenanigans.
Kids lowering my Uber rating. I'm very unhappy about it. The Uber guy actually told me, and I didn't know this, but those guys, they could set filters, right? So back in the day, I think you used to not be able to refuse rides. That was my understanding. Now it's been for years. They can refuse rides if they don't they don't have to take it. I don't want to drive there. I don't want to drive to Pennsylvania. I don't want to drive to DC. I'm going to Boston. So that's obvious. But they can also filter out based on your rating. So my guy told me, we barely freaking made it. That I think he only takes 4.8 or better.
Right.
Because he doesn't want to deal with hooligans.
High
So
standards.
but it makes
Even if they have
makes sense. Because these guys, I talk to these drivers when I'm in the
So a
car sometimes.
4.7 is a hooligan?
Well, he doesn't want to deal with shenanigans. He doesn't want to deal with vomit. He doesn't want to deal with drunk people.
Oh,
He doesn't want to deal with belligerent people.
Found it. It's so small.
Yeah.
5.0.
Oh, nice.
Okay, you use it once.
Actually, I use it. Yes, I use it about 3 times a year.
Yeah.
It appears. Maybe even
Chris,
less than
what's
that.
your rating?
Mine was 4.87.
Oh, you're below me.
You're
Good.
You're a
nubbins.
knucklehead.
Good.
I mean, I got kids, so
I got kids.
and then
Are your
I'm
kids
pretty sure
older? Are your kids older?
No, they're
too?
younger, and they're supposed to be in seats. But whenever you call one that comes with a seat, they never actually show up with it. You want the car seat in the car, and they never show up, and you're like,
good
"Well, I got to
luck.
throw my kids in. We got to go." And it's like, and I'm sure they're knocking you for that.
That's
It's a
but
3-ring
totally.
circus in there.
Yeah, but they're the ones that said that they had a car seat, and then they show up, and then they don't, and then what are you supposed to do? You
Well, they also see you jumping an Uber and they think, I'm taking ZZ Top for a ride.
I'm pretty
They're
good, though. I
probably,
don't
they're probably
like-
not a big ZZ Top fan. So.
By the way, my Uber rating also includes all the Uber Eats orders for this show for McDonald's
It
over
does.
the years.
Can you tell? Does it say on there
That's
how
pretty
many
good.
rides you've
Mine-
used it for?
Mine is, I see it's 201 rides.
All right, that seems
That's
like
a
pretty
lot.
good. That seems like pretty good.
It's a
usage.
good number.
Let me see. Where does it say that? You just got to go into
I
account.
I use a different service. I use Lyft.
Okay, I use both.
I primarily Lyft.
Lyft has a lot better
The
prices.
problem, listen, the Lyft prices are, but sometimes they drive up in hoops. Like Lyft, sometimes I'm like, man, that thing doesn't even have a hubcap. Because believe me, sometimes I'm all about the price, and sometimes I'm all about I can't show up in a Lyft because it's too dicey. It's too dicey.
You can select like a black or extra comfort.
I know,
or
I do
SUV.
that. I'm just telling you, the Lyft.
You're picking
the
the
Lyft
nub,
standards. No, sometimes I use the XL and all that.
Yeah.
I know how to use it.
Lyft nubbins.
Sometimes in the Lyft cars, this is my experience, my opinion. The Lyft cars not as clean. It's not. It's more for the peasants.
Take your word for it.
That's my experience.
EB, you want to know a little trick? Sometimes if you go on Lyft and you start to schedule the ride or look at the locations and then
Yeah.
you exit the app, it will pop up with a notification saying hey, if you place the ride in the next 20 minutes, 20% off. So it'll give you a little discount, a little incentive to go back in.
I've seen that before. Like if you're just hemming and hawing.
Yep.
And you're
Silly.
comparing
5 stars.
how many rides. Did you say how many rides?
Nah, probably not a lot.
Where do you click it? Could someone tell me where you
I just
find?
tallied mine. I've had 10 total rides on Uber.
How'd you find it?
I just counted them.
Where? Oh,
You only have 10. It's easy to count. That's over
You
like
probably
5
have,
years.
Bickle, you have hundreds.
I got a lot. And my
Hey,
kids.
be a better passenger, Rick. Up your passenger game.
You know how much money he's burnt on Ubers?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course.
How many guys away every weekend?
I mean,
Hey, you got to get around.
And I also
I've used Uber/Lyft 3 times probably, and they were just for the Christmas shows.
in your life.
Yep.
No.
One of mine was to hide social.
Oh, I don't know if I ever got reimbursed for my Christmas show lift. I was too hammered. I just didn't think about it.
You didn't think about it.
Probably too
We
late
use
now.
it going to airports.
I know you do.
We use it, my kids
I
have.
don't fly anywhere.
They're different now because they're grown up. But although this one I might still pay for their lifts. They have an open Lyft or Uber policy. In other words, when they were in high school or college, I would never scold them for using Uber.
I should text my daughter to
'Cause
see
I
what
wanted them to
what
be
her
safe.
Uber grade is.
5 stars.
How do you find out how many freaking rides you've had?
I'm like Goodfellas in an Uber.
Anyway.
5 stars.
Anyway,
So-
Hey,
like-
the story I wanted to tell you was,
Yeah.
did you see, you probably saw it, the video of the Uber driver who was just driving down the street and a female cop was running on the street chasing some guy who broke into a car or
she
broke
got
into
pummeled.
No. She jumped in. She couldn't catch him because she was kind of a fatty. She jumped into the Uber and said, "Follow that guy."
And
the Uber driver starts following the guy. They finally
Oh,
arrested
nice. He was basically deputized.
do you have to do that?
Silly.
What happens if I'm
him.
driving?
He didn't say no.
Probably wouldn't have without a cop.
Oh, if a cop jumps in, it's like, just hit,
You'd be
hit the
sized.
gas.
Eric would.
Hit the gas in my Matchbox car. Butt size.
Eric
I don't want to
consider
turn
a
my
hassle.
car
See?
Throw a
into
little
a
siren on top.
I don't want to turn my car into like one of those like crash and derby things where you just bang it into
mean,
cars.
Crash Derby, also known as Demolition
Yeah, I
Derby.
don't want to turn it into demolition
Hey,
derby.
coming soon to a state fair near you. It's very popular.
I don't want to do that.
Actually, the Uber driver picked up the one female police officer, and then the officer said, "And pick her up too." There was another police officer, so he picked up 2. They drove, caught the
all
guy.
their cars in the shop? What's going on?
I don't know.
Working cop cars? What are they doing?
They were chasing this guy down the street, and he was running away from them.
Yeah.
They were desperate.
Who are they chasing? Terry McLaurin?
Well, you should have seen
so
the girl.
fast. No, Terry McLaurin, I would never
You should have seen
disparage
this
his
girl.
name like that.
Right.
He would never be involved in such a fracas.
tomorrow,
Roger the Dodger was probably faster than this female cop.
tomorrow, 2 things. Okay, tomorrow I want to get into more of the aftermath and the Perez Hilton thing. Apparently, he suffered multiple broken bones after he tried to dunk himself off in that live stream. So we got to
One of the worst videos I've ever seen.
we got to investigate that. Oh, I never saw it. I didn't
it's
want to click on
horrifying.
it. Is
You
it
don't wanna
horrifying?
see it,
Yeah, I'm not going to click
yeah.
on it.
Stay far, far away.
And then 2, my cousin Rhonda called me on Monday. I think it's time to
got
make
a
another
story?
appearance later. The Valdez and I are trying to work it out later this week.
Nice.
we talked to her in the Uber on the way to the Freedom 250.
Yeah, you were with me.
Yes, Ricky, I was in the Uber with you.
Hey.
I was struck. By the way, ordered an Uber XL.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there were 4 people in the car,
Which I ordered.
which you ordered, which is nice. And
I hope
offered,
I got a 5-star on
I
that.
offered to pay. I offered to pay half. You
And I
said,
said-
you said no. That's
Pay
okay.
half on a $12 thing. It's okay.
So
I'll
I get
survive.
in the car first. Uber XL is a misnomer because
Yes.
he's got a row of seats at the back.
Yeah.
That
It's a
literally
Toyota
are
Highlander.
there's this much separation
Yeah.
between
Infants
the rows.
couldn't even fit
We
there.
ordered an XL. It was a scam.
I somehow squeezed myself. I was like this in the back of the car, like this. I literally couldn't put my feet.
That's why you actually took the
And
metro
I'm
on the way home.
5'8".
You're lucky.
I'm not like. Could you imagine Jason trying to get into that vehicle in the back?
Yeah.
Looked
That
like a clown car.
That wasn't a 7-seater. That was a joke.
I hope you didn't pay more than like $40 for that ride. Though I'm sure you did.
No, it was cheap. It was like $12.
Okay, good.
But if it was Lyft, it would have been like a smart car, and it would be good luck trying to fit everybody in that.
All right, when we come back, we're going to go through our mental Rolodexes here. We're going to try to figure out who's the horniest guy in sports. In the wake of the Jed York arrest, he got popped for, I know it was a prostitution charge at first. It got knocked down to a misdemeanor, but he was soliciting a woman for sex in a trailer park in Ohio for $140. So in the wake of that, who's the horniest guy in all of sports? 800-636-1067. Listeners are welcome to chime in as well. We'll come up with our list next.
All right, guys. The Junkies are brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, big hits get even bigger with Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel. Customers choose their own reward every Tuesday to use on home run bets. How will you play your game? Option 1, the bet reset. Use this on your wager and you'll get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. Option 2, a 50% profit boost. Make your bet activate the profit boost, and if it hits, that's extra winnings at no extra cost. Make your choice, and the reward will be ready to use on your next home run bet. Maybe you want to throw some cash on Dylan Cruz to go yard. Maybe Brady House. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to choose your reward for home run bets every Dinger Tuesday. Play ball with the home for home runs on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 and over. Present Virginia. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Coming up at 9:45, we'll give you a chance to win a pair of tickets to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown at M&T Bank Stadium. So keep listening for your chance to win those tickets. It's coming up in just under 20 minutes at 9:45. All right, so in the wake of the Jed York arrest, now the actual charge got knocked down to, let me see, I want to get this correct.
Was it a misdemeanor?
Misdemeanor charges consisted of disorderly conduct and possession of criminal tools. He was ordered to serve a 2-day sentence at the county jail and pay $1,150 in fines.
What are
This is
the
the owner
criminal
of the
tools?
49ers.
Remember we talked about it. The criminal tool is the phone because that's how he contacted the girl.
Now, while the exact details of the misdemeanor charges were unclear, the Columbiana court records describe the 49ers owner's arrest against the backdrop of, quote, engaging in prostitution, unquote. So that led us to go down the rabbit hole of who are the horniest guys in sports? And there's been a long line of them over the years. 800-636-1067 is the number if you have some names that are escaping us.
So the first name which popped into my head is now of significance here in Washington. It was Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs has that infamous video where Vikings teammates at the time said the one guy they didn't want to date their sister would have been Stephon Diggs.
Yeah. It was
Believe he
almost a
has
landslide victory.
believe he has 7 kids from 6 moms. I might be mistaken on that, but I'm pretty confident he had 3 kids from 3 moms in one calendar
I mean,
year.
that's prolific. He's
That's
doing
pretty
a lot
big.
of work. Another guy that just jumps to the front of the line, Phillip Rivers. I mean, who's horny?
Phillip Rivers.
I believe he has 10, maybe 11 kids. He has a minimum of 10. It might be 11.
Yeah, but could you make the argument that having a lot of kids is less horny than someone who is so consumed by lust they make irrational decisions?
Okay, that's another point. But I mean, Phillip
So
Rivers.
Jed York is hornier than Phillip Rivers.
I think so, because I think when the horniness affects your level of
It affected his decision
making.
Yeah, he made a bad decision. He's paying for it now. Obviously, he's getting
Right.
dragged online, and he's going to get goofed on relentlessly by the rest of the owners
Right.
for being stupid.
Like you can just be horny and crank out kids
Yeah.
and just have sex, but when you're making terrible life decisions
I think
because
that's hornier.
exactly.
Oh, you know what? Another perfect one there. Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer was photographed in I think it was a bar. I can't remember.
Yeah.
The Jags were on a road trip, and he's like,
He was hanging out with that girl.
He's like, you guys go fly home without me.
Yeah, I'm hanging out with this
And
girl.
then the
yeah.
pictures came out of him, like getting handsy
Or-
with somebody at
how
the
about
bar
this?
in the city where they just played, and I'm sure they took an L.
How about
'Cause he was
just-
terrible?
How about just you got Bill Belichick in there. I was gonna say
Yeah.
an old guy with like a super hot young person.
Sure.
You got to be so horny,
Well,
right? Like,
well,
if
how
you're-
about but how about guys who've kind of broken the law? How about Deshaun Watson?
Deshaun Watson, the perfect example.
Yeah, of course.
Justin Tucker.
That's like a sexual crime, what they were accused of.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, you know what? To bring it back,
Sexual misconduct
bring it
and
back to the
assault.
golf world, we saw this expose just a few months ago.
Phil's
Phil.
horny. Phil's in
Phil.
Yeah. Phil.
Yeah.
Is Phil in here? Yeah, Phil's in there.
Phil's got
That's,
You know what?
That's next level. That you're so horny that your wife tracks your phone that you pay
Exactly.
the cart guy $50 to drive around on the course while you're banging your silly in some other. So she
And
looks at your location,
you've gotten-
sees you on the golf course. That's next level.
You've gotten kicked out of multiple country clubs, and you're a multiple major. You're one of the greatest golfers in the history of mankind, and multiple country clubs that would love to have you associated with them have said, "You're too toxic. You're poisonous. Get out of here." That's not great.
He's got a lot going on.
He has a lot of things happening.
I would agree, Matt, a little bit on what you said, but I got to put Antonio Cromartie up there.
He definitely is. in the
He's got to
mix.
be near the top because he's 42 years old. If you don't remember, Antonio Cromartie played DB for a few different teams in the NFL.
Really good player.
Really good player.
Yep.
Played for the Chargers. Played for the Jets.
Great college player.
Great
Better
college player.
than pro player,
Yeah.
but had a good pro career.
But played a long time. How many kids does Antonio Cromartie have, Mr. Bickle?
He has like 13. Something like that. It's in the teens.
14.
Okay, I was on off.
14 kids.
Yeah.
Think about that. 14 kids.
Yeah. I mean, that's just
That's
reckless.
unbelievable.
That's just slinging it. It's not 14 with the same mom. I don't think by any
6
stretch.
are with the same mom.
6.
But who knows about the other 8?
There's 8 total different women. I was looking it up. That was the one I was going to say. Cromartie, 14
Cromartie?
kids, 18 different baby mamas.
Well, what about Tyreek?
Tyreek, I think, has at least 12 kids.
I actually have a list here. It says most baby mamas in NFL history by player. I don't know how they came up with this. Tyreek Hill was number 1.
With 14.
Yeah, Travis Henry
Henry's got a lot.
apparently has 11 kids, 10 different women.
Wow.
All right, you want to bang on some of these calls? People are chiming in.
That's
Let's go.
prolific.
Well, that's why Travis Henry at one point was like, wasn't he part of like a big like cocaine trafficking network? Mm-hmm. Like the NFL salary wasn't paying for all the kids.
Let's go to Brian in Silver Spring. Brian, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Brian.
I think it should go based off the horniness factor of who you're willing to get with, and the Mount Rushmore. Do you guys remember Steve Phillips, the Mets?
Yes.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that girl had to go on a tour of like a glow up tour to show how ugly she was.
Remind me of that one.
Her name, it was like an intern, and she was she was bad. I remember her name was Brooke Hundley. I had no idea how I still remember
Brooke
that.
Hundley.
But
wow.
yeah,
She wasn't a looker, is what he's
Why
saying.
why do I remember from that there was something written somewhere about him tanning his buns? Like he was right? Wasn't that
he
his
was,
thing?
Like, giving letters to her.
very vain.
I think
He's still on TV all the time.
I know, but he was like naked tanning.
Steve Phillips, Brooke
He didn't
Hundley.
want those pesky tan lines, EB?
Was Hundley related to like Randy Hundley? Was it like his daughter?
No idea.
I don't know.
I
don't remember the name Brooke
All right,
Hundley.
let's
Can
go.
we flip the script?
Yeah.
Because we're just naming dudes.
Yeah.
What about your girl, Lindsey Vonn?
She's horny.
She's been out there.
She's
Yep.
horny. She's a horny chick. Come on, Valdez. You got to give Lindsey Vonn. She's thirsty. I think she's thirsty. I think Lindsey Vonn.
Yeah, but she doesn't do anything.
She's not doing anything bad.
Stupid or
no, She doesn't
bad.
do anything bad, but I just think she likes to get down. Fun
Just
girl.
wanted EB to say fun girl.
Fun
there
girl.
it is.
Come on, man. Fun girl.
I know,
Yeah,
but
but
that's kind of unfair to Lindsay to lump her into the
Well, like criminals.
Jed Yorks of the world.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, she's not doing anything wrong. It's just, but that's not. Listen, horny Hall of Fame doesn't mean it has to be criminal or it has to be,
Right. Or it has to be a million
just
people.
means horny.
I got one for you.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton.
Slick Willie.
We're talking athletes.
I'm just throwing him out
They're
there.
going to politics now?
I mean, you threw Jed York in there. He's not an athlete.
That makes me laugh.
Bill,
Yeah, but he's a sports guy.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton.
That makes me laugh.
Come on.
I mean, they would say the same thing about Trump, right? They would say the same thing.
Yeah.
All right, but let's try to stay in the sports world. Horny.
Rick
All right, we got a
Pitino.
bunch of people that want to chime in.
Ricky
Pitino, yeah.
Pitino, great
I mean,
one.
had to get after it in an Italian
How have you
restaurant.
been sitting on that one? That's a great.
I got
If
a-
you
Hey,
have
you
sex
know how much
in
ho-
a public restaurant and you have your assistant coach watch the front door, you're in the horny Hall of Fame.
Also-
is he in here?
Yeah, season.
Yeah.
Also, think about pummeling like a chicken parm and how full your belly feels, and like after a chicken parm
We
and 2
think
glasses
they
of
really-
wine.
Do we think they really ate chicken parm? I mean, didn't they go there for one reason?
I don't know. You had to have had dinner, right?
Hey, maybe
Right.
you had half it
Oh,
in a
he-
doggy bag.
Oh, he had dinner.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let me bang out some of these. Let's go to John in Waldorf. John, what's up?
Hey, John.
What's going on, Junks? Yeah, JP stole my thunder with the Travis Henry, but I also got Brett Favre. Eddie Griffin from the Minnesota Timberwolves who got in an accident while, Ed Orgeron.
Oh, yeah,
from,
Eddie Griffin was like
LSU.
by himself.
Yeah, he was hooking himself while he was driving and then got into a car accident because
He also had like a crazy BAC too, I think.
Yeah, he was actually a good player
Rick-
before things
Rick
fell apart.
Pitino was
demons.
a good one.
Did he die?
Eddie Griffin?
Yeah.
Well, would you die
No.
if you slammed into a train driving your car like 80 miles per hour?
Yeah. I didn't.
Generally, you would.
I didn't realize that.
He's been gone for a long time.
Yeah.
Who else?
We had Ed Orgeron.
No, it's Coach
Oh,
Ed. Coach Ed Orgeron. I do love the ladies.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
a
want to
great.
lift a little bit, guys.
Yeah, that's a great one. It's a great
Appreciate
one.
it.
All right, thank you, buddy.
yeah. Remember, Brett Favre sent his nubber to
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
who was the
Jen
chick?
Sturger.
Yes,
Yeah, of course, that's what you think.
Well, do we say Tiger?
Well, Anthony was going to say Tiger.
Oh, okay.
Anthony, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Vince just got it, but the Tiger is the ultimate champion of this category.
He's got to be up there.
Because why? Because he was just. I mean, do you really think he's that dissimilar from a bunch of other guys, like NBA guys or any sport, baseball guys?
Yeah, but he's Tiger.
I know.
Take a picture of his hoop.
Tiger did everything better than everybody else, including women.
He just had a high volume.
Yeah, but you think those
that's
NBA
fine.
guys? Those guys are legendary for their volume. I mean, they're
Yeah,
legendary.
but remember, Tiger had sex in the backseat of his car in the alley with the Perkins waitress.
He
did? Yeah, and then threw his condom out, and I think someone from TMZ grabbed it.
No, you're
that's a lot of
lying.
detail.
That's not true. That can't be true.
You are a Tiger savant.
That can't be true. So someone from TMZ was watching him live? That's how they broke the story? They were catching him live? Or did they just get girls to admit?
No, it would happen when the wife was on Thanksgiving, but someone grabbed the condom that he used. I'm telling you, that's a detail.
They're
that
losers.
happened.
You're a loser if you grab a condom.
Yeah, his name was Pat. Rhymes with Pat Maldives.
That might be the culprit.
He would
All
have
right,
chasing after it.
when we come back, we're going to give you a chance to win 2 tickets to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown when it comes to Baltimore this fall. So keep listening for your chance to win. You can call us at 800-636-1067. Your chance to win next.
Summer's heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. They're awesome. And they're made with real vodka. Surfside, only 100 calories with 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So Surfsides are easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are for the weekend. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. You must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly.
Going to give the listeners a chance to win a pair of tickets to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown. It lands at M&T Bank Stadium Saturday, October 17th. So your chance to win those tickets is coming up right now. Going to play QB Carousel. I believe JP came up with the game. He can explain exactly how it works, though I'm guessing it's not that difficult.
So where backup quarterbacks are playing, basically?
No, I've got starters.
Oh, okay.
But you have to get 2 correct to win. So it's
okay. All right.
kind of like junkie shootout, but we're not making them go 3. You got to
Okay.
get 2.
All right. All
I'll
right.
give you
good.
starter, and then I go backup.
Perfect.
All right. Let's go to Dave in Indian Head. Hey, Dave.
What's up, man? What's up, man?
Hello,
What's
Dave.
up?
How
What's
are
up?
you?
What's up, man?
What's
Good
up?
luck,
What's up?
sir.
Dave, what do you got on the docket today?
Work.
I'm working truck driver. I'm on the road right
He's a
now.
working man.
What kind of truck do you drive?
18 wheeler.
Wow.
Short
Big
haul or
silly.
long haul? Local? Like,
Peterbilt.
ooh, that's
local,
manly.
local.
What is that?
Oh, local.
Peterbilt, manly truck. It's like driving like a Mack truck.
Oh, okay. So he doesn't go.
And is your load different all the time? Always driving different loads?
No, it's always the same. Just different area, just different locations.
What are you hauling? What are you hauling around?
Right now, I got a Family Dollar contract, so we're taking Family Dollar all around the area.
Family Dollar stuff.
Bunch of garbage.
Let me ask you a question. I'm serious about this, and I should ask Rhonda, because I think Rhonda's gonna be on the show this week, and she drove 18-wheeler for like 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
When you're in small areas, like you're driving into the district, there's a Family Dollar in a district. When you take those turns, I mean, how many times are you clipping stuff?
Never. I'm kind of experienced.
He's a pro.
But back in the day, I had some close calls, but I never really clipped nothing. I think one situation I had in over off of Central Avenue.
Right.
Somebody tried to come out of a parking space when I was actually about to make a turn.
Right.
They tried to beat me around the corner, and they
Right.
ended up in the middle of my trailer.
Do you get so
desperate for
bitter?
a spot.
Do you get so bitter like when you're on the Beltway and I'm going over the GW Bridge and I'm looking for a spot to get over and I'm just looking for the trucks because you guys are so freaking slow. I always know I can pull in front of you. Do you get bitter when guys pull in front of you all the time?
We're not really slow. We rolling. I'm rolling when I'm going. I'm never under 65, 70 miles per hour.
Yeah, but I'm saying when it's trafficy and it's like stop and go.
Yeah. And I got to downshift and upshift again. Yeah. I'm pissed the heck off.
Yeah, because I cut in front of you guys all the time. All right. Let's play the game.
All right, you got to get 2 in a row to win the prize. QB Carousel, start off easy. Kirk Cousins, where is he now?
He's in. Where did he just go? Kirk is in. He's fighting with
I want to help you.
Penix. Atlanta. No, he's not in Atlanta anymore.
I mean, it took too long.
Let's go to the next contestant. 1-800-636-1067.
He's safe driving out there. Dave, I believe it was.
Jason, Capitol Heights. Hey, Jason.
Hey, how you doing?
Jason got to get 2 to win the prize. Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray plays for the Vikings.
All right.
That's correct.
That's your starter. Now we're going back up. Andy Dalton.
Oh, man. I have no idea.
Just guess.
The Texans. I don't know.
Sorry, bro. Let's go to the next contestant.
Thought he was close. Thought he had it.
Aaron Dalton. Or Andy Dalton. Aaron?
Andy Dalton. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep. You're stalling.
Andy Dalton, Carolina.
He's not. By the way, you start with the softball, EB, and you work
I thought
way
you were
up.
just going from the last
No,
one.
but-
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
You need to ruin the game. Let's go to Phil.
Hey, Phil.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Phil?
Phil, Tua.
Tua plays for Atlanta.
Yep.
That is correct. Can he get the win?
Sam Howell.
Oh. And I was part of the Howell Nation too. Dang.
Hive.
The Howell
Let's go
Hive.
with
You're
the
very
Hive.
active.
Raiders. I don't know.
Sorry.
No,
Can
that's
I ask?
incorrect.
Can I ask what it is? Because I don't know the
Sam
answer.
Howell?
Yeah.
He's,
Cowboys.
he's
I was
battling
going to say
Joe
Dallas.
Milton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next contestant.
Oh, he's going to lose it because Milton's playing well. Let's go. I can't read it. Samant? Sorry, I just can't read that. Samant, what's up, buddy?
Samant.
Hey, buddy.
All right, Samant. Malik Willis.
Malik Willis, Miami Dolphins.
All right.
Correct.
And for the win, I have confidence here. Trey Lance.
Trey Lance.
Shoot,
is he? Did he end up in the Chargers? I guess.
Chargers!
Oh, you got
Congratulations.
You win. You get 2 tickets to the R&B tour starring Usher and Chris Brown, Saturday, October 17th at M&T Bank Stadium. Tickets are on sale at 10 a.m. today.
By the way, Andy Dalton with the Eagles.
Yes.
Oh, I forgot where he was.
He was
For
with the
tickets and
Eagles.
more event info, go to thefandc.com/events.
Andy Dalton with the Eagles. Sam Howell Cowboys.
Give me another one. Give me a deep,
I mean,
deep cut. Give me
it's
a
not
deep
even
cut.
a deep cut.
Give me a third stringer. I'm grasping.
I'd have to look him up at this point
Give
because
me the toughest
I think
second stringer.
the toughest ones I already used. I mean,
Okay.
Carson Beck, softball for
Okay,
you.
Arizona.
Jameis Winston, softball for you.
Giants.
This is a starter. Geno Smith.
Jets. Oh, they're gonna be so bad.
All right, who's the third stringer for the Jets?
I have no idea.
I'm gonna look it up.
Couldn't tell you.
Is
Oh,
where's-
Zappy. Isn't it Zappy?
Bailey Zappi?
Yeah, Bailey?
If you say so, I'm forced to believe
I
you.
think he's with them.
I'm gonna look it up.
I'm just thinking about box scores.
Where's Ewers?
Miami.
He's Dolphins.
He's
the
Malik
backup.
Willis's backup.
Your New York Jets depth chart includes Geno Smith as the starter.
Yep.
Cade Klubnik as the backup.
Yep.
Brady Cook as your third string. Bailey Zappi, fourth string.
That's a lot of yuck in one room. Aaron Glenn. Does Aaron Glenn
You know what?
make it to the end of the season?
Maybe Sam Hartman has a place in the league after all.
I mean, maybe.
Not here, but maybe
Not
somewhere.
here, but maybe he'll latch on as a third stringer with somebody.
Yeah.
I don't know who'd be so desperate that he just
Well, you need-
signed
All
Sam
right,
Hartman.
your New York Giants depth chart, Cakes.
Jackson Dart 1, Jameis 2. I need a hint for 3.
His last name, there's other quarterbacks with this last name. One who played with the Redskins, who we maybe mentioned in the last couple of days for some reason.
Played for the Skins.
Where'd he go to college?
This guy? I'm not sure. He went to college at Arkansas.
You're saying he's a third string guy?
Yes. Jake Hayner is their fourth string.
Wow.
His initials are BA.
Oh, Brandon Allen
Yes.
from Arkansas.
Brandon Allen. Okay. We were talking about
Right.
And
Kyle Allen.
Correct. We talked
we're
about
talking
Kyle Allen recently.
These guys can
Man, backup
look,
quarterbacks.
you can be if you can hang on to be a second or third stringer, you can make a lot of money.
Hell yeah.
And have a great career in the NFL.
Do you know who Drake May's backup is?
Drake
Yes.
May's backup in New England
Yes,
is
because I saw them play. It was it's DeVito.
Tommy DeVito.
Tommy DeVito.
But there's the third string guy.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Jason
Who's
might
their-
know because he's a college guy.
Who's their third stringer?
Bayron Morton.
Nope. Never heard that name before in my
Yeah,
life.
hold on, Baron Morton.
Did you call
Yeah,
him
yeah.
Bayron?
I call it BEHREN.
I think it's
It's a
Baron.
weird name
Okay,
to spell.
Baron.
Weird way to spell Baron.
Spells Baron that way.
Weirdos.
They're doing a
That
different
too.
bit. They're just doing a different bit.
Texas Tech. Texas Tech.
Oh, he can probably sling it.
Yeah. Yeah, Sam Hartman might land somewhere else if he gets cut here.
I doubt it.
I'm so annoyed. I'm seeing LeBron is teaming up with the PGA Tour. He's going to have some event.
You really
So
hate
annoyed.
LeBron. You hate LeBron so much.
Can't wait till he gets a hole
Just
in
get
one.
out of golf.
Can't
Get out of
wait.
golf.
It's going to be great when that happens.
You wish you
I
pushed
hate
him
him.
for your driver.
All right,
I
we have,
hate him.
We have to get out of here. We are done for the day. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Well, it's getting fun in football now. This is a big week, a busy one for the Commanders coming up. Another practice today in Ashburn. They'll head to Owings Mills for a joint practice with the Ravens tomorrow, and then the preseason finale Friday night in Baltimore, 6 p.m. Dan Quinn hoping to clean some things up. He wasn't happy with what he saw Saturday in Detroit.
A lot of that, what I saw, that wasn't us, and that bothered me. And so I took a long time. I went through a lot of plays, and I didn't feel like we played complementary football. I said that felt in disarray.
Defensive tackle Tim Settle returned to practice Monday. He should take part in the joint practice tomorrow. Running back Rashad White did some individual work yesterday. Running back Bill Krosky-Merritt won't take part in the joint practice or preseason game this week as he still is dealing with the groin injury. Baseball, Nationals got home and got healthy. They got back in front quickly and were able to snap a 4-game skid. Despite being no hit for 4 innings, the Nats roared back to win 13-3 over the Colorado Rockies last night. Nats had lost 8 of their last 9. Dale and Lyle, 3-run shot, 5 RBI, and Cade Cavalli gets his 7th win since the All-Star break. Another one for the Nats against Colorado tonight, 6:45 here in the Fan. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're out west. The final day of Commanders training camp. All of our Commanders training camp coverage brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. B, it's the last day in the tent. How you feeling?
Great. Well, not really. Got to start driving back to D.C. Deal with all that.
What was that word you were looking for? It's a weird, like, sunrise, sunset moment for me because we're
I had Jeff on
alert.
Yeah.
On alert 5. So it's like sunrise, sunset for me because it's the last day of training camp. We've been out here, I think, close to a month now. I mean, wasn't the first day 27th of July or something?
I don't
28th-ish? Something like that. I can pull up the dates. But my girls have first day of school today.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like my summer ends, whatever, July 27th. But, you know, summer is officially ending now. Took the kids to school this morning. It's such a surreal feeling to have a 5th grader. I don't really know how to process that. It feels like no different at all, but also very different. I don't know. Like,
you get over it.
Yeah, I think I will.
It all changes. When they move to junior high and middle school and junior high and senior high and college, it's always the same. It's your baby. You care about them.
Yeah, man.
But as they get older, guess what they're going to tell you? Back off.
Yeah, I fear
you know that right now.
I fear that's coming at some point. I'm trying to pull up exactly our first day here. Remember, like, Stallion was so gung-ho early on. He was coming every day. I don't think Stallion's been to Ashburn in 2 weeks.
Stallion's been trying to get out of this.
All right. First day in the tent was July 29th, which means we were out here that Tuesday night, July 28th, for AP's presser, where it's funny, for the people that monitor the questions I ask, everybody liked the question I asked that night. B, I can't stress enough that we're not going to declare anything. Nothing is over. It's too early for anything to be over, and it's silly to talk like that. But you do have a lot of injuries stacking up here, and you are starting to have some real questions about the offensive line, the center depth particularly, the center position in general. When Nick Allegretti got hurt on the first day of camp, we were told it'd be about a week.
Mm-hmm.
Then he came back about 10 days later, was hurt again. We were told that would be about a week. Dan Quinn made clear it was going to be important to get Nick on the field yesterday, which didn't happen. Nick is now out another week, which means basically he's going to miss all of camp.
More than likely.
I mean, he's going to miss all 3 preseason games, the 2 joint
Well,
practices.
they don't want other players to play at all. So what difference does it make? You really think about it. Listen, man.
What is your concern level specifically?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not concerned because whether it's Nick or somebody else, somebody got to get into that place and play. And we can't guarantee Nick was going to play great. We can't guarantee the next person play great. But can they build a chemistry to keep moving? Because Tyler, when he got here, we loved him, and then Tyler didn't play as well last year. Now Tyler's out over in L.A. for the year. We don't know what can happen. And if we go and get a guy from another team, that's no guarantee either. Football is a thing where you got to adjust. And if people get hurt, you got to get somebody else and move on. What this is, we're going to find out how good they can get people ready. And we're going to find out if guys are ready to take the step. Because there are guys in football that always feel I'm a backup. And there are guys who, take opportunities. We're going to see if somebody take that opportunity.
I hear all that and agree to a certain level. I think Julian Good-Jones has proven he cannot play center for this team in the regular season.
Yeah.
Now they're finally giving Golbin this opportunity. I don't know if that's kind of a product of DQ at times won't play his rookies right away, or if they just didn't think he was ready, or they wanted to give, they wanted to give Good-Jones ample opportunity to prove maybe he could be the guy, or maybe they kept thinking Nick's about to be back. We're not going to upset everything here.
Yeah.
And then it just continuously didn't happen.
Sometimes you let people play themselves on or off.
Right.
And based off of what I saw from Good-Jones, I don't see him being a center.
No.
Blank.
And I'm not even sure he's a guard. I think they kind of went too long with that experiment, honestly, and maybe they were getting kind of mismatched information from the medicals as far as what they thought Allegretti would be back. The center situation remains at the top of the list. But I said this last week, I think. The stacked up injuries on the defensive line have me concerned. Like, Odafe Oweh, I don't think we've seen in 2 weeks. He was the free agent they spent the most money on. There's almost $65 million guaranteed with him. Then K'Lavon Chaisson is also missing time. None of those guys are going to play this week. Going into this week, I identified the Ravens joint practice as the most important day of the summer because that's a real, legit opponent, and you get good work in these joints. And I think there was a lot of build up to that, and now they signed Boogie Basham this morning, a guy that's bounced around a little bit, former second-round pick. They worked out close to 10 defensive players yesterday.
Yeah.
And you could tell me that signing Basham is just to get through this practice and this preseason game because ultimately you just need some bodies to get it done.
Yeah.
But the defensive line injuries, I just like Payne being out. Payne is arguably the most durable defensive tackle of his draft class. I think he's missed one game in like 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
I believe Payne will be out there week 1. But the when you start to get injuries stacking up at a single position, that gives me great pause because if you're looking at week 1, I am sure they'll tell you they're confident Oweh is going to be back. I'm sure they'll tell you they're confident Chaisson's going to be back. Dorrance Armstrong is suspended for that game. Keep that in mind, too. And as good as Josh Josephs has been, Dan Quinn kind of publicly blasted him for the Josh Dobbs zone read touchdown. He's like, the end has got to stay home and make that play.
Yeah.
I like Josh Josephs a lot.
But,
He shows you a lot.
He said the truth. I mean, I don't know if it's a bashing. It's the truth.
Yeah, maybe
you got to stay there. I mean, the ultimate thing, though, Jay, people hate hearing me say this. People get hurt in football. And you got to keep moving forward. I don't think there's ever going to be a year where you got 100% of the people playing every game.
Sure.
Never happens. So all the people that they've signed, you're going to find out what did they get the right depth and whatever else. That's what it's about. So I'm not going to get upset right now because they haven't played a real game.
I want to ask you this question about the center position. After the game in Detroit, Dan Quinn said we got to figure it out at center.
Mhm.
Yesterday, before practice, he said, we like the guys we have. We're going to get Matt Goldman more time.
Yeah.
Which of those two sentences is more truthful?
I think both of them are truthful. I just think that Matt Goldman now is the guy who they always felt they wanted to give a chance to, but they were waiting, and now they're going to give him the chance. Because it's at a point now where if they're going to have any type of confidence going into this season, they need somebody else there instead of the person that they've had. And I think Goldman is the guy where, like I said, I know they have confidence in him, and they want to now see it play. You're right. A lot of times, rookies that we think need to be just thrown in there, they don't throw them in there. They make them wait for a bit. But as long as he's ready to go, that's all that matters, right?
One thing that I think is important is there are a lot of injuries. Bill's going to miss this week. I don't think we're going to see any of the starters. Like whatever we see Friday night, I think is going to be miles and miles and miles apart from what they intend to do week one.
I think that was going to happen no matter if all those people were healthy.
I agree. I do think the plan for the joint practice was to be able to really get good work in, and I think that's going to be limited. Dan Quinn kind of allowed as such, we got to get through this joint practice now. But Tunsil is a huge blow. Nobody's downplaying that. But you get to week one, and all of a sudden, whatever happens at center, they sign a veteran, Allegretti's back. Assuming Coleman being off today was just a Coleman being off today thing and not some sort of lingering, developing situation, which is what we've been told, you get to week one, it's just vital to point out that, Jaden, Terry, Steph, Chig, a lot of the pieces, if you go back 2 months that you were really excited about, barring something crazy between now and 9/13, should get through there okay. And I know that folks are tired and fed up or whatever, but try to keep a big picture glimpse on it. The problem with this time of year is it's just so damn long, and any news that comes out by and large is bad news. There's not a lot of good news that comes out in August. Yeah. Maybe a developmental story like Jaden Bradley seems pretty cool story, or maybe a veteran gets a new contract. But by and large, the news in August is injuries or arrests, like dudes hanging out in Ohio trailer parks. You know what I mean?
But that's what we push. But the whole thing about it is there are good things happening on this team. There are good positions and guys getting ready to go.
Sure.
Yes, there are people hurt, but we don't focus on the health on the health of people. We focus on whatever is negative. We focus on what's bad, and that's what people run with. But the ultimate thing for me, I'm gonna keep thinking like I've always think. I told you there are times when I let myself go into fandom. And I let myself go in the media hood. I'm going back to football thinking. Can't worry about it. You got to be confident on the guys that are there on the field and see if they keep growing. And that's what you got to go with. I can't sit up here and be worried about what I don't know. We get so mad today. If all those guys are healthy come week one, then you go, oh, damn, man, we didn't worry about it. Well, I'm not going to worry about it at this point. I'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think I would largely maintain that position. I think things are starting to stack up to a point that I have real concerns. I think, to me, the center position and then the outside linebacker position, the edge rushers, whatever you want to call that.
But this center position, soon as they let Biadasz go, everyone started talking about the center position. So I don't think no one was going to be happy until you either got Biadasz back or a name.
So for me, I was not in that box.
You may not be, but everybody else was. Because this is the thing I say about this area. We talk about the offensive line more than any area I know. And when they let Biadasz go, did he play great last year? No. Okay? He didn't play great last year. But we got to stop worrying about names and just worry about people getting out here and building the chemistry.
I agree, but Allegretti hasn't been out here to build
He
the
hadn't
chemistry.
been out here, yes. But you know what? Let's go with the next guy. We see Good Jones not doing it. Goldman is next. Let's see how he works.
Do you think the Good Jones experiment went too long?
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think you should have – I recognize they were only going to do one series for Jaden, but I think you should have gotten Goldman some work, even with Marcus at some point. The Good Jones stuff I think we saw early on was problematic. And, I'm not knocking Good Jones.
The thing about the Goldman getting more, I guess it's the bodies they had at other positions. That's probably why they didn't go at that moment.
Like, I've said this repeatedly about Good Jones. It's not worth – you shouldn't be mad at Good Jones. If you design a kitchen and your dishwasher's in the wrong spot, that's on you for designing it that way. It's not the dishwasher's fault. They created this situation by releasing Biotish, which they'll tell you was the right move, and that's fine. Like, we'll see if that's proven correct. And then the plan was, we're going with Allegretti. He's our guy. He's going to be good. That can still happen. That can still unfold. If they're just being super cautious with Nick to get to week 1, I mean, at this point, that's what you're hoping is the case.
Hell yeah.
Like, otherwise, it's Matt Goldman or a veteran they're going to sign. And I wouldn't even close the door on, like, what are the chances you'd say today, B, of Tuesday, August 25th? So we're still so far away from week 1, which is crazy. We're still more than 2 full weeks away from week 1. What are the chances you'd say today that Allegretti starts week 1 in Philly?
I'll go with a 55%.
Yeah, I think they are still relatively banking on that.
Yeah.
Like, here's how I would break that down. Chances Allegretti starts in Philly, 60? 55? I like 55. 60, yeah. Chances it's some other dude that's not on this roster, 25?
Yeah.
So what do I have left? 20 for Goldman? I might go.
If you're going with 60, or you going 55?
I'll go 60 and 25.
85, 15% left.
I might go 60 and 30 and 10. Like, I don't know that Goldman, with the workload he's gotten so far, is going to be ready for Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis. And I think the plan that they had, releasing Biotish and going with Allegretti, I know a lot of fans didn't like it. Like, they liked it, but the Allegretti injury is significant at this point. And the fact that it's dragged on basically a month and he's not going to get any work in the preseason is significant. I want to open the phone lines up, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Scale of 1 to 10. How worried are you about these injuries? We're going to take everybody's calls. I did want to mention, I don't know if you agree with me on this, B, because you're not, outside of football, I don't think, maybe NBA, like, I think basketball, but like the March Madness and NBA playoffs, you're not like, I'm going to lock in and watch this sporting event. Cade Cavalli starts for me are not quite getting all the way to I got to lock in. But, like, I knew he was pitching last night. I sure made a point of watching it once I got home and got settled.
And they blew him out.
Dude.
Was it 13-2, something like that?
Yeah, they piled up runs late. But Cavalli, 7 Ks over 6 innings. He gave up a solo shot home run. His last couple months here, really since the All-Star break, so maybe we're talking like last 6 weeks, he's been excellent. And you kind of let your mind wander.
Could he finally be
dude.
getting completely healthy?
You kind of let your mind wander, man. It's pretty interesting. And I did just pick him up for my fantasy team in the B. Mitchell Finley Fantasy Baseball League.
You ain't worried about that.
So that gem he tossed last night, that goes on D's Nats total for the week.
Okay.
We're taking on Savannah. Savannah's been red hot. We need a dub this week. I'm kind of sliding back. Locked on Nationals. What'd you think of Cavalli last night?
I mean, he's must-watch at this point. Like, Cavalli has
He's not must-watch. We got to be careful. We live in a microwave society. Max Scherzer, when he was pitching for Cy Youngs, was must-watch.
You asked microwave to give you an answer. You think he's not going to say
Mizorowski right now is must-watch. There's a tier below that.
Well, I mean, you might be right, but here's a number to watch for Cade Cavalli. Cade Cavalli now has allowed 3 earned runs or less in 3 runs or fewer in 26 of his 28 starts, the most in Major League Baseball. You know who's right behind him? Who? The Miz, who's going to win the Cy Young. You know who's also right behind him is Cam Schlittler, who's also going to win the Cy Young. Cade Cavalli is must-watch. He's must-watch. 26 of his 28 starts with 3 earned runs or less? That is insane.
Baseball cherry-pick stats are tremendous. He's just, whatever the rung below is where he's at. You know also a difference? They keep pulling him after 6. Like, to hit real must-watch, Scherzer would start stalking the mound and doing that little, like, like honestly, like a peacock, like a rooster strutting his chest out, throwing complete game shutouts. Like that was must watch. Stallion, you microwave person. It was like Pedro Martinez. Like there are levels to this, and I am really impressed by Cade Cavalli. And I got to know when he's pitching, and I'm going to make sure I watch. Must watch is different. He's not there yet.
So you just said
if you promote everyone to the top level all the time, then there's nowhere else to go.
But
let's let him grow into it.
You just said that you have to know when he's pitching, and then you're going to watch. That's must watch, JP.
Ah, dude.
That's must watch.
Must watch was like Kershaw at his peak. Like you probably never watched Pedro or Maddox. Like those dudes were must watch. It was electric. Cavalli's getting close, which is a big deal. It's a big deal. But don't. What did Dennis Green say? You want to crown them? Then crown their ass. Like let's let my man grow into this thing.
I think he is, man. I think he is at this point. I mean, he has been.
How many more starts is he going to get?
I mean, probably the way the math works, 5, maybe 6 more starts potentially.
So the thing when you watch him I feel like he's pitching and not just trying to throw gas every pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's been a very cool evolution watching him pitch this season. And he's not must watch yet, but he's damn getting close. So when's he going to pitch again? They're really stretching him out too, right? Like,
I mean, he'll pitch probably like early on next week, like probably Monday, Tuesday, if I had to bet.
All right. You know what I'm going to do, Stallion? I'm going to make a note when he's going to pitch, and I'm going to really.
You know what to tell me?
I'm going to really make an effort.
Know what to tell me he must watch? If Stallion is at the game working.
Yeah, Stallion, why don't you
Instead
go
of
work the
game
game?
drinking.
If he's must watch, why don't you take your ass into the clubhouse?
You might be right. Maybe I will next start. Maybe I will.
And maybe you won't.
I think his next start will be on the road anyway. All right, circling this back to Washington. Your phone calls next. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How concerned are you about the injuries stacking up for the Commanders? Scale of 1 to 10. Your turn next.
If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you this summer, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn up the AC before heading out for vacation? You can adjust it in seconds and stop cooling the empty house. Plus, you'll get instant alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best. They installed a new system in my house, and I felt the cool, crisp difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions while you're trying to relax, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control operating efficiently even in the absolute peak of the summer heat. It's comfort and performance, perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Rude.com. This thing is not moving. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This update is built by PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. So the Commanders have a busy week, another practice in Ashburn today, then Owings Mills tomorrow for joint practice with the Ravens before the preseason finale. Friday night, 6 p.m. in Baltimore. Dan Quinn yesterday non-committal about whether or not Jaden Daniels is going to play in that preseason finale. Elsewhere, Nationals, guys are just talking about Cade Cavalli. Gets another win. Nationals back home, back in the win column. Open up their longest homestand of the season, 10-game homestand with a 13-3 win over the Rockies. Nats had lost 4 straight and 8 of 9. C.J. Abrams was back after missing 4 games with a sprained ankle. Dalen Lyle had a 3-run homer and 5 RBI. This August, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. At Paul Henry's Window Installation, schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. A lot for us to discuss. I want to have a Will Harris conversation a little later, B. Mitch. But right now, injuries are stacking up in Washington. What is your concern level? Scale of 1 to 10. Let's let Tailgate Ted lead us off. What's up, Ted? Where you at, bud?
I'm at a 7, boys. It's really only because of Allegretti. I mean, what's the point that does it? If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And to me, Adam Peters failed to plan here. And you guys have talked about it. Big Mitch has harped on it. Your best bet is Allegretti's serviceable. But when he goes down and can't be trusted, then what? Julian Not-So-Good Jones is your backup plan? Which to me is ridiculous. And I was doing some research on ChatGPT. I think it was saying that 1 out of every 3 starting NFL centers miss at least 1 regular season game. And Gruden's been all with Grant and Danny talking about how that's one of the most important positions. And to not have a seasoned vet there to help call blitz coverages and pickups and everything else, I'm concerned, especially with that defense we're going to face in week 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair, dude. It doesn't help that they're opening with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis and that Eagles front, but every NFL team is going to be good. It's a good call, Ted. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, I was texting with somebody that I think for the first time, maybe in his tenure, because it's easy to get mad at the coach. I think people were mad at Quinn last year. But Peters has kind of escaped the fans' ire, if that's fair to say. Mm-hmm. And I think fans are not thrilled right now. But some of it's injury, right?
The injuries happen. I don't think you go into the season planning that, this guy going to get hurt. So I better make sure I go extra on this side. Because I think when they were signing people, we all felt they had to go defense. And when you let Allegretti go, when you let Biadasz go and you have Allegretti, you're looking at the fact that no one is thinking he's going to get hurt. You damn sure didn't think Thompson was going to get hurt on top of it. So, it's okay for people to be mad and go up, but that's what people do. But now you may have to make a move because you didn't expect that injury to last that long. So I understand the ire and people getting upset, but that's not the people that's handling that job. They don't just go up and down, get pissed off at this and pissed off at that. They have to make moves for 53 guys on the team, not one. And everybody that say, they got to go get this center, that center, if they go get a center that we name and that center get hurt, we ain't going to be mad at us. We ain't going to be disappointed in us. We're going to be mad at them. So my ultimate thing is, your whole thing is always don't get pre-mad. I'm not going to get pre-mad.
Yeah, I think at this point it's not even pre-mad because he's going to miss all of camp. That's a big deal.
If he misses all of camp and he plays the whole year.
He already has.
But if he plays the whole year.
Agreed.
Who cares? Listen, I can't keep hearing people don't give camp and preseason any merit, and then when something happens, I don't want to hear how much they're going to miss, because if they're going to miss camp and it doesn't mean anything anyway to most people, I care that he plays during the season. That's my ultimate thing. I understand that camp makes a difference. Camp means something, has merit. But many people want to down it until somebody gets hurt. So at this point, if he plays the rest of the season, I don't care about him missing camp.
Yeah, I mean, my point is I think camp matters more than the preseason games, and he's not going to be in either of them. Let's see what Dom in Chicago says. Dominic, what's up, dude?
Hey, bro, how y'all feeling today?
We're good, dude.
I'm not worried at all. I'm thinking Allegretti is rehabbing, getting strong as he can. I trust in the coaching, the GM, that they're making the best decisions. They're bringing along the rookie, and the cat they got in there now, he's just playing himself out, showing he don't have nothing to offer, so show that now. We can bring somebody else and replace him, but you go for Allegretti, you're Gogolin, and then bring someone else. So I have very little concern. I trust them. They are doing what needs to be done.
Appreciate the call, Dom. I think it's important to try to quote the great Steve Sands, like, keep your poise in August. And I think it's not reasonable to think the sky is falling. Like, I mean, there are people that are like, man, the season's over, fire everybody. They haven't played a game. And last I checked, when they get to Philadelphia, you're going to have Jaden throwing to Terry and Steph, which I think is vital. I still think, like, always going to be out there. Like, there's a lot of – I'll tell you one that we just haven't gotten an update on at all.
Who?
Trey Amos.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on there?
I don't have a clue.
Let's go to CT in Lexington Park. What's up, CT?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Chilling, man.
Good, man. How are you?
Man, I just want to say this about Adam Peters. I trust Dan Quinn. I trust him in developing this team, getting everything, getting the team in shape. But Adam Peters kind of like tries to outsmart everybody shopping on a budget, which I think the linemen on the offensive line have we have no, I guess, like, major stars except for Laremy Tunsil and Sam Cosmi, and basically that's about it. Everybody else is on defense. Now, if we can trade maybe or finagle some type of offense or offensive men, linemen, with the defense and even it out a little bit, I think we'll be much better in shape and better in the center offensive line position, because we got to protect Jaden. That's going to be the number one runner of our season this year.
Appreciate you, man. Listen, offensive line, I think to say they only have 2 qualified starters is not quite fair.
They had 3 legitimate ones that people praise going into the season. That's 60%.
That's Connerly, you're saying?
Connerly as well. Okay? You didn't expect Tunsil to get hurt, and no one does. No one ever expects an injury. But the whole thing is they spent money on that offensive line. You got 2 first-rounders on the offensive line, and you got the highest-paid left tackle in the NFL. So to make the comments he just made, he's absolutely wrong. Okay? You brought in guys on the defense that were up-and-coming stars on other teams, not necessarily stars. And to just automatically just throw away that, no, they spent money. Now they got to make some moves. And the fact that they saved a little bit, they may be able to make a move. If they just spent it all, then we wouldn't be able to make a damn move. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when some people could call up here and say the wrong stuff, it doesn't go just because you're upset.
They allocated tremendous resources to the O-line between trading for Tunsil, drafting Connerly, re-upping Cosmi.
Yes.
Brandon Coleman was a top 100 pick. I think Brandon Coleman was the 53rd or 54th overall pick. Like, they allocated real resources to the O-line. Can't really control injuries. You'd like to see Connerly take a step forward. I'm not sure Connerly's had the camp a lot of people wanted, but he might just be more of a gamer. Like, the fact that he played every snap last year, I think people undersell how big of a deal that is. Mm-hmm. I just brought up the Amos thing. Dan Quinn, number 1, Jeffrey. Dan Quinn this morning opened up talking about Odafe Oweh and Trey Amos.
Yeah, I'd say I'll have a better answer for that into next week, John, as we get ready for those practices. We're fortunate that we have that space in between. They're both working hard and making progress, but I don't know if I'd have a number to gauge it just yet. And so that would be kind of my time that I'll have a better sense.
Not great.
It's not great, but I ask this question. Do we want everybody to be healthy week one or force everybody to play week one, or you want them to play the majority of the season? So if the guys aren't ready to go, why rush them for week one? Week one is not the end of the season. Week one is the beginning. And I understand how we constantly want everybody for week one, all in for week one. Here we go, Robert. I want you to play the majority of the season. And if you go 14 games, 12 games, 13, I'll take 12 games over just being there week one and then getting banged up and can't play the rest of the year. That's just where I come from. So I understand the mindset comes down to, we want everybody for week one. Like that's the end of the season.
I agree with that, but I mean the Amos thing is now from last November, and then whatever else might have happened. The Oweh is tricky because he was supposed to be the centerpiece of a retooled defense that is going to generate pressure on the quarterback. And yes, you're right. Like if it means they play 15 games and they miss week 1 and 2 even, it's just it's hard. The news keeps stacking up here. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. How concerned are you about the injuries? We got more from Dan Quinn. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Okay. B. Mitch and Finley coming to you live from BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia. Let me remind everyone, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool, keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And Brian, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Listen, everybody on hold right now, stay where you are. Devon, Drew, Anthony, Mama Stu, stay right there. We have a very special guest. My dear friend and NBC4 anchor Un Yang came to practice today. Un, you are a huge Burgundy and Gold fan, have been your whole life.
My whole life.
But this is your first time coming to Ashburn, right?
Can you believe that?
That's crazy.
It's taken
Let's get
this
you on
long,
television.
right?
You don't get enough airtime.
You don't need me to be on TV.
Yeah,
but
we
what
do.
a treat to be here with you and B. Mitch,
Yeah.
the
What-
legend himself. You get to work with him every day, Jake.
Oh, yeah, sure do.
Yeah, I got to deal with them every day.
Yeah, B and I know each other well.
Yeah.
And so we spend a lot of time together. The good, bad, and ugly, I would say.
You should know the whole crew, though.
You have any secrets to tell?
No. I am curious what you thought. I mean, this is your first time out here.
Listen, it is amazing to be here as a fan. I wasn't geeking out too much. I was trying to be a professional, but to be here and watch the players in real life up close is pretty spectacular for somebody who's been watching this team for so long, who suffered as long as I did watching this team and getting excited about it again. It was really cool. Thank you for inviting me.
You had a
JP.
chance to talk to some of the guys, and most people, when they get on the sideline, they see the guys moving, they go, man, they way bigger than I thought, and they faster. What
They
you think?
are absolutely super fast. It's hard to even see what they're doing, to be quite honest. Right? Practice is different. Even from watching
Yeah.
a game, you kind of have an understanding of what's going on. At practice, I really couldn't follow that clearly what was happening. There's so much going on at once.
Yeah. I mean, especially early on when it's all the different position groups and stuff. And one thing you said is how different it is for you to watch versus, when you're here every day, you get used to the flow of it all.
Yeah.
What did you think of kind of the length? And today wasn't the most intense practice, but if
Right.
you had never seen a practice, you're probably pretty surprised by how fast it all goes.
It does, and there is routine. You can see the stretching, the formation in the beginning, and then they break it up into the groups, and it does go by fast. I, for some reason, thought the practice went much longer, but they're out there early, 8:30, and they're wrapped up by about 10 o'clock.
So this is getting towards the end of their training camp block.
Yeah.
And so most of the practices for, say we've been here a month roughly.
Yeah.
The first 3 weeks we're all going 2 hours, 2 hours plus. And then they kind of ramp down the practice time to get it ready for the regular season, if
Okay.
that makes sense. And they have so many injuries, and they have this practice tomorrow against Baltimore that they're probably trying to protect some guys.
Right. So tomorrow's the joint practice with the Ravens.
Mhm. Yeah.
So today was the very last day of practice.
Yeah, we have to break all this down today. This beautiful tent.
We don't have to break this down.
Someone has to break all this down.
Really?
Yeah.
I want to make sure, I'm not breaking down a tent.
They mentioned that's right. And what happens now? So it's Wednesday, then Friday, and then what?
Then they basically get into their regular routine. So now it used to be Monday, then Tuesday you're off, but they changed it off day now. So is it Monday?
No, it's still usually Tuesday.
Still Tuesday. So you
sometimes it's different if it's a Monday night game or a Thursday night
you do
game or
stuff on
something.
Monday, then you're back to practice Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You either have a walkthrough or travel, and you play again on Sunday, unless it's a Thursday game and they adjust it.
And by now, do you think DQ and the team have an idea of who they're going to cut on Sunday, or they're still?
Oh, they knew
just
that
have to-
probably after week one.
So
Really?
the
A lot
crazy
of guys
part-
they know after week one, week two.
Yeah. The crazy part with the way these rosters
Okay.
work is for training camp, for the offseason, it's a 90-man roster. Then they have to get to 53 on the active, and then another roughly 17 practice squatters. Right?
So it ended up being 70.
So the reality is, and everybody gets so caught up on roster cut day, the 20 people that were definitely getting cut that won't even make it to the practice squad, we probably could have told you 18 of them on the 4th of July. Like some of it who's brought in for
Okay.
what role, but that doesn't mean there aren't, I don't know if you, who'd you get to talk to today?
Frankie Louvu, who was hilarious.
That's awesome.
Oh, he's funny.
He he was hilarious. And
He's charming. Did it make you like him that much more?
100%. I was not. It was disarming how charming and funny and
Yeah.
how much time he spent talking to me about his rituals and just making jokes and having a good time.
That
I really
ritual
loved
question,
that.
I thought that would be a good one with Frankie.
Yeah. How'd it go? So you were asking about guys' rituals, superstitions before
And
games
it's interesting.
and stuff, right?
Some people absolutely have a routine. And then other people, no rituals. Revo,
Mhm.
he said, listen, I'm a man of God, and I don't need rituals. I'm not superstitious. I say a prayer and get on with it.
That's his routine.
Yes, there you go.
You know
there
what I mean?
you go.
See, like I know people when people hear rituals and stuff, they start immediately thinking superstitions or whatever. But it's what you do on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like when I I would not listen to hip like hype music.
Right.
I would listen to R&B or something very very slow
Yes.
or gospel.
He listens to gospel music.
Because I didn't want to get hyped up because I had the coach tell me don't play the game before the game. I'm like, what do you mean, coach? He said if you listen to a lot of music that gets you hyped up, you get tired.
That's
and
right.
I stopped listening to it before a game.
Antonio Williams he said he's might be OCD because he likes to have everything in order. He
Get-
said he
getting
wants
ready
to
your
have
birthday
everything in
balloon?
order.
Yeah, it was bothering me a little bit too much, but
So-
it's trying to come back.
What? So Antonio likes to have everything in order, meaning what? Like
yes, he wants everything, the doors closed and things organized in his home. So when he gets back, everything is clean.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right? Did
I
you-
need to call him over to my house. Then.
Yeah, my house too. You can tell Antonio Williams doesn't have kids if he likes everything in order.
That I could tell.
Oh.
He kept saying, I kept asking about his playlist, and he kept saying to me, he goes, "You're not going to know this artist. You're not going to know. You're not going to know." I said, "I have 2 teenage boys. They're in college, so
Right.
who listen to all kinds
They're
of
probably
music."
pretty close in age.
Well,
Your sons and
Well,
Antonio.
this is the problem. You realize I have been a fan for so long. These players could be my children. Like what has happened to me? What is going on? You are absolutely right. Jaden could be my son. You know what I mean?
What is like your biggest takeaway from being out here?
Oh, that's a good. I think the machine and the operation that this is. This is the last day of practice. You know, DQ comes out at 8 o'clock to talk to the press real quick. Then he goes out. The practice happens. It's a formation. Everyone goes out and does the quick interviews, and all the reporters are on the sidelines. Most of them asking about questions. You know, Quan Martin was a big hit today because DQ mentioned in his press briefing this morning, one of the questions was, who's standing out to you right now? And he mentioned him.
Yeah.
And so as a result, of course, all the reporters want to talk to him about what that means to have the coach call you out like that.
So the flip side
Well,
of that
JP
coin.
is 1 year away from that.
I wasn't wrong just early. Quan was my Pro Bowl breakout last year.
Yes.
Last year didn't go the way it was supposed to, but I think that carries over, right? It's like
No, it
it's like
doesn't.
skins and
It
gone.
yes,
It doesn't
he
carry
gets
over.
no credit for this?
No.
Oh, come on. Okay.
Quan's have-
It was a reset after the season.
But so the flip side of that Quan
Yes.
coin of all the reporters going over to talk to him.
Yes.
Here's how it works: is you open with, "Hey, Quan, DQ talked about what a great camp you're having. How do you feel?" He answers that a couple times, and then it's, "Hey, Quan, they just cut Will Harris. Are you surprised by that?"
Yes.
So it's like there's a
What if
lot.
he said no? I had to do what I needed to do so they could cut it.
They could, right.
Overall, did you enjoy it?
I loved it. It's great.
I'm so
to be
glad
here.
you came.
It's a beautiful day, and the morning went by fast. I was
Yeah.
going to say, I'm on the air at 6 o'clock tonight, so it's a long day for me. So I thought maybe, okay, should I go? I'm so glad I did.
Good.
I'm so glad.
That's awesome.
It's great, and it's great to be out here with you.
Well, let me
guys.
ask you, because you're a big time fan, but now you've been out here and see kind of the depth of the organization. How concerned are you about the injuries? This is what we're asking the callers. Scale of 1 to
know.
10. Where you at?
Listen, I am an optimist.
Okay.
And after last season, I was feeling stressed, right? And Laramie Tunsil, like that
Mm-hmm.
injury, really disappointing to hear about that before we got started. How's Bill doing, right?
Hurt.
He's hurt, but how badly is he hurt?
We don't.
See, that's
so
the thing.
This time of year, they don't have to tell us.
We
that.
never know the severity of most of it. Jay wants to know the severity.
Yeah,
And when he asked the question, I'm sitting there like, they're not going to tell you that.
they're not going to tell you.
Part of it, you got to ask.
You ask, and they're still not
Right.
going to tell you that.
And who? The last player starts with an A. Why can't I think of his
Allegretti.
name? Yes,
That's a big one.
that's a big one.
Did you watch the rookie quarterback at all, Kaliak Manis?
So we watched him a little bit, and as he was coming up, we were trying to ask him a few questions. I think there are a couple of reporters who tried to get a hold of him. I have no idea what to think of this man.
Who's
He's
that?
looked pretty good.
What,
What do you say his name for me?
I can't say it.
Cadillac Manis.
Cadillac Manis.
Ethan Cadillac Manis.
I
See,
say
he keeps
Ethan.
saying Cadillac.
I might just call him Cadillac.
He's messing people
Say it
up.
again.
His
It's
name is
Cadillac
Cadillac Manis.
Cadillac Manis. He
You can
looks
just call
young.
him AK if you want.
AK. Ethan
Yeah.
is his name.
Yeah.
He looks very young.
He is very young, and he has this
very young.
he has this air about him that's just like, oh shucks, I'm so excited.
Yes.
That like makes him seem that much younger.
Oh, he absolutely gave up. That is exactly what.
Yeah.
So wholesome
Yes.
and earnest.
Yes.
Like, you gotta love him.
Totally.
And
I think
did-
my son is older than everybody on this team.
Not everybody, but
Who's older than him?
Tress.
Tress is how old? 35?
36.
Willis 37. Be 38.
What,
November.
where's Marcus?
I don't know what Marcus is. What's his age?
I'm gonna pull it right now. All right. Ballore probably was older, but they released him.
Yeah. He was 38.
Or he
wasn't
retired rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, dude. Tress is 36, oldest dude on the roster.
A veteran.
Yeah, that's a real veteran in this league. On is awesome having you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I'm really glad you made it out.
I'm really glad you suggested I come
What's your
out.
Instagram? Tell everybody.
At Enyang, EUNYANG.
Awesome
DC.
Hawaii pics.
Oh my
You
gosh.
just got back.
And B. Mitch has been going there for 20
Drop
years.
the name of the restaurant you like.
The Huma Huma Nuka Nuka Apua'a.
I went there. I couldn't say it, but I went there.
We're coming right back, taking your calls. If you're on hold, stay there. How concerned are you by the injuries?
It is on to Baltimore for the Commanders. Disappointment in Detroit last weekend. Preseason finale coming up Friday against the Ravens in Baltimore. 6 p.m. kickoff Friday for the preseason finish. Of course, before that, they'll have a joint practice Wednesday up in Owings Mills with the Ravens. Dan Quinn asked him what his plans are this week for JD5.
As far as Jaden goes, we haven't gone there with the game, but having the joint is a big deal for us. And so that's where we want to get a lot of reps for him and for many others. So Miami, it was a little more balanced. This one will be a little more shifted towards Jaden and some of the group with him.
Some other football news, including a former Commander wide receiver Noah Brown was cut Monday by the Las Vegas Raiders. Baseball Nats are back at it tonight, continuing a 10-game homestand, longest one of the season. Opened things up last night with a 13-3 thrashing of the Colorado Rockies. Nats snap a 4-game skid. Dale and Lyle 3-run shot, 5 RBI. Nats and Rockies again tonight, 6:45 here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Taking calls now. How concerned are you about the injuries in Ashburn? The list is significant. Also worth pointing out, it's August 25th, not September 10th. Let's start with Mama Stu. How are you, Mama?
Hey, guys. How are you?
We good. What's happening?
Not too much. Just celebrated a birthday Saturday, so I'm good.
All right. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, I missed your birthday too. I was listening, but I was at work. I couldn't call. But anyway, my concern level is at like a 5, 6. I guess my greatest concern is my observation. Like, I love Dan Quinn. Y'all know it. When he first got hired, I was the first one. Was like, I love to hire. He's a player's coach. You know, his experience and all that good stuff. But it's just my observation over the last couple of seasons, like, with the offensive line particularly, like, you got to build chemistry with guys and just the interchange. And I understand, like, you know, injuries happen and stuff like that. But, like, I found, like, just watch over the seasons, just like it was like you got players changing in and out. I'm all for versatility and all of that, but you got to have chemistry. And if you have a quarterback like we have, you know, we got the weapons that he needed. That's great. But you got to protect the quarterback. And so my concern is, like, the attention to really focus on the chemistry building with the guys on the line. And so with that said, you know, the injuries and stuff like that, that's going to happen. I think they playing on the side of caution, to be honest with you. You know, and it's not so much that they're going to tell us. But, like, God, like, I just need him to really, like, understand, like, not that he don't. I mean, he has coach. He's been in this league for a while. But, like, the chemistry is so vital to any success we're going to have. And so I'm more concerned about that than I am the injuries.
That's fair, Mama Stu, because here's the thing. Even if Allegretti does come back and is fine week 1, he hasn't taken snaps with Jaden, right? Because when Allegretti played in the last 2 games last year, that was Josh Johnson.
Well, he did all off season before the training camp started.
True.
So you still have that.
Let's go to Devon in Rockville. Devon, what's up, man?
What's up, buddy? What's up? What's happening?
We are good, man.
I'm going to say I'm more, I don't know the number to put on it, but it's more about the fact that they're not going to be in football shape. Like, I'm not worried about snapping to Jaden Daniels more than Nick Allegretti is just not going to be in football shape. He hasn't trained. You know what I'm saying? Like, he gets mental reps. And outside of, even if he does be ready for week 1, we need backup. We need backup help that's good enough to be a starter as well. So that's one position. But with all the other ones, I'm with D. Like, he always said this. Like, if we're going to be just as soon as they get a nick, it's the difference between being injured and hurt. You got to learn to play through being hurt to see what your body can withstand. And that's where I'm with Mama Stu. That's where I think Dan Quinn be like, not baby. I don't know if babying and pampering is the right word to use, but it's like, do they ever fight through anything? Like, this is the time to fight through it to see how much their body can take instead of just being rushing to be ready for week one and then boom, they get in week one on top of their body's not even used to going game speed or nowhere near because they haven't even been practicing. And now they out there and now it's faster, then they tweak something and then now they out. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, when do we like let them practice hurt to see how much pain that they could play with? That's where my gripe is.
They don't do that no more, D. Many people, most teams don't do that anymore.
Appreciate the call, Devon. Let's open these phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How concerned are you about the injury? Scale of 1 to 10. Anthony's in Martinsville. What's up, Anthony?
Hey, how y'all doing, fellas?
Doing good,
We're good, buddy. How are you?
Good to hear y'all voice today. Listen, my concern is at an absolute zero. And here's why I
Absolute
say
zero.
that. Absolute zero, minus zero. Listen, before Trey Burks got on his team, I couldn't pick them out of lineup if he stole my wallet. Before that rookie got on the team, the running back that's doing good in the preseason, Henry with number 30 on, I didn't know who that guy was, right? So they have a system. They picking good players and they developing them. And so I just feel like we got to let them work, man. Hey, they get paid, and they bringing in the right players. And I feel like they want to make it to week one. And some of these guys might not be as hurt as they say they are, but they really looking at the overall goal. They want to get to week one. And so I'm going to put my faith in them until they give me a reason not to trust them. You know what I mean? They building the roster. They bringing in the right guys. I didn't know who Burks was. I had no idea he was in the NFL. And they
You didn't know who Traylon Burks was? He was a first-round pick. He was a big-time player at
Tennessee. I don't find, and they was talking about he was washed up, he was a bust, and he was this and that and the other. But now you bring him to this team, and so I'm saying if they bring in another lineman once the cuts happen, they probably going to do the same thing. A guy that wasn't good on another team probably going to come in here, they're going to plug him in and keep it rolling. So I'm going to trust in them. My concern is at a zero. I'm not sweating. If they ain't worried, I'm not worried.
Sounds good, man.
All right, bro.
Appreciate you. It's interesting. Like, callers are kind of all over the place. We had a 9 out of 10. We had a negative 0 out of 10. For me, with the injuries, it kind of one interesting part with the injuries is at what point. I don't know the right way to phrase this because you can't understate how big of a deal it is that Laremy Tunsil's likely, maybe not out for the year, but out for a significant period of time.
Mm-hmm.
But at what point do you not have to include him in the conversation? Because we know for sure we're not talking about Laremy for week one in Philly.
But include him in what conversation?
Like, when you say how concerned are you about the injuries, like,
but Laramie's not playing the first 12 games or so.
Right.
He's in the back of the thought process right now. So you're not expecting him week 1, 2, 3, 4. Week 10.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, as we start to have this conversation about the injuries getting closer and closer to week 1, to me, it's like Tunsil's kind of past that. You know what I mean? Like, the injuries that I'm concerned about going into week 1, Owe, Amos, Bill, Allegretti, like, the guys that should really matter, Chason, that I don't know the answer to. And honestly, can you play that cut again, Jeff? Number 1 from this morning. Dan Quinn, when he was just asked about Owe and Amos.
Yeah,
listen to the start it over. I'm sorry, Jeff. Let me just set this up because I think it's Keim that asks him, and the audible sigh at this question to me, it maybe it's not what he says, but what he doesn't say. This is Dan Quinn asked about Odafe Owe and Trey Amos.
Yeah, I'd say
that sigh, dude.
I'll have a better answer for that into next week, John, as we get ready for those practices. We're fortunate that we have that space in between. They're both working hard and making progress, but I don't know if I'd have a number to gauge it just yet. And so that would be kind of my time that I'll have a better sense.
But I think a lot of the sign, Jay, when you're asked a question today, you better be damn sure that you answer the question exactly how you want to answer it, because he knows that you all are looking for stuff, And the whole thing about it is, what should I say here? Because everything is dissected and re-questioned. Well, look at the side. He was breathing, I thought. And then after that, later on, he gave you a little bit more of a deeper breathe, too, a deeper breath. So at this point, like, no matter what he says, it's going to be questioned.
Sure.
So he's trying to give you, let me give an answer where if they come back and said I said something, I know exactly what I said.
He went a little further speaking about Odafe Oweh, number 2, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I'd say I'll have a better answer for that into next week, John, as we get ready for those practices. We're fortunate that we have that space in between. They're both working hard and making progress, but I don't know if I'd have a number to gauge it just yet. And so that would be kind of my time that I'll have a better sense.
All right. Well, let's have a chat with the Stallion here. Number 1 in the cuts available to Brian and I, working in the field in a tent while you guys work in the air-conditioned studio. Number 1 on the Dan Quinn cuts is DQ on Oweh and Amos. Then there's a second number 1 DQ on Oweh's injury update. So how would you like me to ask for the second number 1, Stallion?
I'll go and rephrase that. My bad. My bad.
Jeff, can I get the second number 1, please? Dan Quinn.
Hold on. I hate to throw my boy under the bus, but the audios are the same for both number 1s.
Oh, so we just can't get that one. Fine.
So number 1 is him answering Oweh's injury and Amos there. So
why is it listed twice then?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
Preseason for all of us, buddy. Number 6, I'm going to assume is correct, even though there's 2 number 1s. Jeff, I'd like to hear Dan Quinn talking about Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, a.k.a. Bill, the second-year running back.
And with Bill, did you have specifics about what the nature of his injury was?
Lower body. And he's doing well. He's working over to the side. You may see him some today, but it happened on, I think, the day before we left for the game.
Are we going hockey mode now?
Yeah.
A football injury
because I don't
being
have to
described as lower body?
They don't have to tell you right now, so they ain't going to give you nothing until they have to tell you.
I can tell you
You
this.
know what? If
Yes.
I was a coach right now, I would be doing exactly what he's doing because I listen to questions and there are a lot of questions that are asked and the answer that they expect they don't get. They keep trying it again.
Sure.
If I was the guy being asked the questions, I would do exactly what he's doing. I did it while I played because when you ask me a question and I know you're searching for your answer, I gave you an answer. When you got home, you go, damn, he never answered my question.
Sure.
I'll talk for 5 minutes and never answer your question.
I've been doing this a while, and I'm very used to football coaches not actually answering questions.
Yeah.
It's a skill of the trade. Jeffrey, number 9, injury update for Ben Sinnott.
For this week, he won't be. He injured his oblique in the game, and so he's kind of in the return to football phase for him. As he's going there, we haven't ruled him out, for the game, but unlikely based on not going today and not going tomorrow.
This is anecdotal, and I am not a doctor, unlike the thousands of jackasses on Twitter that like to pretend they're doctors.
You're starting to think like I do.
I did see Bill and Ben Sinnott walk up the stairs today to go in the building. Generally, the guys that aren't going to practice still go out for individuals, do some side work with the trainers, whatever. I did see Bill and Ben walking up. I said, what's up? They said, what's up? I don't know that we're talking about a week 1 concern.
Probably not.
Especially considering it's almost 3 weeks away.
Yeah.
But, I'm not a doctor, not board certified. I believe
if you were, I don't know how many patients you have.
I believe I legit think I took 1 science class in college. So I'm about as far from being a doctor as one can be. Maybe 2. I don't know how many were required. Whatever the requirement was, that's all I did. And probably not even that well. I think the injury stuff is going to impact practice tomorrow. Number 4, Jeffrey, how do they get through this practice when they're so beat up?
I think you just want to make sure that you're not overloading it to that spot. Most teams are going through the training camp process of guys being out. Had it been a regular season game, I would say a number of these players would say, okay, they're going to go and do it. But I think when you're in this space, the smart play is to think of all the games that you're going to be playing. And so Jeff Kaplan and their team does a good job of that. So, but more than anything, just communicating with one another and where we're at to go. But it's very valuable, the experience of it.
See, that statement right there is why I am not going too far down that rabbit hole right now. Because I have watched them for 3 years, and I know that they like to be cautious. And if this were a regular season game, I believe a lot of those guys would be playing. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Hell, I saw this back in the day as well, where guys, in practice they didn't go, but in the game, full bore. 8-4 was always like that.
I love your Gary Clark story.
Gary get in the game, and you like, damn, was he hurt during the week? Because, the way he was running in the game, you're like, damn, that dude, he got well quick. So that's why I'm a little hesitant to really get highly upset, because I know that some of these guys is just being cautious.
Absolutely, man. And I think that's the right course of action. I'll reiterate, and this is why I argued I would have been just fine if Jaden never played in the preseason. These games don't count. Like, they looked better in the joint practice against Miami. Don't you believe so?
Hmm?
Do they get anything for that? Is there a trophy?
No, you don't get nothing for it, but still, you got to get that step. Just like you and everybody else is talking about chemistry, and being in football shape, it's the same thing for the other guys.
Right. My point, I guess, is if you have to pick a team of we want you healthy for week 1 and beyond, or we want to see you in these joint practices, depends where you are on the roster, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, like, for the guys that they plan on being part of this thing, it's week 1 is the choice.
I understand that, but I'm saying I went through this for 14 years. And I'm going to tell you, for 14 years, training camp mattered and meant something to me. And it's not just because of my mindset, because I needed to know the rigors I can take. And as you get older, you can't take everything you took when you were a young guy. You can't go through it like you did as a young guy, so you have to learn a new way of trying to go out there and play this game. As I got smarter, and I didn't have to use my physicality more often. I didn't have to use the fact that I was more probably athletic than the next guy. I was able to outthink a lot of guys when I began to know the game a little bit more. So all that stuff matters.
What else matters is Sonny Styles. I want to have a Sonny Styles discussion when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Nationals have their longest homestand of the season. Just started last night, and boy, what a way to get things started. 13-3 win over the Colorado Rockies. Much needed breakout game for the Nats, who had lost 4 in a row and 8 of 9. C.J. Abrams was back after missing 4 games with a sprained ankle. He had a go-ahead RBI double to highlight a 5-run 5th inning. Dalen Lyle also had a big game, 3-run shot, 5 RBI. Cade Cavalli getting his 7th win since the All-Star break. Now we see if they can keep it going with Game 2 of 4 against the Rockies tonight in D.C., 6:45 here on The Fan. Commanders getting set for the preseason finale, 6 p.m. Friday night in Baltimore, practicing again today in Ashburn, then the joint practice tomorrow in Owings Mills. You know, we're just over 15 days away from real football. The NFL season kicks off 2 weeks from tomorrow night. Super Bowl rematch, Pats and Seahawks in Seattle. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Merle Forsey on The Fan.
Break your neck. Break your freaking neck, boy. I feel like Busta Rhymes would be a really fun dude to go out drinking with. Like, it might get a little nuts.
Well,
but
if he start talking fast, man, when you drinking, you gonna think something wrong with you.
I think he's speaking a different language. B-Mitch.
Yeah.
The Sonny Styles slander, it's like saying swim spa sale. The Sonny Styles slander is so out of pocket, as the young people would say. It's so far ahead of what is warranted that I just find it absurd. And I get a lot of it's just social media getting takes off.
But that's why you got to start ignoring
farming.
them, Jay. I keep telling you this.
Well, I'm curious where you think Sonny is, where he's going to get.
I think Sonny right now is learning at this level the little things he did in college and was able to still succeed at. He can't do that here. He's learning how to play the game of football at the NFL level. So many people like to criticize people. They don't have one clue of what it takes to play at this level. And I say that because I've been saying it for the last 20 plus years on these airwaves here. I don't care who you are, what round you were drafted, what position you were drafted. You got to learn how to play here, not where you were at college. And people expect guys to just step into this arena and do exactly what they did in college. No. And then they blame him for stuff that wasn't his fault. They knock him for things where you get a screen grab where it's 2 other people that's supposed to be in position to stop a play.
Screen grab culture.
But you blaming him. So that is why I listen, and I respect almost everybody. I respect those who respect me. But when you get a little stupid and idiotic, I don't even think about you. I don't look at your stuff. I don't respond to it. And I damn sure don't bring it to the airways. I'm not going to bring a person's name or what they say to an airway. I'm not giving you more credit than you need. I'm not giving you more pride, more respect than you should be garnering. Sonny has proven that he's going to be a damn good player. I just think he's learning it. And when he finally began to know how to use everything he has, he's going to be a problem for people. And I don't even believe Durante has fully figured out exactly how he wants to use it.
Number 7 on the Dan Quinn cut sheet, Jeff. Dan Quinn was asked this morning about rookie linebacker Sonny Styles.
I liked how square he plays at linebacker. Like when you're an in-the-box player at linebacker, and we haven't blitzed him a lot, downhill, you want to see somebody who can play square, take on blocks. He did a nice job of using his hands. That's been an emphasis for us going into it. He's got command at the line of scrimmage, in a call, out of a call. So those are the things that that I saw in the limited space in the games. You guys have seen a lot more. I think what I've seen at practice, you feel speed and playmaking ability to get to spots that's difficult to get to. But you'd say he could play man-to-man because of the speed, but I'd also say like the zone parts of his game are going to be exceptional because he has quickness as well as speed. And so sometimes you might see a person who's fast, but they have to build up to it, where he's got initial quickness to get to a certain location, and that's a big deal.
I agree with Dan Quinn, and I think the fact that he pointed out we haven't blitzed him at all is a huge part of this. I think the Sonny Styles excitement should be pretty similar to where it was when they drafted him.
But you know, in this day and age, all it takes is one guy with Commanders in his name on his Twitter Facebook, whatever, and they say something negative, and then you have a bunch of people following him, and he's wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with people. Stop following and start learning and listening to more than one person. Just like you won't just listen to Fox or NBC, you got listen to multiple people before you start trying to come up with a mindset of what you're supposed to be thinking. Because a lot of people want to throw stuff out there because they know people follow BS. They throw it out there, they're very negative, and everybody follow them and they think they're right. They're not right. So start learning a little bit more and you'll understand he hadn't been awful like some of these idiots have said.
Agreed. I think with Sonny particularly, the size and the speed and the fluidity will really emerge over time.
Mm-hmm.
What's the kid's name on the Browns? The UCLA kid, the white kid, Schlesinger? That sound right?
That name sounds right. I don't know if that's the guy.
Carson,
I've heard that name.
I believe it's Carson Schlesinger, right? Yeah. He had a really, really strong rookie season last year in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it might help that you get to play with a stacked defense. I mean, Garrett, sure, but listen, Schlesinger was awesome last year. He was Defensive Rookie of the Year, 150 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 2 interceptions. Like, over the course of a year, 17 games, those stats, you can help me with the math. What's 156 divided by 17? Like 9? 8, 9 tackles a game?
Somewhere around there.
The thing to keep in mind with these off-ball linebackers is it's about durability and consistency is how you become a stud at that position. 156 tackles last year for Schlesinger is 9 a game.
Mm-hmm.
2 picks over 17 games. 2.5 sacks over 17 games. He only played 16, pardon me. So those numbers are a little bit higher.
Yeah.
But, like, if I'll pull up his game logs, there's probably not one game where you're like, oh, my God. It's not like a receiver going for 130 with a touchdown.
But that's it, man. Like, you play fantasy football. You pick a receiver, a quarterback, a running back, a tight end. You pick a defense. Am I right?
Yeah.
You don't pick individuals on the defense, right?
There are some crazy leagues, but by and large.
Some crazy leagues. But for most leagues, you pick a defense or a special teams, whatever it is. And some of them, the special teams come with the defense. But the ultimate thing is they don't even put a focus on one person. But everybody judges it based off of one person. You know what I'm saying? So you got to back up a little bit and realize what he does is going to be impacted by the people in front of him.
Schlesinger was the first pick of the second round last year out of UCLA. His first 2 games last year for the Browns, 8 tackles against the Bengals in a Week 1 loss, where he played about 52% of the snaps. 5 tackles in a Week 2 loss, a thumping at the hands of the Ravens, he played 100% of the snaps Week 1, 95% of the snaps Week 2. He played a little bit of specials as well. Through 2 games, he had 13 tackles and 1 TFL. Like, what Schlesinger did was build up over the course of the season.
Better.
He got better. And I think, like, that's – now, if you want to make an argument that Sonny is 7th overall and Schlesinger was 33rd overall, okay, I can hear that. But, like, I think it's important to frame correctly what expectations should be for Sonny Styles. It doesn't mean, like, if he doesn't have a pick six week one, it's a bust. Like, this is
I have
ideally a
one
player
thing.
in the center of your defense for a number of years.
A lot of you all who listening to us right now, you put all that negative stuff out on social media. 800-636-1067.
Oh.
One of you call right now and tell me what's your expectation and give me a reason why so we can try to figure out why you think the way you do. I'm willing to talk to anybody out there. Let's go.
There you go. Be calling it out.
Because the person that feel, well, you got to have 12, 13, man, come on. That doesn't happen often. You know? Yes, he's fast. He can do stuff, but that don't mean he's going to get an interception every damn other week. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody called. Jaden is in Pennsylvania. What's up, Jaden?
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
What's your expectations for him?
I mean, my expectation is, to look like a number 7 overall pick.
What does the number 7 overall pick look like?
I didn't play football. I don't know. I didn't play football in the NFL. I get that. But I think you expect someone to pop off the TV. Like, if you didn't know Sonny Styles, if someone was just watching the game, does he look like the number 7 overall pick? Has he done anything to stand out?
I don't think you can just tell that by a linebacker when you watch a game. I don't care what. I think you're thinking about him in the aspect of a running back, a quarterback, or a receiver. When you're a linebacker, that don't just happen popping off the screen just because you're a number 7 pick. So when you're thinking about a different position, you can't go in it with a mindset of what a damn running back or receiver does. It's what a linebacker does. A linebacker job depends on those dudes in front of him way more. So what you want him to do, just run and go make big tackles and go outside of what the defense entails?
I would also add, he's not playing a ton of snaps, and I think that's a volume play. You know what I mean? Like, if we get to week 1 and he blows up a pass play, I think folks are going to feel differently, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, Arvell Reese has for the Giants.
Arvell Reese is a pass rusher.
He plays linebacker.
He's a pass rusher, dude.
He's playing linebacker in the preseason, though. He's been playing linebacker.
He's playing pass rush, too. So what I'm trying to say, you're trying to compare what one defensive coach is asking one guy to do compared to what another defensive coach is asking somebody to do. That matters as well. So what I'm trying to say is stop thinking that everything is just painted with one damn brush.
Do you think he's been overwhelming? Like, what have you guys?
I don't think he's been overwhelming. I don't expect him to be overwhelming. I want him to learn this damn defense with all these calls and all the different stuff they're doing, and he's done that extremely well. But I don't think he's been awful. I think he's been right where I expect him to be, better than average.
It's also like the Arvell Reese highlights, and I appreciate you calling, Jaden. I think it was Jaden. Was it Jalen?
Jaden.
A lot of the Arvell Reese highlights are him blowing up a lead blocker, which is cool. Like, that's a good thing for a linebacker to do, is fill a hole and smash somebody. But I don't know necessarily.
I don't know if that's jumping off the screen just because you do that one time.
We'll keep the phones open. 800-636-1067. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Taking your calls on Sonny Styles. I think there's been a lot of misinformation on Styles. They haven't really let him loose. If you're concerned about that Josh Dobbs touchdown run, I can tell you this. I was talking with a defensive player about that play yesterday, and they were like, yeah, we lost a couple assignments there. And I said, and this was off camera, I was like, yeah, but there's also no chance you game plan for a read option from the second-string quarterback in an offense that's built around Jared Goff. And he just kind of looked at me like, he's like, that's not something we were expecting to see. And that's not a good enough answer in the regular season, but in the preseason, it's part of reality.
Yeah.
Let's go to Ed in Towson. What's up, Ed?
Hello. Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm good. I'm gonna bring Mitch's blood pressure down a little bit here because I've never played. I've coached some guys that have played in the league. I've been blessed to do that. And I think this is one time where there's a separation between what's real and what you're observing. I think, like Mitch, you have to have a knowledge of the game, which you obviously have. And the point I'm trying to make is I've talked to guys that have made the transition from college to pro. Talk to them like in real time, like, man, this playbook is huge, da-da-da-da. And what you must understand is they are two different entities. This cat is going to be a dog. But at the end of the day, it's a new job with new circumstances. Case in point, Mitch, look at Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton, the first 5 games with the Ravens, he was catching up to things.
Yeah.
Okay? Because he had to catch up to the speed of the game. It is totally different. And so look at what Kyle Hamilton is. I see the same thing with Sonny Styles. That joker he's going to be just fine. Why people tripping? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He's got to catch up to the pro game of football. It's not college. It ain't Ohio State. Mitch, you know that.
Oh,
you
yeah.
played college football. I mean, tell people I'm gonna hang up. You tell people the transition from college football to pro football and what you saw, and y'all have a good day.
All right, man.
Thanks, dude.
Listen, I've done that many a times, and I think the people that want to call in there just bash and pick out one play here, one play there, they're just haters, point blank. Certain guys, I know who calls this station, and I know exactly who they are. They want to act like they're a fan, but they have never said one thing positive. And if you don't have one thing positive to say over the last 2 to 3 years, then guess what? You are a straight idiot and a hater. So I don't have to worry about those guys. Like, my thing is, I say it daily. When you're in college, you might be the best of the 22 on the field. You get to the pros, all 22 are damn good. So, like, there are quarterbacks who could throw that late out in college.
Yeah.
It goes the other way in
Big
the NFL.
city.
There are defensive backs who like to peek in the backfield a lot, and then all of a sudden when they look back for that guy, that 4-3 every damn down guy is gone and runs a touchdown on them. There are linebackers who, they go up in there thinking, oh, I'm bigger than this running back, and they run on there with their chest, and that running back run right through them. Vice versa, the running back who thinks that, oh, yeah, I'm slow to the ground, and they find out a 6'5" dude gets under his pads and lays him on his damn back. Everything changes at this level because it's quicker, and you got to be more intent on everything. But just to think you could sit in your living room, stop, pause a picture, and get one thing and say, oh, that guy's not good. No, your eyes are fooling you. Look at the whole thing and realize that just because you can sit there and complain and want to just knock dudes, don't mean you know what the hell you're talking about.
Let's go to D in Stafford. What's up, D?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for calling.
The first part of the season, I just want to see the flashes, right? He's got the talent, the skill set, so I just want to see the growth throughout the season. I mean, ultimately, I'd love for him to be in the conversation for, Defensive Rookie of the Year, but at the end of the day, as long as we see the growth from day one, game one, to the end of the season, I think he'll be just fine.
All right.
Appreciate it, man.
And see, that's remember when we drafted Jaden and we had DA on the call, and he said, man, if he just give you certain plays that say, okay, that's why. And that went through the season. That's why. He didn't do it in preseason because they didn't really play. So, Sonny, throughout the year, you want to have those plays that say that's why. And right now, when you're putting him in for one drive here and one drive there and pulling him off and making sure he's calling stuff, and then you have him moving to another position when Chanel is doing some stuff. It's not about that right now. When the season starts, if he is, I would just say this, if he just grows based off of what I'm expecting and the talent he has, we will see the difference from day one to the end.
Keep these phone lines going. Who am I going to pick here? Dwayne is in Bowie. What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing, JP?
We're good, man.
Big Mitch, I've never seen you this frustrated the whole time I've been listening to you, man. You sound so frustrated with these guys, and I don't blame you. I'm with you, buddy. All right, here's the thing. Imagine if it was the Commanders that drafted Mendoza, and he threw that pick six. They would have ran him out of the town. So here's the thing. Everybody should calm down. Give the guy a chance. He's not trying to make the team. He's number 7 draft pick. He's on the team. He's trying to learn. He's trying to figure things out. Give him time. Same thing with Chase Young. Chase Young came in here. He was all over the place, but at the end of the day, he didn't really do much. So let's give the guy a chance. He's not a number 1 draft pick. Maybe he's second like Chase Young. Just give him time. He's going to learn. After the first 5 games of the season, you are who you are in NFL. So let's give him time. So everybody should calm down.
Yeah. Good call. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate it.
Here's what we're going to do. We got a break. If you're on hold, stay there. We will come back to you, I promise. Kenny, Daryl, Hamed, whoever wants to call in, 800-636-1067. I did want to talk a little college football at some point. We have an NFC South preview to do. We got a lot of stuff going on. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Nationals opened up a 10-game homestand last night with a big win, clobbering Colorado 13-3, Nats in a big way, and a 4-game skid. Dale and Lyle, 3-run homer, 5 RBI. Cade Cavalli gets another win. They'll try for win number 2 in a row tonight. Nats and Rockies, game 2 of a 4-game series, 6:45 here on the Fan. Big week for the Commanders. Preseason finale is Friday night in Baltimore. Practice today in Ashburn, then a joint practice tomorrow with the Ravens. WNBA Mystics have already now clinched a playoff spot on the road tonight for the first of back-to-back games this week in Phoenix. 10 p.m. for the Mystics tonight on the Team 980. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used option, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
I was confused. B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. Last day in the tent, B. How you going to remember the tent this year?
Tent?
I mean, we've been doing this tent life for some time now.
Yeah.
The tent back in the Richmond days was probably the swankiest because that was back in the partnership days.
Yeah.
This tent is different because it's 4 people sharing one big tent. It's what the political parties always say. Like, we're a big tent. Everybody's invited.
It was way bigger than this one last year.
We have lost space for sure.
Yeah.
But it weirdly kind of feels like it's gone fast.
It did.
But also really slow at certain times. What do they say? Somebody told me something when I had really...
Time fly when you're having fun?
No. Yeah, you say that too. But... no, when I had really little kids, they were like, the minutes are long, but the days are short. That's kind of training camp. Like, the days are long, but the month is short. Like, it goes pretty quick. And, the highs of this training camp of Steph Diggs' arrival.
Yep.
Almost damn near immediately balanced out by Tunsil's injury.
Yep.
And then as these injuries have stacked up, and like the good of the Dolphins joint practice versus the bad. What's crazy is how, for Dan Quinn to say the word disarray describing the Lions preseason game, when I think at least, you and I talking that night, I didn't think it looked that bad. Now the second and third string offense started piling up penalties.
Well, did he say that because the plays that they were getting, the big plays, that's disarray. That one play with Dobbs, that was in disarray. Everybody was it had many people going in the wrong direction. And, coaches, when they watch stuff at practice, they have an expectations, too, going into a game. And I'm sure he didn't expect that. But was the pressure getting on people? Guys look at that, the guys that are playing and some of the other guys are getting the chance to prove themselves. Is that something that's kind of making them try to go out there and make a play? And to play, because, like, you and I saw a particular person take an angle that you don't take that damn angle, and you don't come down like you don't go like in there like that. If you're trying to do if you're doing your job, you're not where you were.
Let's do this. I want to round out these calls on Sunny Styles. These folks been on hold a while. Kenny is in Largo. What's up, Ken?
Yo, what's up, y'all? How y'all
What's up, man? How you doing, brother?
I'm good. So, I'm just aggravated with all these internet trolls or whatever who never played football a day in their life. Keep trying to talk down on Sonny. Like, my man is still trying to get adjusted to the NFL. What they want him to come out looking like Luke Kuechly? Like, I don't understand. Like, he's playing linebacker at the highest level there is. He's not even playing bad, so I don't know why people out here trying to call him a bust or whatever. Like, he can be straight. Like, I don't get it. I feel like
it's
a lot of people.
Call, Kenny. Like,
what's that poem you like about the man in the arena?
Man in the arena, Teddy Roosevelt.
The people outside the arena always can tell a person in the arena how to play.
I have that
when they don't even have a clue of how to play.
Yeah, man, it's funny. Like, I was talking with my wife last night about my weekend on social media, just getting, like, nuked from all angles, right? And she's like, you've kind of gotten used to this. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. You just keep moving. You know who I'm confident is not paying attention to any of this? 52.
Yeah.
He doesn't care, especially from a mindset standpoint. That young man having a dad that played in the league and knows all the BS and the politics and the media cycle, like, if there is, and maybe it's on Twitter, somebody send it to me. If there is a person out there that is ready to declare Styles a bust, to quote B. Mitch earlier, you're an idiot. It's August 25th.
Well, Jay, some people are just like that.
Daryl's in
I think
Columbia.
we already heard from one of them.
Daryl's in Columbia. What's up, Daryl?
Hey, JP. Thank you. Thanks, B. Mitch. Yeah, I agree with everybody. I agree with B. Mitch that, this guy is very talented. I personally think that they're playing him out of position. I think he would be better at outside linebacker with his speed. But, because it's very difficult to play middle linebacker coming out of college, trying to get off these blocks.
If they weren't running kind of a 3-4 base, I could agree with you. But, like, outside linebacker in this system is basically an edge rusher. So if they were running more of a 4-3 base, I hear what you're saying.
I think he's going to be a great ball player, man. He got, all of the, the measurables. But honestly, when I watch him on TV, he doesn't woo me. It doesn't jump off the screen like LeVar Arrington, like Reuben Foster, like Ruben Bain. Even I know it's different positions. I know that edge rushers but Josh Joseph jumps off the screen at me when I see Josh Joseph. So I don't know how they're playing.
The one thing I'll say, though, listen, this is a fair call, and I appreciate it. When watching practice, when Styles is out there rep after rep after rep, and we are seeing them do more action that will actually be deployed in the regular season, Styles has popped at practice. He has not in the preseason games. You're correct about that. And Bain has. And maybe, 3 years from now, we're all going to be like, oh, my God, remember when people were worried about Ruben Bain's arms, and now he's a stud? But it's a fair call, and I appreciate it. And I think there's space for, like, a conversation about why X hasn't happened in the games.
But the position that you play allows certain things to happen. He said that Joseph is jumping off the screen to him. He said that Bain is jumping off the screen to him. And both of those guys are playing positions that it's easy to jump off the screen defensively because that's where you are making the plays. I mean, a pass rusher is going to always get attention. Middle linebackers can go through a game and you might not get much attention. They just make tackles. The only time they get attention is if they miss a tackle.
I'm curious. LeVar, wasn't he in a holdout? Did he even play in the preseason?
I don't recall.
You were in Philly by then, I think.
Yep.
Hold on, I'm Googling. Yeah, LeVar missed all of training camp and preseason due to a holdout.
Okay.
So I don't know that he popped.
But here we go, though. So when he got in the regular season and LeVar was on kickoff coverage, came down and I put him to sleep. Did that not pop? Did he pop off the screen for you then? So I want people to understand, like, veteran players, I don't give a damn who you are, can play better than younger players. And when you put outside players against a middle linebacker, the outside guy gonna have more pop plays all day. But 4-8 was part of the reason when the Dobbs touchdown was scored. But people are blaming Styles. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So let's just get one thing straight. As I keep saying, you got to learn how to play at this level. LeVar is my dog. That's my dude today. And he'll tell you, at 6, whatever he is, 250-something coming out, he thought he was going to lay me out. And he went night-night. Because I was a grown-ass man when he came up in here as that young whippersnapper. And you have to understand, people have to learn how to play at this. When I was playing at 10, 11, 12 years, I wish the linebacker ran up in there all willy-nilly thing because he big boy, he going to get something. I was sending him back to his mom and his damn daddy. And if you all don't understand that, then maybe you should stop talking and listen a little bit more. Because experience will outweigh just your size. And if you just run around and do stuff and the coach don't want you, you get your ass in some trouble. Let's understand a little bit more about just popping off the screen.
Let's take this last call. My guy Hamed is calling from Poolsville. What's up, Hamed?
Hey, gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. All right, JP, let's make sure we write this down because I've played in more games than B. Mitch, Madden, of course. So, expectations, we're going to talk about 300 tackles, 68 sacks, 34 interceptions. That's where we're setting the bar at, okay? Let's all relax. We don't know what Coach Jones' scheme is. We don't know what position he's going to be put in. He has athleticism, he has a work ethic, and he has a pedigree. Let's let the kid play. We have more issues on who's calling plays on the offense and the defense with no experience than worrying about a kid coming out as the 7th overall pick. I think we got plenty of time.
Good call, Hamed. I appreciate you, man. 300 tackles. I might take the under on that.
34 interceptions.
I think
I'm looking for that type of season one day.
Like on my list of concerns, the center depth and the center injuries, the D line depth and injuries. Like I'd probably get 10 deep before I'd be. Sonny Styles preseason pop is on my concern list. Like I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Like I know you're not even that concerned about the injury stuff, which is you're entitled to. I'm more concerned about it than you are. But like Styles preseason pop list, not close.
You know what? One list I never ever have been concerned about.
The preseason
pop list.
Only dude popping around here is Stallion. Now the Styles segment went longer than we planned, but also we've been doing our divisional breakdown, and this division sucks, so maybe we give them a little less time. Let's get to the NFC South, Brian. Panthers won it last year. The Panthers, the Bucks, and the Falcons were all tied at 8 and 9. The Panthers, despite I think finishing the season with a loss, got in the playoffs somehow thanks to tie-breaking rules. Who do you want to start with? The Saints had the worst record at 6 and 11. I kind of like the Saints.
The Saints, Tyler Shook got them a lot of little hype last year, and so I mean, you expect that to continue, him to grow a little bit more. We'll see.
Is there any team in the South that you would definitively say cannot win? Falcons, Saints, Bucks, Panthers.
I would, if I had to say that about one of them, I'm going Falcons.
Really? Just the quarterback questions?
The quarterback questions, and then Bijan is the guy, but they don't have a lot going on other than that.
They changed coaches. I think some would argue Stefanski's a better coach.
Okay, but I don't know if I'm expecting them to just hit the ground running this year.
The Shuck excitement, I'm going to just give you the numbers. Played 9 games last year. Winning record, 5-4 in his 9 starts. Almost 68% completion percentage, which I for a rookie I'd say is pretty darn good. 10 touchdowns against 6 picks. Averaged about 220 a game. Where are you on the Shuck meter, B?
I didn't see it at first, and then I have a lot of friends down there in Louisiana who are Saints fans, and a lot of the guys who I know are real good football guys. So you look at some stuff about him, he has something. Like you always say, he got something there.
Yeah.
He got something there, and I just think that if they can tutor him properly, he's going to be okay.
Saints went 6 and 11 last year. The Saints win total, Brian Mitchell, is 6.5.
6.5. I'm gonna go.
Well, that's my guess. I don't know.
Yours is 6.5. I'm going 7.
Stallion.
Saints win total is at 7.5.
Ooh, north of both of us. All right. Falcons. New coach. Raheem's out. Kevin Stefanski's in. You got Bijan. I think James Pierce is facing a big suspension. You've got Penix, I think, is back on the practice field.
I think he won the job.
Tua's been healthy through camp. I don't know how much you can count on
his
Tua.
job to lose, as I read.
Atlanta Falcons went 8 and 9 last year. They finished with a 4-game win streak. That was with Kirk at the helm.
Yep.
Falcons win total 7.5.
8.5.
So, according to a couple different sports books, they're kind of going back and forth, but the consensus is 6.5 for the Falcons.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn, they going Michael Jackson moonwalk.
I
They
mean,
going backwards.
honestly, this is not a depth chart. A depth chart I would often check. Who's the third string quarterback in Atlanta? Because that dude's probably going to play. Like, if we're using history as a guide.
Is he left-handed?
I don't know. I saw
he better be.
I saw a reasonable person I follow on social saying, like a real football person I follow saying they should, like the Rams have Matt Stafford, obviously.
It's Cooper Rush, by the way.
Okay. Hey, Cooper Rush has been a burgundy and gold beater throughout his career.
Yes,
I know
he
that
has,
much. They also have a fella, Jack Strand. I'm not too familiar with his work. Somebody said the Falcons should trade a late-round pick for Stetson Bennett. Bennett has looked good in the preseason. Obviously played his college ball at Georgia. The Rams going forward, it's Stafford until it's Ty Simpson. I don't think that's the craziest thing. 6.5 for Atlanta. Damn, those are low expectations.
Yeah, they did the old moonwalk.
B, a team I want to be high on, but they've had a lot of offseason injuries. Carolina Panthers. I think Dave Canales is the real deal. They went 8-9 last year, made the playoffs, covered. They covered in the first round of the playoffs. I'll point that out. You get Bryce Young back, you get Ted McMillan back, but they've had some real injuries defensively. Where you at for the if the Saints are 7.5 and the Falcons are 6.5, somebody's got to be.
They got to be 9. I'm gonna go 9 and 9.
I'm gonna go 8.5.
The Panthers are at 7.5. This division sucks.
So what the hell? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers gonna be at what?
All right, so
12.
Bucks last year went 8-9. All four teams in the NFC South finished with a -point differential.
Wow,
gives you a decent idea. All four teams in the NFC South last year went 3-3 in the division. So like nobody really stood out. Tampa started red hot. Baker started taking some real injuries. Baker's another year older. Baker's grumpy about his deal. Vita Vea was grumpy about his deal. They got that done. All of a sudden, he didn't need to be traded anymore. Shocker. You lose Mike Evans. I think Ibuka might have gotten banged up in the preseason. I'm guessing Vegas has installed the Bucs as the favorites to win this division. Tampa's win total, Brian.
9.
8.5.
Bang! 8.5 for the Bucks. Which, by the way, all four teams below 500 in win totals. Like, this might be the worst division.
Actually, 8.5 is exactly 500.
Well,
just so you know.
No, because it
17.
But they're still
so it has to be 9.
But 8.5 is directly 500.
Okay, yes.
You can't win a half
I'm just
game.
saying.
This division sucks. Like, it might be the worst one since the 2020 NFC East.
That ain't giving us one of them Jaden opinions.
NFC South odds to win. The Bucs are +170. The Saints are +270. The defending division champs, the Panthers, are +310. And the Falcons are 4-1, +400. Am I crazy? If I had to bet this, one, Beasley, tell me if this bet exists. Can I just get the field and not take the Bucs? Just give me the field.
I'm sure
and
you
not
got
the
that.
Bucs.
Yeah, you can do
like,
that.
is a bet available where I get not Tampa to win the NFC South? Probably not.
I guarantee you can find it somewhere.
Looking at these four teams, though, and looking at the odds, I'm half tempted to take the damn Falcons. Because the juice to me...
If you just said that whoever the third quarterback is going to be playing, I don't know if you really want to take that bet, dog.
Stefanski's first year in Cleveland, they went 11-5. And you know what Stefanski does? Runs the hell out of the football.
Okay.
You know what Atlanta's built to do and just hasn't?
Run
the hell out of the football. So maybe he just slows it down, gives Bijan 400 touches. I don't know. In Cleveland, his first year, they were 4th in attempts, 3rd in yards. Average 5 yards a carry. Passing, they were terrible. But if you run the ball, if you are that committed to the run and you can play a little defense, maybe they can win 8 games and win this terrible division. At 4-1, I think that's the juiciest of the options. Who would you like? Saints?
I'll pick the Saints.
Let them go marching?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of juicy options, I don't know how well this is going to go because I'm not sure I can name that many items. I actually think Kerwin would be phenomenal at this.
But this option that we just saw come out, I will not eat that.
It's time for GOATs, where we debate the greatest of all time in certain things. Stallion's idea, so if it goes poorly, blame him. We're doing the greatest of all time, best limited fast food items. Nobody go anywhere.
Start with the Commanders. A busy couple of days ahead. Another practice in Ashburn today. Joint practice in Owings Mills with the Ravens tomorrow. Then the Friday night preseason finale in Baltimore. Also this weekend, Cutdown Day is coming up in the NFL this weekend, Sunday at 6 p.m. Commanders got a bit of a head start today. They have cut veteran safety Will Harris. Baseball Nationals got back home, got back in the win column last night. This is a 10-game homestand for the Nats, their longest one this season. Started out in a big way, 13-3 rout of the Rockies last night. Nats snap a 4-game skid with the win, and now they try for another one tonight, trying to make it 2 in a row after having a tough stretch of baseball of late. Another one against the Rockies tonight, 6:45 p.m. here on The Fan. WNBA Mystics on the road. They're going to play twice against the Phoenix Mercury this week. This one tonight, 10 p.m. tip-off for the Mystics. You can hear that one on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Scott Merle Forsey on The Fan.
Remember me for centuries. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Tuesdays, we like to debate silly stuff. Goats. This whole debate is kind of us making fun of the never-ending LeBron-MJ debate, which is not a debate. It's MJ by a mile.
100,000.
For the youngs out there that don't know anything. It's MJ. Michael Jeffrey Jordan, pardon me.
Please don't call him Jeffrey. He's going to start thinking he's good.
So, Stallion, to his credit, came up with an idea. I'm always down for new ideas. We've been debating greatest of all time, different things. We've debated best vacation spots, best pitchers of all time, whatever it is you're into, best point guards. That was a good one. Stallion came out with this last night. KFC. Is it even called Kentucky Fried Chicken anymore? Or is it just KFC?
Whatever it is, it's not a good idea on their part, I think.
So Stallion sent us this in the group text last night. KFC is releasing a new Oreo chicken burger. The collab features cookie-style buns, mashed potatoes covered in crushed Oreo pieces, a fried chicken fillet, and launches in China on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been to China. You ever been to China, B?
Nope.
I don't know the Chinese fast food chicken market. Perhaps I should do more research. That sounds gross.
I don't see the reason why I want to eat like Oreo cookies on a chicken sandwich. Look, I like Oreo cookies. I like chicken, but I don't want those two things together.
Dude, I agree with you. I like Oreo cookies. Shout out to Mark Klaus. I like chicken. The grossest part of this to me, the mashed potatoes covered in crushed Oreo pieces.
Why putting? Nah, bro.
So
now listen. Now you know we have some strange things we get in fast food places in this country. Most countries don't allow all that crap.
For instance, so I did some Googling on this. Just random gross limited run fast food servings.
Okay.
How does a pickle juice slushie from Sonic sound?
Stupid.
There's some crazy stuff out there, man. I'm going to let Stallion kick us off.
Come on, Stallion.
Your top 3 limited release fast food things that are no longer available.
My number 3, this is what I used to get growing up and probably why I was fat. The chicken biscuit from Popeyes. They still have them, I guess, at various locations. I have not seen it before, but that thing was phenomenal. That's my number 3.
Chicken biscuit from Popeyes?
Dude, they had a chicken biscuit from Popeyes. It was.
I think I vaguely remember that.
I bet that's great.
It was so good. It was so good. My number 2 is a Chick-fil-A peach milkshake. It only comes out every so often in the spring into the summer. It's awesome.
Well,
it's so good.
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, that's good. And then my number 1, I think I might lose you guys here. The honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich. Again, only comes out.
Is that Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A. It only
That
comes
looks
out.
horrible.
No,
Too many
it's
flavors.
Give it to me one more time.
honey pepper pimento cheese chicken sandwich.
I didn't like that one.
It is so good, man. I could eat that all day, every
Keep
day.
eating it. You're going to end up like you used to look.
Well, again, there's a reason. Like it is the best.
People sleep on how fat Stallion used to be.
Yeah,
I don't.
Oh, you guys did not let me
see
live
him
that one
creeping
down.
on back that way.
I'm sure.
All right, Jeffrey, what do you got? Top 3 foods that have been limited.
Okay, I got to give you my honorable mention because this wasn't a food. But when I was a kid, I used to love the like green dipping sauce that Burger King had. It was like an apple flavor, but you ate it with chicken nuggets. As a kid, it was amazing, but I don't know if I would eat it now. So number 3, this is not an item. It's more of a thing that had multiple items on it. McDonald's, when they first released the dollar menu and everything on it was actually $1.
Yeah.
And you could get apple pies 2 for $1. The big and tasty, all of that. Number 2, the honey barbecue wings from KFC. That barbecue was just different. If you had them back in the day, I know they brought them back out, but they don't taste the same. And the last one is, this is not limited edition, but I counted it as a limited edition. The first round of the Popeyes chicken sandwiches. They were not made like they are now. They were made with actual like chicken breast from Popeyes. That's why everybody was going crazy. It was that Popeyes chicken on bread. Now I don't know what they're putting on there.
That's Jeff. See, you and Stallion got me on 2 of them right there.
Yeah, that when the Popeyes chicken sandwich came out was outrageous.
It was.
And didn't Popeyes roll out a fish sandwich?
The
as well?
flounder. That's on my list.
Well, let's have your list, B.
My list, I'm going with the peach shake.
Damn, that's on my list. From Chick-fil-A?
Give me the flounder, and then give me the chicken sandwich from Popeyes. I'm going Louisiana, baby.
Is that peach shake really that good?
Oh, it's
I
good,
never
dog.
had it.
And then I'm gonna tell you want the best peach shake? Go to Cookout.
Cookout.
They got
yeah.
chunks. Listen, bro, all of their shakes got chunks of fruit in it, bro. It's good.
That sounds good. All right, Dub B, what do you got?
Number 3, classic. Got to go with the Shamrock Shake from McDonald's.
Sure.
Number 2, when Chick-fil-A had spicy chicken nuggets, I don't know why they got rid of them, but they were so much better than the regular ones. And at number 1, the triple steak stack from Taco Bell. Best fast food item I've ever had.
The what?
Triple steak stack. It was only around for like 2 years, but it was so good.
Yeah, I stopped eating it Taco Bell a while ago because it seemed like I just was eating X-Lax.
Chris Kerwin is here. I've worked with Chris Kerwin
Yeah,
a long time.
Kerwin got some stuff
come
for
put
you,
this
boy.
microphone on. Now, for those that don't know Chris, I'm going to put him on camera here. Chris worked for George Michael, just to give you historical
Damn,
perspective.
you old.
Just on what you've seen as a DC
I didn't get fired
sports,
by George Michael. That was the key. Getting hired is one thing, not getting fired is another.
As a DC sports person, there's not many people that have the resume of Kerwin.
Yeah.
That said, if anybody's watching on Monumental, Kerwin's jacked and in very good shape. Yeah, you like deadlift 400 pounds.
He still plays damn hockey and stuff.
Hockey and rugby.
Yeah.
Right. Neither very well, but go ahead.
But Kerwin, there is nobody that is more expert at fast food.
Yeah.
Like when we're on the road, Kerwin's like, "Oh, I already checked. There's a Sonic here. There's a Culver's here." So when I mentioned this topic in a break, you were very ready.
I was ready
for your top 3.
I'm ready.
Limited edition items
That could have been gone forever, like, right?
Yeah.
Those are included. So, like, 3 is Taco Bell's caramel apple empanada. Was like think of like an apple pie from McDonald's, but like better, and they just jacked it up with a bunch of hot apple in there. When
Way
it's hot,
better.
it was like dangerous, so it was great.
Okay. Number 3.
That was number 3. Number 2, you got only B-Mitch should probably get this, or anybody listening. The McDLT. So they used to make a hamburger at McDonald's, and they'd keep the hot side hot and the cold side cold. So they'd have the burger on one side, and then they'd have the lettuce and the tomato on the other. And instead of coming in one complete package, it come in 2 containers. So that you put them together, it was like the hot and the cold meeting together. It was good. I was like, why did this concept not work?
Yeah.
I don't know. It was too complicated.
Yep.
So McDLT is number 2. And the number 1 that I think is, it comes back. I guess it's not retired, right? We can have ones that
So it's limited time, yeah.
Shamrock Shake from McDonald's.
Oh, they said,
it's got to be your number 1. I just have fond memories of a kid, and I
Sure.
got some Irish left in me, so the Shamrock Shake's a big thing.
Thank you, Chris.
Yes,
There are
you're
some very odd ones. I've landed on this list, and a lot of these are international. And one thing you notice when you travel internationally and you go to a McDonald's or something, the menu's very different.
Yeah.
Very different. Apparently, Subways in Australia for a limited time were offering hot dogs. And the Australians ate the franchise out of Sub Dogs in record time. It's an American-style pork hot dog inside a classic Subway roll, topped with mozzarella, ketchup, and mustard.
All right.
I could kind of get down with the foot-long from Subway. Now, Jeff, I have a question for you. You swear by bagel breakfast sandwiches at McDonald's. Are those no longer around?
Those are they're still around. The steak, egg, and cheese bagel. I don't get many no more, but those the best thing on the item. I mean,
that
on
steak,
the menu.
egg, and cheese bagel is good, but
Best
is
thing
that
on the
really
plate.
steak?
Hey, B-Mitch, I don't care about that. When I'm eating, if I'm eating a McDonald's steak, egg, and cheese bagel,
You lost all
I'm
that
just,
weight. You better keep it off you.
oh yeah. I haven't had one of them in a minute. But what I'm saying is, I'm going to a fast food restaurant. When I'm eating that stuff, I mean, I think no one should think like, what is this? It's processed food. You're gonna kill yourself if you do that. Like, you're gonna drive yourself crazy. Just eat it, enjoy it, work out.
All right, I got a couple.
Okay.
I don't know what my top seed is, but we got to have a conversation about the McRib.
I was about to say that.
The McRib is like the most infamous, famous, whatever you want to call it, of all limited edition items. Remember, Michael Jenkins, our friend Jenks, who does some
He's
work with
eaten
the
a lot
Commanders
of them.
now, he's obsessed with McRibs.
Yeah.
I have had them over time in my life. I have enjoyed them. I'm not too worried about when they are on or off the menu. I don't eat a ton of fast food. When I do, I generally just get chicken nuggets and take it easy on my stomach, just because I'm old and my stomach's sensitive.
Bruh, you and this stomach.
The fast food I eat the most is Popeyes, if that's fast food.
Yeah.
It's
Popeyes.
the definition of fast food.
It's also working with Brian. Like, our go-to is Popeyes around the office.
Our go-to is Bonchon.
Bonchon is a go-to. We went and got Bonchon last week. So the McRib deserves a place in the conversation.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Burger King rolled out the melt? I love a good patty melt.
Yes.
Now, preferably, I love a good patty melt from Tasty Diner at 2 in the morning with a side of gravy fries. Now, I haven't been at Tasty Diner at 2 in the morning in probably well over a decade, but when I was in my prime, when I had my fastball and I'd end up at Tasty Diner late night, a patty melt, woo! But then I appreciated Burger King rolling out melts. I think they had a patty melt and like a bacon Swiss melt. I don't know if those still exist, but they were good. You talked about the peach milkshake from Chick-fil-A. I don't know if this was a regional thing or what, but I love banana pudding. That's like one of my top desserts.
Mm-hmm.
They had a banana pudding milkshake at one point at Chick-fil-A. I don't know if that's standard or if it was just for a period of time, but that joint was banging.
Mm-hmm.
That was good because it had the wafers in it, too.
Yeah, dude. But my number one, and this is more nostalgia maybe or possibly just really good marketing by the people involved. The best limited run thing in my life, and this was such a big deal. I remember like my sister and I, or if you were having a sleepover, 1993, as Naughty by Nature would frame it. You remember the Bigfoot pizza from Pizza Hut? It was like a 2x3 foot square pizza.
Oh.
And the marketing around it, everything. If you were having a sleepover in like the fall of '93, you were busy in the fall of '93.
Yeah.
You were a professional football player.
I wouldn't eat no Bigfoot pizza.
I think I was 11. Those joints hit. They were the talk of the town.
I was eating tomahawk steaks.
Yeah, I was not. I was eating Bigfoot pizzas. So Joey also sent us his. I think we got to make mention of the KFC Double Down, where it was a sandwich with fried chicken patties as the bread.
I saw that. I never ate that.
And then we wonder why there's an obesity problem in the United States of America.
I forgot one, JP. Do you remember the McShake salad from McDonald's?
The McShake.
Oh, you like shook it up?
Yeah. That was
I
the
do
coolest thing
remember
to have in school back then.
Joey says McDonald's, I assume around Christmas time, rolls out an eggnog milkshake.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've had it.
I'd rather get the eggnog at the house.
With some booze in it?
Yeah.
And then this one, I think they may have brought back, but McDonald's snack wraps. They were cheap and they were pretty good.
Yeah, but they're not the same
That's
no
a
more.
great one.
Like they're small now.
Yeah, they use a chicken select. Back then they used like a crispy chicken tender.
You know what, Stallion? You pulled this one off. This was a good topic. So what was everybody's one? Did you guys write it down? Because I did not.
Yeah, I got everyone's one. So B-Mitch has the original Popeyes chicken sandwich when they originally rolled out. You got the Bigfoot pizza from Pizza Hut.
Yeah, dog.
Jeff also did the original Popeyes chicken sandwich. I did the honey pepper pimento cheese sandwich from Chick-fil-A. And then Dub B got the triple steak stack from Taco Bell. Pretty good list.
What about Kerwin doesn't make the graphic?
Well, Carwin, the Shamrock Shake.
All right. Well done. I enjoyed that, Stallion. I wasn't sure how it would go, but that was a fun ride. 1 o'clock, Ben Standig joins the program. Nobody go anywhere. What's up? All right. All-time banger. If you don't know, you don't know. B. Mitch Finley in a tent. Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. Last day of training camp, man. Everybody's taking off. I won't be shocked, B, if we're the last ones here.
Yeah.
This is the last day of school vibes, and unfortunately, we got detention. Everybody else is gone.
You know how that happens.
Yeah, man. It's time for Stallions Audio Tour of the United States. What do we got, Ryan?
We got a couple clips here today, but I want to start off on the baseball front because the Padres just introduced their new owners yesterday, and some fans are kind of, I don't know how. Some fans
Let us hear it. Just let us hear it.
Yeah, hear the audio from the new owner, Kwanzaa Jones, yesterday.
Kwanzaa Jones.
We need each other. And that's what Jose and I together have built a life on understanding that it is together. And when we are all in, and you all heard the song as we walked in, we are all in. It's not lip service. Just as when you do the work that you do, and you do the work you do, and all of you all do the work that you do, we take it as a baseline that in everything everyone does, you're all in. And for Padres, we are. And we are absolutely committed to this organization, and we are absolutely overjoyed. And we understand, if you heard it, we're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to win and win it all. We hope it's sooner rather than later.
So
She's excited.
People were like so upset about that. Like they were like, "Oh my gosh, the Padres have a terrible owner." What else is she gonna say up there?
But
Like,
why are they up? This.
It's baseball fans.
Yeah,
and I'm a baseball
Get a life, man. The woman is excited.
It's like
she kept talking. She probably should have stopped
Yeah, she
5
was
minutes
talking.
prior. But you know, I don't think just because they gonna get mad at that.
I wouldn't be mad. Now, if you want to make fun of her for it, I get that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But I'm not mad.
Yeah, the video of it is great because like she just looks up in the ceiling. She has a ton of energy.
It seems like she had a planned thing she wanted to say and kind of lost the plot along the way, and then just started going nuts.
Literally, I loved it.
That was better than Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, hell yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like it showed some
At
personality.
least you say we gonna win and we all in. That's cool.
Yeah. And Jose Feliciano next to him. I mean, don't know too much about the guy. Could be a great guy. They are polar opposite people. He was there
So they're
pre-motion.
not a couple. They're like they've partnered. No, that's his wife, dude.
Okay, so
All right.
anyway, they're both
So
there.
apparently the new owners of the Padres, Feliciano, co-founder of the private investment firm Clear Lake Capital, is the designated control person under MLB governance. His wife, Kwanzaa Jones, a CEO, artist, and investor, partners with him in running the franchise. That lady definitely gave me some artist vibes.
What's her name again?
Kwanzaa Jones.
So it says it's an American singer, songwriter, and investor.
Send this video so I can actually see it instead of just hearing it.
Well, yes, fine. I'll send it to you via Twitter, but it's a pretty funny video, and I think the Padres are in pretty good hands.
Send it.
I will. We'll send it here, but we also have.
Can we?
She has a little Beyonce in her.
Can we speak
does.
a little of?
She look a little like Beyonce.
Listen, I don't know who the current one seed would be in attractive Major League Baseball owners. Kwanzaa might get it on day one. Is there a more attractive Major League Baseball owner? I don't even know that there's another woman. Forgive me if there is. The last woman I could think of that owned a baseball
Reds,
team
right?
was Marge Schott.
Yeah.
Kwanzaa Jones blows her away. I remember Marge Schott would have her dogs poop on the infield and like smoke cigs and put them out on home plate. Shout out to Marge Schott. I doubt you're alive, but if you are, know we're thinking of you. All right, number 2, Stallion. We're going to Maine.
Yeah, number 2 is a kind of a wild one. I saw this on Twitter yesterday. A Maine weatherman just kind of literally broke down on TV yesterday in a funny way. So
Results in a few of these showers and storms popping up mostly across the north and west, and resulting in the chance for some heavier precipitation, a few bands of storms in some spots. We gotta finish up this weather right now. I'm so sorry. Plenty of
He's on air?
70s, low 80s.
Oh, he's on air.
All right,
what happened?
My man's got to be going through something.
Something happened.
No, he's laughing.
Oh, he was laughing.
Yeah, no, this guy just starts dying laughing.
What
no
is he
one-
laughing at?
We
I
don't
thought he was
know.
crying.
I thought he was crying.
I thought he was crying,
like
too.
he just found out his dog died.
No,
or something.
no.
I thought he was crying, but what is he laughing at?
We don't know. Like it kind of just went viral, and it was like this
I
weatherman
guarantee you,
squealing on air.
Something he said he was thinking like Jeff. Pause.
I also think the producers of that program have to be like, oh, we'll go back to weather. Here's a commercial. Like, stop letting the
They
guy.
probably saw him laughing, so they thought it was cool. If he was crying, they might have cut away from it. But he sounded like he was crying.
He sounded like he was crying. Last one, Stallion. What do you got?
So this Matt Leinart, I mean USC fame, but also the guy went on a date with Rihanna and blew it.
I took Rihanna on a date.
I didn't know you were going to say. Okay.
To Teddy's.
Whoa.
Was it Teddy's, right? It was.
It's like first date?
I think it's like the third time. And this is like, it's either like all or nothing.
The question is, does Rihanna remember it?
Were you nervous?
Are you kidding me? Problem was I had this ginormous blister on my lip. I'll never forget. It was there. And then I don't know who in my world was like, dude, they're like, you're okay, bro. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. I'm like, no, I'm not. The whole time we're at a little table, dude. I couldn't make eye contact, dude. I'm like this. I'm like, yeah, what's up? What's up? Like I couldn't talk.
He was like, get me out of here.
Yeah, she was like, oh, this poor kid. And I remember, I think Daniel, after one of our buddies was like, you idiot.
You
dude.
blew it.
Oh, to my face. He's
Billy
like,
Madison,
you just blew it.
it.
He didn't blow it. The blister on the lip blew it.
Would you not, if you get a chance to take Rihanna on a date,
But at
is
that
it more
time-
dangerous to take Rihanna on the date with a blister on your lip or try to postpone it? Is that a one-time only, no rain checks?
I mean, try to postpone, I would say, because you're going to lose out anyway. Let's be real, though. He probably took the Rihanna out on a date that was not the Rihanna now.
Sure, and he was super
way
famous
back.
for a while.
Yeah, so, because like, I remember when there was a Super Bowl last, and there's something going on in Oakland or wherever at the Coliseum, and Rihanna was performing there. So that's when she was a younger person and she wasn't big at that time then. You know what I'm saying? So that could have been then, where still she didn't think you were big enough to deal with your blister lip.
Yes, Jeffrey.
I don't care,
Have you
blister
been on
or
a date
not.
with a blister?
Yeah, I'm going on. It's Rihanna, bro. I'm going on. Hey, yo, I got a blister right here. I accidentally bit my lip. Something burned it. Something. I'm letting her know, and I'm continuing the
She
conversation.
ain't gonna buy that. She gonna walk right on you, Jeff.
Hey, it's nothing.
See, that's
keep
what
that
I'm
off
saying,
here.
If you do get a date with Rihanna, you gotta lock
We
in.
got
Yeah, you gotta
so
take it.
when did he say this was? We got to understand now. Rihanna, when she first came on the scene, she ain't Rihanna today.
Yeah, but
She still look good though.
When Leinart was at the peak of his powers, was probably like
in college.
Oh, like I don't know, Reggie Bush and that crew was
Yeah.
probably like 02-ish.
Mm-hmm. She's
But
probably trying to get the Reggie anyway.
I don't know. Good for Matt Leinart for getting a date with Rihanna. I'll say that much. That's impressive. Jeff's a hater.
We know it is. Jeff always been a hater.
That was another solid trip around the United States from Ryan the Stallion. When we come back, Ben Standig joins the program.
Getting closer to the real thing in the NFL. Big week for the Commanders with preseason finale Friday night in Baltimore. Joint practice up there in Owings Mills with the Ravens tomorrow. Dan Quinn knows things got to get better after what he saw Saturday in Detroit.
A lot of that, what I saw, that wasn't us, and that bothered me. And so I took a long time. I went through a lot of plays, and I didn't feel like we played complementary football. I said that felt in disarray.
Some notes on this week and this weekend. Tight end Ben Sinnott unlikely to play Friday due to an oblique injury. Left tackle Brandon Coleman did not participate today in practice. Cutdown day is coming up this weekend. Sunday, 6 p.m. Team today released veteran safety Will Harris. Baseball Nationals back to home and getting back to the winning ways last night. 13-3 rout of the Rockies. Nats opening up a 10-game homestand with a big win. Dalen Lyle, 3-run shot, 5 RBI. Cade Cavalli got another win. We'll see if the Nats can get another Curly W tonight. Game 2 against the Rockies, 6:45 p.m. for Nats baseball here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Coming to you live from BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia. Last day of training camp, man. Another training camp in the books, B. Make me think about those old Richmond days. Joining us now to talk about all the action on and off the field, our friend Ben Standig from Last Man Standing Substack. What's up, Benny? How you doing?
Fellas, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Let's start with a little bit of news. Will Harris gets released. Over the last week or so, it seemed like it was really trending this way. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think it definitely was trending this way for sure. He was, we've talked a lot about the 6 safeties in that room who were probably the best bets to make the team, and it felt like he was the one that was starting to play more with the third team in practice at times than the other. So in that regard, it's not surprising. I think it is surprising to a degree in that how often last season when he was hurt with a leg injury that they kept referencing how much he helped the communication in the secondary last year, meaning, meaning that it wasn't the same without him. And so, they bring in Nick Cross, who, plays somewhat of the same spot, and obviously they have some other guys, and it's a little surprising that it ended up this way to a degree, but, somebody had to go, and it certainly looked like he was going to be the one over the last week or so that was going to be the odd man out.
When you watch him, did you read some body language that kind of says something was happening?
I don't know if I read body language per se. I think for me, a couple weeks ago, and I wrote about this, that I'm listening to Dan Quinn respond to, talk about players, and he didn't seem overly enthusiastic about Quan Martin and Will Harris at times. Not to say it was negative, but it just, I don't know, the way he would talk about, say, Jeremy Reeves was a lot more gushing that way than this way. So I was looking at these two guys thinking, okay, is it possible, only one of them is going to make the team? Quan Martin is the more athletic of the group of the two. He's younger. There's more upside there, but also he was the one that was benched last year, right? At the end of last year. So, but over the last week or two, and obviously he had interceptions in each of these first 2 games, but it just felt like there was more. Again, I don't know if this is a body language thing, but just maybe some more activity watching Quan Martin than Harris. So again, it's only surprising based on how they talked about Harris last year, not so much what's been going on lately.
It's crazy because the number thing, guys wear duplicates in the NFL, but when you saw Steph Diggs wear 3 in Detroit and Harris was on the roster as 3, it didn't bode well. And you don't want to read too much into stuff like that, but generally the guys that have to wear duplicate numbers are undrafted rookies and stuff, not established veterans in their position. Moving on, Ben, where are you at on the injuries, dude? Because there's a lot of them, but it's also August 25th.
I've taken the impression that it's the training staff is just being overly conservative with recovery periods and timelines. After, maybe after what happened last year, this is a way to sort of respond to, boy, they had a lot of injuries, and maybe they think this is a way to go. Now, obviously, they don't have to tell us to this point anything about the injuries, whether a player had them, let alone what it is and how long they're going to be out for. So we were in a dark a bit on some of these things. We talk about like Oweh and Chason. It's a little scary that these two guys who were, huge components of the offseason, signing players to get younger faster, coming off the edge, that these two guys have been out now for a week and not going to play this week. And you're like, okay, are we bracing for something significant? But at the moment, I'm kind of going with that they're just being overly conservative. Quinn has hinted as much, but you would like to see some guys start coming back a little bit. Tim Settle did come back yesterday, but that's kind of the one guy of the dozen or so that missed the Lions game that are going to be out this week as well.
Yeah, man. What do you make of the center position specifically?
Oh man, JP, I don't really like horror movies. I don't like. I don't like going where it's like scary and you get you jump out of your seat kind of deal. That's kind of where it feels like this thing's going because we all anticipate like the bad guys, the boogeyman's not behind that door, is it? And then that door opened up against Detroit in the first two plays, and it's a jailbreak basically on the quarterback, and it's not just the center, but obviously, that's a huge component of what's happening. Nick Allegretti not being able to play right now is obviously frustrating, but injuries happen. Whether it's in the training camp or whether it's in week 2, week 8, whatever, guys miss plays. Linemen, they certainly take a pounding. So it's not like this couldn't happen at some other point. And the fact that right now it's been, however many months, 6 months or so since they let go of Tyler Biadasz, and I'm not one of those people that's going, oh, that was this incredibly stupid move. Okay, fine. You wanted to move on, so be it. But then what's the replacement plan? I think back to last year, actually, this is at a different position where they let De'Ami Brown left in free agency. Cool. He went to Jacksonville, signed a good deal. And then the whole year people spent, they shouldn't have let him go. And I was like, well, no, it was okay to let him go. It was not okay to not replace his skill set, and they didn't have that speed element, right? So same thing here. It's like, okay, it's cool if you let Biadasz go. You want to go with Allegretti, cool. But then, where was the competition that you were claiming there was? Where is the viable backup to fill in if needed? And that's been, an obvious missing component all this time. I mean, they did draft Matt Goldman in the 6th round, but 6th rounders generally it's not going to be a guy you're going to plug and play. So it's been an obvious issue for a long time, and here we are now at the end of training camp, basically, and it is still an issue. So they're going to scour the waiver wire, I am sure, come Sunday night, and hopefully they can find some help because right now it feels like they do need some.
Are there any other positions that you think injuries may affect a person either making the team or not?
Well, I am sort of curious, what's going on with Jeremy McNichols at running back. We were told by Dan Quinn about a week or so that he could miss a few weeks. Now, McNichols has obviously been on the team the last couple of years. He's been a valuable guy they have in reserve who can handle a lot of different spots. But every year it's always the same question, is there going to be room for him on the roster? Well, same thing here to a degree, but you've got Bill, who's got his own injury at the moment. I've heard it's a groin and it's not that big of a deal, but okay. Rashad White's been out for a bit. He's been back the last couple of days doing some individual drills. And McNichols. That's essentially your top 3 guys who are limited or out. And then you've got Katron Allen as well. But, are they going to keep 4 running backs if McNichols is going to be out for at least, week 1 or so? Does that change their plans? Does they put him on IR with a chance to return? So I think that's a spot where, is it 3 or is it 4? Who is it? That, again, I'm assuming Bill is not a big deal, but, until they come back, we have to see. So I think that's a spot where injuries could definitely have an impact.
Talking with Ben Standig here on the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. You can, of course, give Benny a follow at Ben Standig. Check out the Last Man Standig Substack. You can hear him on 106.7 The Fan and 980 kind of all the time, doing overtime, fill-in shows. I don't know that over the last couple days, last week or so, we would have said Will Harris was a surprise cut. But I think like in February, you would have said he was a surprise cut. Are there any other guys you think whose roster spot might be a little more bubblicious come Sunday than maybe people are expecting?
Yeah, I mean, I think even just like the start of training camp, like I said, it's just the way they talked about Will Harris so much last year with his
and Dan Quinn
communication.
specifically.
Dan Quinn, all the time this came up, yeah, for sure. So that's the part that was surprising, even though we could see that there might be 6 guys for 5 spots. But, okay. Are there other guys? I mean, the receiver room is just really interesting, because they're, again, I don't know how many they're going to keep 6, they're going to keep 7, could they keep somehow, at least for a week. And then you have, like a guy like a Van Jefferson who wasn't here, but like he's had a really good camp, I think. Does that possibly, Jaden Bradley, the UDFA, I know this guy, every year there's a guy like a Bradley who's like, wow, look at this guy, and then kind of fizzles out. But, okay, they've done enough to be like, well, do we have to consider, is there a world where a Luke McCaffrey isn't back? Is it possible Traylon Burke somehow doesn't make it? I don't think that's realistic, but I think, you got to look at all the angles. So I think there could be possibly some surprise at receiver, just because there are a lot of options. Beyond that, Harris was easily the biggest one. I think the tight end room is kind of solidified right now. I don't know.
You got some injuries in there too.
I think they keep 4.
Yeah. I mean, yes, you're right. I mean, Ben sent it today. He left the game early, didn't practice yesterday, and then today Dan Quinn says he's got an oblique issue. Again, without knowing the scenario, is it possible he doesn't start the season on the active roster? Maybe, but assuming he's healthy, then yeah, I think they've got 4. Yankoff being that last guy for sure, and I guess also just the offensive line backups. I mean, for me, other than Andrew Wiley, I don't know that there's a backup right now that they have that makes me feel warm and fuzzy about the situation. So, you look at a guy like Trent Scott. I think Trent Scott is viable if he's like the 9th guy on that room, meaning, he can come in for a little bit if in a pinch and go in. But if you have to play him for a game or 2, I think that's where it starts to get a little curious. I know he was a little bit slow in the last game at one point getting out to a block on a screen pass, and is that a sign of enough slippage that maybe they have to move on? The problem is who are they bringing in? I think that's the issue. Their O-line depth. It's not just center. I think it's across the board. Other than Wiley is very questionable. So it's possible that leads to a surprise, or maybe not a surprise, but a guy like Scott who's been around for a bit. Possibly he's on the wrong side of the bubble, depending on what shakes out here.
They're going to break camp with Tunsil on the roster, right? And then put him to IR where you can return. I wonder if they break camp with only like 8 offensive linemen, and then they're going to add once roster cuts come down. I think this roster, especially on the offensive line, what happens Sunday night by 6 o'clock versus what it'll look like the following Wednesday, the actual first day of week 1, is going to be dramatically different. Does that read to you?
Yeah, I mean, I've done 2 53-player projections. In each one, I've said 9 offensive linemen stay, and I've left 1 spot open because I don't know who it is. I don't know if that player is on the roster. Now, it could be right. They may just say keep 8, knowing that they're going to pick up somebody off of waivers or what have you, or they could just bring somebody they just released back. But yeah, I think I'll assume that Matt Goulman makes the team just based on being a draft pick, and this actually week is a pretty good opportunity for him to at least solidify that he could be the backup center or somebody that they would feel at least somewhat comfortable with using if they had to. But yeah, I mean, you can look at the other guys on the group, and no disrespect, but it's hard to say that you definitely have to keep almost any of them. And yeah, I mean, there could very well be situations. We remember a couple of years ago when the receiver room looked unfinished, and then they were fortunate that Noah Brown was placed on waivers. They brought him in, and then immediately, he solidified that room until unfortunately he got hurt. So maybe they get lucky that something like that happens along the line. I will note that most teams around the league have offensive line problems and don't exactly give away guys who are viable. But things happen, and eye of the beholder type stuff.
When you look at the defensive backs, how do you think that pan out? Because this seemed to be competition galore at that safety position.
Well, I mean, I think that part's probably finalized now to a degree. I mean, barring injury. I mean, I think that I would say Nick Cross, Jeremy Reeves look like they're the starters based on everything we've seen so far in terms of usage, and in that. And then you've got Quan Martin, Tyler Owens, and Percy Butler. The last two in particular are really strong on special teams. That's where they're going to come in. So it feels like Quan Martin, Will Harris is sort of the battle. So unless there's like some trade somehow, or I don't know if I see any of those other guys getting released. I think the question in the secondary for me is, what are you doing at cornerback? Trey Amos has not played basically all training camp except for one day. I didn't think they would keep a ton of corners because the position's a little bit devalued in this Durante Jones attack that stays in sort of a base look for a lot of the time. But after the first three guys, then what? Like if Amos is out, you probably have to keep at least Antonio Hamilton or Fabian Moreau, something like that. Maybe there's room to keep both. But it's just a 10th defensive back. To me, it's like, who is the fifth corner? It's one of those two guys, possibly. Maybe a sleeper like a Fred Davis, who I think is impressed as a UDFA. But, yeah, I think that corner spot to me is where more questions than at safety. I'd be stunned if any of the current safeties are released, of the top guys. Traded or something, sure, maybe. But released, I'd be surprised about that.
Ben, last question for me. We opened the show talking about the injuries, and then we took calls on a scale of 1 to 10. How concerned were people with the injuries in Washington? And the replies were all over the place. We had one dude was a 9 out of 10. We had another dude who said he was absolute 0, like the temperature. Where are you? Scale of 1 to 10. How concerning are these injuries for the Commanders?
I'm trying to stay level. I'm trying to, not read between the lines too much. I mean, obviously, you got to listen to what Dan Quinn says and try to figure out what is going on. But the injuries are such a weird bit. It's so a lot of that's even out of his domain, right? It's up to the training staff to sort of determine whether guys are going to be able to go. So I'm generally leaning towards the idea that they're being conservative. Now, that said, when Nick Allegretti came back and he spoke to us the day he came back, he spoke as a guy who felt that he was being treated a bit too conservatively. He wanted to come back, and then the next day he gets hurt. We haven't seen him since. So, it's hard to get a read when we just have no idea on the medicals, how significant somebody's injury is or isn't. I'm like I said, I'm not overly concerned at the moment, but yeah, it would be cool to get any kind of positive update, particularly in guys like Owe and Chason. So after all this time of thinking, wow, look how this defense could be with these guys, and now is there a world they don't play week 1? I'd like to think that's not the world we're in, but I'm going to stay neutral until I hear otherwise on the injury front.
Yeah, man. All right, Benny, we appreciate your time,
bud. Thanks, guys. Always appreciate it. See
Later, bro.
All right, Ben Standig, give him a follow at Ben Standig. Check out the Last Man Standing Substack. When we return, Colin Cowherd's got beef with Washington. Nobody go anywhere.
brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. So let's start with the Commanders getting set for the joint practice with the Ravens tomorrow, then the preseason finale Friday night in Baltimore. Tight end Ben Sinnott unlikely to play Friday due to an oblique injury. Left tackle Brandon Coleman did not practice today. Nicky Javala, though, of The Athletic, reporting that's not injury-related. Bill Krosky-Merritt won't take part in the joint practice or preseason game this week, dealing with a lower body injury. Team today released veteran safety Will Harris. It is cutdown day coming up this weekend after the preseason finale. That is Sunday, 6 p.m. Teams have to be down to 53 players. Nationals back at it tonight, looking for back-to-back wins. They snapped a 4-game skid with a 13-3 rout of the Colorado Rockies last night. 6:45 tonight for Nats baseball here on The Fan. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Y'all gonna help me lose my mind.
Up in here. B. Mitch and Finley, last day of training camp, last day in a tent for a little while. We are at BigBear.ai Performance Center, Ashburn, Virginia. Training camp coming to a wrap. All of our training camp coverage has been brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I am not aware of this, but the Stallion says, Colin, actually, before we get to this, I wanted to make mention of this, B. We've talked kind of at length about NFL players that are in NFL training camps leaving the NFL to enter the transfer portal to go back to college.
Yeah.
Well, last night, the SEC came out and said college sports are for college athletes. The current confusion around national eligibility standards emphasizes the need to advance the Protect College Sports Act. The SEC has said, we're not bringing dudes back that have played in the NFL.
I think you played and you left.
Pete Thamel, ESPN, said, sources. The Big Ten is set to pass a rule today that doesn't allow players to return from the NFL and play for a Big Ten school. Anyone who was declared for the NFL draft and did not withdraw.
Play for a Big Ten school or any school?
Well, the Big Ten can only speak
Big
on
Ten
behalf
is,
of the Big Ten.
Okay.
Anyone who was declared for the NFL draft and did not withdraw, appeared on an NFL roster, or signed a contract with a pro league cannot be on a Big Ten roster. So the big boys of college sports, the Big Ten and the SEC, have made their declaration.
Yeah.
One, I think that's a positive step. I think it's the obvious step.
Hell yeah. Because you got those old sneaky ass Lane trying to change everything up.
I know. I mean, Lane is Lane. Now, my only question here, Brian, is there any chance? Let's start with the second biggest conferences, one tier down. Is there any chance the ACC or the Big 12 says, bleep it, bring them on?
I think they're going to try to keep on the up and up. You know, the ACC like to talk about the academia.
Yeah.
They try to act like they're different than every other conference.
I mean, Texas Tech, Big 12, tried to bring the kid back after the gambling.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't know. I just don't think they will. I think they'll try to fight away from that.
I agree with you. I tend to agree with you. Go down another rung on the ladder.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what the conferences are anymore.
Yeah,
the American, the Mountain West.
But see, this is what I say, Jay.
Do you think there's anybody out there that'd be like,
somebody
screw it?
might. But you know what? The guys that are going to be trying to come back to college, they ain't that damn good anyway because they didn't make the NFL team, right?
Yeah, but they might be good playing for Boise State against Oregon State.
Yeah, but if I guarantee you, Oregon State and somebody else got people that'll beat the hell out of them right now. If you went to this camp and you going back home right now, I don't think you're going to make that team that much better.
I agree with you. And I don't think Boise State would have the money that's better than NFL practice squad spot.
Yeah. Never know, though.
You never know, dude.
College football is showing they got a lot of money.
I want to get to this Colin Cowherd stuff because it's supposed to be
What is he mad at Washington for?
Yeah, Stan, you could set this up or you could just play it. Listen, Colin Cowherd is a dude that is really, really good at his job. He will keep you listening or watching his program because he will say some outlandish stuff, and you're like, what? But he's good at his job. I say that up front. What do we got here, Stallion?
So, yeah, yesterday Colin Cowherd was obviously doing the Colin Cowherd show, and he does his things where Colin was right and where Colin was wrong, and he is now claiming and taking a victory lap that the Commanders are a complete mess. Here's the audio.
I've said Washington last place is my pick. Jaden Daniels, 3 snaps, incompletion, sack, run play, punt, all we saw. The offensive line is bad. I don't like the vibe of this franchise, ownership down. Cliff Kingsbury bailed. Ben Johnson, after interviewing, said it's a lot of basketball guys who think they know football. They just do not have enough good young players because they've given up draft picks to get where they're at, and they had a bad weekend.
B?
One finger salute to Colin Cowherd.
To say Cliff Kingsbury bailed is just factually
bailed,
incorrect.
he was basically told bye. I mean, but that's the whole thing. What he wants you to think he knows something, or that's what Cliff is telling people. You know, but
Cliff's
like
in LA,
you
Cowherd's in LA.
said, he knows how to agitate and stir up stuff. Have fun with it. I'm not going to go too far into it. I'm not going to give him anything to go with.
There is something to the fact that maybe we see Tunsil like Thanksgiving, Christmas time. There is something to the fact, and the only trade that was bad was the Lattimore trade. Washington gave up a third and a fourth, got back Lattimore and a fifth.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just add up all the draft capital that was traded away between Lattimore, Tunsil, and Debo, it is pretty significant. I think most people around the league would have done the Tunsil trade. I think Debo for a fifth, the production you got from him last year was good. But it is a lot of young players that aren't here.
Yeah, but what you gave up for Tunsil, there's not nobody out there in those positions that will step in here and be better than him. He's hurt now, but you can't plan for that. But taking Tunsil based off of what he was established at, there's not a draft pick at the picks that they gave up is going to be better than Tunsil. And let's be honest, only because most teams like to keep their draft picks, does that mean that the draft pick that you keep is better than the people that you got? Because if they brought him here, they could have drafted somebody that won't be good and they got to let him go, but they keep him because they drafted him. That doesn't make any difference to me.
Does
the Lattimore thing I understand, but the Tunsil one, whatever you were gonna get for Tunsil, lose me with that because Tunsil has proven already better than that.
Yeah, you can't plan around the injury, right? The Tunsil trade was spread out over 2 seasons, a third, a seventh, a second, and a fourth, and they got back a fourth in 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I have no quarrel with that. And then Debo, you gave up a fifth. The total compensation that went out, a third, a fourth, let's do this. A second, 2/3, 2/4, a fifth, and a seventh. And you did get back a fourth and a fifth.
Mm-hmm.
That is just the volume of picks is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you got back 2.
You got back 2, and you got Tunsil and you had Debo last year. What Debo did last year probably was going to be the amount of a 5th-round pick.
What, if anything, do you make of the Ben Johnson comments? Ben Johnson basically refusing the interview when they were flying to see him, which is just a really not the way to handle things. And then his comments about the basketball guys. And then Ben having that success the first year in Chicago.
He had success the first year, but that has to continue. But the whole thing about it is people are going to use that moving forward, saying what you want to say. But I don't think Ben or anybody was talking during 2024, right?
No. I mean, he was coaching the Lions.
Yeah, but and he lost. He lost to this team in the playoffs, right? And he made one of the dumbest damn decisions ever by not playing Jameer Gibbs down the stretch, right? So I can't allow you to go 2-3 years away and then want to throw back at something because you gave it up and they knocked your ass out the playoffs.
They're in a really interesting spot with a lot of pressure this year. It's undeniable, and it seems like a lot of understandable moves get second guessed kind of in hindsight. Trades, the only one that was bad was the Lattimore trade.
Yeah.
And I think if you look at the specifics of the circumstances then, all of a sudden they had a really good team. And they're like, well, hell, we're desperate for help in the secondary. This dude's available. Let's make a move to try to go on a run this year.
Yeah.
And like that kind of immediacy bias, even in hindsight, like you can understand why you do it. Because
Yeah.
Lattimore could have played right away and played at the previous caliber. That granted he hadn't shown in years, but had shown. Maybe that's a difference maker. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, that year was largely just Jaden being incredible.
I'll say this, man. Whatever it was that year, but everybody around here wanted them to go for it last year. And when it didn't work, everybody acted like, oh, they made a mistake. But everybody wanted them to try and go for it. Because, like, you don't get there too many times. And in that situation, you had to make that chance. And it didn't work. And you know what? You have to try to go back and get it done again. But I don't know many people that were saying they should not try and go for it.
I agree. I think to say that he's correct about something or don't like the vibe of the franchise from ownership down is silly.
But
and just hot
what does he
takery.
really know to say? Because the comment about the basketball guys, those guys were involved with interview process. Adam has been running this stuff, right? And Adam is not a basketball guy, is he?
No. Yeah, I think specifically that was about Bob Myers' involvement when they were selecting the GM and the coaches.
But you know, I know a lot of people who has businesses. When they get ready to make major decisions, they bring people in who they know have made major decisions. And it's not about necessarily the sport per se. It's about knowing people, having success. Coach Gibbs get asked to talk to so many damn different people in different businesses. You think everybody that come in and say, oh, man, they got the football guy over there. The man has been successful in everything he tried. So, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it seems hot takery to me. But that said, if things break the wrong way and Washington finishes in last in what would be a pretty good division, I also don't think that necessarily makes Cowherd right.
No, it doesn't. But he likes to say stuff. See, he is just like those other people I talk about a lot of times, and I'm not trying to, I always try to agitate them. Those analytics people who tell you how something's supposed to be, but they never tell you when it does. When they tell you and it goes, they can't tell you that why it didn't work when you did something they said it's supposed to be. So he's very much that guy. He's going to throw stuff out there. Bruh, that's a talent to be able to just talk, and when you're wrong, you just run past it. You know, the Floyd Mayweather. You know,
You're right.
You win everything, but you don't ever talk about when you lose. And I know you have way more bets than them 2 or 3 you come out and say you won.
Quick break from us. We got to make some bets. Grant and Danny on at 2.
Come on.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you from Ashburn, Virginia, BigBear.ai Performance Center. Last day of training camp. My man Josh did not like what Colin Cowherd had to say. What's up, Josh?
At all, not at all. Hey, listen, I got a comment and a question. My comment is, I hope Jaden is hearing about all of this nonsense and getting pissed the bleep off. I hope he's hearing about everything that Cowherd's saying. I hope he's hearing about freaking Feinbaum and LSU. Shoot, I hope he's listening to the Rooster and Valdez and Drab rip him in his own hometown and getting bewildered and mad and angry and ready to show everybody who he is. We forget what happened 2 years ago before he got hurt. He was the man, one of the best rookie quarterbacks in NFL history. He has the skill set. He has the mind. We've got every component on this team, and we added Stephon freaking Diggs. The only question I have, and it's a genuine question, but that's my first point, is that I hope Jaden is getting fired up by this. I have a question. Is DQ enough of a bleep hole to really get mad and get these guys fired up? He seems like a nice guy, B. Mitch and JP, and I wonder if we need a nice guy right now, or do we need somebody who's going to get these guys in the foxhole and get them ready? I don't know. Does he have that fire in him as a coach that you think can motivate these guys? So that's my question for you.
I think he has it. I've seen him call them up and get on them when they do stuff wrong, But I don't think you really have to be that much of a bleep hole to people if they really take their job serious.
I think specific to Jaden being more motivated by people having low expectations, I think the best part about Jaden is that he just holds himself to incredibly high expectations.
Totally.
And I don't think Jaden, like when the Cleveland Guardians and the National Park Service and all these accounts were dunking on him for the LSU stuff, I don't think he paid it any attention. I don't think he's paying any attention to Colin Cowherd or anything else.
Yep.
I mean, maybe like somebody in his inner circle would show him something, but I think the best part about Jaden, he's just driven by a innate will to be the absolute best and not caring about all the nonsense. Maybe we play that Cowherd again tomorrow and let people call in. I think that could be interesting.
Yeah.
We're running out of time now because Grant and Danny are coming up at 2 o'clock, and the boys, we got to make some bets.
Heard it here first. Love. Gather round.
All right, Dub B, how'd we do?
We all lost.
Everybody?
Yep.
What did I have? I thought I took the Nats.
You took the Nats under 8.5.
I meant the Rockies under because Cavalli was going to deal.
Yeah, tell that to Vegas.
Stallion, who's on the bump for the Nats tonight?
We got Andrew Alvarez. So he's actually been pretty good lately. But it's still TBD for the Rockies. So we don't really know what's going to go. It's probably going to be a bullpen game for them. And it's probably going to be pretty high scoring. So that's kind of...
The more and more bullpen games I watch, the more and more I like John Smoltz's DH theory. That the only way to change the way baseball teams handle pitchers and just have them throw as hard as they can until they blow out their arm and then get another Tommy John and rehab for 2 years and then throw as hard as they can and blow out their arm. Mm-hmm. Tie the starting pitcher to the DH. And when the starting pitcher comes out, you got to put in a new DH. I think that rule baseball, and this is a shocking sentence to say, baseball has been at the cutting edge of rule changes to make the game better. They've made it infinitely faster, which has so much value. Baseball's really been good about rule changes. That's the one rule change I think right now I'd like to see in sports, frankly. Mm-hmm. And I know it's kind of out there and won't happen, but I'd like it.
Give me the Rays and the Brewers.
Stallion, where you at on that rule change, Mr. Analytics?
I like it. I mean, I think it wouldn't be a bad thing. I mean, I think with baseball right now, just kind of the way that you said, they're so good at making these rule changes. And it's something that, honestly, people hate on Rob Manfred, but I think we're going to look back at him and say, this guy's done a lot of good for the sport. And I think he's might be one of the best commissioners in all of sports right now. It's not saying too much. I don't think Goodell's great, but Manfred, he
might not be great. He's just making them tons of money. I tell you that.
He makes some money, but Manfred has done the same with baseball. He's totally turned the game around. So I would like to see that.
Who do you think the worst commission is in sports right now?
Adam Silver. Not even close.
I was going to say silver, too.
It's terrible.
Although the lady running the WNBA is not doing herself any favor.
She's not doing great either.
I think Brian Rolap, I'm really excited about the changes to the PGA Tour. Maybe we can do a segment on that tomorrow.
I'm taking the Mystics.
Yo, J-Dogs forever. So am I. Mystics are on tonight, 10 o'clock in Phoenix. I believe you can watch that right here on Monumental Sports Network. Sticks are favored by 1.5. Jeff, are you going to lay the 1.5 or take the money line?
Take the money line.
This time, you're smart, Jeff. Every once in a while, I'm also going to take the money line.
This time, huh?
Jeff, how did the golf end up yesterday at Woodmont?
Yeah, I meant to talk about that earlier.
I mean, we ended off pretty well. We ended off 3 under par. And hold on. B. Mitch, I know you said that's bad, but that was at least honest. The stuff I was hearing yesterday was just outrageous.
What did the winner
Like,
come
what'd you
in?
hear?
Like 16
No,
under?
I didn't hear the winner, but one guy was like, "Yeah, we're 22 under." I'm like,
They might have been lying to you, too.
"Yeah, but still, bro."
They could have been just saying that, but if you had stayed around and saw the numbers, then you would know. But 22 under is not hard to get to.
That 22 under is a lot, dude.
It's not hard to get to in the scramble, JP. I've been there.
Well,
especially when they add all the extra little stuff to it.
We got to go. Grant and Danny next.
Abby Ortiz, anytime it.
Awfully important week underway for the Commanders and the rest of the NFL. Preseason finale is Friday in Baltimore. Joint practice with the Ravens is tomorrow for the team at Owings Mills. And then this weekend, cutdown day is coming up on Sunday at 6 p.m. when teams have to be down to 53 players. So it's kind of all on the line for a lot of folks this week. Friday night, 6 p.m. is the game time in Baltimore. Tight end Ben Sinnott is unlikely to play, according to Dan Quinn, who spoke today. He's unlikely to play due to an oblique injury. Also, the team today cut veteran safety Will Harris, and left tackle Brandon Coleman did not practice today. Nikki Javala of The Athletic reporting that is not injury-related. Nationals got back home for the longest homestand of the season, first of 10 straight in D.C., and got back to their winning ways last night. Dale and Lyle hit a 3-run bomb, 5 RBI. Cade Cavalli wins his 7th since the All-Star break. Nationals rout the Rockies 13-3, and they'll try to keep it going tonight. Another one against Colorado, 6:45 p.m. first pitch here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. Coming up at 3 o'clock, Commanders starting wide receiver 1, Terry McLaurin, is on the show. Looking forward to that conversation today. Danny, we are back together in the air-conditioned studios on the Navy Yards Half Street. What's up, dude?
Yes, indeed, my friend. The kids are back in school. Until there's 9 days off or various half days or things, but it is a glorious time. My time is my own again, at least a little bit once they're off to school, but it is fantastic. Good to be seen by you.
Danny loves his kids not being at his house.
Yes, when it's constructive, when it's the right thing. Again, it's hard to be an opponent to my viewpoint on this one. I don't care where you are on the spectrum. And listen, I agree with all of you, and you know who's bad is the other team. Kids should be in school. That's not a profound position. That's not a crazy lunatic position. That's not some fringe thing where I'm trying to argue some uphill case. This is a good one. We can all kind of get on board with this one. It's a weekday. They got to go. Otherwise, it's just a mad scramble. It's devices. It's angry feelings. It's people annoyed. And my time isn't my own. Now it's the way it should be. I'll see them. I can't wait to see him. End of every day, it's the best. But during that day, get in that building.
My little guy's back at school as well.
Love it.
And thoroughly enjoying themselves into week 2 at this point. But you know who's not packing their lunch and getting back to work is Will Harris. He was cut today by the Commanders. We actually speculated on the show last week that he would be out at the safety position. And the reason that happened was it just, to me, became pretty obvious, frankly. He was not running special teams, first or second team drills very often. How do you keep a safety who's not a starter, and he was not a starter for much of camp because that was pretty frequently Nick Cross and Jeremy Reeves. And so if those two guys are your starters, and then the competition behind them includes Tyler Owens, who's more athletic, more speedy, more physical, better on special teams, Quan Martin, who's got 2 picks in 2 preseason games and does more on special teams, how does Will Harris fit in here unless you keep 6 safeties? So I was kind of thinking he wasn't going to make it. I'm very surprised that they cut him as early as today. But maybe this is indicative, Danny, of them deciding that he was not going to be in. And because he's a 31-year-old veteran who's been around the NFL, you give him a head start before everyone else cuts everybody on Sunday to try to go find a home. But this will be, whoever he signs with coming up, will be his 4th team in 4 years. He was with the Lions for 5 seasons. And in that 5th season in 2023, plays in all 17 game starts too. Then he goes to the Saints as a full-time starter. Then he goes to Washington, started 9 games last year. So this will be team 4 in 4 years, which is telling.
It is. And the other part of it that I want to hold on to, like a dog with a bone, is remember last year, please. I beg all of you to remember last year when we heard a bunch that, losing Will Harris was a bridge too far. He's indispensable. The secondary can't go on. We don't have Will Harris. We can't communicate. We can't possibly figure it out. The whole thing's in disarray. This indispensable player, what's that? He's dispensable. He's been cut. And it ain't because they went and signed, Troy Polamalu. Now, I know Nick Cross is new, and I'm excited about him. I think he's going to have a really good season. But they didn't go sign Ed Reed in his prime here. It's internal options like Jeremy Reeves and Quan Martin and Percy Butler and Tyler Owens that beat him out. So, I don't know. It's just something that I won't easily forget. But yeah, this is the right call in terms of a football thing, calling balls and strikes. He wasn't really going to be part of their plans. He was 6th out of a position that might keep 5, maybe 4, but one guy's going to be kind of a hybrid, no one's, and special teams players, maybe they're more that than they are safeties that are in the mix. But he's outside looking in, so this certainly makes sense to me.
Yeah, that was definitely part of the rhetoric last year out of the building. I mean, there's no denying that. They made it seem like the injury to Will Harris and his lack of leadership that he could provide because he wasn't on the field was one of the biggest problems in the secondary. And maybe more largely their defense. Hard to square that.
Yep, I don't believe that is what I'm saying.
Him having been the 6th guy. I think it's possible, though, that it is true. Last year's roster construction was different. The scheme you were playing was different. They were asking different things from the safety position, especially in the old Dan Quinn defense, than you are in a Durante Jones defense. And so maybe he was a better fit for that. And they didn't have as many veterans. They didn't have a Cross, right? So you needed someone who could get everyone on the same page. You didn't have the green dot situation you do now. It was Bobby Wagner last year, who was kind of in charge of everything in the front 7. This year, they've talked about maybe even occasionally having a DB handle some of those responsibilities because of how much guys are moving around and flying around and blitzing, and maybe there's a fatigue or a wear and tear there where guys are on and off the field at linebacker as part of a rotation. So maybe a DB wears that green dot. So a lot has changed. It's possible that he really was important, and if he was healthy, I'm sure they would have been a little bit better on defense. But it's not a great look for the camp of people that thought his injury was one of the biggest the team dealt with last year. My point was always the guy signed for $3 million. And you could say this about Nick Cross, too, who got a couple $1 million to come here, who I actually think is going to be exceptional.
Yeah, I like him.
And it's going to be one of the better signings they made this offseason because I think he's going to make a ton of tackles. Last couple of years, he's been a 100-tackle safety. He's always around the ball. He's fast. He's violent. He's physical. But Will Harris, there wasn't a line of 11 teams bidding to get him. It was 4th team in 4 years, and you got him for a couple $1 million.
Well, this is why when just wait till Allegretti comes back and has 2 consecutive practices. Just wait. When once Allegretti's here, it'll be fine. Which guy? The journeyman guard that's now going to play center for it'll be his 3rd start at center if and when he does. Come on. It's kind of my same feeling about that, where we're now, because he's missing, we act like this was the critical brick in the Jenga build, right? This wasn't. I mean,
Well,
this
he's
is
a lot better than anybody else they have, so both can be true. I mean,
I suppose.
if Nick Allegretti was healthy, you wouldn't be as perilous right now at the center position, and things wouldn't be as ominous as they are. That doesn't necessarily mean that you've got a guy about to make $30 million like the Raiders do.
Yeah, the idea, though, that we can't live without it is again, just means your plan's bad. So it's a lot, to me, it was last year, a lot of the guys that they are counting on this year, Kinlaw, Payne, Luvu, Reeves, Sandra Still, Amos, Quan Martin to a degree, they were all there. And, the idea that, Will Harris is gone, so now we can't even, field the functioning defense, that doesn't hold water to me, especially given today.
I wonder how much of it, too, is they are way deeper at cornerback than they have been previously. And you're going to ask less, I think, of safeties playing and covering in the nickel. And you're more traditionally going to either be in the box, making plays, coming downhill in the run game, or playing some center field, which I never really thought was a strength of Harris's anyway. But they didn't have like an Amik Robertson necessarily a year ago, who's a super hands-on-you physical nickel back, if you will. They did not have even like, I think Rasul Douglas, he dropped an interception that should have been right in his hands today at practice. But I actually think he's been excellent in camp. So I like their corners more. I actually think you could maybe keep an extra corner if they wanted to do that, which also makes safety a little bit more susceptible. But it was just interesting to me to see how surprised people were by that. But that's always a good reminder for me when I'm out at practice every day and you're watching, who's running with the first team and the second team, and you're watching who's doing special team stuff or not, that you're in the bubble. Like you feel like everyone's seeing what you're seeing or kind of has the same vibe you do. And that's just not how it goes. A lot of people are checking in every few days going, wait, that guy was a starter last year. He was a lock to be on the team, when it was clearly trending for about 2 weeks. Like Will Harris was not going to be on the team. There was also a moment in the press conference today where Dan Quinn was asked, what player at camp has had the most impressive last couple of weeks? And I think the way Nikki Javala may have actually phrased the question was, what player at camp has surprised you or impressed you the most? And his answer was Quan Martin, which is a little bit surprising and strange to me. Because early in training camp, I got to say, like, I would not have had Quan Martin on a list like that. I think that is maybe related to the fact that he's got 2 picks in 2 preseason games, and like that result has been there very obviously to see him make plays.
Right.
He's probably finished camp strong in their film evaluation, I'm sure. But I wonder how much that was also just, they announced the Will Harris release like 25 minutes after that, and he wasn't at practice today. If that wasn't part of the
feels maybe
domino
calculated,
effect,
yeah,
where he's like, okay, we're cutting Will Harris. I got a chance to single someone out. Let's talk about the confidence we have in the guy that made the team over him, Quan Martin, who was a bubble player that is now squarely in as potentially the 5th safety, because I actually think Owens is going to do so much on special teams, might play some defense, that maybe Martin's actually the last safety in, not Tyler Owens.
That's how I view it. But again, that's my own kind of Martin bias.
Did you see him blow up that running back
Yes,
from
it
the
did.
Lions?
On the pass pro.
I love that. Like, you didn't have to do that. That man's got a family.
That's right.
It's just football.
Yeah.
The old, I'm not supposed to say his name anymore, but their old defensive coordinator, you know who I'm talking about?
Who, Old Dust Up?
No, not that one. More recently.
Joe Witt?
No, him. Yep.
That,
that
okay,
one.
yeah.
But we don't say his name on the show.
Oh, sorry,
anymore.
my fault.
Yeah.
Whose name don't we say?
A couple of them, apparently, because I forgot about the dust up. But arrive violently, that was his saying.
He did say that.
That was a Tyler Owens arriving violently moment.
That's right. He arrived violently. The ball was life, but he didn't get it on that play, but that was still fun.
If you blow a dude up like that, you have my attention, sir.
Yeah.
The way that we live is not for everybody.
Yeah, keep that clip close by. Because even though I'm not going to say his name on the show anymore, we can still play some of his clips because they're super fun.
Okay?
Okay.
It's not, all right? Because we're going to run and put our bodies on people in a violent manner.
Well, the only thing true about that was you're right. The way you play is not for everyone.
It is not for many people.
Like my eyes.
Because the ball is life.
Like people that like this team, it wasn't for them.
How much did they die last year? If the ball is life,
they're starving.
How much death was there?
I mean, dehydrated and starving in the desert, staring up at that hot sun.
If the ball is water and football games are deserts, we're cooked.
The canteen's empty.
We're just...
Them and the Jets are just dead.
Army crawling. The craziest stat in the history of the NFL, by the way. Most of you have probably heard this before. But last year, the New York Jets, in 17 games, did not intercept one pass.
That's not true.
Think about that.
One.
How is that possible? 68 quarters. They did not intercept one pass as a team. And Washington tried their best not to, but they accidentally did a few times. The Jets successfully never intercepted one pass. The ball is life.
Again, Washington had 8. I don't remember 8. They picked off 8 passes?
8.
You sure about that?
Mikey
stats?
Sanders still had 4 by himself, I think. Or
I
close.
guess.
He made a couple plays on the goal line, I remember. But you know what I have noticed, if we want to go with a positive from the first few preseason games, and it's a result thing, not a process
The turnovers are there.
They are generating some takeaways.
Yes.
They had the 3 picks of guys that won't be on the Miami Dolphins. I know it's backup quarterbacks, whatever, but they're making the plays.
Yes.
And then the second play with starters on the field, or as many of them as were healthy, against the Lions' second team or whatever that was.
Yep.
They get a sack, fumble, touchdown. So you're talking about 2 plays into your second preseason game. You've already got 4 takeaways.
Yeah. You forced the interception on the next drive. Things are happening. The turnovers are there. Again, just have one leg to stand on. Do something instead of doing nothing. You gave up a lot of yards. You gave up a lot of points, and you didn't turn anybody over. Ladies and gentlemen, last year's Washington football team.
Real quick before we move on from some news and notes from camp today. So you heard Will Harris is out. Safety position looks like we've now figured out who's going to be in, who's going to be out. I thought this was interesting. I wanted to play this clip. Dan Quinn's press conference before practice today. I have not for 1 second considered the possibility that Odafe Oweh wouldn't play in the opener, who's dealing with an injury and hasn't practiced in a couple of weeks. But it was kind of described as days, not weeks, with Odafe Oweh. Similarly, when Trey Amos got hurt the first time, it was always so imminent that he was going to return that I haven't really properly calibrated that maybe he wouldn't be out there as their cornerback 1 against the Philadelphia Eagles and Devontae Smith. And today, in his press conference, John Keim asked Dan Quinn about those 2 guys and how sure Quinn is that they're going to be ready to start the season. And he was completely non-committal in his answer. So there's a couple reasons you would do that, but listen to the audio first.
Yeah, I'd say I'll have a better answer for that into next week, John, as we get ready for those practices. We're fortunate that we have that space in between. They're both working hard and making progress, but I don't know if I'd have a number to gauge it just yet. And so that would be kind of my time that I'll have a better sense.
That bothered me. And what I mean by that is that was the first time that I've gotten nervous. Like, wait a second. Is Odafe Oweh maybe not going to play against the Eagles in his debut with the team after getting $100 million? Wait a second. Is Trey Amos, who you're counting on as cornerback one, who's missed all of training camp, is this foot thing going to linger into September now? There's two possibilities here, and I want to see which one you kind of think this is. Number one is he could be in regular season injury update mode. I'm not going to tell you anything. And we know he is to some extent because he's not saying how much guys are going to play in preseason games, kind of drags this out.
Yeah, they're doing that, yeah.
They're like pretending like they need to keep everything close to the vest. So it could be as simple as they know right now Oweh is going to practice middle of next week, but he's not willing to tell you yet. It's very possible, and I hope that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
The other one is they actually might be 2-3 weeks away, or let's say 1.5, 2 weeks away, which now puts you in jeopardy of missing week one. And I don't know which one it is, but both are on the table. What you could easily do, if you know for a fact that Oweh and Amos, from a timeline standpoint, are supposed to be back in time, two of your key starters, most important defensive starters, for the week one against the Eagles, you could just not make that a thing, not make that a story, and come out and say, yeah, those guys are totally expected to be ready for the start of the year. We got a lot of time between now and then. Still got a few weeks. We'll get them up to speed. We're not worried about that. And that's no harm, no foul. Why wouldn't you do that? Unless you're not sure that they
unless
will
it's
be back.
dubious. Yeah, unless it's, we'll know more later. Oh, no. So again, it's not quite mid-teens Nationals for me in terms of what they say about injuries. I just frankly don't believe and assume whatever the worst-case scenario is, I add a month to it. I mean, that's where they were at that point. The organization was doing a lot right. That was not one thing.
The Nats you're talking about.
The Nats. We're not quite there for this Local 53 just yet. But I'm now kind of starting to do that. I mean, guys have been day-to-day for the entirety of training camp, which I guess ended officially today, right? There's a preseason game left. There's a joint practice left, but the active training camp today's over, and there are guys that were supposed to be here a million times over that just simply haven't been. Alec Grady practiced one time and had to go right back to the tent and hasn't been seen since. I mean, he's a ghost. A lot of these guys are. So I kind of am defaulting towards either they don't know, which happens, injuries can be flighty and kind of hard to predict in certain cases, or they are now, as you said, kind of in full regular season mode where their near futures are dubious.
I would always lean into, if I know a guy's going to be ready, especially in the preseason, it's not like you're giving away the answers in week 4 before a game. But this far out from the start of the year, I would just quell concerns, try to not make anything a story. And also with the injury stuff piling up around you right now, every answer is important because just the entire feel of it all right now, the mojo is not great because you've got 20-plus guys that aren't going to be participating.
It feels like a bit of a mudslide right now. You can put a stop to that.
So you could just say, no, listen, guys. I know we got a lot of dudes banged up. It's affected our practice schedule. It affects what we're able to get done in Baltimore in the joint practice. Not ideal. No one's saying it is. But the only guys that are out for a really long time here are Laramie Tunsil and Johnny Newton. And otherwise, we got a pretty good beat on everything else, and guys are going to be back really early into the season. Let's not make this a bigger deal than it is. And I would just pour the cold water on it, ALS Ice Bucket Challenge style. But Dan Quinn doesn't seem wanting to do that. And the question, I guess, is it more stylistically that he's just not going to give that information? Or might they not know or fear that it is possible that those guys are not back for the first week of the season? And I hadn't really considered that until today. So that, to me, was a bummer to not hear him come right out and go, yeah, Oweh's going to play in week 1. Yeah, we think Amos is going to be back. They haven't really updated those guys. The other one we don't have a timeline on yet, that now I'm interested in after what he said today, was Bill. So I was at the practice Thursday before they flew to Detroit.
Yep.
If you remember, I told you I saw him come up lame. He kind of grabbed his leg. And I thought it was like quad, hammy. I'm not a person that knows leg muscles. Maybe groin. But then he was like limping off the field a little bit. And it was obvious enough that I said there's no way he's going to play Saturday because you wouldn't push him for a preseason game that you don't care that much about. But I also don't know, is that going to feel better in 3 hours or is that a month? And we don't know yet.
Right.
But he said today, Quinn did, that Bill basically isn't doing anything this week. So that gets you through the Ravens practice tomorrow. No Bill. that gets you through the preseason game Friday. He wouldn't be able to play in that.
Right.
And now you're done with all of the ramp up.
And you got 2 weeks until the game.
It's just the 2 weeks of game prep. And Bill is easing back in at that point. Rashad White's already been hurt. Hadn't really been doing a whole lot. Jeremy McNichols is hurt.
That's another one. It's very, he's away. Yeah.
That one, at least they've said, is weeks, not days.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the only ones they've said that about, though. He's more in the Mariota. It's like
so that means months.
The two guys that are out months. Then it's Mariota and McNichols are the weeks. And then everyone else we thought was days. But
it's been a month.
Kind of turned into that.
Yeah.
And who's the other guy with Owe we were talking about? That's turned Amos. That's turned into that. It's a lot to keep straight, man. There's just a lot. For a team that decided, we're not going to push it that hard so that we can keep everybody healthy, they got a lot of guys that aren't healthy.
I know. And it's one of those, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of things, where if you actually ramp up as hard maybe as you might need to, you might have more of these. You might have more of these kinds of stories. The flip side is they seem to be happening anyway without the ramping up. So I kind of don't, there's no good answer here. To me, it seems like, given the data we've got now, this is hindsight, I would have gone, you know what? Our guys, for whatever reason, are dropping like flies. We have to get whoever's ready actually ready. So maybe let's go a little bit harder. But again, I understand where you're going. We need all these guys to practice. We need the bodies. We need the reps. And we can't do it because we can't ramp up the intensity because guys are getting hurt and missing not just days like we thought, but weeks. Because that's really what this is. If you tell me day to day, I expect day to day, and it hasn't been on a number of these guys. That's what's frustrating.
Yeah, maybe that's why he doesn't want to give timetables at this point. At the start of the conversation, I'm kind of giving him some guff because he's not telling you when guys come back, and you're going, well, if you tell me, you better tell me right. And maybe that's the problem.
Maybe it's that
they've been wrong enough that he's like, all right, guys, I'm done with this. I'm not going to be guessing anymore because it's made me look bad. What do we feel best and worst about with this roster? Let's get into that next, and we can open up the phones on this as well. You guys are starting to see the roster come into shape. You're seeing some of the injuries and clusters that they've had as well. We've seen what probably will be the last of the starters in the preseason. One more joint practice against the Ravens tomorrow. What area of this team do you feel best about, and what do you feel worst about? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. The Commanders released safeties Will Harris and Malik Spencer and placed Drake Jackson on injured reserve today. They also signed Boogie Basham, Joshua Bledsoe, and Quindell Johnson. Some injury updates given by Dan Quinn today at practice. Ben Sinnott's unlikely to play against the Ravens. He's dealing with an oblique injury he suffered against the Lions on Saturday. And Odafe Owe and Trey Amos also still recovering from injuries. Dan Quinn said he'll know more about their timetables next week. Commanders getting set for a joint practice with the Ravens tomorrow. Then they'll take on the Ravens for this preseason finale on Friday night in Baltimore at 6 o'clock. Nationals roster moves. They activated Matt Waldron, the knuckleballer, going to join the Nationals pitching staff, and Trevor Williams has been DFA'd. Nats taking on the Rockies for Game 2 of the 4-game set at Nats Park. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Andrew Alvarez takes on Mason Adams, who's set to make his Major League debut tonight for the Rockies. Make sure you keep it tuned here to Grant and Danny. Terry McLaurin caught up with Grant Paulson after practice today. We'll hear that conversation coming up at 3 o'clock. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thanks for making this show part of your day. Always means a lot. Commanders trying to push through a bunch of injuries piling up at camp. They've got maybe their most important day of the summer tomorrow at Owings Mills. They're taking on the Ravens in a joint practice. If you thought the Dolphins was a nice couple of hour test, now you stack up against Baltimore, good on good, and that's a Ravens team that should be playoff bound. And you're going to find out, especially with a lot of their key players that just aren't able to practice, what kind of depth you have and how you're going to look when you're playing one of the really good teams you're going to open the season against. First few weeks, Philly, Dallas, Seattle. The Ravens are kind of in that company, I would say.
Yeah, last year such a down year, but the optimistic talk, certainly you add Trey Hendrickson to that group. That's probably going to help you, one would think. But they are stout on defense, and it's an offense that went through some things last year, but they've kind of retooled. Yeah, that's a good group, and this is critical. I don't know a way around that because of how little they did this preseason. We talked about this ad nauseum the day you were out. You actually came on and talked about it correctly. Their starting offense played 3 plays, and those 3 plays were awful. One blown-up play that went for an incompletion, a throwaway, a kill, a sack, and a give-up run. I don't know what the play script said. I don't know what the IHOP menu said, but it certainly wasn't give-up run on 3rd and 20. And then they punted and said, that's enough. So, cool, I guess. It's a first-round TKO, and that's our offense. That's the work we're going to see. So you got a lot of work to do here, and this one's really important.
What do you feel best about with this team and worst about with training camp having unofficially ended today? I say that because, Danny, they kind of broke down.
Yeah.
Ended camp. It was their last practice in Ashburn with the group. They head to Owings Mills tonight. They're going to practice tomorrow. Then they'll have the preseason game in Baltimore on Friday. And then they're going to have cutdown day this weekend. So the next time they practice on the grass at their team facility, they'll have cut from 90-plus to 53 active, 17 practice squad. So today was effectively the end of training camp. I would say the thing I feel the best about, I actually think their wide receiver position in the wake of the Stephon Diggs acquisition is really good. And they're going to end up cutting at least 1, if not 2 guys that will catch passes in the NFL this season. I think Van Jefferson right now is the odd man out because I'm keeping 7. He'd be the 8th guy. But if they only keep 6, it's very possible that Luke McCaffrey either gets traded or is released and wouldn't be the 7th guy. Or maybe there's a surprise. Maybe it's De'Ami Brown or something like that. But regardless of who they cut on the back end of their wide receiver room, those guys will play in the league this year. They've even got guys on their practice squad like Jaden Bradley, who you saw shine with a couple catches against the Lions. Jacoby Jones, who's had a pretty good preseason. I think those guys can play in this league and could catch passes in Washington this year. So I really, really like what they've done at wide receiver. And I think the Diggs signing changed everything for them, pushing everyone down the depth chart during a time where they were all having really good camps anyway.
Yeah, I agree, and I would actually focus for my thing I feel most positive about just on their top 2 wide receivers. I think the rest of the guys are complementary role players. It's like you have a guy on a basketball team that can score 20 a game. Well, can he do it on a good team? The answer is probably not. They make a lot of those guys where you probably have to sacrifice a little bit. I don't want Antonio Williams or Traylon Burks or De'Ami Brown or Jalen Lane or Luke McCaffrey to be my number 2. That means you don't have a good number 2. It means you have a guy that's probably, out kicking his coverage there. Their 1-2 punch now is really, really good. It's as good as anybody's. And I think that's now, I don't want to call it essential because there's different ways to skin a cat, but that's now a nice advantage that they're going to have. Most weeks you're going to have a matchup that you favor, that you like. And I've always liked Terry McLaurin. He's not, and it's okay, it's not an insult. He's not Puka Nacua or Jamar Chase or JSN or Amon-Ra St. Brown. They only make a few of those guys, like true, honest-to-goodness, number 1, no matter which team he's on, he walks in the locker room. That's a good player, top half of the league, certainly, but not necessarily a 1,400-yard bell cow like these guys that are going to the first round of your fantasy draft. So to have a complimentary 1A, call him a 2, whatever you want, a guy that on a down year, playing just over half the snaps, went for 85 catches and 1,000 yards, something McLaurin's only done once other time in his career, that's a major upgrade to me. So I do feel the best about that.
A big portion of the conversation I had with Terry McLaurin today, and you're going to hear that lengthy interview at 3 o'clock coming up on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. A big part of it was the relationship with Diggs, how he compliments him and Diggs compliments McLaurin and how they're going to play together in this offense. I think people will get a lot out of that. But yeah, those two guys in tandem as a 1-2 punch, that's one of the 10 best duos at the wide receiver position in football.
100%.
It's a far cry from everybody kind of suggesting they didn't have enough or they weren't going to have enough. When you go get Diggs, that changes. And then the depth, 3 to 7, I would say, I would stack up with most teams. When you talk about multiple mid-round picks and a guy that's had a couple 600-yard seasons in the league and De'Ami Brown, who had $10 million given to him by a club last year, coming off of a postseason where he was really, really good for Washington. So there's lots of talent on the depth chart there. What do you feel worst about it? I guess it's pretty easy. It's the offensive line or pass pro. So maybe we could go off the grid a little bit.
Yeah, so I mean, that is my answer, but just to dwell on it for a second before we move, and I didn't know it would be like this. And that's kind of the part that I don't know.
What, the O-line?
I didn't know that it was going to be this bad. Right now, like you go, okay, yeah, they're going to miss Tunsil. That's obvious. It took their ceiling, made it a little bit lower. But when we got that PFF ranking that they're the 32nd ranked O-line out of 32, I think reflexively people are like, no. Because individually, look, I like Chris Paul. He was pretty good last year. He was fine. Sam Cosmi's a really quality player. Arrow's trending up for Connolly. I don't know what's going on, but it looks like everybody's regressed or nobody's met each other or something else.
Can I ask, are you basing this on the 2 plays in Detroit? Or when you said that you didn't think it would be this bad or it looks like, so is that based on just the 2 plays?
Partly. That's one small data point.
Yeah.
They couldn't push anybody around against Miami at all in the joint practice where it's like, yeah, everything, this is cool. Well, they couldn't run it all in the interior. Oh, okay. That's something I'm taking notice of. And their starters, that offensive line, as we have the starters, of course, Allegretti, because he's practiced for 5 minutes, but the guys that are going to play couldn't move against the starting defense of the Miami Dolphins. So it's that plus the small sample of plays. Now you got rankings. So again, this isn't definitive. They could come out and be the Hogs 2.0 in the regular season. But given what we've got and the limited information we're going off of, it's worse than I thought at this point.
Yeah, the run game against Miami for sure was not good. I thought they shredded them in the passing game in that practice for whatever it's worth. The center position's definitely very high on my list.
Mm-hmm.
I won't go O-line abroad, but I'll just say center is something that I do worry about. The other thing I would say is I think there's a time in the not too distant future, hopefully only a couple games in, when they're loaded at the edge spot. But at least to start the year, if Odafe Owe is not available, and again, I'm just going off Quinn today, kind of no-selling the question and saying they won't know more until next week. We already know Dorrance Armstrong is suspended for that game.
Yep.
So you have no Armstrong, no Owe. Kayvon Chason has also not been practicing. Now, he wasn't asked about today, so I guess I'm not as worried about him, but that's just because the question hasn't been asked yet. But he hasn't practiced in, what has it been, 2 or 3 weeks? You know when he got hurt, actually? It was the joint practice against the Dolphins. Is that 2 weeks ago Wednesday? Tomorrow?
I think, right?
Or is that 3 weeks ago? I guess that'd be 2 weeks because it was the preseason game. But he has not practiced then in 2 full weeks. That's your number 2 pass rusher. Dorrance Armstrong's your number 3. So that's your top 3 edges, meaning Joshua Josephs, who I really like, really good camp, solid rookie prospect. But he's the guy that bit way too hard on the read option that allowed Dobbs to look like Lamar Jackson going for a 50-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
That's your top edge all of a sudden. Like, how deep down the depth chart are you with him and Javonte Jean-Baptiste, your starting edges or something going into the season if those other guys aren't ready? So that's something, hopefully, that by next week I feel better about because guys come back. But right now, this second, there's a chance, I guess, that your top 3 pass rushers on the edge in this new defense are not playing in week 1 until we get an update saying they will.
Indeed, yeah. And again, it goes to the thing I feel worst about, which is injuries. Somehow it's happening again. I mean, the last year, it was the tail of camp. It was the tail of August that, yeah, these guys will be fine. Eventually it'll work out. This is good. And it just never got better. In fact, it got worse as things progressed.
Let's go to Sean in Winchester on the Fan. What's up, Sean? How are you?
Man, guys, thanks for taking my call. No, that dress rehearsal thing from Detroit, I don't know what that was. And we were all banking on Dan Quinn, and I like the guy. I like him as a coach. But this whole past 2 off seasons, it seems like these injuries. Why do I can't remember off seasons where there's this many injuries that are like, these are conducive to our season coming up. I want to see. It seems like we're hosting a bunch of paper champions, a bunch of weaklings, and that doesn't. We're playing Philadelphia, the Cowboys, and then the Seahawks, and no, that doesn't work out to us. I want to see a parade. I want to see a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? And for them to be so finicky about who's playing and who's not, and no, it doesn't work. Something's wrong.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. If you're going on a diet, you and I have gone on these programs where you got to eat nothing and you got to exercise and do all this stuff. If you get on the scale and you're down a bunch of pounds, you could justify it and keep doing it. Great, no problem. If I'm going to baby my way through training camp and not wear pads 2 straight days and not play anyone in the preseason games and just every turn choose prioritization of health, that's fine if everybody's healthy. But when you get to the finish line and you already have 24 guys that are dealing with something, you almost need to go back and go, are we sure that was the best way forward?
Yeah, is our process working? Because right now I would say no.
Didn't seem to. So many guys are hurt. The thing you were trying to avoid is exactly what happened. 800-636-1067. Terry McLaurin joins the show in 20 minutes at 3 o'clock. That'll be must listen. What do you feel best about? What do you feel worst about? Plus, Cade Cavalli is the real deal. I want to get into that next on G&D.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor, pick one winner each week. Last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere, 30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out and nobody on. He's into the windup, the kick, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Back to the breaking ball. Strikeout number 7 for Cavalli. And a 1-2-3 top half of the 6th inning.
Nats starting pitcher and ace righty Cade Cavalli pitching like a number 1 continues to shine down the stretch in what is a lost season now. The 28-year-old, fully healthy, former first-round pick, was 22nd overall, chosen in 2020. Dealt with a bunch of injuries and is finally coming to his own now with health. He's got a 1.84 ERA over his last 7 starts, a 2.89 ERA over his last 15 starts, and for the season, he is a 12-game winner with a 3.2 earned run average. How about this, Danny? I think this is the best Cavalli stat I got for you. 26 of his 28 starts this year, he's allowed 3 or fewer runs.
Yeah, I got that from the old game notes last night when I was doing the postgame show. Remarkable what's happening. 7-1 with a 1.9 ERA, 1.98 ERA over his last 8 starts. And you touched on it, 26 of 28. That means whatever percentage that is, 95% of the time. No meltdown, no 4-run, no grand slam homer, no big inning, nothing crazy happening against you over the course of a start. The idea here is to give your team an excellent chance to win, and that's exactly what's happening. And he's going deeper into games. He's getting stronger as the year goes on. This is remarkable. We're watching it right in front of our eyes.
He has thrown 9 consecutive quality starts, 5 for 5 in the month of August, and he had 4 in a row to end July from the 12th on, right before the All-Star break. So 9 consecutive outings, 6 or more innings, 3 or fewer runs. And in fact, in 11 of his last 12 starts, he is a walking quality start at this point, just getting deep into the game, and as you said, giving the team a chance. But there have been some gems in there. The one-hit shutout outing, I covered him as a postgame that day, 10 strikeouts, 8 innings, and he almost threw a no-hitter against the Cubs. Had the 6 shutty, 3 hits, 11 strikeouts against the Rangers. Didn't miss as many bats, like not quite as dominant with the stuff against the Rockies, but the ERA just keeps coming down. It was at one point at the start of this stretch. I mean, he had an ERA in mid-June over 4.
Yep.
But when he began this stretch of 9 straight quality starts, it was 3.83. So it's down almost 0.6 runs in that time. He's got a legitimate shot, if he can continue to throw well, to finish with an ERA in the 2s, which nobody around these parts has done this side of Scherzer and Strasburg.
Again, pretty remarkable. A guy I like a lot, Mackenzie Gore, who was dealt before this season, he would go the opposite track at this point in the year, right? Where you have enough starts, you've accumulated 20, 21, 22. Cade's up there at 28, by the way. He's taking the ball every 5th day, where Gore all of a sudden, second half, would swoon, would either get tired or the fatigue would set in or some sort of delivery thing. Who knows? And I'm not ripping Mackenzie Gore, but it's just, again, as evidence, he's getting stronger as he goes. He is a horse at this point. And I was there last night. I had the great seats there to take my son and one of his buddies sitting up close and personal. And this wasn't A-plus Cavalli either. That's kind of the best part about it to me is I think of Scherzer, I think of some of the great pitchers that have been here. For, a third of your starts, you've got your electric stuff, and anything you call is going to, miss a bat, and you're outstanding. He's had a couple of those starts, and you can tell when those are happening. That one-hit shutout, kind of to your point, or one hit rather allowed in 8 innings, to your point. And there are other starts, though, where you may not have it. He's fighting a little bit. He's fidgeting around. He's kind of shrugging his shoulders some and kind of looking for some comfort on the mound. Doesn't have a great feel for some of the pitches. Still, 2 solo homers. That's the damage. Over 6 innings. Gives his team a chance to win, and finally they do break out. Scored 1 million runs last night after being no hit for 4 innings. But it's a blast watching this guy turn into this, okay, my fastball's getting hit, so what do I do about it? Well, I now am able to snap a knuckle curve for a strike. My cutter moves in really good ways. The changeup is becoming more of a weapon for him.
But
he's setting everything up.
To me, it's the curveball and the sweeper. 16 swings and misses for him yesterday. He only touched 99 twice, by the way, which is funny to say, but there are a lot of starts where that's 8, 9, 10 times, right? So the velocity, the arm maybe not as lively or wasn't in its feeling maybe the way it normally does after a Red Bull before a start, but he was still able to go out there and just shove. And the curveball he threw 35 times, right around 38%, up 10% from his normal amount of times this season, threw a combined 45 breaking balls and sweepers. And did a good job with the fastball because that pitch occasionally gets hit pretty hard by lefties, but he's done a much better job in recent starts avoiding some of that damage as well. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville, who was waiting to talk about the Commanders' areas where he feels really good and not as good going into the season. What's up, Chris? How are you?
Well, can I chime in on Cade Cavalli real quick?
Be quick because we only got a minute in the hour.
Yeah, so as you said, Grant, I think the biggest thing here is been a considerable increase in his usage of breaking pitches, particularly the sweeper/slider, and that has been dominant in recent weeks. So I think the next step for him is to get a little bit better command and whiff rate on his fastball, and then he will become like potentially an elite ace in the league.
Yeah, like a number one.
Like an honest to goodness, yeah.
Like an all-star,
Right.
yeah, for sure.
On the Commanders, I am now most confident. I am more confident in the offensive skill position group than I have been since the beginning of the Dan Quinn era. You've got legitimate studs, veterans, accomplished players in McLaurin and Diggs. I feel good about the running back room, and obviously we all feel good about Jaden, at least his ceiling. I know everybody's concerned about the offensive line, but I am sensing a general lack of leadership and command of the defense at the linebacker position. There's tons of raw athleticism, but there's no Ray Lewis, Bobby Wagner type, at least a green dot guy that I see right now that is putting people in the right place. There's no London Fletcher on the squad. Who is going to be that guy? It may take weeks or months for that person to emerge.
That's a really smart point. Thanks as always, Chris. It's a good phone call. I wonder how much of that is their green dot's not been on the field in the 2 preseason games that he and everybody else has watched. That's Frankie Louvu. He is that guy for them this year. So if your point is, I don't know if I've seen that yet. Like Louvu, we're talking about, seeing him for 3 seconds to this point.
Yep.
My guess is he's going to have to play that role. But that is a question with Leo Chanel, new defense, coming over here for the first time. Sonny Styles is going to learn on the fly here and get baptized in week 1 by the Eagles.
Indeed.
It's the opposite of a year ago where they lacked speed. They lacked any kind of athleticism.
Veteran they had.
Exactly.
Yeah. Savvy they had.
Guy that would get you lined up right and be in the right spot all the time? Check. All the physical stuff? Nope. And he's not wrong, but I think his point is they got all the other stuff now and they lack the thing that they had last year. So it'll be interesting to see. I'd rather be in this position where I've got freak athletes.
With a learning curve than have a smart guy with a low ceiling.
Who just can't make the plays, but knows what play is coming. That doesn't help me very much, but it is an interesting thing to follow and a pretty good call there. Thanks, as always, to Chris. All right, next, Terry McLaurin. Caught up with him at practice. He was just fantastic, as always. Just a great reminder of him being one of the truly awesome people in DC sports. Not just players for the Commanders, but one of the great human beings in DC sports. You'll hear from him next on G&D.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. News for the Commanders today: they released safety Will Harris as well as Malik Spencer and placed Drake Jackson on injured reserve. The team has signed Boogie Basham, Joshua Bledsoe, and Quindell Johnson. Some injury updates for the Commanders: Adafe Owe and Trey Amos still working their way back from injury. Dan Quinn said he'll know more next week about their potential availability for Week 1. And Ben Sinnott's unlikely to play against the Ravens as he gets back from an oblique injury he suffered against the Lions on Saturday. The Commanders head to Owings Mills for a joint practice with the Ravens tomorrow. Then they'll take on the Ravens in Baltimore on Friday night for their final preseason game, kicking off at 6 o'clock. In baseball, the Nationals made some roster moves today, activating Matt Waldron. They also DFA'd Trevor Williams. The Nats getting set for Game 2 of the 4-game series against the Rockies at Nats Park tonight, 6:45, right here on The Fan. Andrew Alvarez starts for the Nationals. Mason Adams set to make his Major League debut tonight for the Rockies. Keep it tuned right here to The Fan. Terry McLaurin chatted with GP after practice today. You hear that conversation next here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, to text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Daniels, quick throw, far side, get it out there to McLaurin. Breaks through, Terry McLaurin, foot race, McLaurin is going to win! Touchdown, Washington!
Grant and Danny on The Fan. We're brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad.
They can do so much for you. Like what? Great question. How about estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, and more? Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule the free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
One of the most important Commanders in 2026 will be Terry McLaurin. If he can have a big season and get open and make plays and turn 10 yards into 25 and first downs into touchdowns and run through some would-be tackles, all of a sudden, Daniels is playing better. This offense is cooking. You're scoring more points, and you're winning more games than people think. So there's a lot of pressure on him to get back to his old ways. Last year was kind of a disaster. You had the contract dispute with the team and then all the injuries, and it felt like everything that could go wrong did go wrong. But prior to that, he had become one of the better receivers in the league, a fringe All-Pro, second-team All-Pro in 2024, 80-plus catches for 1,100 yards and 13 touchdowns. And, Danny, that doesn't even count the 3 more touchdowns he caught in the postseason as well when he was marvelous as the Commanders got to the NFC Championship game. But believe it or not, it's now year 8 for Terry McLaurin, who turns 31 years old in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, and you know generally how this organization feels, apparently, about the receivers over 30. They don't love paying those guys. And we went through a knockdown, drag-out fight that was the story of the offseason, the story of training camp, the story of, frankly, the year. And, you know, the worry was, you don't have enough time to get into football shape, soft tissue injuries occur. Once that soft tissue injuries occurred and were persistent throughout his year, that seemed sabotage and doom from the beginning. This is a different year, though, and you're pretty much generally banking between 75 and 82 or 83 catches, just over 1,000 yards, and around 5-6 touchdowns. The massive spike in touchdowns was the aberration. Everything else was kind of similar to what he'd done, but you could set your watch to it.
Everything that can look and feel better does as far as McLaurin at training camp. He's his old self again. He's smiling. He's happy. He's running the receiver room. He's having a great camp. There's just no way this season doesn't go better. The prep, everything leading up to it, it's night and day from a year ago. So I'm really excited about that for him. But it was cool to catch up with him today and reminisce a little bit about the journey he's been on and the year ahead in a new offense with David Blau. He's actually going to be moved around. The defense isn't always going to know what side of the formation he lines up on. We covered that as well. He's got a new special, terrific player in the receiver room with him who is going to do more to take pressure off of him and avoid double team situations for him than has probably ever happened in his career with Stephon Diggs coming in. So here was that conversation. It began with him talking about being here for 3 regimes, a name change, an ownership change, and just having experienced so much with this organization.
It's definitely a part of my story and my journey here. I try not to reflect too much of the past, but at the same time, I feel like everything I've been through here throughout my career has put me in the situation I am today, the person I am today, the leader, the player, and the experience that I have. So it's just really a blessing to be at the same place that drafted me 8 years ago. It's very rare to not only be playing this long in the league, but to be playing at the same place that drafted you. So no matter who's been in the building, players or coaches, I just try to always be consistent and exude who I am.
How does this compare? I'm talking from the very top. Like, the ownership situation is so good, and the front office with Adam is very comfortable now with Dan. Compared to some of these other years, it just seems like the vibes are trending in the right direction around here.
Yeah, I think there's definitely synergy, which is important if you want to have long-term success. And so when everybody's on the same page, it definitely trickles down. And so to have this season where everybody's been in the building, the consistency's been there, and it's just been pretty normal. Although we've installed a new offense and a new defense, guys are just taking it in stride. But I'm just really proud of our development so far. But we still have some time to go before we get ready for the first game. So we're looking forward to compete against a really good team tomorrow in the joint practice, and just another chance to compete. I wouldn't call it a measuring stick or anything like that, but that's a physical program. They pride themselves on that, but we're looking forward to the challenge and just to be out there and play the game at a high level.
Terry McLaurin on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What's your take? Everyone kind of has their opinion, it seems like, on joint practices versus preseason games.
Yeah.
Looks like you'll end up getting like 3 snaps without a target.
Right.
But you got the work against Miami, which was 2 grueling hours, and then you've got tomorrow.
Right.
How does that work in replacing what used to be, the old guys will tell you, we played 4 preseason games for a quarter or 2.
Yeah, I think it's just figuring out what works best for your team. So we kind of just trust DQ and the plan that they have for us. So whether that's preseason games, we're going to be ready for that. With it being 2 joint practice, we're ready for that too. So as a competitor, I'm just looking to, anytime my number's called to be out there, is just go compete. That's what I do. So more importantly, though, I think preseason game is more like a game-like atmosphere. You do pregame warm-up, you get in and out of the huddle, on and off the sideline, and practice is a little slower of a tempo, but it's a lot more crisp and precise because the periods are scheduled and you know what's kind of coming up. And so I prefer both because you genuinely get 2 different experiences. But with us only playing 3 snaps, for myself personally, I play a lot of football, so I have no worry about being ready for the season. But when you get a chance to go against a physical team like Baltimore, who's had success, have great players on both sides of the football, it can almost play out like a game. You know what I mean? You just never know how the joint practices are going to go. Hopefully everybody stays clean and healthy, but when you're going against a competitive program, you got to bring your juice too. And the great thing about it is we're a competitive program too. So I'm looking forward to competing against their corners, their safeties, and just everybody kind of just bringing that energy. I think that's what really showed up against Miami, just our energy. I think it started at one-on-one. So if we have one-on-ones tomorrow, I think that's a chance for us to kind of set the tone for the practice.
I'm so excited for Blau's offense.
Yeah.
Watching how you guys move around and 17's in different locations and no one knows where he's going to be.
Right.
It made me look bad in 24 because I don't like the stagnant thing.
Yeah.
And I always said that's like the worst thing you could do for a wide receiver one. But then you ended up having this career year and balled out. So there's ways to make it work in Cliff style too. But out here, what have you felt as differences? What do you like about what Blau's doing?
To your point, I did have success in that offense. And I think as a receiver, like if you want to be successful in this league, you got to be able to produce no matter what your circumstances are, no matter what the offense, the quarterback, whatever it is. And so I've tried to always keep that mentality in mind. But also it's refreshing to be able to move around a lot. You know what I mean? When you turn on the tape, and you don't know where the number 1 receiver is going to be, it just forces the defense to have to prepare for the whole field versus 95% of the time they know I'm going to be on the left. So it allows the defensive coordinator to set the defense to whether it's a cloud, whether it's an in and out coverage, or even a DB. Like it just forces him to be able to not have to worry about as many splits and motions to worry about. Like if I'm +2, he kind of knows what I'm doing. If I'm on the numbers, et cetera, you close the margin for error for myself because you kind of got to just ISO ball. I call it like hard and ISO ball. But if you're a receiver, you gotta win. So
hard and ISO ball. Yeah. Maybe it doesn't work as hurt you as much because you feel good about beating man.
Right.
But are there more free releases and stacks and stuff here?
100%. And I think kind of where we're at now is, I'm at number one, I'm number two, I'm in a bunch, I'm in a stack, I'm motioning out, I'm motioning in. There's just so many other things that defense have to prepare for. And then the thing is like we could all do each other's jobs. I think that's the culmination of this offense. Like he's always said, make the same things look different and the different things look the same. To me, that means just there's going to be a marrying of our plays from the run game to the pass game to the way we set up our routes and the certain stems and kind of making defenses presenting the picture of it's the same play, but it could be something completely different. And as a receiver, that's great for myself because you know how to beat man, you know how to win, but if you're getting like set looks in the offense where you know, hey, we're driving out this deep defender because you're coming in on a dagger or we're clearing out the top part of the coverage, you have a shallow, like those are easy looks and it just allows you to kind of just get touches within the flow of the offense versus I got to beat this guy game in, game out, play in, play out. So I think that's super exciting just to be a part of an offense like that where Blau is so innovative and you have a quarterback like Jaden who's able to get us in the right plays. You know, I think they're giving him the freedom to, if he sees a certain look, to get us something that beats man, get us something that beats zone, which for a smart quarterback like that only accentuates your offense more. Right. And so I think we're seeing that as we get through the deeper parts of this preseason, and now we just have to show that tomorrow and then going into week one.
Terry McLaurin with us on 106.7 The Fan. I asked a coach on another team when you guys signed Diggs, like what he thought of you guys together. He's like, he thinks you're the perfect complements.
Yeah.
A, what do you think of that assessment? And B, why do you think he would say that?
I think it's pretty accurate. You know, on the field, we're definitely a lot similar. We play with a grit and a passion that I just think is different. You know what I mean? It's almost like you have a mentality of a lineman or a D lineman where you're just ready to be physical and bring the fight to somebody. And you're just a relentless competitor. Like you're going to have to guard this person for 4 quarters every snap, and you're just not going to quit. And that eventually like weighs down on a defense and weighs down on your defender. And so when you add another guy to our group, not only it raises the floor, but it raises the ceiling. He's an unbelievable competitor. He's played at the highest level. He's played in the Super Bowl and been an All-Pro. So similar to my career as well. You know what I mean? And we're here together. And he's a lot more vocal. I'm maybe a little bit more reserved off the field, but on the field, like he's vocal in that way, and I'm kind of just like a different style of leader where I'm see things need to be said, then I say them kind of thing. And I think that piggybacks off of one another in the way that we kind of just bring our personalities to life. And at the end of the day, like I think it's just hard to guard 2 guys that you know who can win against man, who can win against zone, and then you put them on the same side. It's like you could cover underneath, but what happens deep? You can cover deep, but what happens underneath? I think it allows us to layer the field so much better when you have 2 guys that can play the slot, the outside, have vertical ability, and to win underneath. So it's been great having him here. I've definitely learned things from him. He's learned things from me, and I think it's going to be a really fun season with us together in the same room.
I'm sure every position group is pretty tight, but the wide receiver room this year, to me, I don't remember seeing a position group like that. Even at the end of camp here, you guys have a little powwow, and I've talked to guys like Traylon. He talks about, like, I know that I'm competing with the guy, and I might get cut or he might get cut. But so what if you guys signed Diggs? This was a couple weeks ago. He's like, I love him too. You know? Is that a you thing? Like, who gets credit for that? Like, how did the room come together like that?
I think it's a culmination, right? But being the leader of the room, I've always tried to introduce a very open environment. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I'm the only voice in that room. It's not what Terry says goes. It's not what Bobby says goes. It's not what Dre says goes. And I think we got to give credit to Bobby because he allows us to take ownership of the room. He coaches us. He's making sure we're on the details, but it's our room. And I said at the beginning of the camp, you know, all these guys, and including myself, we're competing for a spot. We're competing for our position to be one of the best on the team. You know what I mean? I genuinely did believe that before we even added Diggs. And so when you add him, it adds everybody's level, has to take a step up. And it's just really cool to be a part of a group where guys are so unselfish. I think it starts with unselfishness, but also the competition that's in that room is extremely high. We're all happy for each other. Like, you go out there and we making plays. I'm happy for Trey. I'm happy for Jalen. I'm happy for Deami. I could go down the list. You know what I mean? I think we're all trying to make a career in living for our family. So there's no hating in our room. It definitely starts with the leadership in that. And then the competition is what we do. I truly always believe, like, the receiver set the tone and the tempo for practice. When we're making plays, it gives the quarterbacks more confidence. They don't have to be as perfect. They know we can make plays whether the ball's perfect or not. And, you know, it's just been a fun room to be a part of. I think what's the most fun is we have great top end talent, but we have unbelievable depth as well. We trust guys 1 through 7, however many we keep that can go in there and make plays for us, and that's what makes it a really fun room, especially in an offense where Jaden's going to throw the ball around.
A couple of moments left with Terry McLaurin on 106.7 The Fan.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, just the demeanor, seeing you out here happy again.
Yeah.
That's not like even at camp, it's business. You got to do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure that wasn't fun for you.
You're right.
Do you look back at last year with like a bad taste in your mouth, or did you already flush it because you've had 6 that weren't like it and 1 like that? How do you view last year?
I just view it as a chapter in my story where, everything doesn't necessarily go as you plan, and that's just life. But I leaned a lot on my faith during that time. I had a lot of support in this building and outside of the building. So I know who I am and I know what I bring to the table. I think that's the great thing about, growing as a human being and just learning from your experiences. And I just thank God that he allowed me to sustain myself going through all that, because it's not an easy process to go through. But at the same time, I'm extremely happy that the way it worked out, because this is where I want to be. So
had you had a year like that, even I'd imagine not obviously as a pro, but high school, college, like ever, where it was just like, just felt like whatever could go wrong did?
Yeah, I mean, I've been through my share of adversity, on and off the field. And what I've learned is you just got to continue to keep your eyes on God, to be honest. I try not to keep my eyes on my circumstances, because your circumstances change, but the Lord never changes. And so that's what really grounds me. And again, I'm just really comfortable in who I am as a person and a leader. And I know what I bring to the table. I know what I bring to this building. So, the business sometimes doesn't always marry perfect together, but as long as you get on the same page, I think that's what's most important. Obviously, we both learned that we rather would have got it done sooner, but I'm here, and that's in the past. So I have no hard feelings about it. I've definitely moved on, and it's exciting to be in a new season where you can put that stuff behind you.
All right, last thing, looking ahead to this season then, do you set statistical goals for yourself? Because as a receiver, it's such a dependent position.
Right.
You can't, if you don't get there, it might not be your fault. How do you kind of lay your season out in front of you before it starts?
Yeah, I think to your point, I've kind of had benchmarks in the past, but again, I think the receiver is the most dependent position on the football field, and so I just try to go out there, and my first goal is just to try to stay healthy. I think I've been doing a great job of just taking care of my body. As you get deeper in part of your career, you kind of have to, it's still a Lamborghini, but you got to warm it up a little longer. So I get here a little earlier than I even did previously, get a good warm up in so I could come out here and start flying around. And so, I just think that's really where I'm at.
Appreciate the time. Have a great season.
No, I appreciate you.
Terry McLaurin after practice today. Just a nice reminder of our sweet prince and why it's so easy to root for and like this guy. They just don't make many like him.
Yeah, it sounded like Terry again. You know what I mean? Last year when he was at the Eastern Motors, where your job's your credit, I was like, who's this guy that's kind of has an axe to grind? It doesn't seem as
Terry
fun.
back.
Yeah, I know you're doing your thing, and I understand it. I'm not having fun. I don't like any part of this from the team side, your side, anybody. It's just I would like that McLaurin guy that catches 78 balls for 1,050 yards and 7 touchdowns. I'd love that guy back. And he sounds like him again. That you could hear the zeal and kind of joy in his voice talking about what's possible for the receiving corps.
Obviously, there were weeks that he missed, and there were plenty of weeks where he was playing through some things. But there were also games where he looked like Terry McLaurin last year. And for the most part, when he was healthy and they got him the football, he performed. I think about that 74-yard 3-catch game against the Raiders where he had the 56-yard catch where he got tackled at the goal line. He actually got hurt in that game. Then he comes back over a month later. He missed about a month to play the Kansas City Chiefs. And I always talk about his 2 remarkable catches in that game as some of the highlights of his season. He caught a ball on the sideline that was just masterful. He got hurt doing that and missed time. But he caught the touchdown where he got both feet in. There are very few guys in the league that can, toe tap like he can and keep his feet in bounds. That was really, really cool to see. The Broncos game when he came back, the overtime game where they lost by a point, 7 for 96 on 14 targets, one of his most effective, prolific games of the season. So there were plenty of times. He had a 51-yard catch against the Giants. He had a 56-yard catch against the Raiders where he looked like Terry, 40-yard grab against the Eagles in a game in December as well. But there were just fewer and farther between than normal. And you just hope that whatever happened last year was based on the horrendous offseason, the camp that never got off the ground, and then he gets right back to how he'd been performing for all the years before that. He turns 31, by the way, September 15th.
Because with all the lead up, the slow start, and then the missing 4 weeks. So through 7 weeks of the season, he had 10 catches for just over 100 yards. That's 4 of those weeks, of course, inactive and injured, but 2 for 27 against the Giants, very pedestrian. Not much doing against Green Bay because no one did anything against Green Bay, to your point. It's just very little, and this was kind of the worst-case scenario, the doomsday scenario of, well, here's what happens when you don't do anything in the offseason or training camp or whatever because you're in a contract dispute. This is the worst case, and it literally played out that way, to your point. So through the first, even the 11 weeks of the season, he had played in 4 games, had missed 7, and hadn't had near the production we were used to as the season was coming apart right before our eyes, coming unglued during those horrendous losing streaks where the offense couldn't manage to barely get out of the huddle, let alone have any threat anywhere on the field. And it was just so awful because he couldn't do anything about it. And you want to wipe that clean, and sounds like this training camp and preseason has sort of gone a long way towards that.
I want to open up the phones on McLaurin next, and you and I can chew on this as well. But let's open up the phones at 800-636-1067. The question being, what kind of season are you predicting for him in this offense? You just heard him talking about with David Blau, where he is moving all over the place, where he's going to get some free releases. He's going to get sprayed all over the field in formations out of stacks where Diggs and people are, kind of taking pressure off, literally, figuratively, helping protect him a little bit in some of these bunch formations. It's going to be unlike anything we've really seen in terms of his usage to this point. I think it's going to really help him. But what kind of year are you anticipating? Will it be a career year? Will it be a year on par with a lot of his really good ones in that 70-ish catch, 1,050-yard kind of thing? Or is last year more along the lines? I don't mean missing that many games, but he's over 30, and maybe we'll see that it's a year that's not quite to the standard that he set over all those seasons. I mean, how do Commanders fans feel about McLaurin going in? That is the question. 800-636-1067 on G&D here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. In the NFL Commanders news, they made some roster moves today. Will Harris, Malik Spencer, both released by the team today. Commanders placed Drake Jackson on injured reserve and signed Boogie Basham, Joshua Bledsoe, and Quindell Johnson. Injury updates for the Commanders: Odafe Oweh, Trey Amos still working back from injuries. Dan Quinn said he'll know more next week about their potential availability for Week 1. Ben Sinnott unlikely to participate against the Ravens, dealing with an oblique injury he suffered against the Lions. Commanders go to Owings Mills tomorrow for a joint practice with Baltimore. Then they take on the Ravens in Baltimore Friday night for their preseason finale at 6 o'clock. Nationals roster moves today. They activated Matt Waldron and DFA'd Trevor Williams. Game 2 of the 4-game series at Nats Park tonight between the Nats and the Rockies, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Andrew Alvarez takes on Mason Adams. Adams making his Major League debut tonight. Again, Nats and Rockies, 6:45 right here on the Fan. Baseball season is in full swing. Celebrate with Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Our coverage of Commanders training camp, which unofficially wrapped today, is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. You just heard from Terry McLaurin on Grant and Danny. Wide receiver 1 for Washington, new offense that should be more McLaurin friendly, and a quarterback who is another year further removed from getting into the league, seeing things, the game slowing down, but also ideally much healthier than he was last year. Could be a monster year for McLaurin. Question we're asking you guys at 800-636-1067 is, what is your expectation? Career year? More of the same from when he was really good for a long time before last year's unfortunate circumstances? Or do you think that, this is a little bit more like last year, where maybe he misses a little bit of time at 31? Maybe he's not playing at that 75 catch, 1,100 or so yard level. How do you see it, Danny?
I think this is his average season. I think he's so
he basically
dependable.
gets back to pre-last year.
Yeah, I think he's him. So what has been kind of a hallmark, it's been good situation, bad situation, mostly bad, worse situation, dire, no other offensive weapons, some offensive weapons, a good week, a bad week. This is what he averages. 80 catches, about 1,090 yards, and 5.5 to 6 touchdowns. The 13 touchdown season is the aberration. Everything else was in line with his normal career averages. He's somewhere in between 12 and 14 yards per catch. This is him. This is who that guy is, which is, again, the ceiling isn't as high as some of the superstars. He's not going to ever put up a Puka Nacua or JSN type season. That's not the litmus test, though. He's also very rarely, when he plays, and even last year, as much as the struggle happened, he didn't have a 100-yard game. Even with that, if you do extrapolate his numbers that he put up over a 17-week basis, he was right in line for the regular old Terry season of 80 catches, just over 1,000 yards, and a handful of touchdowns. That's who he is. So now with a different situation, I don't know that automatically his production is going to ramp up. I also don't think, given the situation, anything's going to tamp it down. Even with terrible offensive situations and bad OCs, bad quarterbacks, and everything under the sun, this is what Terry does.
So 7 years here for Terry McLaurin, and seeing what he was over all that time gives me an idea and an indication that he is probably exactly what we think he is. Like, there's enough sample, there's enough time over 7 years where I think that's probably about what he's going to be. I am leaving open the possibility, though, that McLaurin could have his best year, that he could actually have a monster season. It stands to reason that when you're a legitimate, credible starting wide receiver in this league, you're better when someone of your caliber is opposite you, right? Has he ever once had another wide receiver that attracts attention in the way Stephon Diggs does? Never.
No, right?
Has he ever once had another wide receiver that you cannot defend, you cannot double team, you cannot do some of the things to bracket him and cover him in the same way because Diggs is there? Because if you're paying that kind of attention to McLaurin, Diggs is going to eat you alive. I think they could actually come out early in the season, too, and feature Diggs. And so maybe it's not in September that Terry eats, but as the year goes on. What was the first call for David Blau with that tandem wide receivers with that starting offense. The first call from David Blau was a choice route for Stephon Diggs that was meant to get him open. He bent it a little bit wide. It took a little too long developing out of a stack, and they end up getting pressured and have to do a throwaway to the running back in Detroit. But the first call was, let's get the ball in Diggs' hand on a choice route, let him win with some footwork. That was the first call, by the way. So I think you could see a lot of Diggs early. I think that's going to take a little bit of pressure and heat off of Terry McLaurin. And I think, could be wrong, but I think the fact that you've got a credible wide receiver too means more man-on-man, one-on-one stuff for McLaurin than we've seen in a long time. If that's true, he's going to win a lot because he makes contested catches.
Yes, he does.
He just beats guys. So I think that that's something to think about. The other thing is, and this is pass protection dependent, I would say, but is this scheme better for him like I think it is? If you agree with me, then that's a reason he should be better. Is this quarterback play going to be better? Daniels in 24 was electric. Daniels last year, Mariota for much of last year, was not that. But I think Daniels, based on the camp I've seen him have, based on the practices, the joint practice against the Dolphins that I've seen, I actually think he's going to have a really, really good year if they can protect him. So all of that stuff said, why wouldn't Terry be able to go out there and go 80 for like 1150 or 1175?
Those are good cases. I mean, it just he's never struck me as, even when there's nothing else on that offense, the next best, to your point, the next best receiver he's played with is probably Curtis Samuel. No, thank you, to be honest with you. Samuel's fine, but he's more of a gimmick, more of a, ironically, a Deebo Samuel-like player, where he's one part running back, one part, flip it out to him in the flat, slot guy, whatever. So this is the best player he's ever played with at this position. He's never shared a receiving core with the Stephon Diggs. Even Stephon Diggs, at this stage of his career, is still infinitely better than anybody else he's ever had opposite him. He's just never struck me as that 150 target, high volume guy. His career high for catches is 87. He's gone over 80 catches 2 out of his 8 years in the NFL. It's just not who he's been,
but
even
does
with
he
different
have to
surroundings.
catch 100 balls? Right? I mean,
no, he doesn't have to, but
his 17 game average, okay? So every 17 games, just to break it up into an NFL season, 79 catches for 1,100 yards and 7 touchdowns. If he plays 17 games in his career, 79, 1,100, 7 touchdowns. That's with bad receivers around him. That's with a lot of bad quarterback play and mediocre quarterback play and one really, really good quarterback season. It's not that crazy to say 10 more catches and 100 more yards or 150 more yards.
It's not.
That's not a big bump. That's like one more big game. That's a couple catches and a couple of losses potentially. And now it's 80 for 1,200, and he's having the type of year I'm talking about. I just don't think it's that big of a leap. The question, I guess, would be, does Diggs take a lot of targets away from him, catches away from him? Maybe. That's a thing. Also, is there something to be said? Do we think that the pass protection's so bad that it ends up really hurting the passing game down the field, where McLaurin now is averaging fewer yards per catch because they can't run some of the X receiver
his air yards per target? Or is there enough food at the table? In other words, are there enough pass attempts to go around? They want to run the ball and play some defense. Is that take something away too from any potential totals?
If Diggs eats and Chig is getting a lot of targets, I think that could definitely be something. Obviously, you need Daniels to stay healthy as well. Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. What kind of year are you anticipating from Terry McLaurin?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how you guys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Hey, look, I'm with you, Lieutenant. I think he has a monster year. I think he's going to catch 100 balls. I think he's going to be like leading the league in, the Triple Crown. I think this is his year. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I think it's his last year here, too. I think this is his farewell to here as a commander. I don't think they're going to pay him what they're paying him now as he's getting older. But he's not had, you hit it on the head. Now, it depends on this offense is now, and this offensive line. Now, right now, this offensive line is performing. It's looking like he's only going to catch 10 damn balls all damn year, but let's call it what it is. But, look, if the offensive line protects and does what it's supposed to do, Terry's going to have a monster year, and he deserves it. He is one of the best professionals in sports, and he's had nothing but crap around him. Now he's got that tight end. Now he's got a number 2, and they can have a good slot, too. I mean, this team, on paper, can put up points. We'll see, but the question mark is still that left tackle, center position, and that O-line already starting.
Appreciate you, buddy. Well, to Shane's point, the cap number next year is almost $40 million. And this was always kind of set up where they could have a dead cap hit they could spread over a couple years after this season to not really have that kind of, albatross of his deal there. So you're probably right back where you were before last season in terms of, are we getting a new deal done? And we saw how that went for a guy that's over 30. Well, he'll be way over 30 by the time we kind of get to this point.
Yeah, there's also a post-June 1 release number that goes way down for him.
Yep.
Where it looks like 6.5 in dead money or something like that. But that having been said, I think he can determine whether this is the last year or not. I went on record when he got the extension that I thought it was probably a 1-year extension, meaning this year, 2 more years with Washington, and then they have to reassess. And this is still a big storyline, but it depends. I mean, if he only plays in 11 games and deals with injuries and catches 51 balls for 579 yards or something, then it probably is his last season. If he goes out there in this offense and it fits like a glove, and he and Daniels make sweet music, and it's an 83 catch, 1,214 yard, 8 touchdown season, and I know at his age that seems unlikely, but he was an older rookie, a little bit less tread on the tires.
Right.
It's not crazy to assume that could happen. Then why not bring him back? And maybe you have to restructure. Perhaps you lower that cap number. You probably should, honestly. And you extend him again or push some money or do a void year like to spread out some of the dead money. I know they don't love to do that. But I'd have a really hard time paying him $42 million. I guess the good news is there aren't that many players that are due a whole lot of money from a cap number standpoint going into 2027. Whereas, like, the cap number for Terry, I think, is actually officially $34 million.
I misspoke. Sorry, I said 39. That's for 27. 34 is next year.
Yeah. $27 million for Odafe Owe is next on that list. But there aren't big cap numbers, really. I mean, I'm looking at Laramie Tunsil, 17. Javon Kinlaw is a huge number, 16.9. That's something you might want to do something with, depending on the year he has. Cosme, believe it or not, it's up to $20 million in cap number. But that's like the list. To their credit, I guess, by not making big splashes for a few years. And they're thinking about life when Jaden Daniels gets paid.
Sure.
They don't have a whole lot of huge cap numbers. So they could work with that if they needed to. But he's got to prove himself worthy of that, too. You don't mind paying Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase kind of money if he's putting up 75-plus catches. Also, his Diggs back. Now, if Diggs walks, then it's all the more reason that you probably need to pay a receiver because he goes back to being the only guy in the room for that moment. Unless Antonio Williams comes on in a way where you feel like maybe he could take some of that pressure off. But just great to have that interview with him today and some time with him at camp. And I will say, after we chatted, he's just such a good dude. Like, we just sat there and talked for like 20 minutes.
Just a couple of pals chewing the fat.
Asking me about my kids and what grade they're in and stuff. He's just a really good human being.
100%.
Easy to root for.
Yeah, he was so awesome to have on the show for that season. I mean, they were 2 in a million. It didn't matter. Just he was so good every week to come on and hang out.
Such a pro.
Yep.
Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports on G&D. What's up? Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is time for a double play. We are sponsored by FH Fur for 45 years. FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort. Celebrate. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter absolutely free. FH Fur plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and electrical. Absolutely the best.
Bit of sad news for the double play today. Dolly Parton passed away at 80 years old. And, for some folks like younger who have no file really other than, hey, this is a former country star who did some charity. People need to understand the life this incredible woman led. Born as the fourth of 12 children in a one-room shack in eastern Tennessee.
That's a show, by the way.
I mean, just start off right there. Father could not read. Paid the doctor who delivered Dolly with like a sack of cornmeal. I don't know if that's legend or true or what, but that's one of the things that has been said.
I was going to say that sounds like it's from like a bygone time and era, and I guess it technically is because that was in the 40s.
That was the barter system, I guess, is still very much intact there. 11 Grammys, 25 country music number ones, and she wrote or performed or was responsible for thousands, literally thousands of songs. The impact sort of beyond, obviously as a cultural phenomenon, did some acting, just sort of, again, has been relevant culturally for so many years, basically converted her, what could have been billions in fortune. I think at one point her net worth was valued in the hundreds of millions, so she was doing just fine. But the amusement parks like Dollywood and places, one of the more visited attractions near her home in Tennessee. But to me, the impact that I think is just the most incredible and is slept on is the literacy program, the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. Here's what you do. If you are a parent and you sign up, they send your child a book per month until that child goes to kindergarten. It was basically spawned because, again, her dad couldn't read, and it was unusual that she was able to even go to school, learn to read and write herself, to get out of there and go pursue her dream. But most people, where she was from, couldn't do that. So they sent, I think I saw the number, 100+ million books they'd given out to children across the country over the course of the lifetime of the foundation. So she passed away, an unbelievable life, an unbelievable impact. One of the mega stars and someone that just did a whole bunch of good for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think we end up saying beloved as just a nice thing to say when somebody passes a lot. And that doesn't mean someone can't be very popular or well-liked or whatever. But to me, this is the definition of someone who was beloved. This is the epitome of someone who's beloved. When I heard that she had passed, right away I called my mom. And I know she loved Dolly Parton. And I'm like, did you hear Dolly Parton passed away? She had not heard that. She was very upset. But I could have called any one of, I didn't, but 7 to 10 people that I know of, mostly older females, aunts, great aunts, things like that. But older folks that she meant a lot to and that would have had the same kind of reaction. I actually just put into AI. I said, why is Dolly Parton loved so much? And the answer it spit out was she combined legendary musical talent, massive philanthropic efforts, and an unpretentious, radically kind personality that bridges cultural and political divides. Perfectly said.
Well put, actually.
I mean, that's why AI is kind of taking over. That was a pretty quick response.
I'm annoyed that it's that good. That's profound.
But it's so true, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, the musical talent, she has massive hits.
Yeah.
Jolene, I Will Always Love You.
The song that are covered by Whitney Houston that garnered, that came back with The Bodyguard, that garnered all the attention that, I don't want to say put Whitney Houston on the map. She'd already been a megastar in her own right, but that was the thing that launched her into the stratosphere. And Dolly Parton, all quiet, it's like, yep, I did that back in 74.
I told you this on the show years ago. You won't remember, but Hard Candy Christmas, Dolly Parton, is one of my favorite Christmas songs because it's my mom's favorite Christmas song.
There you go.
It's what she always listens to getting ready for Christmas. So because of that, it's a nostalgic thing for me. Like, there were so many hits, so many bangers. And then the philanthropic stuff, the scholarships and the books and the things you're talking about. And that's also true. Like, I've never met her. I don't know her. But I think if you were to say, like, who's a celebrity that everybody thinks is super kind and warm and just bridges all divides, she'd be very high on that list, on a short list for sure. You don't hear stories otherwise about Dolly Parton.
100%. And it's amazing for someone who's been in the public eye for, 60 years? More than that? I mean, again, incredible, the breadth of her career. A lot of folks have had some of the number one hits. A lot of folks have had some of the musical success. I did this, I did that. And then, they sort of, now they're doing a podcast. Now they kind of fade into somewhere else. And she never left, just sort of continued to pursue those missions, and probably could have, squeezed a couple more dollars or drops out of fandom or stardom rather, and was so passionate and did so well with no off switch. You never heard that story like, as soon as the camera cut, she, fired up a cigarette and, was mean to some aide. That never happened once in decades, just like a beloved person.
It's time for my double play. So your boy got away. A little quick mini trip was at Cape Charles, Eastern Shore of Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
What's your file on Cape Charles and the Eastern Shore of Virginia?
So the only thing I know about it is that that's where your in-laws have a spot.
Okay.
It's kind of a mystery box to me.
Well, I think to everyone. So this is kind of the point I wanted to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
I was in line taking the kids to get ice cream at this ice cream shop they love.
And it closes so early, doesn't it?
Everything's open for like 9 minutes, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you have to get there between 1:34 and 1:39 or 2:17 and 2:23. And if you could do that, you get the thing that you want.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, cute little town. I love the town, but nothing's ever open. But the ice cream place is the one OG that's like got the long hours and you can go there all hours of the day or whatever. So the kids are in line to get their ice cream cones. And this girl I went to high school with, who I'm good friends with, don't get to keep in touch with much anymore, but that I know was like standing in front of me in line. I could not believe that someone that I know
was also there
from my life was in this little beach town. Like in my mind, Danny, I could have been in Singapore and bumped into her. It was that random. We're technically still in the state of Virginia, in Cape Charles, but it is Eastern Shore. You drive like 4 hours from D.C. to get there without traffic. And I'm in this little tiny town in this little tiny ice cream shop. And every now and then, like, listeners will come up while I'm there and be like, hey, man, love the show. Or, hey, I was at this little concert in the park on Saturday night, and a guy who listens, who's from up here, came over, and he's like, hey, I just wanted to say I listen to the show every single day. I'm a P1. I might as well be in Texas. That's in my
crazy,
mind.
isn't it?
It's like the craziest thing. But it's now becoming more and more prevalent for D.C., DMVers, Northern Virginians.
Well, it's hard to
go vacation there, basically.
It's hard to get to. So let me ask you this. Do you go down like you're going to Virginia Beach and come back up? Or do you go down like over and around like you're going to Southern Maryland and then just keep going?
Definitely not. You go to Virginia Beach, like through Norfolk, past ODU, all that stuff.
Yep.
And then you go through all the tunnels and across the 23-mile bridge.
And then the biggest bridge in human history.
Yeah, the Bay is technically it's not what people refer to as the Bay Bridge around here, but that's what it is.
It probably should be because it's way more miles than that little old Nubs Bay Bridge east of here.
I remember doing a lot of research on it when I went across it the first time. I want to say it was built in like 65, 66. I could be making that up. But decades ago, and the idea that you could build a bridge in the water that is 20 plus miles long in the 60s is just insane to me.
Yeah.
But it is. It's the longest bridge in the world, and it just takes across the entire bay. But yeah, you go down, you're in Virginia Beach. So like the people that live in Cape Charles, which is this little beach town that doesn't really have a whole lot. There's a Food Lion and a McDonald's or whatever. But there's these really nice little shops on their main street. Like for my in-laws that live there full time, if you want to go to Trader Joe's or get your car fixed or get your hair cut or do a lot of that stuff, you're driving to Virginia Beach across that bridge. So it's like a 35-minute drive.
I see.
You could be there in, a half hour from leaving the house.
And I know you are a connoisseur of beaches, but what's the water like? Because that's bay water right there. That's Bayside.
It is so fantastic for kids because
it's calm.
There's not big waves, and also there's like these shelves where they can walk out 75 yards and it's down to 3 feet. If you're at the right area of the bay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're in other areas, it could be a little bit deeper. But like my kids who are learning to swim and now can and like to putt around in the water all day. Perfect because they can sit there and it comes up to their shoulders, or they can walk out far enough that they're like hopping up and down. But for the most part, you don't have to worry. You're just 50 feet from them, sitting in your chair watching them, and it is the perfect water for like a young family. That's what I love about it.
Nice.
But it's this well kept secret. Everyone in Cape Charles will be very upset that I'm talking about it. I just thought it was so funny that every time I'm there, I see someone I know, and again, to me, it would be less weird if I was eating at a restaurant in Russia and I saw this girl from my high school than if I was in this ice cream line in Cape Charles.
Like, it's more practical that you'd be in Cape Charles, but I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
It's like, how are you here?
What do you know about this place? If not for my in-laws, I would have never heard of this
But
place.
it's now a thing where it's like it's growing and it's now become a destination that people want.
It definitely is.
And the locals hate that because, like, we were here first. Please keep it this super charming town that closes down at 3:45.
They are not in on the... They need and want the tourism, I think, but they want the amount from like 15 years ago. They don't want now everyone comes here and it's the new Outer Banks or the new Topsail Island or something like that. G&D on the Fan. Next, our Beltway Blitz. Tell you about the teams in town you care the most about. Jam them all into one segment on the Fan.
Commanders back on the practice field today in Ashburn before they head up to Owings Mills for a joint practice with the Ravens tomorrow ahead of their preseason finale coming up in Baltimore on Friday night at 6 o'clock. Some roster moves for the Commanders today. They released Will Harris and Malik Spencer, placed Drake Jackson on injured reserve, and signed Boogie Basham, Joshua Bledsoe, and Quindell Johnson. Updates on some injuries for the Commanders. Ben Sinnott's unlikely to play against the Ravens, dealing with an oblique injury, and Adafe Owe and Trey Amos are dealing with injuries. DQ said he'll know more about them next week and their timeline and availability for Week 1. Roster moves for the Nationals today. They activated Matt Waldron and DFA Trevor Williams as the Nats get set for Game 2 of the 4-game series against the Rockies tonight. 6:45 right here on The Fan. Andrew Alvarez starts for the Nats. Mason Adams set to make his Major League debut tonight for the Rockies. He's their 20th ranked prospect according to MLB Pipeline. 6:45 Nats and Rockies right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. We're taking you up to 6:15 ahead of Nats baseball. They're looking to beat the Rockies for the second time in as many nights at Nationals Park. They get the ball to Andrew Alvarez tonight, taking on Colorado. Show's brought to you exclusively by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
They can help you with so many things like estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Each and every day on Grant and Danny, we give you a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. It's in the rearview mirror. Beltway Blitz to follow, and it is now time to do that. And we start you off with the Nats as they get ready for baseball. Our buddy Andrew Golden covers the Nats, joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Andrew, I got to say, the attendance numbers, I didn't expect a lot of people to be at these games, but man, oh man, I mean, it has been light at Nationals Park of late. Is this just cost of doing business when you're not in the hunt and school's back in session, or is there more to it than that, do you think?
Yeah, that's it to me. Obviously, they're playing the Colorado Rockies, which doesn't help anything at all. But I think that's the nature of the business, and I think obviously just the fact that, you know, they haven't been playing the best baseball of late. But that's what I chalk it up to. I think if they were playing maybe a team that was, you know, in the hunt, in the race, maybe be some more fans. But I think, you know, just the nature of where they're at in the year, I think it probably makes it a little bit difficult to get fans and draw them in at the moment.
Was it 7 days ago or 8 days ago they made the announcement that C.J. Abrams will be playing second? Now, I know he had a little bit of the ankle scare there where he went to second base awkward, so he was in the lineup DHing last night. But when are we going to see it?
Yeah, I think it's going to take some time just to make sure that he's fully healthy and able to play second base with no limitations and restrictions. So I think obviously he's coming off the ankle injury, and you know Blake Buterra was saying he's good running in a straight line, but you know running from home to second on his double yesterday was a little bit more difficult. And so I think they want to get into a place where he's fully healthy and able to participate in those things. And so I think it will happen in the near future, but I think they want to make sure that he's fully healthy before that happens.
So my Tom Holland spidey senses were up a little bit before the injury, that we know he's not excited about playing second. Maybe he's dragging his feet a little bit. Then obviously there was this issue where he gets banged up. It's like he's DHing again tonight. Is it 0%, do you think, that he's dragging his feet about playing second and they're kind of still smoothing this over with him? Like, is that a 0 on the scale?
Yeah, I don't really buy that. I think it's very, very low. I mean, I think 0 is probably a fair one to say. I don't necessarily know if that's the kind of player that the person that CJ is. Even regardless if he didn't like the position he was playing, and obviously, understandably, he's not thrilled about playing second base. I just doesn't seem like the kind of thing that he would do. So I mean, you can't ever see anything's 100%, but I have a very maybe we'll say 0.5% maybe.
It's close enough to 0 for me. I will take that. Cade Cavalli's been incredible. He's now got an ERA barely over 3.2, and he's on his way to 15-win season for a bad team. I'm not a wins-losses guy, but that feels like significant that he's getting that deep into starts. He's 3 or fewer runs allowed, 26 of 28 outings. That's 2 more than Jacob Mizorowski, the front runner for Cy Young in the National League. What do you make of his season?
I make that he's just kind of starting to come into his own. If you think about it, obviously last year he only had a few, eight or so starts. So this feels a lot like his rookie season in a lot of ways. And it looks like just as the season goes on, he's starting to really just figure out who he is and how he can pitch and how hitters are approaching him and how he can kind of attack. So it kind of just feels like he's pretty early on in his career, just learning his arsenal and what he's capable of. I think obviously the prospect fatigue, the injuries, it makes it seem like he should be a full-on veteran, but this is really kind of his rookie season in a lot of ways, and it kind of feels like he's just starting to find his rhythm and find his groove, and I would expect more of this moving forward, even heading next season. I would expect him to kind of be the ace and kind of one of the head guys. That's what he's been, for most of the second half, as you mentioned.
Who are these? I mean, they've had a rotating cast in the bullpen. It's like Murphy Brown secretary. I know that's a reference that's way too old for you, Andrew, as a young person, but trust me, it was a great one. Who's going to stick here? Are some of these guys, sort of maybe making a dent here?
Yeah, I think Will Dion's really intriguing. Obviously, they have Matt Waldron, who they just activated today, and so maybe he's a guy who can maybe stick with this knuckleball. He's pretty unique, but I think they have some guys that are really interesting. I think Clayton Beeter is obviously a guy that I think that they kind of rely on and like a lot. But he's obviously been a mainstay for most of the season. But I think Will Dion's a guy to watch. I mean, Tolman's been an interesting surprise, and we'll see if that can continue. But I'm interested, as you mentioned, I'm interested to see who kind of stands out. But I think Dion's a guy that stands out to me, and I think that I'm interested to see what Matt Waldron does too.
Yeah, will be intriguing. All right, lastly, before we let you go, and Andrew Golden talking Nats with us, kicking off the Beltway Blitz, give us your favorite storyline or something to monitor moving forward for a Nats fan as a reason to keep tuning in.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned Cade Cavalli. I mean, that's really interesting to me. I also think that Avi Ortiz, the guy, I know he got to a really strong start and kind of cooled off, but I think looking at what he and Chaparro can do as a first base platoon next year is really interesting to me. I think obviously they've been looking for a guy at first base for a very long time, but I think that those two have potential to be that. I'm just interested to see how these guys kind of adjust and adapt. Obviously they got to, some of these guys got the hot starts. So I'm interested to see how they kind of adapt and make adjustments as the season goes on in the final 2 months. So I think that's kind of what I'm looking forward to. Jackson Kent's another guy that I'm looking forward to. Just a lot of these guys are making their debuts and getting their first taste of the big leagues. How do they make adjustments to kind of how they build upon their strengths and kind of learn what their weaknesses are and kind of adapt from there?
Andrew, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take care.
You got it, dude. Hit that NFL sounder, please, Darius. Well, great. Now I will do that for the moment. GP Jamar Chase left practice, said it's a hyperextended knee, but told everybody that he was fine. He was fine. I'm fine. It's fine.
Did you see the video of that injury?
It didn't look great.
It looked awful.
Yeah.
He awkwardly steps down. Imagine walking off a curb but not knowing you're going off of a curb.
We've all done it.
Landing that way and being over your legs a little bit. That's what happened at full speed.
Yeah.
Looked terrible, but in the interview with the team's website, he said that he thinks he's just fine. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, it reminded me of Bryce Harper going into that first base bag. And we go, oh my God, that's it. That's years. And it wasn't. It was 2 days.
It was the clearest ACL tear ever, according to all the Twitter doctors. And then he was just back on the field because he didn't get hurt.
Right.
Ashton Genty, also another guy that survived what looked like a really bad scare.
Yeah.
This is where these aggregators, social media and otherwise, I think are a disservice to people that actually cover teams that are out there working hard on the beat, John Keim and these folks. Because all the sites out there and the accounts that do the aggregating were feared torn ACL for Ashton Genty, and the ACL, the letters were thrown out there. It was a scary-looking scene, supposedly. The team gets down on a knee around him and is saying a prayer, and he gets carted off the practice field. These are the types of phrases you hear when your season is over.
Yep.
And somehow, and I don't know how that even happens, and you just have an ankle injury, like a rolled ankle or a sore ankle or whatever, but that's where we're at. He has a sore ankle. He rolled his ankle, effectively, and he's going to be okay. Now, is it a high ankle? Is it a low ankle sprain? Not really sure. And how about this? New head coach Clint Kubiak, who went to coaching school with his dad, Gary, says, I'm not going to get into injuries, but he is on the mend. So we don't really get any information on week 1 yet, but man, do they need him. They got to beat the Dolphins. They play the Dolphins, very winnable game in week 1. They play 2 bad teams in the first 3 weeks, and then they have a murderer's row after that. So if they're going to have any chance to hang around,
if you'd like to have a season,
you better be 2-1 through 3.
There's no question. And even still, that may not be enough. That division is a buzzsaw. I mean, Kansas City's a sleeping giant. No one's really sure what they're going to be.
Yeah, a lot of people think that's the Chiefs are the third best team in the division.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Seriously, with the Chargers and the Mike McDaniel, good Lord, I can talk, I swear. The Mike McDaniel revenge tour, reminding everybody that's an excellent offensive mind. Herbert's a sleeper MVP candidate for folks with that perfect marriage right there. And Jim Harbaugh, before he rubs everyone the wrong way, wins a bunch.
So this one may not go as favorably for the player and may not be one of those stories where you're like, thank goodness it wasn't as bad as we thought. but we're still awaiting word. Adam Schefter reports Calvin Austin, who the Giants signed, was going to be really important for them. Remember, they lost Wan'Dale Robinson.
Right.
He comes over from the Pittsburgh Steelers to be a volume guy, especially with Malik Neighbors not all the way back yet. Calvin Austin got carted off today with, quote, a serious knee injury. That's Schefter. It's not an aggregator telling you that. So that is very bad news for the New York Giants. Travion Henderson, undisclosed, is not going to practice midweek. Sounds like he's dealing with something. We have reached that part of camp where the injuries are just piling up all over the place.
So I have a part of my Fanatics read that I do all the time is I have to compile an injury list. And it's like they generally want me to keep it to wide receiver, running back, guys that are going to be in fantasy or, part of parlays, over-unders, and things like that. And the list was exhaustive. Like, I literally got a third of the way through it. I was like, okay, I have plenty of names for my read yesterday. I mean, it is unbelievable what's happening. And it always feels like we talk about this with different sports, and it's obviously not the same, but pitchers keep getting hurt at the same rate as they did years ago when they threw like every other day and everyone played long toss every hour and guys threw 200 pitches and everyone completed every game and it is what it was. And now they're getting hurt at the same rate despite no one's more taken care of or thought about than the young pitcher. And guys still get hurt. The training camps have never been softer. It's never been easier to get through these sorts of things, and yet the injury rate seems pretty constant.
How about this one from Ian Rappaport of NFL Network? He's saying that Tua Tagovailoa, according to his sources, Danny, in Atlanta now, right? Going to be the starting quarterback of the Falcons, we thought. That he has played so poorly so far that he has made the plan for him to begin the season as the starter impossible. That is a quote from one of his sources.
Impossible.
Not just in the preseason game, but it sounds like at practice as well, Rappaport says, while adding that this is Michael Penix's job for the taking. Now, Penix has not been healthy, isn't all the way back. We're not really sure when he's going to be 100%. Is he going to be ready for week one? But they brought in Tua to be the starter for at least a couple weeks until Penix came back. And we're now at a point, according to one of the lead reporters in the country, that even if Penix isn't ready, they may start someone else. Because that's how bad Tua has looked.
He's made it impossible. I mean, that turn of phrase is jaw-dropping.
I always thought he was a Mike McDaniel creation. Like that it was, thank God you've got Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and one of the better running games in the league and maybe the smartest guy who's an offensive coach in football in Yale or Harvard or whatever he was is Mike McDaniel. But you leave there. You're out of the nest for 3 seconds.
Yeah.
And the Falcons can't play you for a month before they get back to Penix? Like, that is crazy.
That is bad. He's throwing with the wrong hand or something.
How bad must practice be going for him?
Can you imagine how terrible it must be going?
Let's talk Commanders football, shall we? Our buddy Liam Griffin of the Washington Times. Liam, I want to start with something Dan Quinn said today in the press conference. He was asked if Odafe Oweh is definitely going to be healthy for week one. And in the same question, is Trey Amos going to be ready for week one? And he didn't answer the question. He didn't say, yeah, we think those guys will be ready. Is that because he doesn't want to give any information? Or is that because those guys might not actually be on the field against the Eagles?
I would say that the answer probably lies somewhere in the middle of, I think there is a non-zero chance that those guys aren't ready. And based on the way that training camp has been going throughout the roster, where guys seem like they're ready to go and then they get back onto the field, and then with Allegretti and Trey Amos both are back for a practice or two and are then back rehabbing that injury. So I think they really want to be as cautious as possible and really start to kind of soft launch the idea that these injuries are going to be treated maybe more conservatively than they would have been a month or so ago.
So is it because they've ramped up the intensity? Is it just bad luck? I've asked for more preparedness, and their response might be, we can't. Everybody's hurt. It's just sort of this catch-22. It seems like no matter which way they go, it's either going to be not really ready for the regular season or a bunch of guys hurt. I don't know. I don't have a great question there, Liam. It just sort of feels frustrating.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was one of the things that we came into training camp kind of looking for was last year's energy and, late July and August was kind of lacking. It seems like players obviously don't rest on their laurels, but maybe the coaching staff or just kind of the overall atmosphere was one of, all right, we've shown the league what we can do. Let's go do it again. Whereas this year, I mean, even from the first start of training camp, they were immediately, just from the ways they aligned, like from going to the huddle to the line of scrimmage, like they were sprinting to the line. There was every single drill had that kind of energy. But I think you're right. It does seem just kind of like rotten luck where guys, have these kind of tweaky injuries. We saw one with Bill last week, and then they rehab it, and they think they're ready to get back out there, and then, you tweak it again. It just kind of seems like rotten luck in a lot of ways.
Do you feel better, worse, or the same as you did going into camp day one about this team right now?
Worse. I think it's worse. Because on one hand, you have Stephon Diggs, and going into camp, we spent all kind of summer and late spring talking about who wide receiver 2 is, and then you go out and you answer that question. But losing Laramie Tunsil, I would say that he's probably the second most important player on this roster, and losing him for at least half of the regular season and maybe the entire regular season, that's really tough. And that's your left tackle spot, and you bring in Brandon Coleman, who I like a lot, and a lot of the people around the team the team are very high on him. But then you lose Nick Allegretti, and that was already such a big question mark of, okay, cutting Tyler Biadasz always felt a little bit weird. We never totally understood it. Allegretti has not started at center in his career, and so he's moving, and now he's moving to a different position and has not had a ton of time in training camp. And then adding on to that, injuries to Johnny Newton, these kind of lingering issues with Owe and Chason, and then not having Trey Amos, I think I am definitely less confident than I was this time a month ago, and not through any fault of the players or the coaching staff, but that injury luck has just been kind of rotten to start the year.
What's going to be different in the regular season about how they use Sonny Styles? All we've seen is kind of some read and react and make a tackle, 5 yards down the field occasionally. Doesn't really seem that exciting for the number 7 overall pick.
Oh, yeah, and they did not draft him to do that. And Dan Quinn started alluding to that very quickly. I know the internet has had some bad faith takes, I feel about Sonny Styles, or if not bad faith, just kind of uninformed of what NFL linebackers are expected to do. But Dan Quinn was very open. He was like, this is not the role he's going to play. Part of that is because you're playing limited snaps. You're still getting used to NFL speed, and you don't really have time in each game to get your feet under you. But he's going to be coming downhill way more. You're going to see a lot more Sonny Styles as a blitzer, potentially Sonny Styles coming off of the edge. And then when Sonny Styles is dropping back into coverage, what we've seen in camp is that guy is making plays on the football. He has a safety background. And even after practice today, he was sitting out there with the cornerbacks, doing a little bit of extra work after practice ended. He has a kind of ball-hawking, nose for the football mentality. Yeah, it hasn't shown up in preseason. That's not something that concerns me at all. But I think you're going to see him in a much more either see ball, hit ball, getting to the quarterback, or getting to receivers to disrupt passes in a much bigger way during the season.
Beltway Blitz, Commanders, Liam Griffin, Washington Times, on Grant and Danny. So we're about to ask this of listeners, and I want to get your feedback on this first. What kind of leash do you think the Commanders should be afforded to start the season? It feels like there is a lot of pressure. Year 3 of a program is normally let's go time, right? And this is year 3 for Peters and for Quinn. But at the same time, it's 2 new coordinators. They are dealing with a bunch of issues. They have a brutal start to their schedule. How much grace should they be given even in the 3rd year of this program, 2 years removed from an NFC Championship game?
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting perspective because we talked about where I was this time a month ago. This time a month ago, I kind of saw that really tough opening stretch as a silver lining because, yeah, it sucks that you're facing, Cowboys, Eagles on the road, defending Super Bowl champions. The Rams are also right at the midpoint of the season. But I would rather get all those teams early than late. A lot of times we see these kind of teams that have high expectations or have, postseason pedigrees. They don't always hit the ground running. Meanwhile, we do see a lot of times when you're bringing in new systems, if it's installed properly, you can really catch some teams by surprise when they don't have the full film on you. And so I thought, I would rather face Philly week 1, have Seattle week 3, and maybe you're able to steal a couple of those games early. But again, those injuries make that whole evaluation so much more difficult. I still think that there's going to be a pretty substantial leash for everyone involved through the first half of the season. But I think that if they're not, when the end of November comes around, if they're not in those in the hunt graphics and at least around 500 and maybe in sniffing distance of a wild card spot, I think the calls are going to get a lot louder as the season goes on if things don't come together the way we thought they would based on how this offseason went.
Liam, thank you, buddy. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
Liam Griffin of the Times on our Beltway Blitz. All of our camp coverage on the Commanders this time of year brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. That is the question we're going to get to next. We can open up the phones on this. Do you think we should be giving a bunch of grace to the team at the beginning of the year? New OC who's never done it, David Blau. New defensive coordinator, never done it at this level, Durante Jones. They have a lot of new players. They've dealt with a ton of injuries in camp into the preseason. And we know the toughest quarter of their schedule is the first quarter. It's those first several weeks. It's a treacherous murderer's row schedule. Does that all add up to you saying, let's give them some leash here and let's not overreact? Shouldn't be sounding the alarms if they're off to a 1-3 start? Or, because it's year 3, do you feel differently? 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. That's next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. You know what we're talking about. Football. Football, football. It is finally back with a brand spanking new season. New matchups and a whole lot of game days to make your picks. Exercise your fandom. It is the best. And I've been telling you guys for a while now, and I mean it. Fanatics Sportsbook gives you more reasons to get into the action. It is the best. It is my favorite app that I use all the time, every Sunday, weeks leading up to it, the whole 9 yards. It's the only sportsbook that rewards every single bet. Bet with Fanatics and earn fan cash. That's every time you bet, win, or lose. Then the cool thing about it is you could spend it on anything at Fanatics, like bets, tickets, trading cards, merch, and more. The Fanatics universe is huge, and fan cash lets you stack everything in that universe. So football is back, and bet all season long. Fanatics, the only sports book to reward every single bet. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Roster moves for the Commanders today. They released safeties Will Harris and Malik Spencer and placed Drake Jackson on injured reserve. In turn, they signed Boogie Basham, outside linebacker, and Joshua Bledsoe and Quindell Johnson, both safeties. Injury updates for the Commanders. Ben Sinnott's unlikely to play against the Ravens as he's dealing with an oblique injury, and Odafe Owe and Trey Amos are working their way back from injury still. They won't participate this week, but DQ said he'll know more next week about their timeline and potential availability for Week 1 against Philadelphia. The Commanders getting set for a joint practice with the Ravens tomorrow at Owings Mills. Then they'll take on the Ravens on Friday in Baltimore. That'll kick off at 6 o'clock. Roster moves for the Nationals. A couple of pitchers making moves. Matt Waldron has been activated. The knuckleballer joins the Nats rotation. Trevor Williams has been DFA'd. Nats getting set to take on the Rockies for Game 2 of the 4-game series at Nats Park tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear it right here on the Fan. Andrew Alvarez, the lefty, starts for the Nationals. He's 2-5 with a 3.60 ERA. He'll take on Mason Adams, who is set to make his major league debut tonight. He's the 20th ranked prospect for the Rockies, according to MLB Pipeline. 6:45 Nats and Rockies right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan, taking you up to 6:15. Question we're asking right now at 800-636-1067. Should there be a leash provided to this staff, and how much of one? I'd rephrase that to even say, how much grace do we want to give the Commanders if they get off to a slow start? Because it's easy to have high expectations in year 3, especially when they got to the NFC Championship game right away, as fluky now looking back as maybe that magical carpet ride was. But it's a really hard schedule. They're ultra banged up. I know it's the third year, but they do have a new OC in Blau and a new DC in Durante Jones. Do we have Liam Griffin talking about this? This was the Times beat writer who was just on the show talking about this moments ago.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting perspective because we talked about where I was this time a month ago. This time a month ago, I kind of saw that really tough opening stretch as a silver lining because, yeah, it sucks that you're facing, Cowboys, Eagles on the road, defending Super Bowl champions. The Rams are also like right at the midpoint of the season. But I would rather get all those teams early than late. Like a lot of times we see these kind of teams that have high expectations or have, postseason pedigrees. They don't always hit the ground running. Meanwhile, we do see a lot of times when you're bringing in new systems, if it's installed properly, you can really catch some teams by surprise when they don't have the full film on you. And so I thought, I would rather face Philly week 1, have Seattle week 3, and maybe you're able to steal a couple of those games early. But again, those injuries make that whole evaluation so much more difficult. I still think that there's going to be a pretty substantial leash for everyone involved through the first half of the season. But I think that if they're not, when the end of November comes around, if they're not in those in the hunt graphics and at least around 500 and maybe in sniffing distance of a wild card spot, like I think the calls are going to get a lot louder as the season goes on if things don't come together the way we thought they would based on how this offseason went.
I think that's probably fair from Liam. The way I'm thinking about this is, my initial response, Danny, is of course we should have grace. Of course we need to extend a leash here. New coordinators, this schedule, but it's almost like finding out somebody can't get to work because they don't have a car, okay? And so I hear that, and I'm like, well, you can't be there? You don't have a car? No problem. But then you find out the reason they don't have a car is their license got revoked for cause. Or they don't have a car because they chose last month to sell it. They didn't have to. They just wanted to. And they didn't really care that much if they were able to get to work or not. And what I mean by that is Dan Quinn chose the coordinators he chose the first time.
Uh-huh.
So if it's true that just having a new young quarterback that you're debuting means that we can't really grade things out, why don't coaches constantly just try another quarterback? And they could stay there forever. Or if having these new coordinators means you restart the amount of time before you can be frustrated.
Yeah, the judgment clock.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, you chose wrong the first time. That's a you problem. So you get to just keep setting your own clock back because let's say you blow out, I'm just going to say one of them this year, and then next year there's another first-year coordinator. You have to provide grace for that. So you've painted yourself into the corner a little bit here. I'm willing to provide some empathy because you're in a corner, but I didn't put you in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Ownership didn't put you in the corner by not giving you the money. Adam Peters, I guess technically is in the corner with you, but in this hypothetical, you told him who you wanted to hire. When Dan Quinn was the guy, the number one argument for him was wait till you see the staff he puts together. Everybody loves this guy. Everyone's going to want to work for him. And we kind of felt that way after the first year. They've told me that the staff was not put together well. I'm not saying that.
Right.
They said that. They blew a bunch of guys out. They've changed the staff. So I think it's a really interesting question going into this season.
I think it's a fascinating question because I could argue either side, I think, very, very well. I think you hit the, no, of course not. Are you kidding me? This is professional sports. What grace are you talking about? Otherwise, you could get a perpetual don't judge me card. Just you got to flip a coordinator here and there and put a sacrificial lamb on the Barbie, so to speak. This is year 3. This is their roster. This is Adam Peters' choices. The front office, these are your draft picks now come to fruition. This is your free agency or lack thereof. These are guys internally that you've kept and promoted and everything under the sun. Please be responsible for something at the end of the day. Then the other side to me is, what are we judging them against? Is it, unless it's 2024, then everything's a failure? Or is it has to be a lot better than last year? I think you could be right smack in the middle of the average of those two and show a dramatic improvement and being huge steps in the right direction, understanding that some of this stuff might take a little bit of time. A first-year coordinator should be better in week 10 than he is in week 1. I think that's a pretty reasonable statement. I think that's pretty fair. As long as Daniels looks like Daniels, as long as this offense shows signs, and as long as some of their personnel decisions don't look like complete misfires, which early returns in some places aren't good. We've gone into that a bunch, but it looks like, hey, there's a reason they made sure they drafted Josh Connell in the first round. We still have to give it a little bit more time. Okay, we want to microwave everything. A lot of times, a quarterback starts week 4 of his rookie year, and we're already going, oh my God, he can't do it, and maybe he never could. We should probably give a little bit more time to slam the gavel on somebody. So there should be a little bit of patience, especially you could be pretty good and lose to these 3 teams. I think a lot of teams in the NFL would go 0-3 with that schedule to start their season with how we think the Eagles, Cowboys, and Seahawks are going to be.
Totally. Which is where I come in on, I think they've got to be competitive. It's going to sound like Moral Victory Monday stuff for me. I'm not going to feel this way for 17 games in 18 weeks.
Agreed.
But in the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season, after a camp where you had so many injuries, when it's their fault that they chose to basically punt on the preseason, but there wasn't a lot of preseason time, I'm not expecting you to be 2-1 after you play the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Seahawks. I think ideally you're 1-2. Hopefully you're not 0-3. If you're 2-1, then you're farting through silver.
You're on easy street.
And I'm loving life, right? And I think everybody would be. But I am going to basically demand that they compete in those games. I don't just mean in terms of playing close. I mean that it looks like they belong. You can't get blown out.
Right.
You can't lose 34-10 to the Eagles in week 1 and look like varsity versus JV. That's a really, really bad look in year 3. The next week against the Cowboys, how many times have they gone to Dallas and given up 40 points?
Just laid an egg.
And just been shellacked, where no one knows who's supposed to cover CeeDee Lamb, and there's a 50-yard deep ball from Dak. None of that crap. Like, you cannot have that. It's got to look buttoned up. It's got to look professional. It's got to be competitive. And if you're losing to good teams, that's not a crime in the first quarter of the season to me. But you got to hang around, as Liam put it in that In the Hunt graphic. Let's go to the phones. The question is, are you willing to give grace and extend a little leash here with 2 first-time coordinators and a banged-up team going into a really tough start to the season on the schedule? Andrew's in Stafford. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, boys. Let me preface this by saying injuries cannot be an excuse to just flat out suck like last year. But I want a long leash. I mean, even if we had everybody who's injured healthy, we could come out of those first 3 weeks 0-3. So you know what? If we're going to eat that turd burger, let's do it, get it out of the way, and have everybody come back. So we're peaking right as the schedule is the softest. So we're going to end the year on the up.
Yeah, you can see it looking at their
design,
schedule.
yeah.
You could definitely feel like if you can just survive with some glancing blows, if it's not devastatingly bad early, and you're just, I think that was Liam's point too, by the way. It's what I've said all offseason. If you're hanging around, if you're a 500-ish team going into the back 9, and then certainly the final few holes you're playing here, there's no reason you can't actually string some wins together and have a big finish and get into the mix. but you've got to give yourself a chance. You're basically, it's like a NASCAR race where on your pit crew box, your crew chief has to like game plan the early part of the race so that you're not a lap down. And let's just give ourselves a chance that if a caution comes out or something crazy happens on a restart at the end of the race, we could do something wild on a big super speedway or something. But we can't be a lap down. We can't be getting into accidents. We can't get into crashes. Dan's in Fairfax. What's up, Dan?
Hey, guys. Unfortunately, you took some of my thunder, but I'm not going to give too much of a leash. These were choices that Dan Quinn and administration made. These are new coordinators. They're promising, but if the Detroit small sampling of that first series is more emblematic of the season overall, I don't know if he survives, because we cannot have that kind of catastrophic just ineptitude over and over and over. I'm excited, and I believe Lau and Jones both are going to be very successful in their jobs, but I can't give them too much of a leash. This isn't the year one. This is year 3. Everyone's kind of pointing out.
Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, as I'm looking at it, GP, their first 8 games, there was only one team that they play that it has an over-under that would give them a losing record. That said better, the only team that people don't think is very good are the Giants. And I think they'll be better, but not good yet, right? They're just a pain in the butt to play. Eagles, Cowboys, Seahawks, Colts, bit of a wild card. That's in London. But still, they're prognosticated to have a winning record.
You have to be 1-3 through those. You hopefully are 2-2.
Niners and Eagles again, and the team that everyone thinks is the best on the planet, the Rams. That's your first 8 games with a bye week in there.
So that's a hard 3-game stretch, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm going to say you go, and I don't know how or which one, but 1-2 in those. And if you can, then you're probably, if you go 1-3, 1-2, you're 2-5 through 7, or are we through 8 games?
1-3, 2, I lost count.
Give me the teams again.
Eagles.
Let's just say L.
Yeah. Okay. Eagles.
L.
Cowboys.
L.
Seahawks.
Let's say somehow at home a win. Darnold throws 3 picks.
Fine. There's your 3 games. So it's 1-2. Colts.
Oh, that's the one I forgot. I'm going to say you beat the Colts, 2-2.
Because now you're 2-2. Giants.
Beat the Giants.
3-2. Now the 49ers.
Lose.
3-3. Bye week. Eagles and Rams.
Probably lose those.
So there you go.
But even at 3-5.
That's 3-5.
You harvested your nuts against the beatable teams. You
stole one to get to 3-5, by the way. You just gave them a win over the Eagles. I mean, the Seahawks.
I did, but
I know what you mean.
It's also not that likely that they just never win for a month.
No, I know.
Like, that you're going to probably win one of those first 3.
Yeah, stuff happens.
If you don't, and you're 0-3, now you're in big, big trouble. But I think there's a better chance that they're 1-2 than 0-3, don't you?
No.
You don't?
No, I think it's probably coin toss. Those are 3 good teams. I don't know how ready to go they'll be.
Yeah, they are. I think it's hard to... If your quarterback is a top 10 quarterback in the league, which everyone seems to think is the case, and your defense is okay, then I don't think you should be getting your doors blown off just because you're playing good teams.
Well, I'm with you on doors blown off. Like if it's like the Seattle game last year where
that's kind of my point. If you're in all these games, like you're just in 3 straight games against pretty good teams, one of them will fall your way.
You would think. They'll be significant underdogs, I would think, in all 3.
I think they're 4-point dogs to the Eagles. That's not that significant. I haven't seen the look-ahead line for Dallas, but I'd assume it's not worse than that.
Well, fair. I consider anything more than a field goal significant.
Okay.
So,
well,
that's my own definition. Yeah.
I mean, to me, significant is like 8 points or more.
Well, sure. Yeah.
I think it's 1 possession games for all of those. But the point is, that is a treacherous stretch.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, we got through that with that exercise with Washington being
3-5.
3-5. What's on the other side of that then?
So after the Rams, okay, that's in week 9.
That's when you have now like gotten through the murderer's row.
That's at best. It's kind of optimistically you're 3-5. Giants again. That's game
4-5.
Yeah. So there you go. Week 10. Bengals, who I think are going to be good.
I'll say 4-6.
Week 11. Week 12. Cardinals.
5-6.
Week 13. Titans. This is where
6-6.
This is where Eddie Jordan comes into play. This is it.
It's happening, people.
Okay.
We're going to have a season here. They're in the hunt.
And then it's Houston Texans. Don't worry about that one.
Yeah. 7.
Yeah.
That's a loss.
All right. Falcons, here we go. 2 a time.
2 is terrible. He's not going to be playing. 7-7.
Minnesota.
Toss up.
Jacksonville.
They'll win one of the 2. Let's say 8.
Right, 8s.
By the way, they could win any of these.
Sure,
like,
of course.
They could have just ripped off 6 straight wins.
Cowboys end the season.
Yeah. So my point is, as long as they are at a floor, have 3 wins through 8 games, they're very much going to have an in the hunt.
They'll have a chance, yeah.
But you have to win those early. If they start out 0-5 or 1-6 or something, you've ruined your season. But if you just hang around long enough to get healthy and to get past the level where everyone's eating you alive in the video game, then the next level is easier. You just have to get to that level.
It's a matter of getting through it. But that's really what this is. The first 8 weeks with a bye week in there. So first 9 weeks, survive. Just survive.
How much grace are you going to give them early? And how much of a leash will you give this staff? How much of an excuse, basically, to start slow are you willing to offer? That's the question. 800-636-1067 on G&D. G&D on the Fan coming up at 5 o'clock. Bill Barnwell of ESPN.com wrote a piece about teams that he think will be better than they were last year, teams that he thinks will be worse than they were last year. I will tell you the Commanders did not show up on either list. I thought maybe he'd have them in the better pile, but when you go through and you see who he actually listed, why he has them there, it actually makes a lot of sense. So I will go through those teams with you, Danny, and see what you think, and we'll discuss that coming up at 5 o'clock right here on the Fan. But we've been talking about the start to the Commanders' schedule and whether or not fans should be willing to give grace to this staff because of some first-time coordinators, even though that was based on them feeling like the last coordinators they hired weren't particularly good. The other thing that's interesting to me is I keep bringing up health. They can't affect that. But I also feel like readiness is one of the reasons why I'm starting to trend toward this could be ugly at the very beginning. And that one you can't really give them any break on, I don't think. They have laid out their schedule. Now, what gets complicated and tricky is if they're doing less practicing than they would have liked to or fewer padded practices than they would have liked to because of the health. Like, how do those two things relate? Camp Dan, I'm just going to call it that. That sounds way more negative than I want it to.
It's a pejorative, yeah.
Yeah, but this idea that they're taking it too light or they haven't done enough hard work, so to speak, is that a reflection on the health of the team and what they're able to get done? Like, you've coached before.
Yeah.
You know how that goes. You're like, we don't have our centers today, so we can't really do the practice I wanted, so let's do a jog through. Or like the day after a swim meet back in the day or something, your coach would be like, we have 6 people that aren't here, so we got to do this drill instead. Maybe it's that. And then it is less about what they'd like to be doing and more about what they feel like they have to be doing.
Yeah, that might be their retort. And my response to you is before everybody was banged up, you were giving vets the day off, the second day of training camp last year. But in general, yeah, I mean, I think that would be their potential pushback to the conversation about, hey, are you guys doing everything possible to be ready? And the answer is no, but here's why. It's maybe in their heart of hearts they'd admit we wanted to do more, but we're so injured and banged up that we couldn't possibly do that. But the net is year 3 of a build. The net is the decisions player-wise, personnel-wise, coaching-wise, what you're going to run, how you're going to run it is at your feet. It's not me. I didn't make those decisions. You guys did. So the result is here we are. And yeah, we're talking about a difficult strength of schedule, but I don't know if they're doing that in Buffalo or some of the teams that are really good. Yeah, the difference, we might not get home field because we have a really hard schedule, so we'll finish with 11 or 12 wins, and somebody else might be 13. We're sitting here feeding out of this scraps from the table type trough when only a couple of years ago we were among the Final Four teams playing. So that can be frustrating to fans.
There's been a lot of talk about the offensive line and is enough being done to protect Jaden Daniels. We got some breaking news on the Commanders front. Adam Peters making a move. Let's go over to Kevin D.
That's right, Grant. The Commanders are signing former Pro Bowl left tackle DJ Humphries to a 1-year deal, adding some of that depth to the O-line. And with Laramie Tunsil out with the torn tricep, he adds that depth. Grant, back to you.
Thank you, buddy. That's right. So you've got a former Pro Bowl talent in left tackle DJ Humphries getting a 1-year deal. Here's my question, and this is what we need to chew on. Do you bring him in here to start? And do you kick Coleman inside to left guard to replace Chris Paul?
That's my first thought.
Is that your best offensive line? I mean, he played a lot of right tackle very early in his career, if I remember correctly. Could that be someone that helps just anchor and push behind Connerly? Maybe this is we don't love what we're getting out of Trent Scott, and we want Wiley to be able to back up both guards. So he's now the swing tackle, the extra tackle that Coleman would have been. There's a lot of different possibilities here because I think Coleman's played well enough. I'm not that worried about Brandon Coleman at left tackle. But maybe they go, you could play Humphries at left tackle, where he'd been a Pro Bowler back in 2021, 5 years ago. And then you play Brandon Coleman at left guard to replace Chris Paul, and they feel like that's a better offensive line. I will point out that he only started 2 games from what I'm looking at in 2024 and 1 game in 2025 with the Chiefs.
Was a depth guy, yeah, last
and the
year.
Raiders, respectively. So you got to go back to 23. It's basically been 3 years since he was a full-time starter. So it might just be that he is an upgrade in their minds over like Trent Scott and a tackle. Because you're one play away from Coleman being out and needing this guy to play a bunch. Do you want Trent Scott to be your starting left tackle for 6 games or something like that?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the thinking.
So looking at the the potentials there, because again, they have a couple guys with some versatility in Wiley who can back up at a couple different spots. I think that's why he's here.
Left
Sort of a
tackle would be a stretch, though, right?
Agreed.
Right
So-
tackle or guard, probably?
That's my thought. So he's kind of your right side Swiss Army knife. Whoever goes down, Wiley steps in, and sort of that's that. He's done that, I think, at both spots. It may be now that you're down Tunsil. Your backups there were, potentially Coleman, Foster Sorrell, who they moved on from that left tackle spot, and then not really sure what else. So maybe they didn't love the depth there. At a minimum, maybe it's Coleman's gig, and Humphreys is a better backup option than what they had at the left tackle spot. Or to your point, maybe they think, I think that you don't have to write it in Sharpie or stone just yet. Maybe to your point, that's your starting left tackle. Your line is better because I'm making up the numbers. You've got a now 6 out of 10 at left tackle, and you think Coleman is a 7, and Paul was only a 5 for you. So all of a sudden, the overall cumulative number of the offensive line grade goes up some because guys are maybe in more natural or better spots for you. And again, if that's the case, God bless Brandon Coleman. I mean, how many changes? He's the Lorenzo Alexander of the offensive line. He's played every spot. But if it's he's still the starter and this is now your better depth,
yes,
that probably makes more sense to me.
I don't think they're bringing him in to start at left tackle. I wonder, I haven't seen him play guard. I don't know if he could do that. Is that possible? Maybe. But 3 starts in 2 years with the Chiefs and the Rams. Only 10 games played total, but 3 starts over the last 2 seasons at tackle. I know he's got 101 starts in his career, but that Pro Bowl was 5 years ago.
Yep.
If this is about him playing tackle, I'm going to assume it's depth. But I like this. Like, you should be bringing in players who have played at a high level in the league, who can play offensive line. This is a former first-round pick way back in 2015, 24th overall selection, who, again, it's been a long time, and it was one time, but did make a Pro Bowl in his career. If you guys want to react to the news, you can. 800-636-1067. Is this an acknowledgement that Adam Peters is admitting that they need to keep tweaking and working on beefing up the offensive line? You're listening to The Fan.
Sports Update is brought to you by Melwood. The Commanders continue to strengthen their offensive line, adding veteran tackle DJ Humphries. The former Pro Bowler has made 100 career starts and gives Washington another experienced option up front as the team approaches the roster deadline. Commanders have also signed former DC Defenders pass rusher Boogie Basham and released veteran safety Will Harris. Washington holds a joint practice tomorrow with Baltimore. The Nationals have the Rockies tonight at 6:45 after snapping a 4-game skid with a 13-3 win in the series opener. It is left-hander Andrew Alvarez. He gets the start against Colorado rookie Mason Adams. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
We'll get into the Bill Barnwell piece from ESPN.com on teams that'll be improving and going in the wrong direction this year. Who's getting better, who's getting worse in the NFL. But the story right now for the Commanders is that they have signed DJ Humphries, and we're wondering what this might mean. If you look at his career, this was at one point in time in Arizona with the Cardinals an outstanding player. He's never been a durable guy, I would say, Danny, who was going to start and finish the season. But there was a 3-year stretch from 2019 to 2021 where he played in every single game. Otherwise, if you look at it, he missed 3 games as a rookie. He missed 5 games his second season. He missed 10 games one year. There's a lot of games in here where he's watching. But the last 2 years, he's just been a depth piece who's bounced around, come in, started a game. I wonder how much of that, like you make one Pro Bowl, it's like the Mike McCarthy thing where you coached in that Super Bowl. Or frankly, Dan Quinn benefits from that here. Like he got to the Super Bowl, right? He made a Pro Bowl. He had a really good year. He was a solid tackle. But that makes us think when we hear that he's signing, maybe they're getting their starting left tackle, where I think it's actually more likely they're getting a depth piece at tackle.
I would think so. Now, again, it's no slight. He's had a really good career. First-round pick out of Florida, just kind of came along at a time where there were a whole bunch of really good tackles playing. So not being a Pro Bowl left tackle doesn't necessarily mean you stink and don't know how to tie your shoes, right? I mean, he was a pretty good player, I think, for a while, kind of toiling in anonymity there in Arizona at a really stacked and loaded position. It's like being a really good point guard, over the last decade. It's like you don't have much room to make an All-NBA team because of how many great players there are. So at a minimum, it's a depth signing. At maximum, I don't know, honestly. This is kind of the calculation you have to make at all times. Is somebody else externally better than what I've got, and at what cost?
Is it funny to you at all that the guy they signed to help their offensive line is a left tackle, when most of us feel pretty good about Coleman at left tackle? I think we talked about this on the show yesterday when I called in from the beach. If you're ranking the 5 guys on the Washington offensive line in terms of confidence in them being really good this year, number 1 is Sam Cosmi.
Yes.
We can then have a conversation after that. But my number 2 guy, as funny as this sounds, right now is Brandon Coleman. Now, someone would say, how do you feel better about him than Connerly? And I would say, watch his first year and watch Connerly's first year. Watch him right now at camp and watch Connerly right now at camp. Doesn't mean I don't like Connerly, who's got a way bigger upside to be a all-pro and a great player than Brandon Coleman does. The way he moves, the fluidity, his feet, his athleticism. It's why he went in the first round and Coleman went in the third round. Like the ceiling is way, way, way higher for Josh Connerly. But I think the floor is also lower. So I would say I feel second best about left tackle, then third best probably about Connerly or Paul, maybe tied, then fourth best the other guy, and then center is fifth. But they didn't go out and get a veteran center who's been a Pro Bowler. They didn't go out and get a guy that started a game in the league the last couple of years in the interior. They got a left tackle. So either that means that they're kicking Brandon Coleman into guard because they don't like something going on with Chris Paul, which has been speculated, I would say, about at training camp, or just that you're doing what that has happened the last 2 years with two different teams that have brought Humphries in. You're just bringing him in to be an extra tackle and you're first guy off the bench on the left side. And that's my prediction. I think you just got better from a third tackle standpoint. You're probably getting him on the cheap. Probably didn't want to deal with training camp, so he waits it out at 32 years old. He signs and comes in here, and he'll start if something happens to Coleman, or probably on the right side too if something were to happen to Connerly.
Yeah, it's not as if right now there's a bunch of Stephon Diggses that are playing offensive line spots that are just available in free agency, right? There's usually, the next round, I do think there'll be moves made, by the way, after cutdown day. I do think they're going to go offensive lineman shopping. This, to me, the reason I don't necessarily say they just got their left tackle starter is because of that. I think they're going to go do a Noah Brown move, or maybe it's one of their middle part or back end part of the roster is one of the few spots where they actually think they're kind of stacked. Maybe you execute a trade, maybe it's swapping 6-rounders or conditional picks or something like that. But I do think they're going to go shopping. Whether they land a fish or not, I have no idea. It's really hard. I think a lot of teams need offensive line help and are going to be sort of working the same thing. The most logical name is Graham Glasgow, but that's a guy that's almost 35 that nobody really seems to be beating down the door of to sign and start, et cetera. But again, it may be better than what you've got internally. Other guys, Ryan Bates is a backup center over the last several years. James Daniels is mostly a part-time guard who played in Miami last year. I don't think, again, anybody's that excited about that. So where can you upgrade and maybe have a cascading effect where you're upgrading multiple spots? If indeed you think this is the best left tackle now on your roster, Coleman's back inside, you've upgraded 2 spots. If it's more hey, this is an easy depth piece, it's not going to cost us anything, yeah, it makes sense. We're not parting with anybody that's meaningful to us, with all due respect to Foster Sorrell.
Let's go to Sean, who's in Falls Church on Grant and Danny. Sean, they are addressing the position that most people are nervous about, the offensive line. How you feel?
I feel much better. Again, thank you guys for taking my call. We were, discussing wide receivers. Oh, they addressed that depth. Great. Now we feel better about it. Linebackers, pass rushers, we felt better about those positions. But the one that felt thin, if anybody went down, and they did, was O-line. And I think that that's what this is. And it's a guy that can play multiple positions, which makes me feel a lot better about, shifting this in, this out, depending on, what happens with the season. I still worry about the center position, but I feel a lot better about the depth of the O-line.
Thanks, buddy. I wonder how much of this is maybe TBD. And what I mean by that is, if Humphreys comes in here and he's still got it, which I'm assuming hasn't been the case, or else he probably would have started somewhere. Like, why do you only start 2 games on a bad Chiefs line in 24? Why do you only start 1 game for the Rams last year? But let's just say they bring him in here, or they watch the tape of that start, those 3 starts over 2 years, and they go, he could still start at left tackle. Then you go, our best 5. Think about it like a pitching staff in baseball or something, or maybe basketball is a better example, positionless basketball. The best 5 players we have are these guys. Let's put them on the floor and we'll figure the rest out. And if you're the Commanders and Humphreys at left tackle and Coleman at left guard is your best line, then you do that. Even if Coleman's a better left tackle. Like, let's say the gap between Humphreys and Coleman is not that big, but they feel like Coleman is just decidedly better now than Chris Paul at guard, and they saw that all camp long, and maybe they're worried about Coleman in a way. They're worried about Paul in a way that we don't talk about, right? Because we're so hyper-focused on center. That could be part of this.
So for what it's worth, and I don't know how much, but when one of the mega reporters tweets something, I kind of take note, meaning it feels to me like they probably talked to somebody, if that makes sense. Ian Rappaport said, and I quote, "The Commanders are signing former Pro Bowl left tackle DJ Humphreys to a 1-year deal, adding key depth and starting experience to their O-line." And then Keim quote tweeted it and said more depth. So maybe that's, him being able to say to somebody who's got a pipeline to depth, starter, and maybe something's confirmed there. Could also be nothing. Could just be his eyeball analysis, which again is the frustrating part about not knowing what the big national reporter's thinking.
I think the assumption when you sign a guy who's only started 3 games,
who's been a depth guy,
he's been a depth guy since 2023. So there's no reason to assume he would start. I guess what I would need to know is privately, what do they think right now of Chris Paul?
Mm-hmm.
The discussion about Paul, the swirling winds seem more negative than last year's performance. He was actually pretty good at times. But it was odd to me that when he hit free agency, I still remember there was a piece by Albert Breer, who'd obviously talked to his agent or something. And Breer wrote something to the effect of, like, the guy that's going to get the crazy money that nobody sees coming in free agency this year is Chris Paul. Wait till you see this figure. And you're thinking, oh, maybe he's going to be like the $12, $13 million guard or whatever. He hits the market. Didn't seem like there was a whole lot of traction, a lot of people talking with him. He comes back to Washington, tail between his legs, doesn't sign for a lot of money. Immediately, Coleman is pushing him, and they're going to compete again. And I had started to hear out there at practice every day, look out for Coleman to be the starting guard. Like he's having a good camp. Then Tunsil goes down, Coleman moves over.
Right.
So that's why I keep coming back to Paul. I just don't know how they feel internally.
I think that's the variable because you wonder, maybe what changed could be scheme, design, what linemen are asked to do. Maybe Paul excels in one area that fit Kingsbury, doesn't excel as much and that fits this new, Blau hybrid system, so to speak. I think that's well within the realm of possibility. But it's, without seeing anything materialize on the field, it'll be too soon for him to play Friday, talking about Humphreys or whatever, or do anything meaningful Friday, you wouldn't think. But maybe, he's a veteran, he's been around so much. But I feel like this is a depth thing, but again, that's only based on me using, 1 + 1 is 2. It just, not everybody, people that aren't signing him don't have all pro left tackles go down.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like we did. So now, is this a scramble or is this what a simple upgrade? Is he better than Foster Sorrell? Yes. Then that's it.
Here's my question. Because I think that we're on to something. Let's say this was depth.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's happening. They're bringing him in. He's your backup tackle. Why aren't you signing an interior offensive lineman for the depth piece? What would you say their need is an hour ago before we found out about Humphreys to bring in an extra tackle?
Center.
No. What would you say their need is to bring in a tackle, like on a 1 to 10 scale?
2, 3.
Oh, you were that low.
Yeah,
So I would say
because I didn't feel like anybody out there was going to really help you.
Right. I guess I would say like a 4 or 5, just because if you could do better than Trent Scott, and I think you are with Humphreys, at least it's a bigger name who's got a better resume, who's started more games and been to a Pro Bowl. But cool, bring in a guard. I like that. You can't have enough of those types of players because now Wiley's a little bit more locked in as a guard backup, right? And you don't have to worry about him playing on the left side where it may not work. But the needs in order are center 1, guard 2, tackle 3, and tackle's the one you sign. So it's just very, very odd in that way. But I'm not saying I don't like it. I think getting better is always the goal, and I think your tackle 3 is better than it was 3 hours ago. That's what I think they just accomplished.
Yeah, if it's as simple as that, then okay, wrap it up.
I'm just a little bit surprised that the priority wasn't, and maybe it's just that the right guy wasn't out there. I think Peters is going to sign a center after everybody's cut who's got a Humphreys-like resume, I bet you. And maybe that guy just wasn't available
That's
today.
my guess.
Kevin's in Arlington.
Yeah.
What's up, Kev? How are you?
Hey, boys. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I feel really good about this. When you have a guy like Wiley and a guy like Humphreys backing up your 2 young tackle talents, because let's face it, I think Brandon Coleman is, I know people are back and forth on this, I think he's a tackle. I'm not saying he's Tunsil, and I'm heartbroken Tunsil may miss the year, but this was a smart move. You get NFL caliber depth guys in Wiley backing up on the right and Humphreys backing up on the left. And now, frankly, you don't necessarily have to keep Scott, who, there's some guys on this team, whether it's lovely Sam Hartman, Trent Scott, I'm like, really? Good Jones. I'm like, these are not NFL studs. And we need as many studs as we can get with that schedule we're facing. I love what they did today. I want on cut down day for us to go get a tackle to maybe back up Allegretti. Maybe they're right about Allegretti. Okay, if he can get healthy, let's see. But if he can't get healthy or if he's injury prone as I feel he is, we need to go do the same kind of move at center, and I'm hoping we will after the cut down day.
Appreciate you, dude.
Do you remember when they got George Fant last year? Same kind of deal.
Yeah.
It was a lot like this. Offensive tackle, had started a lot, was out there, and it was kind of like, did they need to go get Fant? I guess not. Kind of felt like they had enough guys, but it was very similar in that I remember back then the conversation was he was the best available player. Like we just wanted to add a little something we felt good about. He was the guy that was out there.
Yeah, don't overcomplicate this. That's just he was better than X number of players on our roster, so therefore, yeah.
And the Nats have been doing this all year at the bottom of their roster with like their 26th guy or whatever. Their 40-man all off season is like, is that guy better than our 40th guy? Then cut him and claim the other one.
Yep.
And it could just be that simple. Like Fant had only started 2 games the previous year for Seattle. He'd had to go back 2 years to when he was playing in Houston, but he was 33, a year older than Humphreys, who they signed today, and they brought him in because they thought in a pinch he'd probably be a better option at tackle to help protect Jaden Daniels than what we got. And it might just be that simple. That makes me think it's depth when I think about what they did with Fant.
That's a good pull.
It's almost like,
I'd forgotten about that.
It's like Peter's bit.
Seriously.
On August 25th, if he's like me, like a Coke Zero and some goldfish, he sits there and he looks at the waiver wire and he goes, "Who's the better tackle than Trent Scott? Let's go get that guy."
Then we just go do that. Yeah, and we won't be losing all that much. Again, if there was a great competition or a great fight for a swing tackle, if they had like a Ty and Secchi or something, you go, well, this doesn't make any sense. I don't think that person was here. Again, I think Trent Scott, who will go down in history, is the guy that caught Jaden Daniels' first touchdown pass in immortality, but that doesn't necessarily mean that is necessarily the best option to play left tackle in a pinch. So, yeah, my gut is still Coleman. Paul may be TBD. I mean, again, that may be where they go shopping. I don't know how many even good enough centers are going to be just popping up on the marketplace. I could be surprised. But guard to me seems to be the spot where somebody they like may emerge. So that would be the one to watch for me. I'm with you on my Paul. Not concerned. My microscope, my spotlight, so to speak, is on Paul.
I guess the surprise is they went tackle over interior lineman, but you can't control who's available, who's ready to sign. And maybe today was the day Humphreys called and said, let's do this thing. 800-636-1067. You want to jump in on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next, we can get into that piece I referenced from ESPN.com on the teams that are going to be most improved and the teams that are going to fall off the most this season. This is The Fan.
Commanders making roster moves today. They signed offensive tackle DJ Humphries. That news coming down just about a half hour ago. He spent last season with the Rams, has started over 100 games as an offensive tackle in this league, was a Pro Bowler back in 2021. Commanders also released Will Harris and Malik Spencer, and they signed Boogie Basham as well as a couple of safeties, Joshua Bledsoe and Quindell Johnson. Some injury updates. Ben Sinnott's unlikely to play against the Ravens, dealing with an oblique injury. Adafe Owe and Trey Amos not going to take part this week either. DQ said after practice that they'll know a little bit more about their timeline next week. Commanders getting set for a joint practice tomorrow with the Ravens, and they'll take on the Ravens for the preseason finale coming up Friday night at 6 o'clock. News across the NFL. Giants wide receiver Calvin Austin left practice early with what is, quote, a serious knee injury, and Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase left practice early with a knee injury, but he downplayed it after practice, saying it was just a slight hyperextension. Baseball Nationals roster moves. They activated Matt Waldron and DFA Trevor Williams. Game 2 of the 4-game set against the Rockies tonight, 6:45 first pitch at Nats Park. Andrew Alvarez takes on Mason Adams. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
During the break, I watched a couple of old clips. I remembered, I don't know if it was an All or Nothing. Remember that Amazon Prime show?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Or if it was actually Hard Knocks, which I think they did follow the Cliff Kingsbury Cardinals one time. But I remember DJ Humphries being exceptionally likable and a big personality in the O-line room. And I was going back trying to find a couple of those clips. But would the Cardinals have been on Hard Knocks with Cliff?
They did an All or Nothing, as I
know
recall.
they did.
Yeah.
But that was Larry Fitzgerald.
Mm-hmm.
The one where Cliff's driving in at like 3:30 in the morning in his deep voice, and then they're showing him in the meeting room sitting by himself at like 5 a.m. I feel like that was a Hard Knocks. But was it in season? Or would it have been? Remember Michael Bidwell, their owner, flew his own plane?
So I think in season with the Cardinals.
Okay.
God, there's so many.
There is so many. Humphries was a star of that series. I say that to say I think they're getting a pretty cool guy in the room. I think he's going to be a fun personality. There's also that viral meme of him. I don't remember which catch it was, but anytime, I would imagine if you type it in, it's the first GIF that pops up. Like Humphries on the sideline reacting to a guy making a catch. He's like walking around and his face looks like he just seen a ghost for like 15 seconds for the Cardinals back in the day. So he's just one of those dudes that I've always kind of liked from afar. But if you're just joining us on Grant and Danny today, if you're just jumping in your car, the former Pro Bowl tackle signing on a 1-year deal with Washington. Sounds like depth more so than him kicking Brandon Coleman inside, but I guess all of that will be determined.
I remember it now. It's the DeAndre Hopkins catch, the Hail Mary, that in 2020. So, like, no one's around. There's no noise in the stadium because it's all,
From
COVID.
Kyler.
Yeah. And the GIF, he's doing like kind of this robot weird face that he can't believe it. Yeah.
Oh, your screen's dark, so I can't see it, but I'll have to pull it up. Darius was kind enough to turn his computer around so I could watch the play.
I actually thought he was trolling you by showing you, here's a blank screen.
Anytime you move a computer, the wire... Yes, exactly.
That's the one.
And he just looks like he just saw a ghost. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. That, to me, is his personality summed up from what I remember.
DJ Humphries! He's a fun guy. Yeah, he's a fun guy.
He's a fun guy. All right, ESPN.com. I teased this, so let's pay it off. So my favorite writer is Bill Barnwell at that site. He does a really nice analytical dive into football. And every year he comes out with this same piece where he goes, here's the teams that are going to be better than they were and worse than they were. These are the biggest gainers and fallers. For the falling category, he's got the Chicago Bears listed, 11-6. They were 7-4 in games decided by 7 points or less. Point differential was plus 26, and their projected strength of schedule is 10th toughest.
And you go deeper into that, they had an absurd turnover margin.
They did.
Which just...
Number one in the league with over 30 takeaways.
Yeah, which just isn't sustainable to me. Now, again, I think they'll be good. I think they've dramatically improved that operation, but I think the division's too tough. I don't see an 11-6 season again.
Here's what was crazy about their turnover luck last year. So if you look at it, the defense forced 17 fumbles, won a game. That's actually not an abnormal amount. That's right on pace with the league average. What was crazy about the Bears' turnover luck last year was that their offense fumbled 16 times and fell on 12 of them. Do you know how insane that is?
Yes, very.
They only lost 4 of 16 fumbles, 75% recovery clip. That is asinine. In the playoffs, by the way, the Bears had 6 fumbles that they forced in 2 games on defense. They didn't recover any of those. Yep. So if you recover 4 of those, maybe you're playing in an NFC title game or a Super Bowl. But they were 0 for 6. So that's one of those things that is just fluky. Like week to week, there's no real way to make sure that you handle that category well. I think blind ballot style, when I read all of those things, yeah, that team's not going to be as good. I happen to believe big time in Ben Johnson. I think that Caleb Williams is ascending. So if he gets better, if a couple of the moves they made on defense pan out, then maybe you can still be really good. But I think it's fair to say Chicago will win fewer games this year than last year.
I think so, but I don't think they're going to drop into the tank and be bad or anything. I like, as you said, they're skill guys, a couple really ascending players. I like that offensive line. Defensively, I think they're fine, honestly. But again, I think the division's tough, and you just can't have that kind of sustainable turnover luck.
9 or 10 win pocket.
That's what it feels like to me, 9, yeah.
Wild card type team. All right, how about the Denver Broncos? Last year, they went 14-3. There's no way they win 14 games again.
Doesn't feel like it, right?
I think it's a lock they come back to the pack. Now, how much so is the question. Denver, in games decided by 7 points or fewer last year, Danny, 9-2. Every time it was winning time for them, see the Commanders game where they won by 1 point on Sunday Night Football? That was their whole season. Every single time the game's up in the air, they made the play. They came down with the football. They win that game. The blocked field goal, the missed field goal, the Hail Mary that it is dropped into the bucket. Whatever it was, it went their way. Ended up being plus 90 in differential. Pretty good team. And they had the 15th easiest projected strength of schedule this year. So when you look at it, it's middle of the pack. It's not a hard schedule.
Yep.
I'm not saying that they're going to be bad. I still think they win like 11 games, 10 games.
Yeah, you drop 4 games, you're still a 10-win team.
But also, do I need to give up on saying Bo Nix is overrated in a scheme creation? Like, I think Bo Nix in a different situation is like fending off another player and may not even be a full-time starter. I think with Sean Payton in that offense, very insulated. It's not quite Tua, okay? Tua, to me, was like smoke and mirrors. It was like, I don't know, like the Wizard of Oz, where there's just this little guy in the back talking, and you think it's this big, deep-voiced, evil villain guy. Like, that's Tua pulling all the strings to me, doing what he did in Miami. That's not Bo Nix, but it's not that far from that, in my opinion.
So I've always liked Nix more than you, but it's probably closer. You're probably closer to right than I am, if that makes sense. Like on the spectrum of, is he good or is it this? He's the perfect, like extension of Sean Payton from the sideline of the field.
To be clear, I'm not a Bo Nix hater. He's a starter in the league. Like, coming out, I liked his athleticism and stuff. It's a matter of he's now viewed as a fringe top 10 quarterback in football. I think that is way aggressive for me. He is a good little player who benefits from a lot of good fortune and it being 72 and sunny around him.
I think so. Yeah, the defense. I mean, that defense is excellent. That's why it'll travel. That's why they're going to be in most games. And he's not asked to do hey, could you play hero for us? Could you do everything? He's going to make a couple plays per game, and I think he's done a really good job of that over a couple seasons.
That's the team I should use when I talk about complementary football and a defense helping.
That's the example, yeah.
Jaden Daniels not having to do everything this year if the defense is better. Here's the next team Barnwell mentions as really good last year, not going to be as good this year. The Jaguars. I kind of want to push back on this one, and my reason is they have the 12th easiest schedule in football. And I don't think that division is all that difficult. The Texans, very solid. I think the Colts are as average as it gets. And the Titans are not good. So you very easily could go 4-2, maybe 5-1 in that division if you really play well in those division games. They were 6-2 in games decided by 7 points or fewer last year, but they were plus 138 in differential. Like, they buried some teams. Maybe they don't go 13-4, but I still think they're 11, maybe 12 wins. Do you think Jacksonville crashes back to earth?
Again, I'm not going to use crash. I don't think it's a crash. I do think they come back to earth a little bit, though. Again, as you said, I think it's Houston partly. I think part of it's just a little bit too much good fortune. That defense at one point was like this unbelievable buzzsaw that you couldn't move the football against, and then you saw them give up a whole bunch of points.
That was
yards.
I think the first month of the season. They were like breaking turnover records.
Yeah.
They scored a touchdown in every game for like 3 weeks.
And then you kind of went, okay, that's not sustainable. But again, a 13-4 season, you could still be pretty good and win 10 or 11 games. So I don't think it's a crash down. I don't think it's they're under 500 or something.
He's got Carolina on this list, which is curious because they weren't even good last year. I mean, I guess
an 8-win
technically,
team. Yeah,
You know, made they're playing Tampa Bay to get into the playoffs in the final week of the season and make the playoffs. But 8-9, 7-3 in games decided by 7 points or less. This is crazy. So they were 8-9 despite having a -70 differential. I'll bet you their expected win-loss was probably like 6-11.
Yep. So I think this is a great
the
candidate
13th
here.
toughest schedule. They might be in big trouble.
I think so. And again, the saving grace is that you touched on it. This division is not very good. I don't think Atlanta's any good. I think the best team might be New Orleans, and it's not as if they're a contender for anything other than to win this little molehill of a division. I don't love that group, so maybe you kind of sort of hang around and you're a 7-win team, so that's not a crash down. But if anybody's going to regress, I thought they were paper tigers last year, and even that was only 8-9 good. I just don't trust them.
So could you see them going like 5-12?
I just don't feel like I don't think it's that bad. I feel like it's a 6-11 kind of group. So I guess 5-12 is a play away from that.
I think it could happen. Looking at, 12th toughest schedule.
Mhm.
I'm not sold on Bryce Young. If there's a middle class you can pay him, I'll do that. But if I've got to give him the $55 million Tua contract, that feels like a mistake to me. I'm rooting for Dave Canales. I like him. Last year was a big step forward, but it's going to be hard to take another one for sure. By the way, why does everyone sleep on the Bucks? Well, you just mentioned the Saints, like they're the team to beat in that division.
There's just not good vibes around the Bucks.
But they still have the best quarterback. Doesn't that matter?
They don't seem to think he's that particularly good. I mean, they weren't that excited to do anything other than give him some sort of temporary short-term little deal.
No, but
the over-under vibes aren't particularly good.
I think if you asked them, would you rather have Baker Mayfield or Tyler Shuck, they might still say Mayfield.
I think so.
There's a difference between that and wanting to pay a guy at his age like a 4-year contract or whatever he wants. I bet you they tag him. I bet you they like him enough that they're going to franchise tag him at the end of the year.
That'd be right.
They might even tag him twice. Might go full Kirk Cousins on him.
And just keep doing it forever.
Next team listed here is the Patriots, 14-3.
It's the same principle. They're good. I think they've arrived, but they weren't 14-win good last year. It took a lot of unbelievable things for that to happen. I think they'll be just as good as they were last year in terms of, and they've even retooled and added some pieces. Certainly, I think that's probably an 11 or 12-win team. I think they win the division again or have a great chance to with
the
Buffalo.
Patriots had an easy schedule last year. I never heard about that.
Did that never came up?
No, the Patriots. They didn't. This is saying they didn't play that many tough teams last year.
They did. No, that's what happened. Yeah.
I'm surprised nobody ever mentioned that. The average Patriots opponent had a 4-1-4 Pythagorean expectation. Unsurprisingly, that was the easiest schedule in the NFL. The next easiest schedule belonged to the Cowboys, and they were as close to the 12th easiest as they were to the Pats. So the gap between them and the number 2 team in terms of easiest schedule was so massive. It was a horse race where one horse is on a different lap than the rest of the horses, kind of. But the example would be the Cowboys had a really easy schedule. They didn't take advantage of it.
Right. Because they weren't good enough to. And you give New England credit. All they did was beat all the bad teams except for week 1. But after that, they were really, really good. And they got all the way to the Super Bowl because of it. A couple good breaks in there, but still, that ain't nothing. That's not that fluky. But I do think they step back to the pack a little bit.
Those are the teams that he says will be coming back to earth. What about predicting the NFL teams most likely to improve in 2026? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for making the show part of your day. Hey, before we get back into this Barnwell piece on ESPN, did you see Chick-fil-A is releasing a waffle chicken sandwich? Your dreams are becoming reality?
So we saw, wasn't that like an individual thing? And one of the Chick-fil-A's close to us, they were going to test it out. And I guess it tested great because that's obviously delicious.
So they originally did it in the Bowie location and a couple of others. And we're like, well, that's cool, but that's not...
Make it everywhere always?
Where I live. That's got nothing to do with me. They're now bringing chicken and waffles to the menu this fall, and it is dropping in more locations as we speak. What I want is innovation and bold, courageous choices by fast food restaurants. Don't be afraid of the press conference. Don't worry that you're going to have to stand there after a game and explain why you thought this would be a good idea and it wasn't. It's okay to fail. 409 Cleaner, Danny.